Martial world folks. He was even deceived in love by his first love, Zhu Jiuzhen. But as they read on, the readers gradually got excited. Zhang Wuji jumped off a cliff and freaking survived, even acquiring the complete 9-yang divine skill inside an ape's belly. Afterwards, Zhang Wuji was captured by Ming cult and serendipitously learned another top-tier martial skill, Heaven and Earth Great Shift. At this moment, the 6 great sects besieged Bright Summit. By then, Zhang Wuji's martial skills had reached the pinnacle. He continuously slapped the 6 great sects in the face and even became the leader of the Ming cult in one fell swoop. This segment is one of the best show-off scenes penned by Jin Yong, sparking numerous martial arts writers to imitate it. The protagonist, after enduring layers of suppression, finally welcomed a peak exhilarating climax, where emotions, plots, and various conflicts all exploded at the same time. The ultimate shock was thoroughly exhilarating. After this plotline, the reader's focus was no longer on the mid-story protagonist's switch. The entire network was excitedly discussing this segment. I'm numb. The climax of the 6 great sects besieging Bright Summit is so thrilling, I can barely breathe. Zhang Wuji, this badass, scaled up even harsher than Yang Guo and Guijing, unbeatable at the same age. A perfect combination of top-tier internal and external martial skills, plus the utmost medical skills, and he even inherited his parents' good looks. It's just so freaking thrilling. The old rascal wrote this climax so well, it thrilled me to no end. Seeing the 6 great sects come up and the protagonist Hua Li making a grand entrance, I was so excited my head turned purple. Chu Kuang is awesome. This climax was truly fascinating and magnificent. Earlier in the story, it was so tragic, but then this twist completely turned the tables for the protagonist as he made a move never seen before. And he even became the leader of the Ming cult, commanding everyone around. Knowing it was the old rascal's technique of suppressing before boosting didn't stop me from getting thrilled to the core. Just that the earlier parts were written so bizarrely. Guixiang just passed by, Zhang Junbao passed by, even Zhang Cuishan was just passing by. It took forever to get to Zhang Wuji's plot. No. After watching the 6 great sects attack the Bright Summit, haven't you realized? Without the groundwork laid earlier, would this part of the story be this thrilling? Now those early details all seem essential. Otherwise, you wouldn't know the relationship between Zhu'er and Zhang Wuji. You wouldn't know the grudges between the 6 great sects and Zhang Wuji, let alone the significance of Zhang Wuji to Wudong. If Chu Kuang just glossed over these, the emotions wouldn't be as intense as they are now, completely maxed out. Meanwhile, all the major scenic spots were numbed, not excited numb, purely numbed by frustration towards Chu Kuang. Damn, all the 6 great sects, except for Wudong, became targets for the protagonist to show off and establish dominance. Sects like Kongtong and Mount Hua had characters that were worse than the next. What happened to the reputed righteous sects? It all turned out to be driven by selfish interests. Everything they did was for the dragon saber and to find out Xie Sun's whereabouts. That old rascal. I'm so angry. And to think I sincerely invited him before. The cooperation during the duel atop Mount Hua was good. Why did it turn out like this? It won't affect our visitor numbers, will it? That it won't. But it's just heartbreaking, purely heartbreaking. That Chu Kuang cannot be trusted. All the heads of the major scenic spots were cursing. Only at Mount Wudong did the person in charge feel great. Excited, he posted a bunch of Mount Wudong scenery pictures and tagged Chu Kuang. The Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy is truly a martial arts treasure. Our scenic spot bought 300 copies of Heaven Reliant Dragon Slayer to support teacher Chu Kuang. Every staff member has a copy. On the other side, inside Mount Lu scenic area, the staff were delighted at others' misfortune. Serves them right. Since when was Chu Kuang easy to deal with? We were smart to directly choose to collaborate with Teacher Admirable Fish. If we had tried to collaborate with Chu Kuang, who knows how he would blacken our name in his book. Although Teacher Admirable Fish and old rascal Chu Kuang are friends, their personalities are as different as heaven and earth. As bad as Chu Kuang is, that's how good Teacher Admirable Fish is. The capabilities of Teacher Admirable Fish are no less than those of Chu Kuang. Teacher Admirable Fish once wrote a poem for Westlake, and it caused a surge in visitors. Speaking of which, didn't Teacher Admirable Fish promise to write a poem for us too? Why hasn't there been any news? We've already prepared the promotional video for his poem. Perhaps he's still creating. Creativity takes time. Hey, Minister Zhang, what are you holding in your hand? As everyone was discussing, a leader walked in carrying a long box. Minister Zhang smiled slightly. The calligraphy from Teacher Admirable Fish. He has already completed the piece he promised us. Has Teacher Admirable Fish's poem been written? Written by hand, and specially delivered to Mount Lu? A sudden excitement surged among the leaders of Mount Lu, urging to hastily open the box. And when everyone read the poem, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. What a great poem! The person in charge of Mount Lu excitedly declared, prepare to release the promotional video. Also, we're going to add a new viewing spot at Mount Lu to eternally engrave this poem, allowing visitors to appreciate it. The poem is titled, Inscribe on the West Forest Wall. Chapter 1007, 931, Not Recognizing the True Face of. About Mount Lu, Lin Yuan certainly had works to show, and not just one. The first one, naturally, it was from Sioux Immortals, Inscribe on the West Forest Wall, a great figure Lin Yuan could never seem to fully emulate, leaving behind too many classics for posterity. The second one, the author was also a celestial being, the poem Immortal. Surely no one would be unfamiliar with the waterfall in Mount Lu viewed from afar, right? In terms of the renown of various verses on Mount Lu, Li Bai's, it seems the Milky Way has fallen from the ninth heaven, surely matches the charm of Su Dompa's work. In the end, Lin Yuan chose Inscribe on the West Forest Wall. It's not to say that this poem was better, it was purely because Lin Yuan wanted to post it in two separate parts. First, he would post the one by Su Dompa, and, at an appropriate moment later, post the one by Li Bai. Posting both at the same time would risk them competing against each other, which wouldn't be as beneficial for the growth of prestige value when the public digests them one by one. Yes, the main reason Lin Yuan was working with the scenic area was for the sake of prestige value. As for personally writing the calligraphy instead of directly sending the original text online to Mount Lu, this was also for prestige value. After all, master-level calligraphy wasn't something commonly seen. At this time, the complete publication of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer was a huge success. While the internet was abuzz discussing the novel's plot, the personages responsible for several scenic areas mentioned in the book were beating their chests in regret about Chu Kuang's unfilial actions. And then, right at that moment, Mount Lu suddenly announced they would release a tourism promotional video at 7 o'clock that evening. At the same time, the official Mount Lu account also claimed that this promotional video would be shot around the new verses by Admirable Fish. In an instant, netizens' attention was drawn over. Everyone remembered the poem Admirable Fish wrote for Westlake. No one knew exactly how many people were driven by that poem and the celebrity effect of Admirable Fish to specifically call friends to visit Westlake. Even now, a bunch of people had their eyes on the weather forecast, just waiting for a rainy day to make another trip to Westlake. Who made Admirable Fish's poem say that Westlake has two completely different scenes under the rain and on sunny days? Of course, the thing everyone was most curious about at this moment was the content of Admirable Fish's new poem. Bluestarian love for poetry has never waned. Is Mount Lu also joining in? Waiting for Fish Papa's new poem. The scenic areas are particularly active this year. You might not know this, but it's related to Blue Star officials re-evaluating scenic spot rankings this year. The higher the rating of a scenic area, the more tourists it attracts, which is why the promotional investments of major scenic spots have exceeded those of previous years. So that's why they've been so energetic this year. What uses their energy? Just look at how those scenic areas that tried to ingratiate themselves with Chu Kuang got tarnished. To be honest, are you really surprised when the old rascal does something like this? Ha ha ha. Coming from a native around Mount Lu to check in, I never expected that Fish Papa would actually write a poem from Mount Lu. Too exciting. The entire population of Mount Lu thanks Fish Papa. This move by Mount Lu is paying homage to Westlake. It's said that because of that poem, Westlake specially gave Teacher Admirable Fish 1 million in thanks. Not sure how much Mount Lu gave. 1 million is nothing. Compared to the economic value that Admirable Fish's poem created for Westlake, 1 million is just a drop in the ocean. It's just uncertain if this time they can replicate Westlake's tourism success. Amidst these discussions, everyone was waiting. And then, at 7 in the evening, Mount Lu's officials really did post a promotional video as promised. Suddenly, countless netizens clicked to watch. The video opened with the crisp sound of music, morning dew sliding from the blades of grass, and the peaks of Mount Lu appeared from various angles. From the front, the mountain ridges rose and fell in succession, with clear water below like a mirror, mirroring the green mountains, and the reflection of both banks resembled a gallery stretching for miles. From the side, the peaks overlapped layer upon layer, with their tips standing tall in diverse poses. There were mountains of dark green without edge or boundary, and cliffs cut as if by axes and chisels standing tall and imposing. In the distance, close by, from high above, from down below, with the shifting point of view, Mount Lu presented itself in various appearances, sometimes like a drifting fairy, sometimes like an old man with a walking stick, sometimes like an ape offering a peach, sometimes like a wild horse breaking free. Under the sunlight, the undulating mountain ranges seemed to be inlaid at the horizon, with majestic contours, beautiful peaks, ancient vines entwining, and winding paths leading to secluded spots. At the mountaintop, the camera looked down from above. Amid the misty clouds, one could overlook the mountain peaks, and through the swirling mist, several mountaintops emerged like lotuses rising from the water. Mount Lu shrouded in mist, serene as silk, dynamic like smoke, light as cotton, vast as the sea, white as snow. It blurred and transformed under the gaze of the camera. Suddenly, the scene became still. Within this majestic landscape, lines of text appeared in everyone's view, as if written with the flourish of dragons and the dance of phoenixes. Seen from the side, it forms ridges, from the end, a peak. A difference in height and distance, each not the same. One will not recognize the true face of Mount Lu, because one is actually in the midst of this mountain. Sioux Immortals, inscribed on the West Forest Wall, made its first public appearance on Blue Star, and with just a glimpse, struck the hearts of thousands of viewers. If one had to use a metaphor, it would be like how heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer used a full 200,000 words to lay the groundwork for Zhang Wuji's entrance. Mount Lu's promotional video also introduced teacher Admirable Fish's poem with the best mountain landscapes of Mount Lu. As the poem concluded, Xian Yu signed his name. Another line crystallized beneath the frame. This poem was composed by teacher Admirable Fish upon his return from a tour of Mount Lu. Inspired by the west wall of Mount Lu, the scenic area has decided to etch the poem exactly as per teacher Admirable Fish's original calligraphy on the west wall, making this a brand new landmark of Mount Lu. The promotional video ended. Sun Yaohua posted on his blog, filled with emotion, "I want to visit Mount Lu." Chun Jiu retweeted, "How about a trip to the Yu Dynasty?" Jiang Kuei agreed. Xia Fan, count me in. Zhao Yinggu, what are we waiting for? Wei Haoyun, let's go to the west wall of Mount Lu and see. A travel blogger posted, "The theme for my next video will be Mount Lu. Although Mount Lu is not a 10th level scenic spot, judging from the beauty depicted in the promotional video, it is no less than a 10th level scenic spot." Additionally, I'm moved to say that teacher Admirable Fish's verses are too touching for my poor understanding at a glance. I await some master's review. And quickly, indeed, a poet appeared. What a line! Seen from the side, it forms ridges, from the end, a peak, different in height and distance. This poem's creative concept is very much like that of teacher Admirable Fish's poem, Drinking on the Lakeside, the sunshine followed by rain composed for Westlake. Both describe the beauty of the scenery under different conditions. Westlake speaks of the beauty of both sunny and rainy weather, while Mount Lu reveals the beauty from different perspectives and directions. Immediately after, another poet spoke out. The first two lines are a literal description of the sights experienced while walking in the mountains. Mount Lu is a grand mountain with crisscrossing hills and undulating peaks. From different positions, one sees different sights. These two lines succinctly and vividly capture the ever-changing beauty of Mount Lu's landscape. However, The best part of this poem is not the first two lines, but the last two. One will not recognize the true face of Mount Lu, because one is actually in the midst of this mountain. I think these lines are just as remarkable as many of the famous verses that have been passed down through the ages. And then, hey, calligrapher appeared. Since everyone is discussing how good the poem is, let me comment on how good Xian Yu's calligraphy is. The handwriting of this poem can be considered masterful. Without many years of practice, one cannot achieve this level. I fear Xian Yu's calligraphy skills are even more impressive than many people have imagined. It's a shame I haven't seen the original manuscript. The industry's evaluation was very high. Netizens also felt boundless emotion. Looking at it this way, Mount Lu is actually no less than Westlake. The former represents water, while the latter represents mountains, each with its own marvelous aspects. Fish Papa's poem captures the charm of this mountain, igniting a desire in me to go and explore it for myself. Mount Lu locals thank teacher Admirable Fish. Many poets praise the last two lines, but I lack scholarly knowledge. Could a connoisseur explain why these lines are so highly regarded? Let me explain. I come from Zhao continent, and Zhao people understand poetry best. The first two lines are purely descriptive of the scenery, while the last two use the scenery to speak to philosophy, discussing the experience of traveling through the mountains. These lines are brilliantly conceived, and the overall sentiment comes naturally, providing the reader with a space to reflect on experiences and roam freely with imagination. I don't understand. Zhao people may know poetry but can't explain it. Let me tell you, the last two lines actually contain philosophy. Xian Yu is using the verses to tell us that we should not be confined by preconceptions when looking at things. We must learn to observe from different perspectives and to understand things comprehensively. Only by shedding our subjective preconceptions and trying to observe and understand from different angles can we achieve a more complete and accurate understanding of something. I get it now. I used to think the word because referred to fate. My understanding is still lacking. While the poem is beautifully written, it also alludes to philosophical insights, even considered as a reflection on life itself. No wonder everyone holds the last two lines in such high esteem. Clearly, Mount Lu had gone viral. Various online reviews and discussions revolved not only around the poem itself, but also around the scenery of Mount Lu, with countless netizens expressing their wish to visit Mount Lu in person, not just for the site's own scenic beauty, but also for the verses carved in Xian Yu's handwriting. And in this moment, major scenic spots across Blue Star closely monitored Mount Lu's promotional activities, and upon seeing this buzz, their eyes widened in astonishment. Damn, Mount Lu has struck gold with this one. How could we forget about Xian Yu? We all were focused on Chu Kuang before. Who would have thought he'd be so unreliable? Xian Yu is much more dependable. Just look at how well he wrote these verses. I should have thought of Xian Yu. The last buzz with Westlake was already made into a case study by Xian Yu. Yet we were all distracted by Chu Kuang and overlooked him. Contact Xian Yu immediately. Invite Xian Yu to visit our location. Chu Kuang may not wish to show his face, but Xian Yu doesn't mind. If we offer him enough sincerity, maybe he'll agree to come over. At worst, we could follow Mount Lu's example and engrave Xian Yu's works in our scenic area for tourists to admire. The offers came pouring in. For a time, scenic areas across Blue Star sent out olive branches to Xian Yu. Of course, these were all 8th level and above scenic spots. Those with a lower ranking felt too embarrassed to invite such a person, feeling slightly lacking in qualifications. By comparison, now, no one was paying attention to Chu Kuang. Only Mount Wudong was still joyfully clinging to Chu Kuang's coattails. After all, Heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer had brought considerable promotional benefits to Mount Wudong. Chapter 1008, 935 vanished from the martial world. Several days later, Mount Lu scenic area. Why are there so many people? Stop pushing, or you'll get pregnant. Where is West Forest Temple? We have to climb up the mountain. The mountain path is all crowded. I just spent half an hour looking for a parking spot in the parking lot. The number of tourists is a bit exaggerated. On such a hot day, how are these people so enthusiastic about coming out to play? Aren't you here too? The whole scenic area was crowded everywhere, and from a high point, It looked even more packed with numerous tour groups led by guides, countless people taking pictures and checking in on social media. Nearby, journalists looked at each other. Is Mount Lu always this crowded? I just asked the staff. The usual number of tourists is less than a third of today's. After all, Mount Lu is a grade 9 scenic area. Normally people prefer those grade 10 scenic areas. Oh my, could all these people have been attracted by Xian Yu's poem? It's not just Xian Yu's poem. The promotional video for Mount Lu was also good. Xian Yu's fame combined with Mount Lu's promotional video, plus the recent tourism boom. That's why so many tourists were attracted. Mount Lu is making a killing. Xian Yu had written a poem for Mount Lu, and the journalists were specifically here to see the effect of that poem. As soon as everyone arrived at Mount Lu, the journalists were shocked. There were too many tourists. Mount Lu's tourism industry exploded. At that moment, a journalist grabbed an elderly man. "Excuse me, sir, are you a local from Mount Lu?" "Yes." "So, how familiar are you with Mount Lu?" "Mount Lu? There's nothing much to see here. Us locals hardly come by. We've seen it enough times. It's these out-of-towners. They all come to see Mount Lu. Actually, this is..." You are journalists, right? Is this going to be on TV?" "Yes." "Then wait a moment, just a moment." The elderly man coughed, cleared his throat, and straightened his appearance, then said in very standard Mandarin, "Our Mount Lu is known for its grandeur, strangeness, danger, and beauty. It has been known as the spectacular Mount Lu since ancient times, named peaks totaling 171, with 26 ridges scattered among them, 20 ravines, and 16 caves. Rocks appear in 22 spots. Water flows develop fissures and valleys, forming many rapids and waterfalls. Among them, the most famous Trifall is 155 meters high. Therefore, if you haven't visited the Trifall, you haven't seen the beauty of Mount Lu. Many ancient literati have left memorable poems about Mount Lu, a place of deep historical and cultural significance. We also welcome tourists from all continents to visit our Mount Lu. Thank you." Journalist: "Do you have to be so realistic?" "Sir, you're too practiced." Of course, this was just a minor episode. Everything at the scene proved. Mount Lu's publicity was a huge success. Mount Lu's tourism boom was quickly reported hotly by news from all continents. Accommodations were fully booked. Business was booming for major hotels. Restaurants in the area of Mount Lu scenic spot were making a killing. Online, as netizens learned about the tourism boom at Mount Lu, they began to express their feelings. "This is too popular. The reports show really many people. The main thing is that the poem by Xian Yu is indeed well written, perfectly capturing the features of Mount Lu. Mount Lu has always been one of Blue Star's top 10 famous mountains, just overshadowed by the 5 mountains in recent years. This impact is already comparable to Westlake. Guess other scenic spots will invite teacher Admirable Fish too. They have already started inviting." Amid online discussions, various popular tourist spots indeed extended invitations to Xian Yu once again. Among them were even top-tier scenic locations like Mount Tai and Mount Hua. Moreover, even Mount Wudong, firmly clinging to Chu Kuang's coattails, threw out an olive branch to Xian Yu, causing netizens to burst into laughter. This was called hedging bets, wanting the best of both worlds. Mount Wudong probably only dared to make such overtures because of Xian Yu's good relations with Chu Kuang. Lin Yuan, however, did not respond to the invitations from these major scenic areas. Mount Lu's offer had a very high prestige value that could be leveraged gradually. Had Lin Yuan immediately promoted other scenic areas, it might have affected Mount Lu's popularity later on. And during these days, readers gradually finished the whole set of Heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer. As a result, the current online discussions still predominantly revolved around this novel. The conversation evolved significantly, like the age-old debate about who was the #1 master in the martial world, which once again sparked arguments. Zhang Sanfeng, Zhang Wuji, even Guixiang. These individuals were all nominated by netizens. Additionally, there was a discussion about which martial skill was the strongest. Chu Kuang's The Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy mentioned many top-notch martial arts. Classics such as the 18 Dragons Subduing Palms, 9 Yin Manual, 9 Yang Divine Skill, Heaven and Earth Great Shift, right up to the Golden Wheel Imperial Advisors, Dragon Elephant Wisdom Technique, and various Shaolin skills, and so forth. Which one was stronger, which was weaker? Different readers had their own opinions. A fleeting glimpse of a mysterious woman in yellow in the latter half of the novel also attracted considerable attention from netizens. This woman, in her first appearance, helped a Beggars Guild orphan, Shi Hongshi, reclaim the leader's position, mentioning that she had extensive connections with the former leaders of the Beggars Guild. The second time she appeared was at the Shaolin Temple's lion-slaying gathering, where the woman in yellow easily defeated Zhou Zhira. When Zhang Wuji asked for her name, the words she left behind fueled endless speculation. Under Zhongnan Mountain, the tomb of the living dead, the return of the Condor heroes, vanished from the martial arts world. Clearly, this mysterious woman in yellow was a descendant of Yang Guo and Little Dragon Maiden. The novel hinted strongly, describing the woman's pale skin as if she never saw sunlight. Doesn't that just describe an ancient tomb? Even though Chu Kuang did not spell it out clearly, the readers understood. This was probably another significance of Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, as the final part of the Condor Heroes trilogy. Even though the times were different and the characters were not much related, all the stories in Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer were actually triggered by characters from the eras of the Legend of the Condor Heroes and the Return of the Condor Heroes. All foreshadowings were explained. The scripture hidden in oil, this foreshadowing was the most astonishing to me. It turns out it meant the scriptures were in the apes, perhaps even during the Condor Heroes era. Chu Kuang had already planned the plot, where Zhang Wuji acquires the 9 Yang divine skill. The secrets of the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber were incredible too. I hadn't imagined that the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber were forged from the division of Yang Guo's heavy black iron sword, and the forgers were none other than the devoted couple Guijing and Huang Rong. The martial arts worldview perfectly carried on. If the Condor Heroes trilogy were to be considered as a whole, no other martial arts universe in Blue Star could surpass it. The Condor Heroes trilogy concluded in a blaze of glory. However, the memories it left with the readers were not easily forgotten. The most direct impact was, even many children, while playing, would frequently strike a dramatically embarrassing pose, chanting fervently, 18 dragons subduing palms. Hand them a stick, and without a doubt, Branch Beats the white chimpanzee would slip right out of their mouths. At a fancifully impressionable age, they loved these the most. Bear in mind, back when Journey to the West was popular, they were brandishing golden cudgels. Chapter 1009, 936, Xian, yes, show off real record. Lin Yuan also read the follow-up discussion about Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. From the enthusiasm of the netizens, perhaps the martial arts revival mission issued by the system should be almost completed, right? Lin Yuan summoned the system to inquire. System, the revival of martial arts is imminent. Lin Yuan, what the heck does revival is imminent mean? System, the subsequent influence will spread, and that will suffice. Lin Yuan understood. What the system meant was that the Legend of the Condor Heroes trilogy was already enough to complete the mission of martial arts revival. The influence of these works simply needed more time to ferment. It seemed he didn't need to continue writing martial arts novels for the time being. Chu Kuang's reader demographic was quite diverse, with interests in various genres, because Chu Kuang wrote about everything. If Chu Kuang continued to write only martial arts novels, some readers who weren't interested in the genre would inevitably get tired of it. He breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Yuan felt that Chu Kuang could take a break now. Just at that moment, Sun Yaohua called, "Junior brother, do you want to come out and gather tonight?" "Sure," Lin Yuan agreed. The internal gatherings of the Yu dynasty had almost become a tradition. Unless there was a special exception, everyone would arrive every time, and Lin Yuan was no exception. And these gatherings were basically always organized by Sun Yaohua, who took care of all the expenses. It wasn't that everyone wanted to take advantage of Sun Yaohua. Others had also tried to organize such treat-hosting gatherings. After all, having Sun Yaohua host every time was a bit embarrassing. But who would have thought Sun Yaohua was actually anxious, not letting anyone else host? And with one sentence he silenced everyone. "How much money do you guys even have?" From then on, no one brought up the idea of hosting again. It would just be embarrassing themselves. Today's gathering place was a private room in a newly opened Flame Hot Pot restaurant. Flame Hot Pot had become a chain brand, not just in Sioux City, but there were quite a few branches throughout the Qin continent. Therefore, at tonight's gathering, when everyone was assembled and started to eat, Jiang Kuei couldn't wait to ask Sun Yaohua, "Is this the Sun Boss's how manyth hot pot restaurant?" "This is the 45th Flame Hot Pot restaurant I have opened in the Qin continent. Flame Hot Pot is now among the top 10 hot pot brands in the Qin continent. My next goal is to make Flame Hot Pot one of the top 3 hot pot brands in the Qin continent." Sun Yaohua replied with a smile. While everyone was astounded, they weren't overly shocked. Sun Yaohua was now an absolute magnate in the catering industry. Every so often, they would all hear about the expansion of his dining empire. Zhao Yinggu spoke up, "So what's the secret behind the success of your hot pot restaurants?" "Secret?" Sun Yaohua thought for a moment and said, "For hot pot restaurants, isn't it sufficient just to provide good service to the customers?" Half-hearted? Absolutely not. That was Sun Yaohua's honest sentiment. Sun Yaohua felt that running a hot pot restaurant was like conducting oneself in life. He hadn't done anything particularly extraordinary. He just wholeheartedly served his junior brother well, and then everything else fell into place. For that reason, Sun Yaohua had only one demand for all the employees at the various Flame Hot Pot restaurants: service, service, and more service. He believed that as long as the hot pot restaurants could take good care of the customers, everything else would follow. What Sun Yaohua didn't know was that on Earth, there was a hot pot brand called Seabed, which shared a similar business philosophy. Customer first. Think from the customer's perspective. Act on the customer's urgency. In the meantime, Sun Yaohua also mentioned a story about how there was a customer who dined alone at a Flame Hot Pot restaurant. The server couldn't bear to see them so lonely and placed a large teddy bear across from the customer. Everyone looked on with odd expressions. It had to be said, this is just what you'd expect from a Sun Yaohua-owned hot pot restaurant. The servers have been specially trained to pamper the customers. Everyone suspected that perhaps from top to bottom, Sun Yaohua's company was filled with bootlickers. However, Sun Yaohua's tactic was really effective, and the success of Flame Hot Pot might indeed be closely related to this bootlicker mindset. Chen Jiu teased, "You'll become the richest man sooner or later." Sun Yaohua dismissed it immediately. "Don't joke with me about that. I've barely made it." The crowd laughed heartily. At that moment, Sun Yaohua added, "On the Qin continent rich list, I've only just cracked the top 100, right at the 100th spot." The air turned quiet. The smiles on the people's faces froze. Wei Haoyun's eyes widened. "You're actually in the top 100 of the Qin continent already." In the Yu dynasty, Wei Haoyun was like a big sister figure, yet at this moment, even this big sister couldn't help but curse. The Qin continent is so vast. What would the net worth of someone in the top 100 be? Hundreds of billions? A trillion? Wei Haoyun dared not think about it. The others were also dumbfounded. Even Lin Yuan, who had been focusing on his meal, couldn't help but lift his head to look at Sun Yaohua. He had no idea how vast Senior Yaohua's business empire was. His assets seemed to be a lot, maybe even catching up to his own. "Don't take it too seriously." Sun Yaohua waved his hand. "This kind of public list is just for reference. There are many real rich people who aren't on the list at all. They prefer to make money quietly. I need this list to enhance my reputation as an industrialist. If the list was entirely accurate, I wouldn't be in the top 100. Besides, wealth is external to one's character. What I like most is singing with everyone. And the happiest moment for me was not when my assets exceeded 100 billion, but the day I became the king of singing." Everyone. Suddenly, they didn't feel like engaging with him anymore. Chapter 1010, 936, Xian, yes, impressive record _2. Listen to this. Is that even human language? Chen Jiu forcibly changed the subject. "Speaking of Xiaofan, she's been really popular lately, hasn't she? After Resident Evil, she must have received quite a few film offers, right?" "Not bad," Xiaofan said with a smile, in a very good mood. Resident Evil was by now out of theaters. This movie's total box office had reached an astonishing 70 billion, and Xiaofan thus became the 70 billion leading lady. The most important thing was, there are very few leading ladies like her at Blue Star. Now Xiaofan was considered a rare commodity. For movies that require a leading lady to carry the scenes, she had become the inevitable choice for the protagonist. We owe the movie's success to our representative. Xia Fan winked at Lin Yuan. Everyone had different ways of addressing Lin Yuan. Sun Yaohua called him Junior, while others called him Teacher Admirable Fish. It was difficult for Xia Fan, who had grown up with Lin Yuan, to say the words Teacher Admirable Fish. It felt too formal. Calling a close buddy teacher suddenly would seem odd to anyone, so Xia Fan used Lin Yuan's corporate title, Mr. Lin. With the surname, it still felt a bit impersonal, so Xia Fan simplified it to just 2 characters. Rep. Lately, others had occasionally followed suit, because Rep had a derived meaning. It not only referred to Lin Yuan's corporate position, but also to his representative status in Yu Dynasty. Lin Yuan didn't mind. He never cared about titles. The hot pot meal reached its halfway point, and the conversation gradually wandered from the Yu Dynasty Hotel to everyone's respective career development. Yu Dynasty had now become a sort of tarot club. No, that's not right. It should be called a mutual aid society. Everyone in the business was helping each other out, sticking together, much better than other stars fending for themselves. It was rare, because it's hard to make real friends in the entertainment industry. Everyone is a competitor, especially when singers from Yu Dynasty are all from the same company. However, Lin Yuan's presence had united everyone, and Sun Yaohua's presence had deepened everyone's bonds. At first, Lin Yuan was there to boost everyone. Now, Yu Dynasty often shared resources internally, with everyone becoming a support for each other's development. At this point, Wei Haoyun suddenly said with a wry smile, "Have you guys noticed that the entertainment industry in each continent is becoming quite inward-looking?" Yeah, a bit. Everyone was in the same circle and naturally knew what was going on inside. Zhao Yingge frowned. "I couldn't even get on a variety show in Qi Continent." Jiang Kuei said, "Variety shows and dramas in Qi Continent prefer to cooperate with local stars. If you're not top-tier superstars like our rep, they wouldn't even extend an invitation." "You didn't get on either?" Everyone looked at Jiang Kuei in surprise. Jiang Kuei was the hottest star in Yu Dynasty. Only Xia Fan, who became famous through Resident Evil, could possibly catch up to Jiang Kuei now. Jiang Kuei nodded. "Variety shows in Qi Continent are what stars from all continents want to be on the most, because Qi Continent's variety shows are the best. But there are so many stars from all the continents now. Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao. 6 states with more monks than porridge. Even kings and queens of singing find it hard to get on. 6 continents. It's like over 100 countries combined on Earth, so naturally, the number of stars was immense." "Variety shows?" Lin Yuan, halfway through the meal, piped up, "There are so many variety shows. Can't you get on any of them?" Xia Fan wore a bitter smile. "We can get on the regular variety shows whenever we want, but we're talking about those highest-rated shows from Qi Continent. Currently, among the 6 continents, Qi's variety and drama sectors are the most successful. The other continents have always been trailing behind them, eating their dust. Coupled with indelible regional bias, Qi Continent's better resources are still primarily given to local artists, much like how Maestro in Qin Continent mostly cooperates with local singers." Lin Yuan reflected momentarily. "I'll ask around for you guys." Everyone was surprised, and then showed a look of delight. Who would dare to turn down Admirable Fish's request? If Lin Yuan was really willing to speak up, the variety shows everyone wanted to get on should all be available. "I'll make a phone call." Lin Yuan took out his phone and called Tong Shuwen. Tong Shuwen was the only variety show figure Lin Yuan knew. Tong Shuwen was the director of the top-tier show The Masked Singer. Later, he produced a sister show, Our Song, in which Lin Yuan participated as a composer. There was a relationship. Most importantly, the other party had a high status in the variety show circle. The phone was quickly answered, and the voice on the other end was extremely enthusiastic. "Teacher Admirable Fish, what a coincidence. I just happened to be passing through Sioux City when you called. What can I do for you?" "Tong Director is in Sioux City?" "Yes." "Have you had dinner?" "Haha, not yet." "Is Teacher Admirable Fish treating me?" "Let's eat together." Lin Yuan gave him the address straightforwardly. After hanging up the phone, the others curiously asked, "Tong Director, is that Director Tong Shuwen?" Lin Yuan nodded. "He'll be here shortly." Sun Yaohua immediately said, "Then I'll rearrange a table." It wasn't right to let someone make a special trip and then serve them leftovers from Yu Dynasty. In such moments, Sun Yaohua was always the fastest to react. In less than 20 minutes, Tong Shuwen arrived at the hot pot restaurant. By then, Sun Yaohua had a new table ready. Everyone greeted him with a smile. They were all familiar with each other. They had all participated in The Masked Singer before and had dealt with director Tong Shuwen quite a bit. They didn't rush to talk business. First, everyone ate hot pot and chatted leisurely. After about 15 minutes of eating and talking, Lin Yuan finally brought up the topic of variety shows. Tong Shuwen became serious. "I can arrange for you all to be on any show you like. But have any of you thought that perhaps we could create our own variety show?" Chapter 1011, 936, Xian Yes Show Off Record _3. Creating their own variety show? Lin Yuan found the idea amusing. He had been led astray by the Yu Dynasty. Why bother going out of your way to join some variety show from Qi continent, scratching and clawing for a spot? The system surely had a multitude of ideas for variety shows, and the Yu Dynasty could completely create their own program. "I'll just tell the truth." Seeing that no one had spoken up, Tong Shuwen began, "I didn't come to Sioux City for anything else but for you all. For us. That's right. I want to cooperate with your company to create a reality show featuring celebrities, and I've named it the Yu Dynasty." Everyone was stunned. Lin Yuan was also somewhat surprised. Tong Shuwen smiled and said, "You have no idea how curious the outside world is about the Yu Dynasty, especially after Sugar became a hit. Everyone wants to get to know the internal relationships of the Yu Dynasty more deeply. After meeting all of you today, I'm even more convinced that you can make a highly popular variety show." Sun Yaohua said, "So, Director Tong wants to create a music-themed variety show around us?" Tong Shuwen shook his head. "There can be musical elements, but the purpose of our show is reality. We'll place everyone in the same environment and then issue tasks for everyone to complete." Lin Yuan. He smelled a hint of go fighting. Although he couldn't recall the exact format of that variety show, it seemed to play out in a similar vein. Let me give you an example. For the first episode, I'm thinking about dropping you all into a kindergarten and having you look after children. No variety show has ever tried this angle before. Celebrities taking care of kids are already an interesting concept, and when the whole Yu Dynasty participates, especially Teacher Admirable Fish, it's a must. Without Teacher Admirable Fish, the Yu Dynasty wouldn't be complete. Or, for example, Mount Lu has recently become very popular because of Teacher Admirable Fish's poem, right? We could totally go there to film our show, and I believe Mount Lu would definitely not refuse. As for how we'll play it, that's something we can discuss later. You heard me right. It's all about having fun. This show is meant to satisfy the public's curiosity about the Yu Dynasty. Whether the show becomes a hit depends on your performance, but the basic viewership is guaranteed. If all else fails, we could always play this sugar card again, perhaps cameo in a wedding planning company. Tong Shuwen said all this in one breath. The others were somewhat puzzled, yet genuinely interested. It wasn't so much about whether the variety show would be a hit as much as it was that they wanted to have a good time with the variety show. They were all friends here, happy to be together. Finally, Tong Shuwen elevated the conversation. Could it be that we, the vast Qin continent, including the king and queens of singing and first-class singers, have to please Qi continent people just to be on a variety show? As a Qin person, I am not satisfied. I'm the director who created the viewership miracle, The Masked Singer, one of the leading figures in Qin continent's variety shows. If you trust me, come and enjoy a great time. We're going to make our own variety show in Qin continent. Everyone was thoroughly persuaded, but ultimately, all eyes turned to Lin Yuan. They all understood that Lin Yuan's participation would determine the upper limit of this variety show. Whether as the Prince of Lanling in The Masked Singer, or the Maestro Jr. in Our Song. Those two shows became hits not only because of Tong Shuwen's talent, but because Lin Yuan contributed at least a third of the viewership. That works, Lin Yuan said with a smile. He had been thinking about exchanging ideas with the system for a show like Go Fighting. But after hearing Tong Shuwen's ideas, Lin Yuan felt there was no need to waste money. The man was already one of Blue Star's top variety show creators. You've agreed? Tong Shuwen was overjoyed. His rally speech wasn't just about stirring up everyone's hometown pride. He truly wanted to create an outstanding show that belonged to the Qin continent. Yeah, it'll be fun. Lin Yuan also defined the variety show as fun. The thought of participating in a variety show to create a persona held no interest for him. But playing with friends? Why not? Fantastic. Tong Shuwen was thrilled, having not expected things to go so smoothly. He looked at the others. Teacher Admirable Fish is in. What about you? No problem. Everyone agreed, too lazy to even consult with their agents. With Lin Yuan leading the charge, the agents wouldn't dare to make a fuss. As for whether the company would agree, if Fish says yes, what else could the company say? Great. Tong Shuwen grew more excited. I'll start securing investments tonight. At this point, Sun Yaohua had something to say. Since it's our Yu Dynasty's variety show, why should Director Tong look for outside investors? I'll sponsor it exclusively in the name of Flame Hot Pot, and the sponsorship will definitely suffice. What? The prospects of the variety show were uncertain? Irrelevant. Sun Yaohua supported the Yu Dynasty's show unconditionally, as he was also a member of the Yu Dynasty. He was basically the prime minister in the court. Tong Shuwen hesitated for a moment. The price won't be cheap. Do you have the money? Tong Shuwen didn't want to ask outright. Everyone laughed. The richest man ranked 100th in Qin continent can't afford the sponsorship fee for a variety show? Tong Shuwen. Wasn't Sun Yaohua a singer? Well, all right. Thus, the show that netizens would later jokingly call The Adventures of Admirable Fish was decided upon over a meal of hot pot. By the way, Lin Yuan suddenly said, we're not just going to Mount Lu, but also to Mount Wudong. Mount Wudong. Tong Shuwen laughed. Does Teacher Admirable Fish have a plan? Lin Yuan, now in a playful mood, said, I'll go teach the martial arts secret book of Mount Wudong. Everyone. What the others didn't know was that Lin Yuan had stealthily summoned the system. Exchange for a set for all national elementary students. No. Exchange for a complete set of Tai Chi, the kind that keeps you fit and healthy. Teacher Admirable Fish really knows how to joke. Tong Shuwen gave a smile, and then spoke seriously. Then we'll include Mount Wudong in our schedule. I need to discuss the specific plans for the show with my team, but if any of you have suggestions, please feel free to let me know. I'll use this variety show to introduce you all to everyone. Tong Shuwen had his own variety show team. And for celebrities from all over the continents, the most important thing was to get their name out there. After all, there were too many stars across the continents. Even some of the kings and queens of singing from Qin continent were unrecognizable once they left their homeland. In this situation, variety shows were one of the solutions to break through. Of course, the premise was that this variety show could become so popular that audiences from all continents would love to watch it. Chapter 1012, 937 Variety Show. It seemed like a spur-of-the-moment idea, but Tong Shuwen had actually given it a lot of thought. He had many aspects of the program's design all figured out. Whether the show would be a hit, Tong Shuwen did not know. What he could be sure of was that the ratings would not be too bad, because Yu Dynasty was a very unique group in Blue Star's entertainment industry. As maestro, Xian Yu gave all sorts of care and protection to the singers of Yu Dynasty, even propelled them to become top singers and even kings and queens of singing. They were also very good at having fun. During the Blue Olympics, Xian Yu had performed several inspirational songs with Yu Dynasty. In one season aiming for 12 consecutive championships, Xian Yu again led Yu Dynasty into various wedding scenes. There were many similar events. So many that the public was getting more and more curious about Yu Dynasty. Everyone wanted to know what the everyday interactions were like for Yu Dynasty. Were their relationships really as good as they appeared to be? And so on and so forth. All these were the foundations that would determine the program's viewership. And the most important reason, actually, had to do with Xian Yu. In Tong Shuwen's life, there were two exceedingly brilliant variety shows. The first was The Masked Singer. The second was Our Song. The success of these two programs was both connected to Xian Yu. Tong Shuwen felt that besides his own talent for variety shows, Xian Yu was also a key ratings password. Very soon, Yu Dynasty confirmed their schedule. The program was set to start filming on July 5th. Starlight Entertainment indeed quickly agreed to Yu Dynasty's participation in filming. However, regarding the name of the show, everyone had a lengthy discussion and still decided to change it. Someone suggested fish adventure. Someone suggested dragonfish dance. Someone suggested fish walking with you. Of course, there were other proposals, but these three names had higher callings. It wasn't immediately decided. Tong Shuwen said let the program's crew join as readers. They would make the decision after discussing with the readers. Anyway, one thing for sure was that the name would definitely include fish, because the regular guests of the program would certainly be Yu Dynasty. Even though the name was not settled, it didn't delay the early promotion of the program. On that very day, the variety team from Tong Shuwen's company along with Starlight Entertainment simultaneously officially announced Yu Dynasty's upcoming group participation in a variety reality show. The announcement also emphasized that Xian Yu would make an appearance. Very quickly, the fans became lively. Yu Dynasty is actually going to record a variety show together? Don't talk nonsense with me, as long as Fish Papa is in it. I'm watching. I'm so excited. I ate a big extra bowl of rice. Fish Papa is finally going to record a variety show. Who knows how much I've been looking forward to Fish Papa joining a variety show again. Fish Papa as Prince of Lanling and the Masked Singer was just too classic. The later our song was also very well done. It's too bad Tong Shuwen never did a second season. I heard it's because the first season was so brilliant. Tong Shuwen feared the second season wouldn't live up to it, so he wanted to take his time before continuing the series. It doesn't matter. The director of the new show is still Tong Shuwen. I'm looking forward to it. It wasn't just voices of anticipation. There were also some playful comments as well. Like, isn't Yu Dynasty the name of a wedding service company? And it feels like Fish Papa is about to take the team out for another round of freeloading. Clearly, they were deeply influenced by sugar. Anyway, since Yu Dynasty had a massive fan base, the news prompted quite a reaction as soon as it was released. At the same time, the circle of variety entertainment also turned their gazes of interest. Many in the Qi continent's variety circle slightly furrowed their brows. Tong Shuwen does have some tricks up his sleeve. The Masked Singer was well done. It looks like he's here to pick a fight, aiming to challenge the status of our Qi continent's variety shows. With a reality show? If he were doing a music variety show, I might be worried. But a celebrity reality show? Hardly a threat. Those are just the leftovers of what we Qi people have already played with. Xian Yu's Yu Dynasty has no small reputation, though. Having a big name and succeeding in variety are two different things. If all it took was fame to make a successful variety show, then why would we bother putting so much effort into gimmicks? That's true. They're just a bunch of singers, after all. Even if Xian Yu himself came, it wouldn't matter. His competitiveness lies in playing with music. A variety show's success indeed has something to do with the celebrity's fame, but ultimately, the program itself must be interesting enough. These days, Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, and Zhao, 6 continents merged. Two-legged toads may be hard to find, but two-legged stars are a dime a dozen. When every show can feature celebrities, why should people watch your variety show? Besides, reality shows are everywhere now. The folks at the Yu Dynasty are singers. They should be focusing on their strengths, participating in music variety shows. Instead, they're wading into the muddy waters of outdoor reality shows. Do they really think it's that easy to achieve results in reality TV? At this moment, a Qi person laughed and said, speaking of viewing figures, Xian Yu's The Legend of the Condor Heroes surpassed all our Qi continent dramas. This could be an opportunity for our Qi continent's variety to set an example and show the TV world what dominance in variety looks like. Due to regional reasons, Qi people harbor animosity towards anyone who wants to challenge their status in variety shows. This animosity is mixed with a degree of contempt, as many of the hottest variety shows from a long time ago started out by being introduced from Qi continent. Television dramas, variety shows. Qi continent has always been at the forefront of Blue Star, inevitably priding themselves on giving directions. Just like when Chu people get stirred up about comics, although the sudden rise of Shadow has been making them increasingly uneasy. In fact, Tong Shuwen's thoughts aren't hard to see through. Just like in television, Blue Star's popular variety shows are almost monopolized by Qi continent. As a top variety professional from Qin continent, it's natural for Tong Shuwen to want to break this deadlock. In view of this, the variety circles of all continents watched. Tong Shuwen paid no heed to the outside voices. He was earnestly preparing for the program. It was an outdoor reality show, which meant traveling to different places. He had to finalize the destinations. The whole variety team discussed constantly. We must go to Mount Lu. Yes, Mount Lu has Teacher Admirable Fish's poetry. We also need to go to Mount Wudong. That's what Teacher Admirable Fish decided. No problem. We can lead Teacher Admirable Fish to talk more about Chu Kuang. After all, Mount Wudong's current popularity is all thanks to Chu Kuang's heaven-reliant dragon slayer. The ratings are guaranteed, as people are very curious about the relationship between the three brothers. What about kindergarten? Let's do it. Let them experience just how troublesome those little monsters can be. I'm really curious to see what tricks they'll use to handle these little monsters. That being said, I'm thinking that Shaolin Temple and Qin Continent might be worth considering too. Everyone is interested in monks and priests these days, right? How about going to a wedding? To mimic sugar? We can decide that later. I suggest we create a segment where they sing on the streets, like those buskers, celebrities mingling with the public. That's worth considering. Make sure to give Sun Yaohua extra screen time. I've only just learned he's the owner of Flame Hot Pot. This king of singing is so wealthy. Viewers would never guess Sun Yaohua could be so amazing. Actually, there's something to say about Chun Jiyu as well. Chun Jiyu had quite the chat with me before. His situation, a lot of people might not know, and those who do would die laughing. In midst of various discussions, the plan for the show was gradually taking shape. And when July came around, Lin Yuan and the others had already started preparing for the recording. At this time, the program's name was also decided. It was called Chapter 1013, 938 The Birth of Werewolf Kill. The show's name was finally set as Fish Walking With You, because this name received the most likes from the production team. However, the countless other names that racked everyone's brains to come up with wouldn't go to waste. The show planned to give each episode of Fish Walking With You its own subtitle, using the variety of names that everyone had previously brainstormed. The official filming of the show would start on July 5th. In fact, as soon as July arrived, the Yu Dynasty had already cleared their schedules, eager to start. By this time, the production team had finished preparing. Upon learning that all 7 members of the Yu Dynasty had cleared their schedules, the production team decided on the spot to start filming on the evening of July 2nd. What's the first episode about? Zhao Yinggu asked in the Fish Walking With You group chat. There were a total of 9 people in this chat, the 7 Yu Dynasty members, plus director Tong Shuwen and a female editor named Zhu Lei. At this moment, everyone had already checked into a hotel in Sun City on Qin Continent. Tong Shuwen sent a smiley face. Revealing it ahead of time wouldn't be genuine. The production team will assign everyone tasks tomorrow. Well, okay then. Everyone felt helpless. The reality show's Tong Shuwen made always love to keep people in suspense. Like the initial The Masked Singer, every time the rankings were announced, this guy could drive someone to the edge of their seat. Suddenly, Zhao Yinggu suggested in the group chat, since it's still early tonight, why don't we play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? The Yu Dynasty often played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds among themselves. Chun Jiyu commented, this hotel doesn't have computers. Are we playing on laptops? Wei Haoyun chimed in. Sure, let's squat up. Sun Yaohua boasted. The gun god is here. Watch me dominate. Everyone was suddenly enthusiastic. At this time, Lin Yuan piped up, I won't be playing. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then they all thought of Lin Yuan's plethora of creative ways to meet his demise and understandingly typed, without saying a word. Then we won't play games either. Lin Yuan felt he might have killed the mood. He thought for a moment, then simply suggested in the chat, let me teach you all a new game. After saying this, Lin Yuan called out to the system, custom game. The crowd in the chat became interested again. What game? Lin Yuan had already customized the game with system and gathered everyone in the chat. Come to my room, and if you're on the way, grab a deck of playing cards from the front desk. Does that mean we're playing cards? Let's go card games. I'll have someone send over a deck of playing cards. Everyone prepared to head to Lin Yuan's room to play cards. Meanwhile, director Tong Shuwen suddenly said in the group, why don't we film some daily life footage first? You guys play your game, and we won't disturb you. Of course, no one objected. Minutes later, everyone gathered in Lin Yuan's room. Tong Shuwen and the editor arrived with a cameraman to start filming. What shall we play? How about landlords? I'm good at that. But don't we have too many people? Should we split into two groups? There was a chattering discussion among everyone. Blue Star also had a card game version of landlords. But Lin Yuan asked for the playing cards, not to play cards with everyone. First, there were too many people. Landlords is best suited for 3 or 4 players. And second, playing cards was too common. He wanted to introduce something different. Thus, Lin Yuan asked, "Does anyone have a pen?" Xia Fan inquired. "What do you need a pen for?" "I have one." Lin Yuan took the pen without answering and casually drew 7 playing cards, then wrote on their faces, "Werewolf, Villager, Guardian, Prophet." He wrote Werewolf on 2 black number cards. Then he wrote Villager on 2 red number cards. On the King card, he wrote Prophet, and the Queen card became the Guardian. Everyone curiously watched Lin Yuan write on the cards. Beside them, Director Tong Shuwen subconsciously glanced at editor Zhu Lei. "What kind of playing card game is this?" Zhu Lei shook her head. "Never seen this before, but there are many variations of card games. It's normal for us not to know this one." Neither of them had seen it before, nor had any of the Yu dynasty members. "Werewolf, Villager, Guardian, Prophet, what do you mean?" Faced with everyone's curiosity and confusion, Lin Yuan began to explain. "This game is called Werewolf Kill." That's right. Lin Yuan had no intention of playing poker with everyone. He wanted to teach them how to play Werewolf Kill. This world didn't have the game Werewolf Kill, and naturally, there were no corresponding cards for it. So he had to use poker cards as a substitute. All he needed to do was write the corresponding characters on the cards. After all, the backs of these cards were all the same. "How do you play?" everyone asked. Lin Yuan said, "This game is called Werewolf Kill. 6 people can play, 7 people can too, even 8 or 9 or even more can join in. But we only have 7 people. I'll be the judge to let everyone get the hang of it. So we'll start with the simplest 6-player game first. The werewolves represent the villain camp. The villagers represent the good camp. And the prophet is someone who can check everyone's identity at night." Lin Yuan explained the rules of the game. When he finished, Jiang Kuei was still confused. "What does that mean?" Sun Yaohua's eyes lit up. "It's a detective-style board game. You can think of it as finding the undercover." Chun Jiu was eager. Simply put, the werewolves hide among the villagers, relying on killing villagers at night and inducing the villagers to vote incorrectly during the day as a means of victory. The villagers need to identify the real prophet and follow the prophet to vote out the werewolves. The key to this game is in the speaking, and it really tests the player's logic. It's not too complicated. "I think I get it now." Wei Haoyun and Zhao Yinggu spoke up. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "You'll have a clear idea after playing around. Now I'll deal the cards, and everyone just follows my instructions." After dealing the cards, Lin Yuan asked everyone to confirm their identities and then became serious, his voice also taking on a grave tone. "Night falls, please close your eyes." With just 6 people playing Werewolf Kill and only 2 special cards, everyone became completely familiar with the gameplay after playing a couple of rounds. Half an hour later, "Oh my, this is so much fun. It's way more interesting than playing cards. The gameplay is so engaging. How did I not know about this game before? Let's not talk anymore. We're going to play all night tonight." After several rounds, everyone was totally hooked. Even Tong Shuwen and Zhu Lei, who had been watching from the side, were enjoying watching it. What a cunning game design. Tong Shuwen was moved. He even wanted to join in. After all, he had been watching for half an hour and had understood the rules. Beside Tong Shuwen, director Zhu Lei wondered, "Why haven't we heard about such a fun game before? It seems like this interesting game should catch on very easily. It's perfect for playing with friends at gatherings." Turning around, Lin Yuan looked at Tong Shuwen and Zhu Lei. "Why don't you join in too? We can add some new roles now." Another half hour passed. Tong Shuwen and Zhu Lei were addicted too. This game was indeed very easy to get hooked on, especially when playing with acquaintances. After playing for several hours, everyone was still not satisfied. However, Tong Shuwen was rational enough to call a halt. "Let's rest, everyone. We still have to record the show tomorrow." Everyone was reluctant to stop. "One more round, the last one. It won't delay the recording." "Aren't you recording right now?" Tong Shuwen couldn't help but smile wryly. Zhu Lei then turned to Lin Yuan, voicing the question on her mind. Teacher Admirable Fish, where did you learn this game? I invented it. Lin Yuan claimed, without a hint of embarrassment, to be the inventor of the werewolf kill game in Blue Star. With his background as a game designer, developing a game such as Werewolf Kill did not seem out of place. Instantly, the room fell silent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone had thought that Lin Yuan had learned the game from somewhere else, so they didn't give it much thought. To their utter surprise, he had designed the game himself. That's amazing. He designed it himself? I almost forgot that he's the designer of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds and the Chicken Dinner game. Does that mean we're the first players of Werewolf Kill? This game is definitely going to be a hit. It's so much fun. Sun Yaohua seized the business opportunity at once. I'm going to register the trademark tonight. Our Lin Yuan Yaohua game's new project will be Werewolf Kill. Crap. This is a game designed by Admirable Fish himself? Tong Shuwen and Zhu Lei exchanged a glance, both seeing the thrill in each other's eyes. Material. This material absolutely had to be used. Admirable Fish had come up with an incredibly fun game during the first episode of Fish Walking With You. Both were ecstatic. Tonight's filming had just been for fun, but they never expected that even a game played in the Yu Dynasty could yield such incredible results. On the first episode of the game, Admirable Fish had demonstrated his excellent ability as a game designer. They could already imagine how many viewers would be captivated by Werewolf Kill after the first episode aired. Once Werewolf Kill caught on, the first hot topic of Fish Walking With You would be successfully created. Tong Shuwen already had the idea for the script. Record a special episode for the first show, introducing the rules of Werewolf Kill, then showing clips of everyone playing Werewolf Kill, picking the most exciting round. It was a win-win. It would create a topic for the show and help promote the game Werewolf Kill to the public. In that moment, Tong Shuwen was already looking forward to the official recording results the next day. Chapter 1014, 939 Real Version of Werewolf Kill. Until they got up the next day, everyone was still enthusiastically talking about Werewolf. Jiang Kuei is so bad at it. Zhao Yinggu teased. The statement, I am a good person, is just hilarious. Jiang Kuei replied irritably, You're great. Huh. I don't know who was the one getting ganged up on last night, pitifully saying. I've been following the good people all along. Why are you suspecting me? She cleared her throat. Zhao Yinggu changed the target. We're all newbies. We all had our moments. Didn't Chun Jiu also say? Good people should step back. Let the real prophet contest with me. Chun Jiu quietly said. Madame Haoyun's statement was the classic. I'm a villager. Why don't you good people believe me? Xia Fan burst out laughing. You guys are so bad. I hardly lost last night. Everyone glared at Xia Fan. You're embarrassing yourself mentioning that. There was a game where you were the first to speak, and you blurted out. Last night was Christmas Eve. I suspect the witch saved someone, or maybe the guard just happened to protect number one. You not only revealed your own role, but also inadvertently confirmed a solid good person for everyone. In the end, you won just by lying low. They called it a game review, but it was actually everyone exposing each other's blunders. Talking and talking, everyone ended up laughing. Since everyone was a newbie, there were many hilarious statements last night, and many exploded as wolves the moment they spoke. But this did not affect everyone's interest in the game at all. At this moment, the production team appeared. The director came out holding a box. Next, you all need to draw your own tasks. Tasks? Everyone curiously asked, Are we going to different places? Tong Shuwen did not answer, but smiled and looked at everyone. Start drawing the lots. Lin Yuan was the first to draw. Others followed suit. After drawing the lots, everyone had different expressions. Zhao Yinggu bit her lip and turned to look at Jiang Kuei. What's yours? Jiang Kuei smiled and said, Working at a coffee shop. Looks like I'm going to be a coffee shop girl today. How about you? Zhao Yinggu smiled in return. Almost the same as yours, working in a clothing store. What about everyone else? Tell us your tasks. Chun Jiu said, I am a good person. Everyone burst into laughter. Jiang Kuei's face darkened. It was her blunder from last night's werewolf. Have you gone nuts playing werewolf? Be serious. Chun Jiu shrugged. Bookstore clerk. Sun Yaohua chimed in. Why are we all clerks? I'm different. I have to sing on the streets. Xiao Fan sighed. I'm so envious of you guys. Your tasks are so easy. I have to be a kindergarten teacher for a day. I have many younger brothers and sisters at home, so I know very well that taking care of kids is a real headache. Director, is there anyone here who likes kids and wants to swap with me? Tong Shuwen nodded. As long as both parties agree. Wei Haoyun grimaced at Xiao Fan. I have to hand out flyers on the street. Shall we swap? Upon hearing this, Xiao Fan quickly shook his head. Handing out flyers was too exhausting. It's a bit hot today. I definitely won't swap with you. What about you? Xiao Fan looked towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan responded without changing his expression. I'm going to be an internet CAF manager. Xiao Fan was thrilled upon hearing this. Swap, swap, swap. I'll be the manager. All right then. Lin Yuan and Xiao Fan exchanged their task cards. Meanwhile, Jiang Kuei's eyes suddenly lit up. We can swap too? Zhao Gu, do you want to swap with me? I don't really like coffee. I prefer tea. That's so. Zhao Gu sighed, obviously reluctant. Then you go sell clothes. I'll be the coffee shop girl. During their conversation, the two exchanged each other's task cards. Elsewhere, Sun Yaohua and Chun Jiu looked at each other. Shall we swap? Swap. Their demands were very consistent. Chun Jiu said, I love singing, whether it's on the streets or on stage. Sun Yaohua then chimed in. I was okay with it too, but my throat wasn't feeling great today, so I wanted to work in a bookstore. What a coincidence. It seemed everyone preferred someone else's job. However, when Jiang Kuei was the first to unfold her task card, her mind immediately collapsed. Jiang Kuei angrily pointed at Zhao Gu. You big liar. You said you'd be working in a clothing store, but this task card clearly says you have to go work as a domestic helper at someone's house. Clothing store, domestic helper. Are these two even the same concept? Everyone burst out laughing. Jiang Kuei, you got tricked by Zhao Gu several rounds. Last night, playing werewolf, and you still fell for it today? Zhao Gu, you really love picking on the honest Jiang Kuei. She's honest. Zhao Ji's face showed no pride as she huffily revealed Jiang Kuei's task card. Look at her job. It's not working in a cafe at all, but being a sanitation worker on the street. Everyone. Oddly, no one laughed this time. Suddenly, everyone had an ominous premonition. Sun Yaohua quickly looked at the task card he had exchanged with Chun Jiu and then gritted his teeth. Chun Jiu. Damn it. You're clearly supposed to be a delivery guy, but you tricked me into thinking you were working in a bookstore? Don't act dumb. Chun Jiu also looked at the task card Sun Yaohua handed him, and he was even angrier than Sun Yaohua, his eyes turning red. Damn it. You're supposed to be a worker cleaning windows on high-rise buildings. Cough. Sun Yaohua sheepishly said, All's fair in love and war. Is anyone more miserable than me? Xiao Fan suddenly glared fiercely at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan isn't supposed to be a cyber cafe manager at all. He's a restaurant sous chef mainly responsible for washing vegetables and dishes. Now I have to go to the hotel to work as a sous chef, and he's off to kindergarten to take care of children. Everyone stared at Lin Yuan wide-eyed. Who knew you were such a character? Teacher Admirable Fish. Lin Yuan guiltily suggested. Shall we switch back? The director, Tong Shuwen, who had been stifling his laughter, immediately quashed that idea. Once tasks are exchanged, they cannot be changed. Everyone, please complete the tasks on your cards. This will determine tonight's dinner, because the highest wage designed by the production team is the same for everyone. Thus, the highest earner will enjoy a luxurious feast, the second highest will enjoy a gourmet meal, and so on down the line, with the lowest earner getting no dinner tonight. What a cruel production team. Everyone was nearly in tears. None of these jobs are easy. Compared to them, Wei Haoyun handing out flyers on the street was really comfortable work. Wei Haoyun looked around blankly at everyone. She felt like they had just played another round of werewolf. Except for herself and Xiao Fan. Everyone else was a ruthless, blood-stained wolf. Madam Haoyun, I am convinced. Everyone couldn't help but give Wei Haoyun a thumbs up. Because she told the truth without any allure, no one wanted to exchange task cards with Wei Haoyun. As a result, everyone had fallen into a trap accidentally. Perhaps Lin Yuan's luck wasn't too bad either. He successfully fooled Xiao Fan and went from being a hotel sous chef to a kindergarten teacher. Indeed, being a teacher sounds a bit easier, doesn't it? The writer Zhu Lei, who was nearby, was already bending over with laughter. She, along with director Tong Shuwen, sat in a godly perspective watching everyone's performance, only to witness a real-life bloodbath version of Werewolf within the Yu dynasty. This group was truly ruthless when backstabbing each other. You see, the show was unscripted. Everyone's reaction was completely genuine. Tong Shuwen was thrilled. This group was so good at playing the game that the show's impact had skyrocketed instantly. So this was the real face of the Yu dynasty. Chapter 1015, 940 Professional Players Prohibited from. Has Teacher Admirable Fish ever had experience with children? No. Do you have confidence handling this job? No problem. Lin Yuan felt quite confident. How hard could it be to handle children? At this moment, the Yu dynasty had already headed towards their designated locations. Lin Yuan sat in a car headed for Beihai Kindergarten, with director Tong Shuwen accompanying him, constantly steering the conversation. The staff accompanying the other members of the Yu dynasty also didn't need to appear on camera. Steering the conversation was enough. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan arrived at the destination. Beihai Kindergarten? Lin Yuan read out the name of the kindergarten. At that moment, the security guard opened the gate. The principal of the kindergarten appeared. She was an auntie in her 40s and started hurrying Lin Yuan as soon as she saw him. You must be the new teacher at our kindergarten. Wash your hands before you come in. And hurry up, the children are all waiting for you. The reality show had made arrangements in advance. The kindergarten principal had been informed by the crew. She must treat Admirable Fish like an ordinary person and not give any preferential treatment because he's a celebrity or because she's his fan. On the contrary, because they were facing a celebrity, the principal needed to be even stricter. Since the reality show was short, the crew hoped the celebrities would experience the hardships of different professions in a short time. Not just the kindergarten. The work that other members of the Yu dynasty faced would also be treated quite strictly. It would be hard for them to enjoy the benefit of celebrity status. Lin Yuan didn't notice anything off. He couldn't even think of all these complexities. He was just thinking about how to do his job well today and earnestly replied, "Okay, soon." He entered the classroom. It was a kindergarten middle grade class. The class had a total of 25 children. According to the principal's introduction, the children were all aged from 4 to 5 years. At that time, the children were chattering loudly in the classroom, making it very noisy. Everybody quiet down. The principal appeared and her words quickly quieted the children a lot. Let me introduce you all. This is Teacher Admirable Fish. He will be teaching you today. Hello, Teacher Admirable Fish. The children's young voices rose. Xiafan said children were hard to handle. But that's nonsense. Looking at these children, they all seem so sensible and polite. Hello, everyone. Lin Yuan smiled. The principal turned to Lin Yuan and said, "The schedule is on the wall. You need to follow the schedule to teach. We will base your pay on your job performance." Lin Yuan nodded, then glanced at the schedule. It was now 7:50, and the next hour was indoor hobby teaching time, where the teacher needed to organize activities for the children to cultivate their interests. The rest is up to you. The principal spoke and then turned and left. Lin Yuan's smile remained on his face, just about to speak, but the children started making noise again, louder than before, and the classroom discipline was a mess. What kind of fish is Admirable Fish? Do you know many kinds of fish? I know about great white sharks. I know about goldfish. I know about salmon. Salmon doesn't taste good. I know about a big turtle. A big turtle is not a fish. Lin Yuan felt he was too fishful, surplus. It turns out it was the principal who had pacified these children. As soon as the principal left, the children immediately ignored Lin Yuan. All the kids were red in the face arguing about who knew more about fish, and Lin Yuan's authority as a teacher was completely gone. Nearby, the cameraman was snickering. This is what makes kindergarten interesting. Scholars met soldiers here. The children didn't care how impressive Admirable Fish was. They had no concept of that and would ignore you if they said, "So, everyone, listen to me. Everyone quiet down. Children should be good. We are going to start our lesson." Lin Yuan tried to imitate the principal's words to calm everyone down, but no one was scared of him. Even though he intentionally made his tone more stern, most of the children still chatted amongst themselves. However, a few well-behaved children did try to interact with Lin Yuan. but they were quickly led astray by the more mischievous ones. Lin Yuan finally realized the seriousness of the problem. It seemed that being a teacher in a kindergarten wasn't an easy job after all. No wonder Xia Fan wanted to switch jobs with him. For a full 5 minutes, he still couldn't control the discipline. The cameraman captured Lin Yuan's frustrated expression with a close-up shot. The utter helplessness. Probably no one anticipated that a figure like Maestro Admirable Fish would face such a situation today. Outside the classroom, the principal quietly observed the situation inside through the glass, then chuckled. Is this really okay, giving the most difficult class to a novice teacher like Teacher Admirable Fish? If he can't handle it, just fire him. Tong Shuwen spoke nonchalantly with a smile. These kids were selected little mischief makers specifically to let Admirable Fish experience a sense of hopelessness he could never normally comprehend. She had already planned the post-production. It would feature an exaggerated cartoonish portrayal of the kids causing utter chaos and Admirable Fish silently shedding tears. What should I do? Lin Yuan considered his strategies. The boy closest to him began to gesture wildly, telling the girl next to him with pigtails. You haven't even seen a shark, huh? Sharks are this big, bigger than you. Chapter 1016, 940 Professional Players Prohibited from. The little girl looked at the boy differently now. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt inspired and directly engaged in the children's conversation. Would you like Teacher Admirable Fish to show you some fish? The children exclaimed excitedly. Yes. But the boy in the front row doubted. Where are there any fish here? Lin Yuan took out some chalk, smiling. Teacher Admirable Fish will draw them for you to see. Teacher Admirable Fish is cheating. Drawings are fake. We want to see real fish. The children were displeased, their faces filled with disappointment, feeling deceived. Lin Yuan remained silent and simply started drawing on the classroom blackboard with chalk. He possessed master-level painting skills. Even a casual sketch was of a remarkable standard. Soon, a cartoon version of a beautiful goldfish was drawn by Lin Yuan. The children's eyes widened in amazement. This teacher's drawing is so lifelike. For a moment, the little classroom quieted down significantly. Lin Yuan continued to draw everything they had just talked about, little carps, big turtles, and even great sharks, and so on and so forth. Lin Yuan drew them all. After finishing, Lin Yuan noticed that the children were all enthusiastically staring at the blackboard, and their chatting had quieted down significantly. Things had finally calmed down a bit. Lin Yuan seized this opportunity to interact with the children, pointing to the first drawing and asking everyone, "What fish is this?" "Goldfish." "Very smart. And this one?" "This is a turtle. I have a little turtle at home." "That's great. And this one?" "Shark, shark." The boy who just claimed to have seen a shark eagerly answered. Teacher drew a shark. "What about this one? Does anyone know what it is?" Lin Yuan then drew another creature. A girl in the back suddenly raised her hand. "It's a dolphin. My mom and dad took me to see a dolphin show." "Correct. This is a dolphin. You kids know a lot. The teacher draws so well." The girl, who was somewhat introverted, said with a flushed face. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Teacher has a friend called Shadow who is very skilled in drawing. Teacher learned from him. Would you all like to learn? Yes. Then I'll start by teaching you all how to draw the simplest goldfish. It's easy to learn. Don't believe me? Who wants to come up and try? Me. The shark boy was the most eager. Lin Yuan nodded. Then come up here. I'll teach you. Lin Yuan had never imagined that one day he would use the teacher's halo to teach children how to sketch the simplest drawings. The boy learned from Lin Yuan for about 3 minutes. 3 minutes later, he had drawn a lifelike little goldfish on the blackboard. At that point, the other children grew excited too, all wanting to create such beautiful drawings. I want to learn too. Let me try. Teach me. Teach me. Lin Yuan silently summoned the system. Can the teacher's halo only be used one-on-one? It can teach multiple people at the same time, but the effect will be divided. That's enough. It's just the simplest sketches. Lin Yuan immediately began drawing with the children. As a result, by the end of the lesson, the children had all drawn very decent goldfish in their notebooks. How's my drawing? Mine is better. Mine looks the nicest. 4 and 5-year-old children like to compete over such matters, each one proudly showing off their work, feeling a great sense of achievement. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, as a teacher, had already begun to get a good handle on the classroom. Outside the classroom, the kindergarten principal, who had been secretly observing, was incredibly surprised. "The children aren't causing trouble anymore?" She smiled and said, "Who would have thought that teacher Admirable Fish could also draw?" Learning to draw with him, the children have become much more well-behaved. Of course, since they were all simple sketches, the kindergarten teachers were not too shocked. Adults with a bit of training could also produce decent results in simple drawings meant for young children. Director Tong Shuwen followed up with a smile. "Teacher Admirable Fish works part-time in film creation and game design, so it's normal for him to know how to draw. Plus, he's good friends with Shadow. Just as he said, simply learning a bit from him could achieve this level." "This level isn't low," the principal commented. "Anyway, it's better than what our kindergarten art teachers can draw." Tong Shuwen nodded. What actually surprised him was, under Lin Yuan's guidance, the children had also managed to produce quite impressive drawings. If the children hadn't produced good results, the atmosphere wouldn't be as good as it was now. It was purely because everyone really learned how to draw goldfish from Lin Yuan, creating a great sense of achievement. Thus the classroom atmosphere was so positive. Interesting. He designed games last night. Today, he's teaching children how to draw. Teacher Admirable Fish seems to have many skills. No wonder he holds so many side jobs. It seems this program needs to explore Teacher Admirable Fish's various skills thoroughly. The program's effects could be of two kinds. One is showing off skills, completely overpowering in strength. The other is various setbacks, being terribly trapped by the program group. Tong Shuwen originally wanted to see Lin Yuan face setbacks in the kindergarten, but for the first lesson, Admirable Fish succeeded, even performing better than typical kindergarten teachers. This was quite unexpected for Tong Shuwen. Of course, this kind of program effect is also very good, even more spectacular than facing setbacks. Because at this moment, other members of the Yu dynasty were probably facing various setbacks. The contrast with Admirable Fish also brought a sense of novelty. However, this was just the first lesson. Children are difficult to manage. Anyone who has experience with children would deeply understand this. Let's see how Admirable Fish copes going forward. He turned his head and asked the principal. Chapter 1017, 940. What's next, class? Play. Huh. Kindergarten. Isn't it all about playing? What specifically? Outdoor play. Indeed, the second class was outdoor play. The teacher was to lead the children to play games outside. Though it was said to be outside, it was actually still within the small playground of the kindergarten. Lin Yuan led the children to the playground, and everyone quickly started frolicking and chasing each other. Don't run around, everyone. It's in children's nature to be rowdy. Lin Yuan had taken the first class in control. In the second class, the children showed their true colors, again joyfully forgetting themselves as two of them even started wrestling. Be careful. Hey, Big Shark, why are you pulling the little girl's braids? Teacher, I'm not called Big Shark, I'm called Skipper. Well, you're really jumping around. Lin Yuan felt like an old mother, constantly nagging. So, Skipper, can you get everyone to play a game together? I don't want to play games. Skipper shook his head. It's always the same few games. Like what? Playing house, throwing snowballs, hide and seek, eagle catches chicks. A crowd of children chimed in. There seemed to be a variety of games, but everyone seemed to be tired of them, showing no enthusiasm to participate. This won't do. Lin Yuan needed to earn his salary. Allowing everyone to play messily was not only risky, but would also affect Lin Yuan's performance evaluation. He had to organize everyone to play a game to fulfill the task of this outdoor class. Thus, Lin Yuan called out again. Skipper. Skipper spoke. Teacher, just call me Big Shark, it sounds cooler. Lin Yuan shook his head. Only the best player can be called Big Shark. Skipper got anxious. I'm really good at playing games. Lin Yuan gently persuaded. So are you good at playing the dropping the handkerchief game? What is dropping the handkerchief? Although Blue Star was very similar to Earth, this world did not have the game of dropping the handkerchief. Lin Yuan seriously said, this is a game invented by the teacher, more interesting than those you have played before. Want to try it? Play it. If I win, then I am Big Shark. Skipper seemed to be a prominent figure in the class. If he wanted to play, everyone else wanted to as well. Very good. Lin, Yuan organized everyone to play the dropping the handkerchief game. During the game, everyone must sing together. Sing what? A song written by the teacher. I'll teach you now. It's very easy, follow me. Lin Yuan activated his teacher's halo, singing. Drop the handkerchief, quietly place it behind a little friend, don't tell him. Hurry up, and catch him. This, Drop the Handkerchief, was a classic children's song on Earth. Just 3 or 4 lines. With Lin Yuan's teacher's halo, everyone could learn it in a few minutes. The game hadn't even started yet. A group of children had already joyfully begun to sing. For children, learning a new nursery rhyme was also a fulfilling accomplishment. Some children already decided. Tonight when they go home, they will brag to their parents about their painted little goldfish and the song they just learned. Now everyone looked at Lin Yuan with even more approval. This teacher is so fun. And with this approval, everyone started to listen to Lin Yuan. All right, now the whole class form a circle. Everyone close your eyes. Skipper, you carry this handkerchief and walk around the circle. You can secretly drop the handkerchief behind someone. Others pay attention to check your back. If you find a handkerchief behind you, pick it up immediately and chase Skipper. Slap him once you catch him. Skipper, you have to try to run a full circle and sit in the spot of the person you dropped it behind. If you get slapped, you lose. Lin Yuan explained the rules of the dropping the handkerchief game. A nursery rhyme never heard before. A game never played on Blue Star. Soon, the children were completely engrossed in this interesting little game. Even if they were sitting the whole time, no one felt bored. Everyone felt engaged. This outdoor class resonated with laughter and cheers. In the distance, Tong Shuwen was dumbfounded again. The kindergarten principal also stared blankly. They thought this class would be hard for Lin Yuan to manage the playful hearts of the children. But it turned out to be a never-expected situation. Xianyu had too many tricks up their sleeves, huh? Everyone didn't like playing games, and he just designed a new game for everyone to play. And to boost interest, he even composed a nursery rhyme called Drop the Handkerchief for this game. Nursery rhymes. Small games. Actually, for Xianyu, these weren't very remarkable feats. He was a maestro. Wasn't composing nursery rhymes easy? He was also a game designer. Designing small games wasn't difficult. Although this small game was different from computer games, it was still a game after all. The real problem was, this task was suddenly given to Lin Yuan. Xianyu's performance as a kindergarten teacher was all improvised. Why did he do so well? The production team originally wanted to film Xianyu in front of children, all flustered and stressed. But Xianyu was continuously showing off. It seemed like the production team's task wasn't challenging for him at all. Tong Shuwen could see very clearly that the principal rated Xianyu's performance in these 2 classes with full marks. Fortunately, though Xianyu's performance was completely opposite to what the production team initially intended, in terms of program effect, it turned out to be even more spectacular. What's next class? Music class. Good grief, letting Maestro teach music class to kindergarten kids? A maestro from Blue Star who could instantly compose a popular children's song for a game could possibly be challenged by a kindergarten music class? No need to say. Next class would be like giving away free points. Unless professional players were banned. Chapter 1018, 941. Each class had a break in between as a rest period. Rest time. Lin Yuan drank half a bottle of water. Don't be fooled by his seemingly effortless handling. In reality, leading children was truly exhausting, requiring constant communication with them. After 2 classes, Lin Yuan's throat was already dry, and this was when the children had gradually become more willing to listen. If Lin Yuan hadn't made the children take a liking to this new teacher within 2 classes, the task would have been even more tiring. But the break was only 10 minutes long. The children seemed to have boundless energy, even though outdoor activities had tired Skipper and the other kids out. As soon as the 3rd class began, everyone was lively and spirited again. It's worth mentioning, the situation was completely different from the first 2 classes. In the first 2 classes, Lin Yuan had to use countless words and even rely on the influence of students like Skipper to organize the discipline. But in this 3rd class, as soon as the class bell rang, everyone sat down neatly in their places, all looking sweet and innocent. But their eyes turned toward Lin Yuan, filled with inexplicable anticipation. This new teacher was so much fun. Together with him, They learned how to draw a little goldfish. They picked up a new song, and they even mastered a new game. This brought endless fun to everyone. That was why everyone became more behaved in the third class. Because they were all looking forward to the third class. Even the usually precious break time was dismissed in the hopes that the new lesson would start quickly. Even so, even Skipper, who loved to be naughty, was also looking well-behaved at the moment. But his mouth couldn't keep still. "Teacher Admirable Fish, what are we playing this class? What do you want to play?" Lin Yuan, of course, knew this was a music class, but he had now mastered certain teaching techniques, namely guiding the children through their own topics of discussion. After thinking it over, the students exclaimed in unison, "Drawing." Lin Yuan nodded. "All right, I'll draw an animal, and you guess what animal it is." While speaking, Lin Yuan drew a cartoon version of two tigers on the blackboard. "Tiger." The children answered one after another. Lin Yuan continued to ask, "Then do you notice what's different about these two tigers compared to ordinary tigers?" "Different?" The children began to observe keenly. Skipper shouted excitedly, "The tiger on the left doesn't have ears." The little girl next to Skipper was reminded, "The tiger on the right is missing a tail." "You observed very closely," Lin Yuan complimented, then changed the subject. "How about I make up a song with these two tigers, and we'll call it Two Tigers?" "You can make up songs?" The children's interest was piqued. "Teacher, make it up quickly." Lin Yuan pretended to think, and after a few seconds, he sang out loud and clear. Two tigers, running fast, one without ears, one without a tail, really strange, really strange. It was a nursery rhyme, just a few lines of lyrics. The children, watching the drawing and listening to the song, learned it in no time. "Teacher, you're amazing. You're amazing too, because I heard that some of you can already sing it. Xiaoqing, sing it for everyone." Xiaoqing was the name of a child. After 2 classes, Lin Yuan had remembered quite a few names. Xiaoqing, happy to be called on, stood up and sang immediately. The other children, not wanting to be outdone, sang along, and it turned into a class-wide chorus. "Is it fun? Fun. How about I give you all an even more fun song?" "Yes." This music class was a novelty. Lin Yuan sang with a cheerful voice. "I have a little donkey I never ride. One day I whimsically rode it to the market. With a small whip in my hand I was quite proud, but out of the blue splash, 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 I fell down in the mud." When he came to the last line, Lin Yuan deliberately made his voice comical. "Ha ha!" The children burst into laughter. Skipper wished he could perform on the spot, making faces and joking. Teacher Admirable Fish fell with a butt squat. Lin Yuan glared at him. "If you can sing, then laugh." Skipper couldn't resist the challenge. "Of course I can sing. It's so simple. I have a little donkey I never ride." He really knew the song. And it was a second round of class-wide singing. Everyone stood up to sing. The teacher's halo really worked wonders to teach nursery rhymes. Everyone could basically learn them after hearing them just once. However, one child even purposefully pulled out another child's chair, causing that child to nearly fall when sitting down. The two immediately started arguing and shoving each other. Lin Yuan sternly spoke. "You two are classmates, and even desk mates, and most importantly friends. Friends should love and care for each other. Wang Han, you shouldn't bully your own desk mate." "Teacher, I was wrong." Wang Han started, with an aggrieved tone. Hearing this, his desk mate also felt somewhat embarrassed to continue. Causing trouble. Child's play like this happens often. Their moods are like the weather, turning bad quickly but also clearing up just as fast. The next song is about teaching everyone to be united in friendship. It's called Find Friends. Lin Yuan began to sing. "Search and search for friends, find a good friend, salute and shake hands. You are my good friend. You too salute and shake hands." Skipper, after listening to the song, played the role of peacemaker between the two like a big brother. The two shook hands and saluted amid laughter from their classmates, then joined in with everyone's silly laughter. Wow, classmate Wang Han has a very standard salute. With a single compliment from Lin Yuan, Wang Han beamed with pride, saying, "My daddy is a policeman. I learned from him." "Impressive," Lin Yuan said. "Then you should learn from your daddy. Policemen protect ordinary people. You should also protect your classmates, not bully them." "Teacher, I got it. I'll protect everyone from now on." Wang Han's voice was very loud and clear. Lin Yuan then turned to the others. Policemen help us. If we have difficulties, we can go to them. Do you all know that you can also hand over money you find outside to the police uncle? Skipper said, Teacher Little Wang has told us that before, we must not covet what is not ours. Lin Yuan nodded. That's correct. I have a song here that teaches everyone the spirit of not coveting what is not ours. Is it another? One you composed? Yes, this song is called 1 Yuan. Lin Yuan slightly tweaked the name of the nursery rhyme. After all, there were no pennies on Blue Star. I found 1 Yuan by the roadside, turned it over to the police uncle's hands. Uncle, holding the money, nodded at me. I happily said, Uncle, goodbye. In the classroom, everyone got it with just one listen. The kids didn't know how many times they had sung it together. During the singing, everyone's faces were filled with endless joy and amazement. At that moment, they had completely fallen for the new teacher, Admirable Fish. Meanwhile, the cameraman shooting the scene was dumbfounded. Is this the maestro? Is this what a professional gamer looks like? How many original children's songs is that now? Whatever topic comes up, he instantly bursts into a song. The tunes are catchy. The lessons are educational. Both maxed out. Each song was so accessible and easy to understand, and the few that followed were not only full of positive energy, but left a lasting impression. Outside the door, the secretly listening kindergarten principal, as well as the director Tong Shuwen, were completely flabbergasted. They looked at each other and saw the shock and awe in each other's eyes. Is this really a music class? A music teacher composing original songs throughout the class? Could Admirable Fish have some misunderstanding about music classes? Crazy. Tong Shuwen's heart was in turmoil. He knew that with Admirable Fish's level, this music class was definitely a major highlight. Maestro giving a music lesson to kindergarten kids. This idea alone was filled with gimmicks. However, Tong Shuwen never imagined this music class would be more than just a major highlight. Broadcasting this portion would undoubtedly stun countless people. In Admirable Fish's strongest field, he totally upstaged all music classes in kindergartens across Blue Star. Children's songs, and more children's songs. Heaven knows how many high-quality children's songs Lin Yuan wrote in this music class. What does it look like when Maestro gives a music lesson to kindergarten kids? It looks exactly like this moment. It's beyond what you could ever imagine. The kindergarten principal was both excited and dismayed. Oh my goodness, how are our other teachers going to teach after this? Making a game? Create one yourself. Music class? Throw out a bunch of original children's songs. Art. Anything he drew came naturally. Admirable Fish is a rookie kindergarten teacher. Even the most skilled kindergarten teacher can't compete with him. Chapter 1019, 942, If you're happy, clap your hands. Finally, the music class had ended. Lin Yuan was parched once again. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He finished the remaining half bottle of water. At that moment, the director appeared. Time to eat. Beihai Kindergarten was responsible for the children's lunch. Lin Yuan would naturally have his meal at the kindergarten, which was just an ordinary simple meal. At that time, the children had stopped making a fuss. Basically, whatever Lin Yuan said, everyone would try to follow instructions, without deliberately causing trouble anymore. For instance, during post-meal activities, Lin Yuan led everyone to review the nursery rhymes from the music class. A group of children happily sang in unison in the playground. Meanwhile, others from Yu Dynasty were also busy with their work. But compared to Lin Yuan's ease, the others had a harder time. At the entrance of a certain neighborhood, Jiang Kuei, dressed in a housekeeping uniform and carrying various cleaning tools, was on the verge of tears. Ouch! Didn't I clean 2 houses in the morning? Why is there another one in the afternoon? There's more. Where is Building 7, Unit 1102? I've circled around this community 3 times already. Finding the place is even harder than cleaning it. Meanwhile, a colleague joked, "Are you directionally challenged?" Jiang Kuei denied it 3 times. "I'm not. I didn't. Stop talking nonsense." Well, she really was directionally challenged. Just then, Jiang Kuei's phone rang. It was Zhao Yinggu calling. As soon as the call connected, she heard an angry voice. On a certain street, Zhao Yinggu, dressed in an orange sanitation worker's uniform and holding her phone, was furious. "Jiang Kuei, You've caused me so much trouble. Do you know how hard it is for me? I'm cleaning the streets. If there's even a little bit of trash, the boss docks my pay. Can I be blamed for that? This is a major road. In the blink of an eye, there's trash and dust back on the pavement. Zhao Yinggu was drenched in sweat. Her hair was soaked and sticking to her face. It was mid-July. The temperature was very high. Moreover, the constant flow of traffic as she swept made her nervously look around, fearing that some vehicle might not see her. In front of a certain building, high up on a suspended scaffold, Chen Jiu was shivering while cleaning windows. I'm a bit afraid of heights. Brother, don't sway. I can't take it anymore. I'm getting dizzy. Damn it. Sun Yaohua, I curse you to have no lunch. I should have never traded with him. Delivering packages is better than this. I can change the world, change myself. Chen Jiu was working at heights. This job was scarier than sweeping the streets. At this moment, Chen Jiu deeply regretted his decision and had to sing loudly while working to dispel his fear. In a certain alley, Sun Yaohua was preparing to carry a large box upstairs. So heavy. This is an ergonomic chair. Its weight is incomparable to ordinary chairs. Where's the elevator? Doesn't this community have an elevator? Can you guys help me find where the elevator is? An employee laughed. This community doesn't have an elevator, it's 6 floors. In total, Sun Yaohua felt as if he had been struck by lightning. This family lives on the 6th floor, and I have to climb up there with the delivery? Grinding his teeth, Sun Yaohua ferociously said, I'll just climb up. It's only 6 floors. For the sake of my salary, I'll endure the utmost hardships and become stronger. Inside a certain restaurant, Xia Fan was peeling the skin off a squid. She was wearing gloves and a breathable plastic face mask. Even her hair was covered with a disposable hat. You're too slow. Others processed 3 squids, and you haven't even finished one. Forget it. Go back to washing dishes. And don't break any more, or you'll face pay deductions if you don't wash enough dishes. As for the plate you just broke, that's 10 yuan deducted from your salary. The chef kept shaking his head. The restaurant owner kept shaking his head. Xia Fan mournfully said, I'm never eating squid again in my life. Why is this so hard to manage? How about you handle pufferfish? Another female worker joked with a laugh. Xia Fan quickly shook her head in fear. Handling pufferfish would be a big problem. In a certain shopping mall, Wei Haoyun was continuously handing out flyers. Hello, would you like to learn about our promotion? Our store is having a promotion, up to 40% off. Many people in the mall took out their phones to take pictures. Most passers-by actively took the flyers from her. In terms of the nature of work, Wei Haoyun was one of the more relaxed individuals. She said cheerfully, Everyone is so cooperative. I'm probably going to finish the task by 2:30 p.m. Can we take a photo together? Another person took a flyer and then asked expectantly. Wei Haoyun whispered, We need to hurry. Don't let the boss find out. Just then, the boss had to leave for some reason. Madame Haoyun successfully had a photo taken with a fan without getting her pay docked, as if she were enveloped by a halo of luck. Back at the kindergarten. At this time, the nap time had arrived. Lin Yuan instructed the children to go to bed for their afternoon nap. The children were very cooperative. Each of them lay on their respective beds in the kindergarten, their innocent eyes fixed on him. On a bed in the middle, Skipper suddenly spoke up. Teacher Admirable Fish, can you tell a story? Other teachers tell us stories during nap time. Tell a story? Lin Yuan smiled and asked, What stories do other teachers tell you? Stories from Fairy Tale Town. The children answered unanimously, then began clamoring. Chapter 1020. 942. If you're happy, clap your hands _2. Ugly Duckling. Sleeping Beauty. The Little Mermaid. Snow White. Shook and Beta. The King's New Clothes. The Little Match Girl. Lin Yuan was taken aback. This was the first time he had seen the influence of Fairy Tale Town among children. He suddenly felt a strong sense of satisfaction. His heart stirred. Slightly, Lin Yuan smiled and said, Do you know who wrote these fairy tales? The children shook their heads. Everyone loved to read fairy tales, but most didn't pay attention to the authors. However, just then, Skipper got excited because he knew who the author was and blurted out excitedly, Old rascal. Lin Yuan's smile froze. His sense of satisfaction collapsed in an instant. Even the children were calling him Old Rascal now. Seeing that Lin Yuan had not praised him as before, Skipper began to doubt himself. Teacher, did I say it wrong? This is what my dad told me, that all these fairy tales were written by the old rascal. You're not wrong. Great white shark, well done. Lin Yuan struggled to maintain a smile. Next, the fairy tale I'm going to tell is called Peter Pan, and the author is also this old rascal. However, nobody has heard this story because the teacher and the old rascal are good friends. So, the teacher had a sneak peek at this story before. How about I secretly share this story with everyone today? By the end of the last sentence, Lin Yuan imitated Fan Wei's tone. I don't tell ordinary people. Okay, the children were delighted. Tell the story. Once upon a time, there was a child named Peter Pan who lived somewhere unknown in the skies of Fairy Tale Town. He was a child who would never grow up, and the people of Fairy Tale Town also called him Little Flying Man. One day, Little Flying Man Peter Pan flew down to Fairy Tale Town and accidentally overheard a story about a prince and princess. Lin Yuan began to tell the fairy tale. The filming never stopped. When Skipper shouted, "Old rascal," the cameraman almost burst into laughter. Afterward, Tong Shuwen and the kindergarten principal also had the corners of their mouths curved up. Well then, the grand title of Old Rascal was even known by children. This scene was very intriguing on camera. After all, everyone knew that Chu Kuang and Xian Yu were good friends. It was particularly dramatic for the children, innocent of the truth, to shout, "Old rascal," in front of Xian Yu. However, when Lin Yuan started telling the story of Peter Pan, Tong Shuwen and others were stunned, their eyes widening in shock. Chu Kuang, good gracious. They seemed to have caught some incredible footage. Tong Shuwen, suppressing the excitement in his heart, asked the staff member beside him with a slightly trembling voice. Is Peter Pan a character from the Fairy Tale Town series by Chu Kuang? I'll check it out. The staff member quickly pulled out his phone. The kindergarten principal suddenly spoke up. No need to search. Haven't you heard of Xian Yu's Fairy Tale Town? There's a line in the song lyrics. It said that Peter Pan never grows up. Peter Pan never grows up? Recalling Lin Yuan's recent introduction of the character Peter Pan, Tong Shuwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Chu Kuang once said, the lyrics of the song, Fairy Tale Town, correspond to different fairy tales. It's a big jigsaw puzzle, and Fairy Tale Town is a fairy tale universe. Clearly, the name Peter Pan also matches one of the stories. It matches. It really does match. This was a piece of the Fairy Tale Town jigsaw puzzle, because Xian Yu just described Peter Pan as a child who would never grow up. In other words, the story of Peter Pan that Xian Yu was telling the children might well be an unpublished new fairy tale by Chu Kuang. Oh my, Chu Kuang has actually revealed the content of his new book on the show? This scene would be absolutely sensational when broadcast, with Xian Yu prematurely leaking Chu Kuang's new book. Haha, this was Xian Yu accidentally digging a hole for Chu Kuang on live TV. The novel wasn't even released yet, and he spilled the beans on the show? As for Xian Yu just claiming that Chu Kuang had told him the story, Tong Shuwen didn't doubt it. Nor did the kindergarten principal. No one did. With the friendship between the three brothers, it wasn't hard to understand that Chu Kuang would share the content of his new book with Xian Yu in advance. It was just like Xian Yu claimed to have learned painting from shadow. Everyone believed without doubt, because these reasons were sensible and logical. As for whether it was inappropriate for Xian Yu to leak the content of Chu Kuang's new book, it didn't exist. For one, Xian Yu spoke very generally, definitely omitting many details. Second, fairy tales aren't like dramas. Revealing a bit of the plot in advance wouldn't affect book sales. Third, with their relationship so strong, how could Chu Kuang be upset with Xian Yu over such a trifle? Fourth, the program would be edited, so it wouldn't broadcast the complete story as told by Xian Yu. On the contrary, what Xian Yu did could actually be seen as giving Chu Kuang's new book a strong advertisement on the show. A perfect product placement. Once the variety show aired, a little self-promotion would probably draw many people to watch the episode specifically because of the sneak peek of Chu Kuang's new book offered by Xian Yu during the show's recording. Win-win. You know, Tong Shuwen had intended to use Xian Yu to ride on the popularity of Chu Kuang and Shadow, and now he had fully succeeded. Xian Yu had previously painted, and now he had told a fairy tale. The former was closely related to Shadow, and the latter had even brought news of Chu Kuang's new book. Chapter 1021, 942, If you're happy, and you know it, clap. Tong Shuan guessed right. Lin Yuan indeed had the idea of advertising Chu Kuang's new book during the show. Everyone knew Chu Kuang's fairy tale universe and Xian Yu's song, Fairy Tale Town, the lyrics matching perfectly. The characters in the lyrics correspond to different fairy tales. Lin Yuan was bound to complete the corresponding jigsaw puzzle. It was just a matter of sooner or later. Now, having talked about Peter Pan, Chu Kuang could naturally release the novel, which was killing several birds with one stone. Of course, ultimately, Lin Yuan did it all to make the children happy. In fact, this story had indeed captured the children's hearts. He had barely started the story, and everyone was already very engrossed, bright eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, the children utterly absorbed. Occasionally someone would chime in. Peter Pan is so cool. He can even fly. Why doesn't he ever grow up? I like the little fairy. The pirate captain is so mean. Peter Pan will definitely punish him. I wish Peter Pan would teach me to fly. What happened next? The protagonist of this story is Peter Pan. At the beginning of the story, he taught 3 children how to fly. Taking advantage of the parents' absence, he flew out the window with the children at night, heading to the magical Neverland. This island has ferocious beasts, redskins from the primitive tribe. There are also terrible pirates, and of course, fairies and mermaids. In short, everything that often appears in children's dreams and fantasies can be found here. So, there was hunting with fierce animals, real wars between redskins and pirates, or the children and pirates. Freed from adults, unrestrained and carefree, under Peter Pan's leadership, the children dealt with all matters by themselves, playing to their heart's content while also experiencing various dangers. As the author wrote in the book, to children, life without a mother can still be very happy. Only those who are mothers believe that without a mother, children cannot live. Later, these runaway children began to miss their mothers. With her urging, the children bid farewell to Neverland, which had brought them unlimited joy, and flew back home. Later on, they all grew up to be adults. Only Peter Pan never grew up, nor did he ever return home. He was always flying around outside, taking generation after generation of children away from their families to enjoy the freedom and joy of childhood on Neverland. The last sentence of the work is written like this. As long as the children are happy, innocent, and carefree, they can fly to Neverland. Don't even mention how engrossed the children were listening. Even Tong Shuan and others were listening with great relish. But Lin Yuan did not finish. He wasn't worried about falling off his horse, because the reasons beforehand were all very reasonable. Having learned painting skills from Shadow, so he could paint. Having read Chu Kuang's yet-to-be-published Peter Pan, so he knew the content. However, if he continued, the children would be unable to take their noon nap, as it was now their rest time. Therefore, after finishing a part of the story, Lin Yuan said, "The rest of the content, teacher will continue in the afternoon. You all need to sleep well, and if you don't sleep well, teacher will get angry and won't tell you the story." Ah, okay. Although the children were reluctant to listen to the rest of the story in the afternoon, they decided to obediently go to sleep. Nap time mission accomplished. As the room gradually became quiet, Lin Yuan quietly breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled to himself, happy about something. In the afternoon, at 2:30, not long after everyone woke up, they gathered around Lin Yuan. We listened to Teacher Admirable Fish's words and slept well, and the teacher has to keep his word and finish the story. Peter Pan, Peter Pan, Peter Pan. The children chorused enthusiastically. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Then let's continue." As Peter Pan and the others encountered the pirate captain, he simplified many details. The whole story was told in the simplest way possible. After 15 minutes, Lin Yuan said, "The story of Peter Pan ends here, and everyone should know that the safest place is by your parents' side." Elevating the theme. After an educational conclusion, Lin Yuan checked the time and said, "Now it's snack time." Snack time. The children were greatly satisfied, happily eating the nursery's provided snacks. The mooncake is so delicious. Lin Yuan. He was also feeling a bit hungry. The nursery's mooncakes had a strong allure to him. Unfortunately, he couldn't eat them. After the children finished their snacks, Lin Yuan followed the schedule, arranging everyone to play games on the playground. It was now 3:30 in the afternoon, only half an hour before the nursery school ended. Wiping off his sweat, Lin Yuan was quite tired by this time. Despite being physically tired, Lin Yuan was quite happy. Interacting with the children, though seemingly noisy, brought him a sense of quiet enjoyment deep inside. Childlike innocence. Childlike fun. Watching the children play to their heart's content, Lin Yuan's eyes gradually softened. Beside him, the photographer was moved and suddenly snapped a photo of Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sat lazily on the grass, hands behind his back supporting his body, his gaze on the playing children, a warm smile on his lips. Sunlight streaming down. Chapter 1022, 942. If you're happy and you know it, clap. The children's laughter, along with the sight of Lin Yuan watching everyone on the lawn, seemed to be tinted with a filter and indescribable harmony. At this moment, the photographer also seemed to be suddenly touched, a warm smile spreading across his lips. It's really nice. Lin Yuan suddenly spoke. It was unclear whether he was envious of the children's carefree nature or reflecting sentimentally on childhood and this simple, small joy. Just then, Skipper suddenly ran up to Lin Yuan, sneakily pulling out a pack of treats. Teacher Admirable Fish, this is for you. These egg yolk pastries are super delicious. Lin Yuan smiled. Why don't you eat it yourself? It was an egg yolk pastry distributed by the kindergarten, which the kids really liked. Surprisingly, Skipper had saved one for Lin Yuan. He had just wanted to eat one, but the kindergarten rules stated teachers were not allowed to eat the children's food. Lin Yuan had held back strongly, silently envious. There was a flicker of reluctance in Skipper's eyes, but he firmly said, I'm full, teacher, you eat. Then let's split it in half. Getting docked a little pay wasn't that bad. Lin Yuan couldn't bear to disappoint the child, knowing that accepting the pastry would make Skipper happy. Carefully peeling the pastry through the wrapper, Lin Yuan ate a small piece, then handed the rest to Skipper. Open up. Ah, is it delicious? Super delicious. Lin Yuan, using his left hand which hadn't touched the pastry, patted Skipper's head. Like something precious, Skipper said. I'll share tomorrow's pastry with teacher, too. Tomorrow. I have something to do tomorrow. Teacher won't be coming tomorrow? Skipper got anxious, his voice rising unintentionally. The other children playing around heard this and rushed over, chattering noisily. Learning that Lin Yuan wouldn't be at Beihai Kindergarten tomorrow, Wang Han, whose father was a policeman, seemed a little unhappy. Teacher isn't coming tomorrow, so when will you? You must come. I still want to learn painting from teacher. I want to learn a new song from teacher. I want to hear teacher tell a story. Lin Yuan suddenly felt a pang of reluctance. His voice was complex. School is almost over. We don't have much time. How about teacher sings one last song for everyone? Okay, children are so simple. Their attention was immediately diverted. Lin Yuan stood up and began. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. After singing that line, Lin Yuan clapped 3 times, then said, everyone together with teacher now. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Clap, 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 clap. Everyone clumsily followed Lin Yuan's lead. Continuing to sing, Lin Yuan spread his arms out to the children. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. Yeah. Look, let's all clap our hands together. Still clapping, the children's movements remained messy. Then, Lin Yuan's tone turned playful and downright silly. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. If you're happy and you know it, stomp your feet. Thump, 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 thump. The children's movements got a little less chaotic. Lin Yuan kept singing, without feeling self-conscious about acting childishly. If you're happy and you know it, then hurry and stomp your feet. Yeah. Look, let's all stomp our feet together. Thump, thump, thump. Lin Yuan happily stomped his feet. The children finally got their rhythm together, and their movements became orderly. Lin Yuan continued singing, earnestly leading everyone in the actions. If you're happy and you know it, stretch and yawn. Lin Yuan stretched. Everyone stretched. Finally, Lin Yuan's voice grew more expressive. If you're happy and you know it, squint your eyes. If you're happy and you know it, squint your eyes. If you're happy and you know it, then quickly squint your eyes. Yeah. Look, everyone squint your eyes together. Lin Yuan squinted. The children squinted together. This was the last song Lin Yuan sang for the children that day. The song was called the Happy Clapping Song, another children's tune, perfect for teacher-student interaction, and it was also the song Lin Yuan used to say goodbye. Clapping hands, stomping feet, stretching, squinting. He was like a big kid, leading a bunch of little ones in a joyous play. Unknowingly, everyone had formed a circle around Lin Yuan, moving in unison to his singing, devoid of any vocal techniques, as if they had practiced countless times. In the distance, watching this scene, Tong Shuwen suddenly felt a tinge of emotion. The kindergarten filming was entirely different from what she had imagined. The atmosphere from the first lesson had gone off in an unexpected direction, yet ultimately, it meshed with the show's theme. The principal beside her had tears welling in her eyes. The scene seemed indescribably moving. She had thought the celebrities' participation in the kindergarten program was just for show. When she agreed to the production team's request to film this variety show, it was to advertise and promote Beihai Kindergarten, but now she had no more such doubts. The eyes of a child cannot lie, nor can Lin Yuan's. She suddenly looked at a conduct report on her clipboard, which read, "Teacher ate children's snacks, fined 20 yuan. With a red pen, she crossed it out, and on the day's overall conduct summary, she drew the children's favorite, a little red flower. Chapter 1023, 943 Unexpected Plot Development. It's finally over. Walking out of the gate of a neighborhood, Jiang Kuei let out a heavy sigh of relief. She checked the time on her phone. It was 3:20 p.m. Jiang Kuei looked around. Where nearby can I find a cool place to rest? I must take a break. It's just too hot today. It was July. Indeed, it was hot after 3 p.m. She was somewhat torn, pleading pitifully. I'm craving ice cream. Can the production team treat me to some? Use your own salary. The staff member mercilessly rejected her. Stingy. In the end, Jiang Kuei bought her own ice cream, bargaining with the shopkeeper in all sorts of ways. After all, her wage was tied to dinner tonight. Holding the ice cream and just about to take the first bite, Jiang Kuei hesitated for a moment, then said, "Boss, could you pack this up in a bag for me, please?" The staff member looked at her in surprise. You bought ice cream, now you're not eating it? At the same time, around 3 p.m., Sun Yaohua finally finished delivering packages. His efficiency was excellent, completing today's work ahead of time. Being a courier is not easy. At all. Sun Yaohua shook his head. I've only been at it for less than a day, and I already feel like my body isn't mine. He was drenched in sweat. Heaven knows how many places he ran to today. In the distance, someone curiously took pictures. One of the passers-by mustered the courage to come over. I'm your fan. Please have some water. Thank you so much. Sun Yaohua was overjoyed. He had intended to use his salary to buy water, but eventually couldn't bear to. It was his hard-earned money, and he still had to tally it up tonight. Taking the water, Sun Yaohua appeared to think of something and suddenly stared at the other bottle in the person's hand. This one's for you too. That passerby immediately smiled and handed over the other bottle to Sun Yaohua as well. Taking the two bottles, Sun Yaohua earnestly said, Director, don't cut this part out. Thanks to this clip, this kind-hearted person can enjoy a free meal at any flame hot pot restaurant. Elsewhere, Zhao Yingge was still working as a sanitation worker. Sanitation workers had to work until 5 p.m. before they could clock out. My back and waist ache. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Am I about to have heat stroke? This job is more exhausting than performing a concert. I've been utterly sabotaged by Jiang Kuei. One must guard against fire, thieves, and friends. How true that saying is. Wouldn't it be better to work as a housekeeper in an air-conditioned room? Whoever dares to litter. Again, I'll be furious. Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. Let's not make it so tough for sanitation workers anymore. Zhao Yingge complained about Jiang Kuei while she worked. Just then, an indignant voice came from nearby. Zhao Yingge, you're bad-mouthing me again. Jiang Kuei? Zhao Yingge turned around, and to her surprise, it was indeed Jiang Kuei. Screaming, Zhao Yingge eagerly moved forward, and with newfound energy, she hugged Jiang Kuei tightly, almost bursting into tears. You have no idea how hard it's been for me. You think I've had it easy? At least you were in air-conditioned rooms. The first 2 homes had it, but the air conditioning broke at the third, so the host used a fan. Ha 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 ha. If you keep laughing, I won't share my ice cream with you. Jiang Kuei pulled out the wrapped ice cream. Turns out she hadn't eaten the ice cream. She had saved it for Zhao Yingge. Zhao Yingge joyfully took it. It's all melted. If you don't want it, give it to me. I'll eat it. Eat it, eat it. Zhao Yingge didn't care if the ice cream had melted. She blissfully bit into it. Shall we share it? Ah. Neither of them minded the other's saliva, and they took turns eating bite after bite. After they finished eating, Zhao Yingge said, I've got to get to work. Jiang Kuei rolled up her sleeves immediately. I'll help you. Jiang Kuei, I love you. Just a moment ago someone was bad-mouthing me. Similarly, coincidental, during the window cleaning work, a sweatband had somehow found its way onto Chun Zhiyu's forehead. His long bangs got in the way of the work, and sweat had matted his hair. He rested for a bit on the ground. A nearby leader laughed. There's still another building to go. Struck by the news like a bolt of lightning, Chun Zhiyu exclaimed, There's another one? I can't do this. I really can't handle it. You have to finish, or you won't get paid. Bro, just let me rest for 20 minutes. No, 10 minutes. That'll cost you. Chun Zhiyu forced himself to stand up. Just then, a magnetic voice rang out from the distance. Let him rest. I'll finish the work for him. Chun Zhiyu turned around sharply. There was Sun Yaohua, as if bathed in an angel's light, approaching him step by step to the tune of heavenly music. Yaohua, bro. Chun Zhiyu was almost moved to tears. Why are you here? I finished my work and came to check on you. Saying so, Sun Yaohua casually tossed over a bottle of water. He had taken 2 bottles of water, planning to give the other to Chun Zhiyu. Chun Zhiyu caught it reflexively, then said, But I've got water here. Sun Yaohua. At Chun Zhiyu's feet lay a whole case of mineral water. Damn. Annoyed, he said, I see you're living the good life here. But no, you have to finish this water today. I traded a hot pot meal for it. All right. Then let's work on this together. You sure you can't? A man can't say he can't. Eventually, the two of them worked together on cleaning the windows of the high-rise. Inside the restaurant, Xia Fan was still washing dishes and glanced at the camera. I wonder how the others are doing. Just got the news. The staff member assigned to Xia Fan chuckled. Jiang Kuei went to help Zhao Yingge sweep the streets, and Sun Yaohua went to Chun Zhiyu, joining him to clean high-rise windows. That can happen too. Xia Fan, frustrated. Why isn't there anyone to help me? Where's our representative? The staff member offered sympathetically. Teacher Admirable Fish still hasn't finished his work, so there's no one to help me. Xia Fan's face fell, and he prepared to get back to work. Who says no one's helping you? Suddenly a voice came from afar. Leave it to me. Xia Fan was stunned for a moment, then looked up and was overjoyed. Madam Heng, have you finished your work? Wei Haoyun had already changed into the restaurant's work uniform. You really are clumsy. I just heard the boss say that you've broken 2 plates today. Xia Fan, feeling wronged. Slip of the hand. Madam Haoyun did a warm-up stretch. Sister's going to show you today what it means to be a domestic virtuoso. Long live Madam Haoyun. Xia Fan wished he could plant a big kiss on her. At the moment, Zhu Lei, the quiet director monitoring the situation, couldn't help but smile. She already knew what was happening. Everywhere. To be honest, she was quite surprised. At first, she thought the situation with Admirable Fish was something the program group hadn't anticipated, but the developments with the other members of Yu Dynasty also took a turn the program group hadn't expected. You're supposed to be at each other's throats, but you're also helping each other out. Should it be said, worthy of being Yu Dynasty? Chapter 1024, 944 recording complete. At 4 o'clock, kindergarten. In the end, they couldn't escape a farewell. The children didn't speak. Their eyes were all fixed intently on Lin Yuan. With a sob in her voice, Wang Han asked, Is Teacher Admirable Fish going to leave us? Skipper, with red eyes, voiced out, Will Teacher Admirable Fish come back to visit us later? Faced with the children's eyes filled with reluctance, Lin Yuan found himself at a loss for words for a moment. Teacher Admirable Fish. The children called out his name. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and then, as if making a promise, said, I will definitely come back to visit you. We'll sing songs together, play games together. So in the future, you must study well, eat well, sleep well, listen to your teachers and parents, and not let your teacher down, okay? Okay. The children chimed in unison. Lin Yuan smiled and waved, then turned and walked slowly away from the kindergarten. Teacher Admirable Fish. Facing the back of Lin Yuan as he left. Skipper cried. Wang Han cried. The rest of the children also started to cry. In the camera frame, Lin Yuan paused for a moment as he turned, but he held back and did not look back. His smile was still on his face, yet his eyes suddenly reddened. He suddenly started singing loudly. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it. Behind him, the children clapped as they cried. Lin Yuan walked further away. Look, everyone, let's clap our hands together. When Lin Yuan reached this part, he also clapped, his clapping merging with the children's applause. And under the influence of the atmosphere, the principal of the kindergarten and all the staff began clapping as well. At 6 in the evening, the Yu Dynasty cast finally assembled in full. Everyone exchanged their feelings about the day, seemingly with endless sentiment. We agreed that this variety show was just for fun, but then we realized that the production team brought us out here to work. That's what they said. But no one was dissatisfied. The day's experience was actually quite rare for celebrities, and many had gained something. At that moment, Director Tong Shuwen appeared. Ladies and gentlemen, dinner time has arrived, and everyone needs to compare the money they've earned to decide on tonight's meal. Everyone took out their money. Most had just over 100 yuan. Wei Haoyun had as much as over 200 yuan. The least was Chun Jiu. Even with the income from the work that Sun Yaohua did for him, he only had 80 yuan for the day. Chun Jiu instantly put on a pained expression. Does that mean I'm not going to have dinner tonight? The others laughed. The representative hasn't shown his money yet. You still have hope. Maybe he is even less than you. How much does the representative have? Chun Jiu glimpsed a ray of hope. If Lin Yuan had less than him, then he would have a meal. What? Brown-nosing Teacher Admirable Fish? This is a variety show, and everyone is a competitor. No time for brown-nosing. Didn't they see that the normally honest Teacher Admirable Fish had also tricked Xia Fan during the job card exchange today? For a time, everyone's gaze turned to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan directly pulled out his earnings. Instantly, everyone was taken aback, because Lin Yuan's earnings were 300 yuan. In other words, Lin Yuan's work performance today was perfect. Rig, rig, rig. Everyone heckled together. Even Sun Yaohua joined in the heckling. Everyone let loose in the variety show, unlike their usual flattery. Xia Fan shouted out indignantly. Did the production crew not dare offend our representative? Or is the head of the kindergarten actually a fan of Teacher Admirable Fish? Everyone was truly unbelieving. The production team had an array of underhanded leaders, all conspiring to deduct their money. Under such circumstances, how could anyone possibly receive their full salary? You must believe that the production team is fair, Director Tong Shuwen said with a smile. Anyway, we'll distribute dinner tonight according to our rules. The design of this dinner was quite amusing. Lin Yuan had a bountiful feast with meat, vegetables, and soup, and so on. Xia Fan, who had the second lowest salary, could only have a boxed meal. Chun Jiu had it the worst. His bowl actually contained a pile of dirt. Eating dirt. Of course, he wasn't really going to eat it. This was just a segment for entertainment and laughs. After dinner, the program arranged for personal interview segments for everyone to summarize their experiences and feelings of the day. When it came to Lin Yuan's turn, Zhu Lei, who was in charge of the interview, engaged in conversation with him. Did Teacher Admirable Fish compose all those children's songs? Yeah. On the spot. Most were written before, just for fun. Lin Yuan could only make up nonsense, as he had already gotten quite adept at it. Zhu Lei was curious. The story named Peter Pan you told the children, is it an unpublished new book by Teacher Chu Kuang? Yes. How do you feel about today? Lin Yuan didn't answer. He simply clapped his hands gently. Zhu Lei was slightly taken aback, but then chuckled knowingly. If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. That was Admirable Fish's answer. After the show ended, Tong Shuwen contacted Lin Yuan. We're preparing to do the post-production editing. How about using the happy clapping song you sang at the kindergarten as part of the background music? Good. Recorded by Yu Dynasty? I'll bring the kids along and record those children's songs too. Is Beihai Kindergarten going to turn into a little Yu Dynasty? Tong Shuwen couldn't help but joke, as the highlight of the first episode was the kindergarten. The two agreed. The variety show Fish Walking with You would air its first episode on July 8th. And on the night he returned home, Lin Yuan began hurriedly writing Peter Pan. He wanted to have Chu Kuang publish this fairy tale novel before or right after the show aired. 2 days later, Lin Yuan led the Yu dynasty back to the kindergarten and, with the consent of the principal and the children's parents, recorded the children's songs that appeared in the show. For instance, Drop the Handkerchief, and Find Friends, and so on. Seeing Lin Yuan again, the kids were ecstatic, affectionately calling him Teacher Admirable Fish nonstop. All the singers of Yu Dynasty were stunned. Do children really like representatives that much? Are these even the rambunctious kids as we know them? Each of these little friends was so well-behaved and adorable. Who said kindergarten kids are the naughtiest? Until Lin Yuan left for a trip to the bathroom midway. Sun Yaohua and a few others were left in charge of the kids for a while. And that's when they realized just how terrifying bear children could be. What a ruckus. But when Lin Yuan returned, the kids quickly reverted to being docile, making Sun Yaohua and the others wonder if they had been hallucinating before. Good grief. Chun Jiu muttered. Did the representative feed these kids some kind of enchanting potion? They had figured it out. It wasn't that these kids were naturally well-mannered. It was simply that Teacher Admirable Fish could keep them in check. Meanwhile, someone posted some videos online. Most of these videos were of the Fish Walking with You stars at work during the recording of the first episode, taken by passers-by. As expected, these videos quickly garnered a lot of attention from netizens. Chapter 1025, 945 Trailer. In fact, the paparazzi photos revealed very little information. The outside world didn't quite understand what the show Fish Walking with You was all about. Most of the discussions were speculations about the content of the variety show. What really sparked wide-ranging discussions was when the production team suddenly released a trailer on July 4th. In the trailer, every member of the Yu dynasty was featured in the promotional content. Different people, different jobs. Most of the footage showed these people being tormented by their jobs in various ways. Among them, the part of the trailer edited for Envy Fish showed him being tormented by the kids as he just arrived at the preschool. Hello everyone. I am Envy Fish. Listen to me. Kids need to be good. Envy Fish, just starting to teach at the preschool, was completely ignored by the children. The little ones were immersed in their own worlds, enthusiastically chatting about various topics, not giving this superstar any face. In the footage, the chirping voices were amplified, with discussions like, what kind of fish is Envy Fish, and giant turtle, and such. It was like a cacophony of sounds. Lin Yuan stood helplessly to the side, his face a picture of resignation. The production team added an effect. Above Envy Fish's head were cartoonish black lines, crows flying by, with 2 streams of tears on his face. At the end of the trailer, a line of text appeared on the screen. Fish Walking with You, Episode 1, Envy Fish and His Friends. This was the title that Tong Shuwen had set for the first episode. The title had a special purpose, because the so-called friends included not only the singers within the Yu dynasty, but also Shadow and Chu Kuang. Although these two didn't appear on screen, some of Envy Fish's performances on the variety show were greatly related to them. Of course, when the viewers finished watching the trailer, they didn't make so many connections. After watching the trailer, the first reaction was, "That's kinda interesting, haha." This was followed by various discussions revolving around the trailer. Among them, discussions about Envy Fish were the most numerous. This was quite normal since the most famous star of the Yu dynasty was Envy Fish, whose fan count was terrifying. Haha, they actually made Envy Fish a preschool teacher? I'm a preschool teacher myself, and I can already picture Envy Fish being tormented to the brink of collapse. I'm not a preschool teacher, but anyone with kids at home will understand. Good looking? Kids don't have that much sense of beauty. Famous? The little ones don't know who you are. Their superstar is probably someone like Sun Wukong. Indeed, these kids don't care who you are. Who would have thought our fish papa could be overwhelmed? I'm really looking forward to it. Want to see Envy Fish struggle. Last time Envy Fish had a tough time was when he transformed into Prince Lanling. He wore a mask and went unrecognized, resulting in getting blasted online by fans of top stars and even the king and queen of singing. You fake fans, actually looking forward to seeing Fish Papa being tormented? Count me in. Envy Fish, I never thought you'd have a day like this. No matter how peerless your elegance, how outstanding your generation, how numerous your fans, how you dominate the entertainment industry, in front of preschool kids you're nothing. Everyone wanted to see Envy Fish being tormented, and although the trailer only provided brief footage, the viewers' imaginations had already run wild. However, at this time, the discussions were still mostly among fans of the Yu Dynasty. The Yu Dynasty had a lot of fans, because all of the singers of the Yu Dynasty were very famous. Aside from Envy Fish, there were also top singers such as Sun Yahoo Jiang Kuei and others like Xia Fan, Zhao Yinggu, Chen Jiu, and Wei Haoyan. All these fans added up, created a scale so large it seemed as if countless netizens were discussing. In fact, ordinary netizens didn't feel anything special after watching the trailer because reality shows were not a novel concept on Blue Star. There were just too many reality TV shows in the variety show circle. Majority played the same card. Tribe, blog, passers-by gathered to discuss. It's pretty mundane. I didn't see any explosive points. The Yu Dynasty fans seemed quite interested, but I'm not a fan of anyone, and I don't really feel anything about celebrities' misfortune. Almost all reality shows strive to show the down-to-earth side of celebrities, and after watching too many, it feels quite forced. I might be interested if the Yu Dynasty participated in a music program. Maybe The Masked Singer was too exciting, so I've become pickier. The combination of the Yu Dynasty and Tong Shuwen ended up creating just an average reality show. To be honest, a bit disappointing. I'll check out the first episode just to see. You guys are too hasty. They've only released a trailer. Maybe the full episodes will have surprises. It's not hasty, you can tell from the trailer. Nowadays reality shows, unless the celebrity interactions are really outstanding, they all look the same. At the same time, the variety show industry was also paying attention. However, the trailer for the first episode had many people shaking their heads. No matter how I look at it, it's a very average celebrity reality show, having celebrities experience the lives of ordinary people. The idea is actually pretty good, but the appeal is nothing but breaking the celebrity halo, showing the grounded side of artists, which really isn't fundamentally different from other reality shows. It's probably meant for the fans. There are many Yu Dynasty fans, and the production team probably wants to captivate this audience. Yet, relying solely on the Yu Dynasty's fans might sustain a show, but making it a huge hit is simply not possible. Why not just do a music program? Chapter 1026, 945 Trailer_2. Music shows are tough to do these days, someone lamented. Ever since The Masked Singer became a hit, we've been flooded with music programs, which has led to audience fatigue. That's probably why Tong Shuwen no longer wants to touch music variety shows and has instead turned to outdoor reality TV, though the state of reality shows isn't much better than that of music programs. However, such variety shows heavily rely on the performance of the celebrities. The strong suit of Xian Yu and the Yu Dynasty doesn't lie in their variety show appeal, but in their musical achievements. Even for a reality show, Tong Shuwen should consider playing to their strengths and focusing primarily on the theme of singing. Chi Continent. As the entertainment mecca of Blue Star, Chi Continent took Tong Shuwen, the director who once helmed The Masked Singer, very seriously. They paid even more attention when the Yu Dynasty joined the show. However, after watching the trailer, the variety show circles in Chi Continent could barely contain their laughter. I knew at the moment the trailer dropped. They pose no threat to our position in Chi Continent's variety scene. It's just so unoriginal. When The Masked Singer was about to premiere, the anticipation was off the charts, all because the concept was so fresh. Having celebrities sing in masks and letting the audience guess their identities, we saw perfect execution on both the show's format and audience interaction. But this time, Tong Shuwen has created a program utterly devoid of creativity, handing the spotlight entirely over to the Yu Dynasty. This kind of approach depends too much on celebrity performance. In order for this show to be successful, the celebrities would have to perform exceptionally well, creating enough interesting points to keep the program captivating. However, that's the most uncontrollable factor. Maybe they'll do well in one episode and poorly in the next, causing the ratings to fluctuate unpredictably. Just look at the free performance segment. By the stars in the first episode. Chi Continent didn't completely dismiss the show, however. They pointed out its flaws, as well as the chances for success. Indeed, variety shows don't necessarily need to be highly innovative. If the guests can perform well and create superb talking points, that's also acceptable. But this really tests the abilities and personalities of the guests, among other factors. Just like any variety show format. Switch out the players in the same game, and the audience may not be interested anymore. And some guests, just by appearing on variety shows, always manage to produce great results. The reason why everyone is skeptical about this new show is that industry insiders don't believe the Yu Dynasty can perform well enough to create an exceptional variety effect, for members of the Yu Dynasty haven't shown such talents before. If it's just about sharing celebrities' unlucky stories, fans would love to watch, of course, because they like whatever their idols do, but the general audience might not be so easily hooked. Maybe we are overthinking it. Someone laughed and said, their variety show is targeted at fans, primarily for the Yu Dynasty fanbase to enjoy. They didn't expect it to break into broader circles. With the fanbase of the Yu Dynasty, they can attract a substantial audience anyway. There's just no helping it. Tong Shuwen plus the Yu Dynasty. Such a combination inevitably leads to comparisons with The Masked Singer, which once dominated various regions, so new programs are judged harshly. However, The Masked Singer was a phenomenal program. Even its sibling Our Song was almost at the same level. After all, at the time, that show brought together a multitude of kings and queens of singing, including Maestro. You can't expect Tong Shuwen and the Yu Dynasty to produce another The Masked Singer every time, right? Not to mention how unlikely that would be. Just considering the lineup alone, even with the participation of the Yu Dynasty, it still doesn't match Tong Shuwen's previous two programs. After all, the previous shows not only featured Xian Yu and his Yu Dynasty, but also many maestros, kings, and queens of singing, as well as top-tier stars. Thinking this over, some became more forgiving. We can't expect Tong Shuwen's shows to be The Masked Singer every time, just like we can't expect kids to score 100% on every test. If this new program has the quality of an 80% mark, I think that's acceptable. And if we lower our expectations, I'm actually looking forward to it. That's very true. If we don't set our sights on this show reaching the Masked Singer level, we can't be certain about its potential success. The trailer only shows that the program won't become a sensation. For a more precise verdict, we have to watch the full episodes. At this point, the general audience's view of the show became much more objective. In the chat group of Fishwalking with You, Zhao Yinggu jokingly tagged Tong Shuwen. Director Tong, you should reflect on why people aren't optimistic about our show. Director Su Lei, there's nothing to be done. Director Tong's last two variety shows were too popular. Tong Shuwen appeared, sending out a sweating emoji. I didn't expect them to have such high expectations of us. To speak the truth, Tong Shuwen really hadn't planned on making a program that would reach the popularity of The Masked Singer. How easy is it to replicate a phenomenon-level show? Yet, everyone believed that with Tong Shuwen and the Yu Dynasty, it could be done, and then the teaser didn't deliver the expectation that The Masked Singer did. Many people felt a sense of letdown. It made the new program seem subpar. Chen Jiu appeared. What do you mean? Does Director Tong not have confidence in us? Tong Shuwen. It's not that I don't have confidence in you. Mainly, my confidence in you isn't big enough to replicate the feverish popularity of The Masked Singer. But that was just the beginning. Once the program officially started recording, Xian Yu's kindergarten visit, along with everyone's final performance, made Tong Shuwen change his mind somewhat. Maybe the new program, even if it couldn't reach the heat of The Masked Singer, definitely wouldn't be bad. It might even be able to compete with Our Song. You see, he had hidden a card up his sleeve in the teaser. He hadn't let out many of the program's most exciting aspects, like the Yu Dynasty playing werewolf in the hotel, or Xian Yu's music class performance, and so on. Releasing these things in advance could indeed increase anticipation, but it would also create certain expectations in the viewer's mind, resulting in a decreased sense of surprise when they actually watch the show. It's just like spoiling the plot in advance. And the industry insiders and internet bystanders base their opinions on the teaser. How could they know that they had already been misled by Tong Shuan's teaser into a different direction? It feels like director Tong is quite the schemer. Sun Yaohua appeared, pinpointing some of Tong Shuan's arrangements. Although the teaser showed Lin Yuan getting deflated in front of the kindergarten kids, he knew things weren't so simple. Because when the little ones from Beihai Kindergarten collaborated with the Yu Dynasty to record a song, they were quite obedient to their junior brother. Not to mention when it was time to show off their salaries, Lin Yuan received a full paycheck. Jiang Kuei, see through but don't expose. Wei Haoyun, that's how you keep it surprising. Tong Shuan sighed. However, the evaluation of the teaser does indeed show that our program really lacks creativity and relies heavily on your performances. Luckily, I have some backup plans. Anyway, you can rest assured about the program's effectiveness. Backup plans. The specifics were unknown to everyone. Lin Yuan glanced at the group chat and said nothing. The so-called backup plans of Tong Shuan probably involved Chu Kuang synchronously releasing a new book like Peter Pan. That's right. Lin Yuan had been writing Peter Pan these past few days. The work was now complete and had been sent to Silver Blue Books. The day the program aired would also be the release of this novel, hoping to ride on Chu Kuang's popularity. Furthermore, those children's songs would also be released when the program aired. Who says the program Fish Walking With You doesn't have a musical element? Do children's songs not count as music? Not only do we have a music element, we've got visual art and literature elements, too. Chapter 1027, 946 Hardcore Start. July 8th. This day marked the airing of Fish Walking With You. The show chose to partner with Penguin Videos for an exclusive release. Such reality shows generally select video websites as their broadcasting channels. The airing time was set for 7 o'clock in the evening. By then, many people were already seated in front of their computers or TV screens. Like Lin Yuan's family, like the fans of Yu Dynasty, like some curious bystanders. Even professionals from the variety show circles across continents were watching their screens. Amid widespread attention, the first episode of Fish Walking With You, titled Envy Fish and His Friends, officially began. A certain villa, rich second-generation chicken-eating, player-unknown's battlegrounds, enthusiast, Harvey, lay bored on his bed. Strictly speaking, Harvey was no longer the teenager who used to yell about wanting victory every day. Even the most fun games can become tiresome if played continuously for too long. Unfortunately, no more interesting games had appeared on the market recently. This was why Harvey felt bored. He was even bored enough to turn on the internet television. God knows how long it had been since Harvey had last turned on the 60-inch TV in his house. A variety show by Yu Dynasty? Harvey's internet TV was set to Penguin Videos on startup, so he saw the homepage recommendation immediately. The website was promoting that a special variety show by Yu Dynasty had officially launched. Harvey wasn't a fanboy and was indifferent to Yu Dynasty. However, he did know about the group of celebrities from Yu Dynasty. He had played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for nearly a month at Yu Dynasty Hotel, after all. Because of that, Harvey clicked in nonchalantly. As an impatient viewer, he skipped the introduction. At that moment, on the screen, members of Yu Dynasty gathered. Envy Fish spoke up. I will teach you guys a game. Playing a game? Harvey looked at the deck of cards in Envy Fish's hands and curled his lip. So it was just playing cards. What's so interesting about playing cards? The show is truly boring. Who wants to watch you play? Poker? Just as Harvey thought this, and even considered switching to another show, Envy Fish started to explain the card types for the game: werewolf, werewolves, villagers, witches, guards, hunter, prophets. The editing of the program was flexible, not rigidly following the actual progress of events. This featured segment introduced the audience to the classic 9-player round of Werewolf, involving both the director and the screenwriter. Simultaneously, cartoon characters like werewolves and witches appeared on the screen, accompanied by a voiceover explaining the rules of the game. The program team was smart. This was much more understandable than a dry explanation of rules by Envy Fish himself. Not playing cards, Harvey's reflex was to freeze momentarily, putting down the remote and absent-mindedly listening to the rule introduction, although he was still not overly interested. However, when the voiceover was halfway through introducing the rules of Werewolf, Harvey suddenly paused, then quickly pressed the pause button. He sat up abruptly. Harvey carefully read the text explaining the game rules. In this game, there are werewolf and good factions. The good faction has more players, but they do not know each other, relying mainly on exile through voting and character abilities to eliminate all the hidden werewolves in the crowd for the ultimate victory. On the other hand, fewer werewolves who recognize each other lie hidden among them, preying on the good during the night and leading them to make incorrect votes during the day as their means of winning. Interesting. Harvey's eyes lit up. His gaming talent was quite good, and with just a brief look at the rules, he had a general understanding of the gameplay and strategies. Instantly, his gaming spirit was awakened. As the video continued to play, there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. As a result, a bunch of newbies playing werewolf. One could imagine the effect. While the members of U Dynasty struggled through the game, Harvey's bedroom in the villa echoed with his complaints. Stupid. What do you mean you're a good person? A person isn't a way to describe someone. You can show off here, profit, reveal your identity sooner. This hunter is really dumb, taking a good person with him before he dies. These people can't even understand the situation. Which, guard the prophet. What the hell are you doing guarding yourself? The game lasted just 10 minutes, and the situation was chaotic. Just watching this round was enough to drive Harvey crazy. He wished he could join in and play himself. And when the game was over, Harvey's heart was completely stirred. Fun. This game is fun. He immediately took out his phone and searched for werewolf. However, despite searching for a while, he failed to find any relevant information. Of course, not everyone was like Harvey, who, having only seen the introduction to the rules of werewolf, developed a strong interest in the game. Quite the opposite. Some viewers were completely baffled when they first saw the introduction to the game rules, with a barrage of question marks appearing in the comments. However, when everyone saw the U Dynasty crew start to play the werewolf game, they finally understood it by comparing it to the rules. As a result, all viewers became more interested, and the appeal of the werewolf game, suitable for all ages, was showcased on a large scale for the first time on Blue Star. This game is so classic. Haha. So this is how it's played. It's all about lying, seeing who can make up the best story. The big bluffer expresses wild joy. So fun, too much fun, it makes me really want to play this game. According to these rules, it feels like we could get people together and play too. How come I've never heard of this game? I've played quite a few card-based board games. I should have heard of such a fun game. This game is really interesting. Once you understand it, you can enjoy it immensely. Plus, with a group of celebrities playing, everyone found it even more entertaining. Just like Harvey. Instantly, countless people searched online for the werewolf game. But they found nothing. There was no information about the werewolf game online at all. It seemed like a game that came out of nowhere. At this point, in the program, screenwriter Zhu Lei asked Xian Yu on behalf of the audience, "Teacher Admirable Fish, where did you learn this game?" "I invented it." Xian Yu replied to the camera like this. Oh my. Harvey was shocked. Could this really have been designed by Xian Yu? Wait, Xian Yu? That name sounded familiar. Harvey vaguely remembered that his favorite game, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, was also designed by this Xian Yu. This guy's got skills. Harvey's view of Xian Yu on the TV changed. Perhaps because he was very fond of the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and now he was intrigued by werewolf. Harvey suddenly felt an inexplicable fondness for Xian Yu while watching the screen. Keep watching. There's something interesting about this show. After this, I'll find people to play werewolf. Meanwhile, as Xian Yu admitted that the game was his own design, other viewers were also shocked. Good grief. No wonder I hadn't heard of it before. This is a new game designed by Xian Yu. This design is brilliant. I have a feeling this game is going to be a hit. This variety show starts off freaking awesome, with Xian Yu designing a new game. Holy crap, that's hype. I almost forgot Xian Yu is a game designer. Before this, Plants vs. Zombies and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds were his creations. At Lin Yuan's home, his sister, watching the show with him, said, "So you designed this game? It looks like a lot of fun." His sister added, "We should play in a bit." His mom laughed, "There aren't enough of us at home." Antarctica barked, "Woof." Lin Yuan shook his head and petted Antarctica. "Even adding you, we still don't have enough." Suddenly, the family looked at Lin Yuan with eyes full of affection. On the other hand, in entertainment circles across the continents. Countless professionals were dumbfounded. Damn it, weren't you an outdoor variety show? Why the heck are you starting with the Yu Dynasty playing a card game in a hotel? Those unaware would think you were about to live-stream a game of Fight the Landlord. What an intense hardcore start to the show. Everyone saw it. This game is awesome. Super awesome. Even though the variety show hadn't officially started yet. This ingeniously designed game had already captivated the viewers. This was a major highlight. This was a highlight that other variety shows couldn't replicate, because other shows wouldn't kick off by introducing an easy and intriguing new game to everyone. The show had just started. Freshness instantly maxed out. Chapter 1028, 947 The Power of the Mischievous Child. Online. The tribes, blogs, and major forums were abuzz with netizens from all continents watching and discussing. This opening's got some substance, haha. Mainly because this game is really interesting. They're just playing games, but I suspect I could watch an entire episode with relish. Would you stop watching if they don't play games later? I'd still watch it. Just for the game designed by teacher Admirable Fish at the start. This episode's discussion topic is already set. Fish Papa Show Off. Some said before that the quality of the show depends on the guest's performance. So how well did Fish Papa perform? This game is epic. Some people from gaming companies were curious and watched the show, and when Werewolf came on, many were shocked. Damn, old Lin, do you have a TV or a phone nearby? Quick, watch Fish Walking with You on Penguin Videos. What's that? A variety show. What's so great about variety shows? It's hard to explain in a short time. You'll get it once you watch it. CNU designed a new game and launched it on the first episode of Fish Walking with You. The game is freaking cool. A mix of linguistic logic, reasoning, and competitive elements. It's brilliantly designed. CNU? I'll take a look then. Watch it quick. That game at the beginning, if it goes as I expect, is definitely going to explode onto the scene. The gaming world is not short of connoisseurs. Many quickly felt the awesomeness of the game and the immense addictive potential hidden within it. But after all, this is a reality TV show. Of course, the production team couldn't possibly keep the audience watching the Yu Dynasty play Werewolf forever. The scene switched. The next day began. Yu Dynasty began assigning tasks. Most celebrity reality shows follow this pattern. Assign tasks to the guests and have them complete them. When the audience reached this part, they didn't think much of it. Their minds were still on the game from earlier. Just then, members of Yu Dynasty were up to no good. Actually swapping jobs? Swipe. Zhao Yinggu and Jiang Kuei were backstabbing each other. Sun Yaohua, Chen Jiu were also backstabbing. Even Xian Yu bamboozled Xia Fan. When Xian Yu successfully tricked Xia Fan out of his job, the frame froze, and a pair of sunglasses landed on Lin Yuan's nose as whimsical music began to play. Wait for the light. Light, wait for the light. And when Wei Haoyun obliviously landed the easiest job, the frame froze again. The surroundings dimmed slightly. Her eyes flashed red, and the rhythmically strong music started. Swipe. This sudden twist caught countless viewers by surprise. Howl. The sound of a wolf's howl rose. The screen displayed a few large characters. Yu Dynasty performs a real-life version of Werewolf. In front of the screen, countless netizens burst into laughter. No one expected that the simple task assignment segment could be turned into such a play. Yu Dynasty members were so in sync even with the backstabbing. So funny. Ha ha ha. Yu Dynasty killed me with laughter. Didn't expect you guys to be like this, Yu Dynasty. What happened to the inner unity and harmonious atmosphere? Even Fish Papa deceives people now. Madame Haoyun is so cool. This luck is unbeatable. Love the special effects in the post-production. This editor is my fave. Madame Haoyun is soaring through the stratosphere. This variety show is more interesting than I thought. The Yu Dynasty folks really shine in variety. It feels like when they come together it's way more entertaining than other reality show stars. None of them have the same chemistry as the Yu Dynasty. Do the post-production special effects look familiar? That's right. All were Lin Yuan's suggestions, including the music, which Lin Yuan borrowed from TikTok. In his previous life, TikTok had a lot of interesting and popular videos, like putting sunglasses on someone, or making someone's eyes flash red. This segment was incredibly catchy. Blue Star viewers were seeing this kind of thing for the first time. Of course, they found it amusing. Otherwise, why would TikTok attract countless people to imitate this style of video? The show continued. Everyone started heading to their work locations. Each person was given a certain amount of screen time. As everyone expected, the people of the Yu dynasty were having a rough time. These celebrities experienced the challenges of their respective jobs, complaining bitterly to the sky and blaming their dear friends, triggering countless viewers to laugh knowingly. No, wait. There was an exception. Wei Haoyun was that exception. She had just started handing out flyers when she was surrounded by numerous passers-by, who all recognized the celebrity, so they were very cooperative. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. It didn't take long for Wei Haoyun to finish handing out a stack of flyers. Her luck was incredibly good. Virtually everything she did went smoothly. Even when she was resting on the side, she would find that the boss was always somehow absent. On screen, Wei Haoyun was handing out flyers as if enveloped in a brilliant glow, and the celebratory background music was a total mess. Good fortune to you. May good fortune come. Good fortune brings joy and love. Here comes good fortune. Good luck to us all. Embrace prosperity and spread it across the seas. This was a song written by Xian Yu for Wei Haoyun, and it couldn't have been more fitting. It was obvious. In this episode, Wei Haoyun's performance was spectacular, with her persona as Madame Haoyun deeply rooted. The show's production team even used concepts like Lux Glow to further reinforce this image. Madame Haoyun is so awesome. Goddess of luck indeed. I'm not being superstitious, but Madame Haoyun's luck is truly invincible. Everything goes well for her. Hilarious. Every time she slacks off, the boss just happens not to be there. Otherwise she'd get caught and have her wages docked. Are you sure this isn't staged by the production team? Why take a variety show so seriously? Just accept that Madame Haoyun is amazing, and she's covered in a halo of luck. Finally, the show moved on to Xian Yu's segment. The staff asked Xian Yu if he was confident. Xian Yu confidently stated, "No problem." At this moment, even the barrage of comments doubled because Xian Yu was the most popular. Finally, it's Fish Papa's turn. Fish Papa seems pretty confident. He's about to be proven wrong. Can't wait to see Fish Papa tormented by bratty kids. Feel the pain. We can watch Fish Papa lose face. Guys, you all really want to see Fish Papa have bad luck. So rare. When have you ever seen Fish Papa unable to cope? That's true. I hope this batch of brats can bring it. At this time, schools like Beihai Kindergarten and Qin Continent had long finished, but due to the time difference between the continents, some kindergartens were just letting out. At a certain kindergarten, several kindergarten teachers were huddled together watching Fish Walking with You. When Xian Yu took on Xia Fan's job, assigned to a kindergarten, the teachers were overjoyed. The kindergarten segment is starting. I've been looking forward to this part ever since the trailer. We know all too well how hard it is to handle these brats. Today, let teacher Admirable Fish experience our job. Xian Yu will definitely regret it. He'll soon find out that washing dishes is way easier than working in a kindergarten. I can relate so much. Fish Papa is so confident. He's totally underestimating these little monsters. The kindergarten teachers knew all too well how difficult the kids could be. Without sufficient patience and strong self-regulation, one simply couldn't handle the job. How could Xian Yu, a newbie teacher, possibly manage such a group of children? Therefore, at this moment, nearly all the kindergarten teachers interested in the show were eagerly watching the segment of Xian Yu entering Beihai Kindergarten. As expected, Xian Yu had just entered the kindergarten and couldn't subdue the unruly kids at all. As soon as the principal left, the children in the class went wild. Xian Yu was falling apart. The kids were rowdily chattering away, and Xian Yu, with dark lines across his forehead, silently wept with special effects, while the camera cheekily flashed back to a memory. It was an interview before work. When a staff member asked Xian Yu if he felt he was up to the job, Xian Yu confidently asserted, "No problem." The words, "no problem," echoed on a loop, humorously contrasting with the current scene of Xian Yu being driven to despair by the children. Instantly, the audience laughed. The kindergarten teachers laughed too. The kindergarten brats lived up to their reputation. Chapter 1029, 948, What is it like for Maestro to teach? Professional circles across continents. Numerous professionals watching the show were all stunned, their hearts filled with numerous surprises. This show seems more fun than expected. The game at the beginning directly forms the first highlight. The Yu Dynasty's internal sabotage part is also very watchable. The post-production special effects of the sabotage part perfectly enhanced the comedic atmosphere. Wei Haoyun's part is also very impressive. This show might really become a huge hit. I'm not sure. There's still a long way to go. It gets less fun once the guests start working on their own. Only Wei Haoyun's part has funny moments. Teacher Admirable Fish's performance isn't anything special. The audience is supportive because of Teacher Admirable Fish's own popularity, not because of his performance or achievements. There's nothing remarkable. Chi Continent showbiz circles. Many people fell silent. This variety show was beyond many people's expectations and made them feel threatened, making their previous condescension fade away. However, they also noticed, once the guests split up, the funny moments weren't as concentrated as the beginning. It's alright. Overall, it's still the usual set of miserable encounters of the stars, nothing unexpected, except for the lucky goddess part, which is quite interesting. Compared, Jiang Kuei's lack of direction also has funny moments, but not strong enough. Isn't the effect of Teacher Admirable Fish's part pretty good? That's because of Teacher Admirable Fish's high popularity. Since the formula didn't exceed the audience's expectations, that's a dangerous sign. Only developments that surprise the audience can make them feel amazed. That's true. If the beginning is rated 100%, then this part's score can already be decreased, unless the production team has some clever maneuvers, or the guests do something unexpectedly amazing, which is highly unlikely. The Chi Showbiz circles breathed a small sigh of relief. They viewed this variety show as a competitor, not easily accepting its explosive popularity that could affect Chi Showbiz's dominant position in various continents. Kindergarten. Several teachers were laughing. It was full of joy. Teacher Admirable Fish is going to collapse. These kids are even naughtier than the ones we handle. Not to mention Teacher Admirable Fish. Even a veteran kindergarten teacher like me couldn't handle these kids right away. They'd only start to listen after getting familiar. Seeing Teacher Admirable Fish collapse, I can relate so much. It reminds me of when I first became a kindergarten teacher. It really drained me. I remember you even cried out of frustration. Yeah, it takes time to get used to this job after interacting with the kids for a while. Teacher Admirable Fish, who's only doing it for one day, simply can't handle it. Haha, the production team is intentionally making it tough for them. The teachers recalled their own early days at the kindergarten, finding it funny yet very poignant. The scenarios set in the variety show were very realistic. Of course, regardless of everyone's thoughts, everybody's still glued to their TVs. The show's entertainment value still maintained quite well. Inside the kindergarten, Fish still couldn't manage the children. The camera focused on the face of the kindergarten principal. The kindergarten principal was not very pleased and seemed to be considering deducting Teacher Admirable Fish's salary. Suddenly, an unexpected incident occurred, just as the children were chattering noisily around various marine creatures. Teacher Admirable Fish actively engaged with the children's topics. How about Teacher Admirable Fish takes you to see fish? The children didn't believe him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Teacher Admirable Fish didn't waste too much time talking. Under the gaze of the children and numerous viewers in front of the screen. Incredibly, Teacher Admirable Fish directly drew several simple drawings on the blackboard. Goldfish, turtle, shark, dolphin. Every drawing on the blackboard, although simple, was structurally clever. These creatures appeared vivid on paper. Their cartoon expressions seemed almost alive. Teacher has a friend called Shadow. After successfully grabbing the children's attention, Teacher Admirable Fish directly explained the real reason why he could draw. Then, drawing Teacher Admirable Fish stepped in. He began teaching the children drawing skills, and surprisingly, he taught countless children in no time. Kindergarten. Seeing this segment, the teacher's laughter abruptly paused. Nobody expected that apart from designing games, Admirable Fish could also draw. Though they were only cartoon-style simple sketches, these drawings looked beautiful in every way. Among them, one teacher skeptically spoke up. Mr. Chun, you teach children art. How do you find these drawings? Great. Mr. Chun closely examined the drawings, his expression filled with surprise. Teacher Admirable Fish did a really good job. After watching a while longer, Mr. Chin's expression turned peculiar, but he had to admit, this level is much higher than mine. If I had this skill, my first class when I started wouldn't have been so tough. Indeed, not bad. Even better than some drawings in the kindergarten's textbooks. The children are starting to show interest. Tisk, tisk. Unexpected. Teacher Admirable Fish has actually broken through with painting. If Shadow taught him, then the skill level is indeed unquestionable. The kindergarten teachers didn't expect that Teacher Admirable Fish's first class would successfully kickstart a drawing lesson for the children. Chapter 1030, 948, What is it like for Maestro to teach? Online, countless netizens also felt surprised. Isn't Xianyu too talented? Surprise turned into excitement. They felt this was an interaction between Xianyu and Shadow. Although Shadow didn't show up. Good lord, Xianyu is really going all out in this variety show, designing games and drawing. Those are quite a lot of skills. Who would have thought Teacher Admirable Fish actually learned? Painting from that freak Shadow? Just teaching Xianyu a few techniques made his skills extraordinary, almost like cheating. Isn't it effortless for Xianyu to teach kindergarten kids? He got that good just from learning with Shadow. It isn't just that reason. Remember, Xianyu is also a game designer and a core scriptwriter for films and TV. All these roles involve some level of painting. Add Shadow's influence. And it makes sense that Xianyu can paint well, especially since these are just children's drawings. Is this round considered an off-field assist from Shadow? Shadow is awesome, even providing assists to his good buddy. I feel this show is getting more and more interesting. Kindergarten can't stump Xianyu, can it? Not necessarily. This was just the first lesson. Let's see how he handles the next. This was another surprise brought by the show. Everyone thought Xianyu would just be schooled by the unruly kids. Xianyu indeed struggled initially, but when he started drawing, the tables turned. He had somewhat taken control of the classroom, and the surprise was exactly what everyone found most thrilling. At that point, everyone was anticipating what would happen next. The first lesson didn't stump Xianyu. What about the second lesson? The little kids are not that consistent. Rowdy kids won't just obediently accept your other lessons because of one good one. While everyone harbored such thoughts, the second lesson began. Here it was evident that the production team gave Xianyu more screen time than others. But no one thought it was unfair. Firstly, Xianyu was popular enough. Secondly, Xianyu's first kindergarten lesson was indeed spectacular. He showcased his painting skills, bringing a delightful surprise to the audience. Everyone wanted to see how he would handle the second lesson. This time, the script still unfolded similar to what the audience initially imagined. When the second lesson started, the children indeed started acting up again, not just obediently listening to this unfamiliar teacher. This was an outdoor class. The kids could run wild. Now Xianyu should lose his grip, right? At this moment, the show director, Tong Shuwen, also hid behind the screen, watching the show while enjoying the audience's comments. Fish Papa is out of tricks. Drawing isn't a long-term plan. What other tricks does he have? I think he's out of tricks. This is indeed the usual script. I almost thought Fish Papa could hold up. Who could withstand this? Tong Shuwen secretly reveled in watching the comments. Still so young. You're thinking too simply. A series of challenges Xianyu faced during his second lesson were shown on screen. Then, a new surprise occurred. Xianyu directly leveraged Skipper's class influence, starting a game of Drop the Handkerchief. At the same time, he also taught the children a nursery rhyme. Drop the handkerchief, drop the handkerchief. Gently place it behind the little children. Don't tell him. Hurry, hurry, catch him. Hurry, hurry, catch him. Game designer Xianyu went back online. At the same time, Maestro Xianyu debuted for the first time, creating nursery rhymes. Again, all the little kids were captivated by Xianyu. They joyfully sang the song and obediently played the game. Wow, surprises came one after another. When a completely new children's game, combined with the song Drop the Handkerchief, burst onto the scene, the audience was stunned once again. Meow, meow, meow. Here he comes, Maestro Xianyu. Damn, damn, damn. We only thought about how Fish Papa can design games and paint. We almost forgot his best traditional skill is actually composing music, and he's the youngest maestro at Blue Star. Can he compose nursery rhymes too? Darn it, he's showing off again. Xianyu. Sorry, my skills are a tad over 100 million points. Am I the only one who thinks this nursery rhyme is classic? It works so well with the game. If I were a kid, I'd love it too. To be honest, I want to pull my colleagues to play this game, to rediscover the youth and fun I've lost. Don't freaking misuse words. Innocence ain't virginity. You made me think I walked onto the wrong set. Awesome. I was hoping to see Fish Papa fail, but why do I only see him showing off up till now? A certain nursery school. Similar sentiments were shared by a few nursery school teachers looking at each other in disbelief, their faces reflecting astonishment. Ahem. Teacher Zhang, you're in charge of the outdoor activities. What do you think? What do you think? Teacher Zhang said speechlessly. I neither design games nor compose music. What am I supposed to do? I'm also desperate here. Why are the kids so cooperative? Because it's a new game, it's fresh. Playing games and singing nursery rhymes. How fun. Inside, they felt imbalanced. When did taking care of kids become so easy? Teacher Zhang said viciously. Let me play the villain today. OL Zhang doesn't believe these brats won't crack eventually. Comparison is the thief of joy. The nursery school teachers were all feeling bitter. When they had just started at the nursery school, they were tormented to the brink of despair. So how did Xianyu manage these children so easily? Are your skills inexhaustible? Or has your game design skill cooldown finished? At this point, a teacher said gloomily, I don't know if he will crumble, but the next class won't stump him. Why not? Didn't you see the close-up of the timetable? The next class is freaking music, and the guy's a professional. Uft. Teacher Zhang sparted. Indeed. The camera zoomed in on the timetable. The next class at the nursery school is indeed music. Maestro teaching music to nursery kids. Could anything go wrong? Actually, when the viewers saw that the next class was music, their expressions gradually turned stranger. Outdoor class. If Xianyu could compose a popular nursery rhyme, what could come off a proper music class? Unimaginable. The youngest maestro of Blue Star, teaching a group of nursery kids music. What kind of style would that be? This imagined space is too large. At that moment, the camera cut to several other guests, making the audience's imagination even wilder. Tribe. Blog. Discussion sprang up naturally, all centered around, how will Xianyu teach music to the kids? And it shot up to the top of the trending searches, showing how curious everyone was about the upcoming class. The result. No one expected this. After the topic surged on the trending searches, Starlight Entertainment, one of Blue Star's maestros, Zheng Jing, suddenly posted on his blog. Haha. Good lord, little fish is going to teach music to nursery kids? Following that, Yang Zhongming retweeted, watching it should be fun. Lu Sheng also appeared. You've piqued my curiosity. Fish Walking with You is Xianyu's new variety show, right? Can someone tell me which part he will be teaching music to the kids? I'll drop right in. Maestro Yin Dong. Also watching, really looking forward to the nursery music class. Maestro Yi Zhiqiu. What a coincidence. I've also seen this part. Anyone watching Fish Walking with You together? It's an interesting show. Whoosh. These people appeared. Then a bunch of maestros blew up. Not just the netizens, even the crowd of maestros at Blue Star seemed to have a peculiar interest in how Xianyu would handle the nursery music class. Netizens. This show is kind of crazy. Turns out, countless maestros are silently watching. It's just an ordinary nursery school music class, but why does it seem so exciting to you? Well, everyone felt an odd excitement. Perhaps due to the combination of keywords like maestro, nursery school, and music class. It really is quite odd. Chapter 1031. 949. You call this a music class? The trending search was incredibly effective. With the promotion from several maestros, many netizens who originally weren't watching the program were drawn in out of curiosity. Xianyu's kindergarten music class had maximized countless people's expectations. Many of the newly joined audience even parachuted directly into this segment. Meanwhile, at the kindergarten, several teachers were watching the program together. One of the teachers asked, Mr. Li, you are a music teacher. How do you usually conduct music classes for the children? Huh. Mr. Li chuckled. Of course, I sing nursery rhymes with the children. That teacher asked again, what do you think Teacher Admirable Fish will do for his music class? Mr. Li touched his forehead. Don't compare me to Maestro. How would I know how Maestro conducts a music class? Everyone said, just imagine it. Mr. Li uncertainly said, He might create a new nursery rhyme to teach the kids, like during the outdoor class when he created a game song, Drop the Handkerchief. Maybe he'll come up with another nursery rhyme for this music class. That's the difference between us regular music teachers and professional players. Nothing more to say. Another nursery rhyme? No wonder everyone online is looking forward to this segment. One teacher, while watching the show, kept an eye on the online activity. They are probably all here for Xian Yu's nursery rhyme creation. Definitely. Other music teachers teach existing nursery rhymes. Maestro's music class likely involves creating his own and teaching it. Everyone guessed it. Guessed it but still want to see. Everyone wants to see how the professional shows off. As everyone spoke, the class finally started. Lin Yuan didn't start singing immediately, but instead, following the children's request, started drawing on the blackboard. 2 tigers. Through the 2 drawings, Xian Yu successfully introduced the nursery rhyme, 2 tigers. 2 tigers, 2 tigers, running fast, running fast. One has no ears. One has no tail. Very strange, very strange. Following, drop the handkerchief. Now 2 tigers. Xian Yu did not disappoint everyone. Indeed, he chose not to teach the children those well-known Blue Star nursery rhymes. Instead, he chose to teach the children of Beihai Kindergarten his own created nursery rhymes. By now, this episode, he had already written 2 nursery rhymes. Each one memorable. The first through that small game. The second through 2 cartoon sketches. Inside the kindergarten, everyone said with a laugh, "It's just as we thought." Mr. Lee sighed. "It's a move us regular music teachers can't learn. Professional players are too strong." These 2 nursery rhymes, although newly created by teacher Admirable Fish, in terms of melody, fun, and catchiness, are in no way inferior to those classic nursery rhymes we all know well. Look how much the kids love them. The netizens love them too. The teachers checked the program's comments, and at this moment, netizens' messages were very lively. Parachute landed successfully. Caught Fish Papa's nursery rhyme release on time. Came here because of the trending search. I knew from the trending search title that Xian Yu was going to create his own nursery rhymes. Professional player rocks, right? Feels like this nursery rhyme is going to be a classic. The previous one, Drop the Handkerchief, isn't bad either. Send Maestro to kindergarten and not squeeze out a couple of nursery rhymes, could it? Holy smokes, is there more? Suddenly the comments were shocked. Several kindergarten teachers were also stunned, and in the ensuing process, their eyes grew wider and their mouths more agape. Boom. They witnessed perhaps a lifetime unforgettable epic kindergarten music class, overturning their inherent perceptions of music classes. In the program, the music class continued. Teacher Admirable Fish's children's song teaching continued. The song, Lose the Handkerchief, was just a warm-up. 2 Tigers was just the beginning. When Teacher Admirable Fish started singing, I Have a Little Donkey, the amusing lyrics provoked roaring laughter. The children were incredibly delighted and completely immersed in this unique music class. Then, Teacher Admirable Fish started singing Find Friends. Teacher Admirable Fish started singing 1 Yuan. Teacher Admirable Fish then started singing Pulling Up the Radish. Teacher Admirable Fish even sang Plant the Sun. The last 2 songs were ones that Lin Yuan brought out in the final 15 minutes of the class. Because in this class, he followed the children's train of thought, and only when the topic reached a certain part could he introduce the corresponding songs. This resulted in, he completely linked the songs with the class content. These catchy children's songs seemed to flow effortlessly from Teacher Admirable Fish, without a hint of hesitation. Amusing, educational, melodic, popular. The songs had all the elements that children's songs should have. The kindergarten teachers were utterly dumbfounded. Even the audience in front of the TV screens were stunned. Even some maestros watching the program were caught off guard. Damn, you call this a music class? Is there some misunderstanding about what a music class is? 7 songs. In a small kindergarten music class, including Lose the Handkerchief, Teacher Admirable Fish presented a total of 7 children's songs, each one immensely enjoyable and even considered a classic original children's song. To be honest, with Lose the Handkerchief as the foundation, everyone had considered that Teacher Admirable Fish would teach the children original songs in this music class, and that was why everyone was looking forward to it. However, no one expected. Indeed, teacher Admirable Fish did teach original children's songs, but not one or two, or even three, but a full 7. He linked all the topics of the entire class together. If the children's topics were to diverge further, who knows whether teacher Admirable Fish would continue to bring out new children's songs. It blew up. Online exploded. Tribe forums, blogs, and major discussion boards, as well as the live comments on the program, all erupted simultaneously. My God, professional players should be banned from competing, hey. I feel sorry for the music teachers at Beihai Kindergarten. Is this what I understand as a kindergarten music class? What in the world? How will other kindergartens hold their music classes from now on? Music teachers from various kindergartens across Blue Star are going to faint in the bathroom. Teacher Admirable Fish went crazy. Where did he get so many delightful and exciting children's songs? Is it that easy for Maestro to write children's songs? My goodness, is this really what a maestro's lesson in kindergarten looks like? Countless people exclaimed. Everyone was impressed by Maestro's power. And amidst these successive exclamations, the maestros themselves were also utterly puzzled. Zheng Jing posted a blog status. No content, just an ellipsis. Yin Dong appeared, quietly explaining to the public, you must not misunderstand. Not every maestro can do this. Teacher Admirable Fish is quite exceptional. Yi Zhiqiu also appeared. Is this just a bit exceptional? Lu Xing also appeared. Don't think that writing children's songs is very simple. The simplest aspect of music creation often implies the most difficulty. Because the threshold for children's songs is too low, any musician can write them. But precisely because of this, how to make children's songs appealing to kids is a problem that might give even a maestro some headaches. Maybe after this you'll realize how impressive these few children's songs from teacher Admirable Fish are. Yang Zhongming liked the comment and added, they'll probably become widely known. Maestros are not omnipotent. Even some maestros can't do what teacher Admirable Fish did, delivering classic children's songs on the spot. You see, these children's songs are ones that emerged victorious from countless classic songs on Earth after extensive selection. Therefore, it's not just the netizens who were shocked. Many maestros were also stunned by this refreshing music. Class. Chapter 1032, 950 Bloodbath on the trending searches. The Yu Dynasty was also watching the show. Although everyone was part of the program's recording, they didn't know about each other's work and were still puzzled as to why Xian Yu was able to get full pay despite the troubles from the production team. At this point, after watching the music class, everyone was convinced. Damn, 7 nursery rhymes. That's too awesome. It's like he's got cheats. No wonder his pay is so high. The effect of this music class is simply unbeatable. This kindergarten music class was like a show-off segment tailor-made for the representative by the production team. Of course, the show wasn't over yet. It was still Xian Yu's screen time. He still needed to help the children rest. At this time, the audience was still immersed in the shock brought by the kindergarten music class and didn't pay much attention to Xian Yu putting the children to sleep. The kindergarten dormitory. The kids insisted on having Xian Yu tell them a bedtime story, mentioning the many fairy tales from Fairy Tale Town. Xian Yu asked, do you know who wrote these fairy tales? Skipper blurted out, old rascal. Xian Yu. The audience burst into laughter at this scene. The focus shifted slightly from the shock of the music class. Ha 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 ha. Fish Papa, you really need to be careful when choosing friends. Classmate Skipper, this old rascal you're talking about is actually teacher Admirable Fish's good friend. Will Fish Papa talk about the old rascal? It'd be great to get some insider info. Maybe reveal the old rascal's address. Wow, then the old rascal would really strike it rich. Why? He'd make a fortune selling razors. Everyone was really looking forward to Xian Yu talking about Chu Kuang. Perhaps heeding the audience's wishes? Xian Yu spoke up. Next, the fairy tale story the teacher will tell is called Peter Pan, and the author is also this old rascal. Whoosh. Before Xian Yu could finish, everyone watching was stunned. Chu Kuang. A new book? Not yet released? Xian Yu had seen it in advance. The audience's attention completely shifted from the music class, and fans of Chu Kuang watching the show were almost excited enough to shout out loud. Awesome. Xian Yu's move was so powerful. He actually revealed Chu Kuang's fairy tale new book on the show. A piece of the puzzle from the song Fairy Tale Town. Chu Kuang's unpublished fairy tale novel, Peter Pan. The simplified version of the tale Peter Pan, told eloquently by Lin Yuan. Not only were the children enraptured, the audience also listened intently, attracted by the story. Fish Papa is solid. Well done. Ha 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 ha. Fish Papa really went all out for these kids, showing off the drawing skills he learned from Shadow earlier. And now to soothe the children, he has directly exposed Chu Kuang's new book. Chu Kuang, I thank you. I now declare author Xian Yu officially online. Didn't someone say Shadow gave Xian Yu a helping hand from afar earlier? This time Chu Kuang has also assisted from a distance. Xian Yu is unstoppable. The story is also very interesting. The idea of not wanting to grow up is very fairy tale-like, yet it also has elements worth pondering for adults. If Chu Kuang's new book comes out, I'll buy it to read to my child. Same here. This episode, it's certain we won't see Fish Papa defeated. With painting, games, nursery rhymes, fairy tales, Fish Papa has showcased so many tricks, he has completely conquered the kids. The netizens originally wanted to see Xian Yu fail. But not only did Xian Yu not fail, he continuously showed off his moves through the show. All sorts of dazzling skills emerged one after another throughout half the day. However, no one was disappointed. On the contrary, it was precisely because Xian Yu brought so many surprises that his experiences in the show seemed to be filled with ups and downs and climax after climax. In this variety show, other participants also didn't disappoint the audience. Zhao Yinggu and Jiang Kuei teamed up, no longer sabotaging each other, but helping each other instead. Sun Yaohua arrived like an angel to help Qin Jiyu with the difficult tasks. Madame Haoyun reached the hotel, joining Xia Fan to wash dishes. It can be said, not only were there many unexpected things happening on Xian Yu's side, the shift from sabotaging to supporting each other among other Yu Dynasty members was equally beyond the expectations of countless viewers. It's so warm. That's what friendship is about. My best friend and I often insult each other venomously and even sabotage each other, but when it really comes down to it, she's always there to face things with me. Compared to the fake friendships among stars and other variety shows, this program is really different. Because the Yu Dynasty is an entity in itself. Their understanding of one another is not something other stars can have. This twist is a bit sentimental. Yes, the post-production emphasized sentimentality, but the audience didn't dislike sentimentality. What the audience disliked was forced sentimentality. The most sentimental parts of the Yu Dynasty felt very natural. The unexpected yet logical twists following the earlier sabotage moved many. However, the most moving part was still the scene at the kindergarten. It was now the afternoon. Xian Yu sat on the lawn watching the kids. Sunlight dappled down, filtering through the tips of their hair. Xian Yu's lips curled up into a smile. At this moment, the scene seemed to be frozen in time. Who knows how many hearts melted? Some netizens even took screenshots, wanting to use this image for their phone wallpaper. And when Skipper offered Xian Yu an egg yolk pastry, everyone shared an understanding chuckle. By the time Xian Yu led, everyone in singing a brand new children's song, Happy Clapping Song. The audience had forgotten to be astonished. Xian Yu had come up with yet another classic children's song. Everyone just felt. Everything was so wonderful. Xian Yu was like a big child, leading a bunch of little ones, clapping their hands, stomping their feet. So childish, so innocent. The scene was heartwarming. That simple happiness seemed to reach everyone in front of their TVs. Especially when the kindergarten principal didn't dock his pay for eating the kids' snacks, but instead rewarded him with a little red flower sticker. Many eyes grew misty. At that point, how the variety show game ended didn't matter, even though in the end someone ended up eating dirt, which still brought out the laughs. The Yu Dynasty enjoyed the process. So did the audience. The show ended with the happy clapping song. There were children's voices. There were the Yu Dynasty's voices. No wonder this episode is called Envy Fish and His Friends. Turns out Xian Yu's friends aren't just the Yu Dynasty. And Shadow. And old rascal Chu Kuang. The final wrap-up was so good. When the kindergarten principal gave Xian Yu a little red flower, I actually got a bit teary. Little red flowers, that's the highest praise for a child. After we grow up, who else gets to receive a little red flower like Xian Yu? Let's not make the atmosphere so serious, guys. Clap, Clap, clap. This show is all about happiness. Fantastic, so blissful, love it so much. I think the name Envy Fish and His Friends is fine, but the show's title should be changed. How is this fish walking with you? This is clearly the reality of Xian Yu showing off. Games, music, fairy tales, art. Xian Yu's parts were all high energy. Various skill displays wowed countless viewers. Especially compared to the other members of the Yu dynasty, Xian Yu was simply stunning. When the first episode ended, there were no surprises. The entire internet was abuzz with fish walking with you trending topics. Hashtag Yu dynasty. Hashtag fish walking with you. Hashtag Xian US art. Hashtag Xian US music class. Hashtag Xian US new werewolf game. Hashtag old rascal Chu Kuang's new book Peter Pan. Hashtag if you are happy and you know it, clap your hands. Hashtag Beihai Kindergarten. The new variety show from the Yu dynasty made a grand sweep of the trending lists in just one episode. Even a major celebrity who recently got jailed for a serious offense was pushed down by these trending topics. Blogs, tribes. Even those who hadn't watched the show were shaken, feeling out of touch with the world. What the heck? What's with all these trending topics? Why am I a bit confused? Luckily, the show's audience turned into advocates, spreading the word. Go watch The Reality of Xian Yu showing off. Oh wait, I mean fish walking with you, then you'll get it. That new variety show from the Yu dynasty? Yes. Wow, the whole trending list is about that show. Because this show is super amazing. I saw there was a trending topic about Xian Yu teaching a music class and singing a children's song. So what is this actually? A music show or reality TV? Games, art, music, fairy tales, novels. It's got everything. Are you kidding me? Fish Papa was high energy throughout. I won't spoil the rest. Go see for yourself. You've piqued my curiosity. I wasn't interested before, but now you've got me excited. Yes, that night, the collaboration between Tong Shuwen and the Yu Dynasty 4 Fish Walking With You exploded in popularity. This buzz was like a trip down memory lane to The Masked Singer. Tribes, blogs, on major platforms. Countless celebrities and personalities were endorsing it. Highly recommend the new variety, Fish Walking With You. Funny at the start, scary in the middle, moving at the end. I can't believe I wasn't bored for the full 2-hour runtime. This year's most sincere variety show has arrived. No fancy rules, just basically the Yu Dynasty members overcoming challenges. But why is it so good to watch? I'm hooked from the first episode, looking forward to the second one. Raise your hand if Xian Yu's showboating tingled your scalp. Watching this show gives you one feeling. How does Xian Yu know everything? Damn, I just watched Xian Yu show off from beginning to end. It's no wonder with a combo like Tong Shuwen and the Yu Dynasty. This variety show gave me the feelings I had chasing The Masked Singer, even though both shows are totally different. Damn it, Xian Yu had me from the start till the end. Out of 2 hours of programming, I watched Fish Papa show off for an hour. Another standout was Madame Haoyan. With that closing background music at the end, this show's post-production really knows how to play. Meanwhile, the entire world of variety shows from different continents were stunned after watching Fish Walking With You. This. Chapter 1033, 951 Rainbow Farts. Gosh darn it. What was mentioned before? Unless there is a guest who constantly breaks the audience's expectations with surprises and accidents, it's difficult for this show to blow up. Well, now it has. A prophecy from Chi people has come true. Teacher Admirable Fish has met all the conditions. At the start, designing a werewolf game, Teacher Admirable Fish used his game designer identity to really show off. In the first preschool class, Teacher Admirable Fish subdued the kids with his drawing skills and continued to flaunt. During the second preschool class, Teacher Admirable Fish designed a children's game, made up nursery rhymes on the fly, still showing off. The third preschool class was music, and Blue Star's youngest maestro came online, switching full blast into show-off mode. During the sleep-soothing segment, Teacher Admirable Fish flaunted an unpublished new book by Chu Kuang. At parting, he brought out the happy clapping song, stirring emotions and flaunting his musical talent. It's safe to say, 80% of the highlights of this episode were all on Teacher Admirable Fish. He was already very popular, and his radiant and scene-stealing performance in the show continuously shattering the audience's imaginations, was practically a drama in itself. Watching his fancy moves in the preschool part, the audience reached their climax. How could such a show not ignite? It's like a contest where Tong Shuwen, the coach, didn't even come up with any impressive strategies. The Yu dynasty just entered the field. And no matter how good the opponent's tactics were, teacher Admirable Fish easily broke through, putting on a one-man show. What is this called? This is called power breaking technique. This is called overwhelming force with power. Basically, no need for any fancy stuff. Just keep shocking the audience with the program group, and it's all settled. Not abiding by martial ethics. Tong Shuwen really doesn't abide by martial ethics. A disgrace to our variety shows. Casually designing a reality show where rules and gameplay are nothing remarkable, just relying on the guest's performance. Damn it, this guy basically didn't do anything impressive, just treated the Yu dynasty like a wealth code. Used teacher Admirable Fish as a viewership key, and it freaking worked. Just a win by lying down dog. This mode isn't righteous. If teacher Admirable Fish can't keep up the show later, then this program ends there. The heat from the first episode will be just a flash in the pan. Too dependent on the guest's performance. Unlike our variety shows, where it doesn't matter how well the guests perform, the rules already play out spectacularly. Entertainers from Chi continent feel pissed. They think this show used tricks to be popular in its first episode. Without teacher Admirable Fish's performance, although the show wouldn't be dead in the water, it would probably just be moderately popular, definitely not as sensational as it is now. What kind of performance is it now? Just look at the media's reaction. Not just netizens. The media is wildly hyping it up too. Teacher Admirable Fish's new variety show a big hit. Teacher Admirable Fish introduces new game in new variety show, Werewolf. Teacher Admirable Fish creates several classic nursery rhymes in new variety show. Teacher Admirable Fish reveals Chu Kuang's new book in variety show. Teacher Admirable Fish flaunts his drawing skills in new variety show. Teacher Admirable Fish gets sneaky in new variety show, deceiving Xia Fan right at the start. Teacher Admirable Fish. These headlines are not surprising. The media's excessive flattery also shows from another angle that Fish Walking with You exploded in popularity entirely because of Teacher Admirable Fish's god-level performance. Director Tong Shuwen must be thrilled. At 10 o'clock at night, he had a drink with the editor. Zhu Lei, I don't abide by martial ethics. Tong Shuwen, having drunk a few gulps, his tongue thickened. I didn't expect Teacher Admirable Fish to be so fierce, showcasing so many skills. I initially just wanted to film his unlucky moments. Who knew his style would be so different from others? Others are tormented by work. For Teacher Admirable Fish, it's nothing at all. The Yu dynasty provided a perfect contrast to Teacher Admirable Fish. Zhu Lei laughed. They are disparaging us, saying that relying on the guest's performance is too unstable, and by the second episode, the true colors will show. Then let Teacher Admirable Fish continue the show. Tong Shuwen was drunk, daring to say anything. Zhu Lei couldn't help but laugh and cry. Continue the show? Easier said than done. Do you think Teacher Admirable Fish is a fairy? Can he just show off whenever he's asked to? It's not like every task can be filmed at kindergarten. Not just letting Teacher Admirable Fish show off. Tong Shuwen loudly declared. Other people also need to start showing off, impressing the audience. He was really drunk. Zhu Lei shook her head slightly. She was certainly excited, but still rational, knowing that Chi people were right. The success of the first episode felt somewhat contrived. At kindergarten, Teacher Admirable Fish's show was beyond reason. But what about the second episode? What if he can't keep it up for the next episode? They can't just keep sending Teacher Admirable Fish to kindergarten, right? Well, whatever the case may be for the second episode. In conclusion, the first episode of Fish Walking with You completely caught fire. After the bloodbath on the trending searches, this show topped the daily play charts on the Penguin Video website without any suspense. Penguin Video was ecstatic. This was their exclusive show. To this end, Penguin Video even proactively contacted some media for soft publicity. About a quarter of those flattery-laden reports about the show were arranged by Penguin Video. Among them, one report emphasized the game design aspect. Some people say this show should be renamed Teacher Admirable Fish Showing Off Real Time. I totally agree. But as a fan, I actually want to say to everyone that Teacher Admirable Fish's performance in the first episode was not coincidental. It all stemmed from his identity as a game designer. We always forget his other identities because of Teacher Admirable Fish's maestro halo. For instance, Teacher Admirable Fish is an exceptional game designer. The once popular Plants vs. Zombies and PUBG were his past masterpieces. It wasn't surprising that he designed Werewolf Kill, and the game Drop the Handkerchief was also based on his identity as a game designer. It can be said that this episode's success, Teacher Admirable Fish's game design skills contributed 80% of the effort. What even surprised me, a fan, was Teacher Admirable Fish's drawing talent. But on second thought, it's not that surprising. Although Teacher Admirable Fish himself said he learned drawing from Shadow, I think it's not just for that reason. As a game designer, Teacher Admirable Fish himself must have a strong foundation in drawing. You can ask any game designer if they can draw, and you'll see. It's quite clear now. Teacher Admirable Fish's performance this episode mainly utilized his identity as a game designer, bringing us countless surprises. It was a different approach. Everyone kept saying Teacher Admirable Fish was showing off too much, but there wasn't much discussion on which aspect he particularly excelled. This report reminded everyone. Teacher Admirable Fish is a very impressive game designer. This is a skill of Teacher Admirable Fish that is easily overlooked or even underestimated. In contrast, though Teacher Admirable Fish composing songs and writing children's songs was shocking, since he is a maestro, it seems somewhat expected. At this time, someone suddenly said, "This report reminds us that Teacher Admirable Fish has never been just a maestro. He also has many other excellent but often overlooked skills, which might be showcased in the upcoming episodes." Like everyone said, Teacher Admirable Fish only succeeded in getting children to sleep by using Chu Kuang's novel. But have you ever thought that without Chu Kuang's novel, Teacher Admirable Fish couldn't get children to sleep? Netizens were stunned. Various comments expressed confusion. Drawing is not entirely learned from Shadow. I can understand that. It's not unusual for a game designer to draw. This point makes sense that Teacher Admirable Fish did not rely solely on Shadow, but fairy tales to put children to sleep definitely rely on Chu Kuang. Yeah, after all, Teacher Admirable Fish is not a writer. I get it now. The poster means that even without Chu Kuang's fairy tales, he could use children's songs to put children to sleep. Various lullabies? That does make sense. So, the fact that Teacher Admirable Fish effortlessly faced these troubles is actually not a coincidence. He has many methods to deal with troublesome kids. Everyone gradually figured it out. However, the poster then sent a sweating emoji. How dazzling is the maestro halo that you not only forgot Teacher Admirable Fish's identity as a game designer, but also forgot he's a kick-ass screenwriter? Netizens were dumbfounded and then shocked. Right. How did they forget that? Without Chu Kuang's fairy tales, who says Teacher Admirable Fish could only rely on his maestro identity and create lullabies to put children to sleep. He's a screenwriter himself. There isn't much difference fundamentally between screenwriters and writers. Maybe he could craft a story that would make children fall asleep obediently? Terrifying to think about indeed. Everyone then realized that maybe Teacher Admirable Fish has even more tricks for handling children that he hasn't used yet. In other words, this episode didn't fully unearth all of Teacher Admirable Fish's skills, such as his talent as a screenwriter, which hasn't been showcased yet. Of course, some people humorously commented, "It's too idealistic to think up a story that puts a child to sleep in a short time. It's not that easy." And although Teacher Admirable Fish is a screenwriter, he hasn't written fairy tale stories before, and children definitely want fairy tales. So this time Teacher Admirable Fish could only rely on Chu Kuang's fairy tale novels. There were many similar derivative topics about the show online. Coincidentally, Lin Yuan also saw this topic and couldn't help but ponder. Perhaps he should use this variety show to showcase more skills and then fiercely harvest reputation. In the upcoming episodes, Teacher Admirable Fish cannot afford to be too low-key. He must seize any opportunity to show off. At the same time that night, Yuan Hui Game Company announced, the online version of Werewolf Kill has officially launched. Silver Blue Books subsequently announced, Chu Kuang's new book, Peter Pan, will be officially published and distributed tomorrow. Starlight Entertainment likewise announced. The 8 children's songs including Happy Clapping Song, sung by teacher Admirable Fish with Beihai Kindergarten during the variety show have officially launched. You never know until you look. Quite a shock to discover. This new variety show of teacher Admirable Fish has actually derived so much content. Immediately, all parties are paying attention, wondering how these derivative contents will perform in the market. Chapter 1034, 952 Derived Heat. First came the children's songs. Teacher Admirable Fish created a total of 8 children's songs for the program. During the recording, they even collaborated with the kids from Beihai Kindergarten. Many parents who had not seen Fish Walking with You were caught off guard by these children's songs. What's going on? Why had teacher Admirable Fish suddenly released so many children's songs? No maestro had ever written so many children's songs all at once. They tried playing these songs for their children at home. At the same time, the parents who had watched the program didn't hesitate to have their children listen to these songs. As a result, the kids loved them right away. Parents were overjoyed. The 8 children's songs received rave reviews instantly. No wonder they were written by Maestro. My daughter really likes them. The lyrics are positive and the melodies are very pleasant. Thank you, teacher Admirable Fish, for creating these songs for the children. My son loves them too. Not just my child, but I, as a mother, find these children's songs very pleasing to listen to, especially Happy Clapping Song. My child and I sing and clap together. This song is so interactive. I think Pull the Radish is the most fun. I sang 2 tigers to put my baby to sleep at night. My baby hasn't even started kindergarten yet. These songs are positive and quite suitable for early education. Kindergarten teachers are recommending these songs to parents in our group chats. I heard these songs were created for a variety show by teacher Admirable Fish, so I specifically went to watch it. I was immediately hooked, especially by the music lesson segment. It was mind-blowing. Yes, there are parent groups in kindergartens. Besides hearing these songs on the player, many kindergarten teachers recommended them to parents, and these songs easily won the unanimous approval of both children and parents. Then came the games. When the show was being recorded, Sun Yaohua had already arranged for his company to develop this game. The production wasn't complicated, so as soon as the show aired, the game was launched. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Many people rushed in to try it out. Some didn't find the game suitable, thinking it was boring and never got the hang of it. But many who were playing this language logic deduction game for the first time fell in love with it right away. Many gaming groups were discussing it. Hosting a werewolf game. We need one more player for a 9-person game. Who's in? This game is really fun. Other than the fact it can affect friendships, this game has no drawbacks. It's so true about affecting friendships. I almost burst with anger because I wanted to show my heart to my friend to prove I was a good guy, and he still didn't believe me. Great game. I got to know this game through Fish Walking with You. I thought it was interesting right away, and after playing it I was hooked. Personally, I feel the 12-player game is the best. The gameplay rules are maximized. Great game, playable both online and offline. Actually, the fun of playing werewolf is greater when played offline, especially during friends' gatherings. But most people are too busy with work to easily gather a large group for a face-to-face game. Harvey didn't have this problem. He directly pulled a bunch of rich second-generation friends for offline games and plunged deep into the werewolf craze, as obsessed as when he used to invite friends over for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Lastly, Peter Pan. This novel was released the next day. As soon as the bookstores opened, many people rushed to buy it. Not just because of the variety show's promotion. Chu Kuang's reputation was also one of the guarantees of the story's sales. Blue Star children, who doesn't know about Fairy Tale Town? Those who don't are teased by their classmates. And Peter Pan, also part of the Fairy Tale Town series, naturally won over parents and children. This fairy tale is beautiful. I love the theme not wanting to grow up. Chu Kuang's fairy tales are always educational, and they have a unique quality. They easily resonate with adults too. Once upon a time, we were also Peter Pans who didn't want to grow up, forever children, forever with a pure heart. Ultimately, it's for the children, and they indeed love it. After I told my baby the story of Peter Pan, he started nagging me to take him to Fairy Tale Town again. For children in Blue Star, Fairy Tale Town is like a sacred place in their hearts. I never tell him that fairy tale town doesn't actually exist. I let this dream continue. Perhaps when he realizes there is no fairy tale town, he might really have grown up. Novels have something known as IP. If fairy tale town counts, then this series is definitely one of the biggest IPs in the hearts of children. This, Peter Pan, further deepened the concept of fairy tale town in people's hearts. Children's songs were a hit. Games were a hit. Fairy tales were a hit. Although this success was partly because the works themselves were outstanding, Fish Walking with You, as the variety show that introduced these works, also garnered much more attention from all sectors. The music industry was shocked. The gaming industry was shocked. The fairy tale sector was shocked. CNU really turned a variety show into a promotional film. Can works even be promoted like this? Never had a variety show played in this way. Just one broadcast of a variety show had simultaneously shaken 3 fields, with an advertising effect so good it was almost abnormal. No, not just 3 fields. The entertainment industry was also shaken. The entire circle realized the value of this new variety show by Tong Shuwen and the Yu Dynasty. Major entertainment companies all had ideas, and the artists within Starlight were eager to seize the opportunity. Does this variety show still need guests? Can I join the 2nd season of Fish Walking with You? Flying guests are always needed, right? It's hard for 7 people of the Yu Dynasty to play games, you know? It's an odd number. Add me, and it'll be even. Let me on. I won't even ask for an appearance fee. You need to get this agent out there, whatever it takes. Get me on the 2nd season of Fish Walking with You. It's hard to get on this show. Now stars are breaking their necks to join the 2nd season. And besides, the show is called Fish Walking with You. And you're not a fish. Yes, stars from all walks were desperately contacting Starlight and individuals from the Yu Dynasty, even director Tong Shuwen and scriptwriter Zhu Lei. They were frantically networking, all wanting a slot on the show. This was the 2nd variety show after The Masked Singer that countless celebrities were dying to appear on. This show had an advantage over The Masked Singer. The former is for singers only, as it is a music program. The latter, however, has no professional barriers. Whether singers, actors, or even variety stars, as long as they're in the entertainment industry, there's a chance to participate. It's a great opportunity for viewers across continents to get to know you. This is also why this hot variety show attracted countless celebrities. Blue Star is vast. 6 continents are too many. Now, audiences from all 6 continents are anticipating the 2nd season of Fish Walking with You. In such a scenario, everyone wants to ride the show's popularity to step out of their hometowns and make a name in other continents. This shows the variety show had well and truly caught fire. The people of Yu Dynasty were reaping immense benefits. Now, audiences from various continents who weren't too familiar with the Yu Dynasty were quickly becoming acquainted with stars like Wei Haoyun from the Yu Dynasty. Everyone's popularity was skyrocketing. Not to mention CNU. The one whose popularity surged most violently was Wei Haoyun. In the show, Wei Haoyun's various strokes of good luck, combined with the song Good Luck Coming and her memorable name, won her the affection of countless viewers. Next was Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei's cutely characterized sense of direction was exaggerated by the show's crew, and netizens even joked that she had a touch of Zoro's style. Zoro is a highly popular character in Shadow's One Piece. This character is known for getting lost. Others didn't stand out as much as these two, so their popularity didn't grow as quickly, and as all sectors were fervently discussing the variety show that night. The Yu Dynasty had already started preparing for the 2nd season of Fish Walking with You. Chapter 1035, 953 guests. On the eve before the 2nd episode's recording, the Yu Dynasty gathered at a certain hotel. The chat group was bustling with activity. Tomorrow we're definitely recording on Mount Wudong. Why? Do you even need to ask why? Mount Wudong is right near this hotel. So do we have any guests this time? I don't know. Our show is so popular, if we really wanted guests, any big name would be willing to come on. Some people online say our show lacks creativity. That's just sour grapes from people in the same business. Don't mind them. Our popularity is solid. Lin Yuan was reading the chat in the group. Suddenly, he heard someone ringing the doorbell outside. When he opened the door, it turned out to be director Tong Shuwen and screenwriter Zhu Lei looking for him. Please come in. Lin Yuan let the two in. Tong Shuwen said with a smile. The first episode was such a hit. Now we as the director group for the second episode are under a lot of pressure to make this episode even more suitable for Teacher Admirable Fish to show off her skills. We specifically chose Mount Wudong, a location personally picked by Teacher Admirable Fish. What plans do you have? Me? Lin Yuan was stunned. Zhu Lei couldn't help but laugh. In our first episode, we didn't arrange any eye-catching game segments, which led to a lot of people criticizing our show for a lack of creativity. But you're a game designer. You should have some insights in this area, so we want to learn from you. Could you help design some innovative and creative game segments? Oh, Lin Yuan understood. Playing games was indeed an essential element of reality shows. The highlights of most reality shows were all provided by playing games. And Fish Walking With You did not have any games in its first episode. The show's success was entirely due to Lin Yuan's improvisation in the kindergarten. However, one couldn't always count on such good improvisation opportunities. This time the director group wanted to innovate in game design. They had come to Lin Yuan for help because he seemed to know a lot about games. Tong Shuwen was eager. Have any ideas? Something clicked in Lin Yuan's mind. There's one game that's quite good. Speaking of the most classic and enduring games in various reality shows, tearing off the name tag would surely rank among the top. The early popularity of the super popular reality show Run Brothers relied entirely on the name tag tearing segment. The entertainment value of this game was simply monumental. Some even said, Running Man without name tag tearing is soulless. Especially in the first few seasons of Running Man. The name tag tearing was always treated as the main event and placed at the end of the show. 2 hours of programming were, more or less, paving the way for the name tag tearing at the end. It can be said, when name tag tearing began, it often meant the show was reaching its climax. Blue Star didn't have a running group, let alone the originators of this game, the Koreans' Running Man. Thus, tearing off the name tag did not exist. Lin Yuan could easily transplant this game to Fish Walking With You and have the Yu Dynasty play the name tag tearing game together. Let's hear it. Tong Shuwen and Zhu Lei exchanged a glance, and then both turned to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, Let me think. Think my ass. He was merely going to ask the system to customize a minigame. 1 minute later, Lin Yuan spoke up. Games are generally divided into 2 or 3 teams. Of course, it can also be individual competition. Each guest will have their name tagged on their back. Then once the battle starts, the teams can engage in maneuver warfare or head-on clashes without hurting each other, trying to tear off the name tag on the opponent's back to win. For example, if Team 1 rips off both name tags of Team 2, then Team 1 wins. If someone's name tag is ripped off in the process, the person whose name tag was torn off is eliminated. At first, Tong Shuwen didn't find it fun, but halfway through listening, Tong Shuwen's expression changed. Then, as Lin Yuan explained further, Tong Shuwen became more and more excited. This game is so good, creative, and fun. He could almost imagine everyone tearing at each other's tags. It's both athletic and competitive, full of fun. Zhu Lei, who was listening, also lit up with enthusiasm. The show's team had their own game design talents. But compared to Lin Yuan's ideas, the show's game designers were simply incomparable. Our show's game designers should be out of a job. Zhu Lei joked, We can play this game for more than 1 episode. The audience will definitely love watching it. Lin Yuan didn't respond. That the audience would love it was a given. After all, the tearing of name tags in the first few episodes of the Celestial Dynasty version of Running Man provided more than half of the funny moments. After thinking a bit more, Lin Yuan added, There are some other mini-games I can mention too. The specific arrangements are up to the show's team. He wasn't planning on holding anything back. The show's popularity was good for the whole Yu Dynasty. Anything else? Tong Shuwen and Zhu Lei stared at Lin Yuan with burning eyes. The next morning, the people of the Yu Dynasty gathered at the foot of Mount Wudong. It really is Mount Wudong. Wei Haoyun looked up at the mountain above and couldn't help but marvel. Are they going to make us climb the mountain today? That high mountain will take until noon to reach the top. Everyone shuddered. Given the production team's nature, they might really arrange for everyone to climb the mountain. Chun Jiu simply shouted toward the distant Tong Shuwen. Director, are we supposed to climb the mountain? Tong Shuwen didn't answer. Sun Yao suddenly pointed ahead. Look! Everyone turned their heads and saw a beauty in ancient costume, lightly fanning herself with a silk fan while admiring the Mount Wudong scenery. Beauty! Everyone exclaimed, feeling dazzled. But inwardly they guessed. Was this a celebrity guest invited by the production team? Obviously, this was arranged by the production team. Meanwhile, as everyone was contemplating this possibility, a group of people suddenly appeared on the other side, along with an arrogant voice. Capture her and make her the wife of our Black Wind Guild leader. The wedding will be in 5 days. Goodness, there's a plot too? They've even picked the wedding date. As the cries of the victim in terror rang out, a group of bandit-looking fellows captured the beauty. Should we play the hero saves the beauty? Chun Jiu muttered, unsure of the production team's intentions. Suddenly, a figure appeared. This person was flamboyantly dressed, making a high-pressure entrance like a dashing gentleman of ancient times. His face was not clear, but his loud command to the bandits was audible. Let go of that girl. The female members of the Yu dynasty immediately swooned at the inflated performance. So handsome. However, the man's next sentence made Sun Yaohua and the others burst into laughter. They heard that flashy man add in a cheesy manner, "Let me do it." So sleazy. The girls rolled their eyes at the unfamiliar hero in white, his image instantly collapsing. Then, this hero charged at the group of bandits as if he was about to unleash some great power. But before he even reached them, he tripped and fell to the ground. Face down, the people of the Yu dynasty laughed even harder. However, Lin Yuan showed a hint of surprise, not expecting him to be a guest on the second episode of the show. Kill him, the bandit leader sneered. What an idiot. A sycophant next to the bandit said, Boss, it's best not to linger here, and definitely not to spill blood. There are masters on Mount Wudong. We mustn't disturb them. That makes sense. With that, the bandit leader took the captured girl. Let's go. And whoosh, the group of people left. The tripped hero got up and looked at the Yu dynasty group, complaining, Have you no humanity? You watch a beauty get taken and don't even dare to draw your swords to help. But now you can't even give a hand to lift this hero off the ground. It's you. No wonder it was so sleazy. Still such a chatterbox. Aren't you Spider-Man? How could you not even beat a group of bandits? Jian-E, pitiful and laughable. Shoot your spiderwebs then. The crowd stepped forward and immediately recognized the man, teasing him nonstop. That's right. This hero in white was none other than Jian-E in disguise. He was the guest for this episode. Hero saves the beauty? A master on Mount Wudong? Perhaps the mission for this episode was already quite clear. Unlike the first episode, this time it was a group activity. Chapter 1036, 954 Heartbeat Game. You see that Jian-E utterly lame. Xia Fan laughed the hardest, because she, Jian-E, and Lin Yuan had been close since they were young. However, neither Xia Fan nor Lin Yuan had known beforehand that Jian-E would come over as a guest this episode. Ladies and gentlemen, Jian-E had already stood up, making a show of fist greeting everyone. The thieves are too strong. We are no match for them. The crowd jeered. They haven't even made a move, and you're already going down. Because of the relationship between Lin Yuan and Xia Fan, the Yu dynasty was also very familiar with Jian-E. Jian-E rolled his eyes. Because I didn't expect the Yu dynasty to be so cold-blooded, to see death without helping. Everyone laughed. Jian-E then moved on to the main topic. The Black Wind Guild leader is getting married in 5 days. We still have a chance. As long as we climb Mount Wudong and learn skills, we can return a hero and save the beauty. Wei Haoyun couldn't help but laugh. By the time you learn, the beauty's kids will be old enough to fetch soy sauce. You don't know. Jian-E tried to hold back his laughter. Wudong has a unique skill called Tai Chi. If your martial instinct is strong, you can learn it in 1 day. Once you've mastered it, we will be invincible. Then, we can descend the mountain, save the beauty, and flatten Black Wind Guild in the blink of an eye. Wudong, Tai Chi. Is this episode a crossover with Heaven Reliant Dragon Slayer? Sun Yaohua had read the original novel. I think it'd be faster to find the dragon saber. Then I'll look for the Heaven Reliant sword. Zhao Gu spoke up, having also read the novel. In fact, there was nobody in the Yu dynasty who hadn't read Chu Kuang's wuxia novel. Don't change the subject. Jian-E pulled out a task card. I have a letter of recommendation, as the son of destiny in the martial world. You follow me to Wudong to learn the legendary Tai Chi. This is a great fortune. This guy has been reading too many novels, especially the vocabulary commonly found in Xinxia novels, like destiny and great fortune. He could spout it without hesitation. What does the letter of recommendation say? Climbing Mount Wudong is divided into several stages. We have to play a game. In the first stage, the winners get to ride a car up the mountain, and the losers must climb the first part of the mountain themselves. Climb up. Everybody's mentality was slightly shaken. How tiring it would be to climb up. We must win. Nobody wanted to climb. Jian Yi looked at the game rules. This game is called Heartbeat Test. We have to wear heartbeat bracelets, choose an opponent. Girls go first and must choose the opposite sex. The two stare at each other. One can seduce the other, and after 3 minutes, whoever has a faster heartbeat loses. Reading further, Jian Yi panicked. Everybody felt a bit of panic. This game design, quite something. Jiang Kuei shouted, "Who designed this game?" Wei Haoyun laughed, staring at the opposite sex to see who has a faster heartbeat. Xia Fan encouraged, "Girls, don't panic." "I don't care." Zhao Yinggu appeared very calm. "Bring it on." "Shall I go first?" Jiang Kuei said, "I choose Sun Yaohua." "Let's go." Sun Yaohua took a deep breath. This game was all about who was more composed. The two began staring at each other with their bracelets on. At first, both maintained their heartbeats around 90. "Seduce him." The girls cheered for Jiang Kuei. Boys cheered for Sun Yaohua. "Yaohua, hold on." Their eyes turned. Sun Yaohua made the first move. "Jiang Kuei, have you gained weight recently?" Thump. Jiang Kuei's heartbeat began to quicken. Definitely not smitten, but angry. "I'm only 90 pounds. "Really?" Sun Yaohua's voice softened. "Then why does your importance in my heart keep increasing?" Uft. Everyone burst into laughter. "Nicely done." Jiang Kuei's heartbeat sped up again, reaching 101. Then she fought back. "You truly are the cream of the crop." That's meant to describe a girl. I think it's more fitting for you. Don't misunderstand. I'm saying your life is rich with oils. You're oily by fate, not by the heavens. Sun Yaohua was unfazed. Jiang Kuei's heartbeat went down. To the side. Everyone was laughing hard. Tong Shuwen was also smiling, hinting, 10 seconds left. The countdown to the duel. Neither had a particularly fast heartbeat. When the countdown was about to end, Jiang Kuei suddenly turned her head and screamed with exaggerated acting skills. "Ah, representative. What's wrong with you?" "Huh, I'm fine." Lin Yuan was confused. Sun Yaohua hurriedly turned to look at Lin Yuan, only for his heartbeat to suddenly soar. 120, 130, 140. In the last 3 seconds, as Jiang Kuei's voice fell, Sun Yaohua's heartbeat had skyrocketed to 140. Everyone burst out laughing. "How could you fall for such exaggerated acting?" Chun Jiu laughed until his stomach hurt. "He just knows how to play the tense representative." Damn. When Sun Yaohua realized he'd been tricked, the countdown had already ended. He lost. Jiang Kuei snickered. "I can take the car now." Sun Yaohua's face was a picture of misery. Xia Fan gleefully said, "Then I choose Jian Yi." She directly chose Jian Yi, the one she was most confident about. The two were too familiar with each other for either to quicken the other's heartbeat. Jian Yi wasn't about to chicken out either. Bring it on. The two put on the bracelets and began to face each other. Jian Yi said, "Babe, I was sick last night. Had to get in 4 at the hospital." Xia Fan was unmoved. "Drink more hot water." Jian Yi, the legendary straight guy response. "How could you say that too?" He tried to flirt forcefully. "What kind of fluids?" "Longing for you at night." Xia Fan shuddered in disgust. "You're even greasier than Sun Yaohua. Who do you think is more handsome, me or Lin Yuan?" "Lin Yuan." "What about now?" Jian Yi suddenly leaned closer to Xia Fan, revealing a bright smile. Xia Fan panicked. Her heartbeat started to race. The director began the countdown. Suddenly, Xia Fan frowned. "You've got lunch stuck between your teeth." "Damn it." Jian Yi quickly shut his mouth and backed away, his heartbeat quickening as well, jumping to 130. "You really believe that?" Xia Fan laughed loudly. "You guys see how this guy's image just shattered?" Jian Yi. Chu Kuang was right. The prettier the woman, the more likely she is to deceive. He lost. Sun Yaohua's weakness was Xianyu. Jian Yi's weakness was his own idle baggage. Then I'll choose Chun Jiu. Wei Haoyun glanced at the remaining men, with only Lin Yuan and Chun Jiu left. The two were very casual players. They didn't do anything, just stared at each other. Everyone joked on the side. The contest of the masters is always silent. This round, Chun Jiu lost. Neither of their heartbeats was fast. Chun Jiu's 93, Wei Haoyun's 92. All one could say was, "It's about physical constitution." Chun Jiu was amused and helpless at the outcome. Madame Haoyun is badass. All three girls. 1. Jiang Kuei cheered. Zhao Yinggu, it's your turn now. Zhao Yinggu was dumbfounded. She was confident, sure she could wreak havoc against anyone. Yet, as fate would have it, she was left with Lin Yuan. Who could withstand that? Jiang Kuei noticed the anomaly and teased. Zhao Yinggu is blushing. Whoosh. As soon as Zhao Yinggu heard this, she could feel her face getting hot. The director instructed, "Please put on the bracelets." Lin Yuan put on the bracelet. His heartbeat was 90. Zhao Yinggu put on her bracelet. The game hadn't even officially started, and her heartbeat had already soared to 150. Wow. Zhao Yinggu, you're letting us down. Weren't you the one who said you weren't scared? Jiang Kuei and Xia Fan took turns mocking Zhao Yinggu. Jian Yi and others joined the rest in roaring with laughter. Who said that I would fall without the bandit even drawing a sword? Xian, you didn't make a move, and you already fell flat, right? Zhao Yinggu covered her face, but peeked at Lin Yuan through her fingers. Lin Yuan's lips curled up in a smile, his entire appearance gleaming as if he'd stepped right out of a comic book. Come on, wipe your drool. Chun Jiu handed Zhao Yinggu a tissue. Zhao Yinggu. Her heartbeat hit 160. She finally caved in. I give up. On the side, Tong Shuwen and Zhu Lei laughed the whole time too. This game is so fun. How did Xian Yu come up with this? Yes, this heartbeat game was designed by Lin Yuan. Now it seems, this innovative game is full of excitement. Plus the name-ripping game to follow. Who dares to say our show lacks originality now? Chapter 1037, 955 The Great King summoned me to patrol. Bye-bye. Lin Yuan, Jiang Kuei, Wei Haoyun, and Xia Fan were taking a car up the mountain. The remaining group of 4, Jian Yi, had sullen faces. They had lost the game and had to walk up the mountain. Amidst sighs and groans, the 4 began their ascent. Jian Yi muttered, "If only we had a horse." Sun Yaohua joked, "You think this is Journey to the West? You want a white dragon horse?" Chun Jiu tried to make the best of the situation by singing. "You carry the load, I lead the horse, to greet the sunrise and bid farewell to the sunset twilight." All 4 of them together were like the Tang monk and his 3 disciples. Jian Yi had a natural talent for variety shows, and with the experience from the first episode, everyone else was becoming more open and relaxed. Despite the tiring hike, the laughter was constant. Zhu Lei followed them, snickering at their antics. Inside the car, Jiang Kuei was laughing too. They're singing "Where is the Road?" Are they on a pilgrimage to the west? Xia Fan chimed in. Then do we become the monsters that hinder their group of 4 disciples? Wei Haoyun laughed. Looks like today we're the ones crossing Chu Kuang. Mount Wudong and Tai Chi represent the novel Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer, which is by Chu Kuang. And the reference to Journey to the West also comes from Chu Kuang's novel Journey to the West. When you think about it, it's just not fair. Xia Fan nudged Lin Yuan's arm. Look, the Journey to the West is all about singing the praises of the Tang monk and his disciples. Why aren't there any songs about us monsters? Jiang Kuei teased. Us monsters? You really sympathize with that female demon, huh? Then am I the Mountain King? Lin Yuan found it funny. Since we're the monsters, let's sing a monster's song. Do you remember Little Whirlwind? Wei Haoyun raised his hand. I know, the part at Lion Camel Ridge. You remember so clearly? I'm a hardcore Journey to the West fan, alright? I've watched both the TV series and read the original. Little Whirlwind had a line that cracked me up. The king ordered me to patrol the mountain, which I found hilarious. Actually, that part can be sung. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Let me teach you how to sing it. There really is a song about monsters. Sing it now. Under the expectant gazes of the 3 girls, Lin Yuan immediately started singing. The king ordered me to patrol the mountain. I roamed the world of men. beating my drum, striking my gong. Life is full of rhythm. The king ordered me to patrol the mountain, to catch a monk for my evening meal. The mountain streams water, unmatched in sweetness, envying neither mandarin ducks nor immortals. This song was written by Zhao Yingjun, a respected musician, talented yet tragically passed away at a young age. Whimsical lyrics, an easygoing melody. The whole passage was catchy, and the listeners were gleaming, joining Lin Yuan in singing. The king ordered me to patrol the mountain. On one side were the Tang monk and his disciples on their pilgrimage to the west, and on the other, the monsters sang in chorus. The king ordered me to patrol the mountain. Both sides complimented each other amusingly. The director, Tong Shuwen, and the staff exchanged excited glances, their eyes shining. This song is great. We've got our montage music. Xianyu is showing off his skills again. Paired with the Journey to the West theme, as well as the atmosphere of climbing Mount Wudong, the song immediately set the tone. The effect was just as strong as the nursery rhymes highlights from the first episode. Finally, Jian Yi and the others finished the first leg of the climb. Halt, you monsters! The four glared at Xianyu and the others. Sun Yaohua raised his arms high, gesturing forward as if wielding the golden cudgel. Eat my old son's cudgel stroke. His surname just happened to be Sun, a descendant of Sun Wukong. After the 8 of them gathered, they started laughing and frolicking. And unlike before, this time there were tourists crowding around them. This is Mount Wudong, and because of Chu Kuang's influence, a steady stream of tourists have been coming to visit. Xianyu, Jiang Kuet, Sun Yaohua, Spider-Man. Tourists were yelling excitedly. Security held them at the periphery, not allowing them to get close. Many tourists excitedly took out their phones to record, chattering away. Are they filming a variety show? Haven't you seen Fish Walking with You? This is a new variety show from U Dynasty. They must be recording the 2nd episode. Haha. I didn't expect to come here for a trip and run into such good luck. I've seen this variety show. My idol. U Dynasty is my idol. Tong Shuwen, upon noticing this, didn't stop the tourists from filming, and instead took the initiative to pick up the microphone and host the scene. Sorry, we are temporarily using this place because we are recording a variety show, and we apologize for disrupting everyone's visit. As compensation, you can freely take pictures and post them online. It doesn't matter, consider it helping us with our promotion. Remember to watch the 2nd episode of Fish Walking with You when it airs. No problem. A crowd of tourists yelled out in unison. Everyone didn't mind at all. They were even ecstatic. Why would climbing a mountain be more interesting than watching celebrities film a variety show? Qinxing is an outdoor broadcaster. At this moment, she was live streaming at Mount Wudong. Due to the martial arts novel Heaven Reliant Dragon Slayer by old rascal Chu Kuang, the number of tourists at Mount Wudong has been especially high recently. Suddenly, the live stream comments exploded. Holy shit, host, look behind you. What did I just see? Xianyu, it looks like Jian Yi is there too. Alice, no, I mean Xia Fan is also there. Oh my god, is that U Dynasty? The host is amazing. The entire U Dynasty is there. They're filming a variety show. Because she needed to face the audience and commentate, Qinxing's back was turned to what was happening behind her. However, even though she hadn't said anything particularly noteworthy, her live stream's comments suddenly exploded. A dense flurry of comments. This was the first time in her broadcasting career that Qinxing saw so many comments. She was completely dumbfounded. At the same time, behind her erupted a multitude of screams. She swiftly turned around to look and then quickly grasped the situation, her voice trembling with excitement. Is it really U Dynasty filming a variety show? Qinxing responded very quickly. The Fish Walking with You crew is here at Mount Wudong recording the 2nd episode today, and the director even allows others to film freely. This was too lucky. Qinxing took a deep breath. Audience friends, look at what we've captured. U Dynasty is filming a new variety show. I guess I need to change the title of my live stream room. She moved very fast. The live stream's title was quickly changed from Qinxing Takes You Through Wudong Mountain as described by Chu Kuang to Encounter with U Dynasty filming Fish Walking with You at Mount Wudong. The live stream's audience also reacted quickly. Many started calling their friends through different means. Sister, open up Penguin live stream. I don't watch live streams. Yu Dynasty is performing a variety show live. Oh my gosh, I'm coming. Search for Qinqing's live stream room. Outdoor broadcaster Qinqing captured Yu Dynasty filming a variety show live. Some even went ahead and posted the link in various group chats, conveniently mentioning everyone. Yu Dynasty is recording the second episode of Fish Walking with You, and it just so happens that an outdoor broadcaster caught it live. Come watch. Chapter 1038, 956, Xian, you should take medicine. Online, many netizens are still in the dark. Some fans of the show are chatting. Speaking of Fish Walking with You, it should be time for the recording of episode 2, right? What's the play for the second episode? The first episode was so much fun, but some people on the internet said that the allure of the first episode was all thanks to Xian Yu's performance. The creativity and the games they played were pretty average. Such high demands. As long as it's fun to watch, that's all that matters. It indeed was fun to watch, but it would be great if the Yu Dynasty could play together. Always being separated isn't so nice. Sitting here waiting for the second episode, without Fish Walking with You, I'm so bored I could die. It's a pity the second episode won't be broadcast for a few more days. Suddenly, someone came running to announce, who says it's a few days till the second episode? Search for Qinqing on Penguin Live and watch it early. That host caught the Yu Dynasty on the set of the variety show recording. Holy crap, for real? Netizens searched with a half-doubtful mind, and then their eyes widened. It looks like it's really the Yu Dynasty recording the show, and Jian Yi is there too. Is he the guest for the second episode? Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In less than 5 minutes, the audience count in Qinqing's live stream went through the roof. Countless people are watching the live broadcast, and that number is still climbing ferociously with no sign of slowing down. Fireworks, sports cars, airplanes, even rockets, the most top-tier gifts in a live stream room, started popping up. Countless expensive gifts that would excite any host if they appeared even once made Qinqing's live stream explode today. Qinqing, trying to calm her wildly beating heart, began to commentate for the audience. Little sister is very grateful for all the gifts from the bosses. The next segment being recorded should be the Yu Dynasty playing a game. The winners get to take a bus up the mountain, and the losers have to climb up on foot. At this point, Qinqing said, "Let's watch the recording." The rules were introduced by the director. Tong Shuwen had taken on the role of game host. This game's rules are very simple. Since all of you are singers, we will have a singer's showdown. Each singer will sing a song they think others can't sing. For example, a singer can sing a high note. If your opponent can't sing it, you score a point. The competition is best 2 out of 3 rounds, with your opponent determined by drawing lots. It's not fair, I protest. Jian Yi immediately became anxious. I'm not a singer. Tong Shuwen replied, protest denied. You'll have to figure out a way to win or negotiate with a singer to compete in something else. Jian Yi's face went pale. The tourists nearby laughed heartily. The live stream was filled with joy. It's like a wolf pack with a husky thrown into the mix. Jian Yi, so should I just leave? Poor little spider. Aren't you Spider-Man? Just compete with them in web-slinging. Jian Yi's most iconic film role was Spider-Man, and the character was well known to everyone. Little Spider was a nickname used affectionately by some fans for Jian Yi. The Yu Dynasty members weren't panicked about the game at all. Everyone began to draw lots. The first match was Chun Jiyu versus Xia Fan. Chun Jiyu smiled at Xia Fan. Be careful, the piece I'm about to sing is not easy. Stop talking nonsense. Despite being one of the weaker singers in the Yu Dynasty, Xia Fan was still a top female singer and had won a talent competition. Her skills were much better than the average singers. All right, Chun Jiyu took a deep breath before firing out lyrics like a machine gun, leaving the entire place dumbfounded. Back in the live stream, the comments scrolled past quickly. So fast. How can he sing that fast? It's not singing, it's talking. This is a rap style of music. Yeah, this is rapping fast. Chun Jiyu has this skill? No one's going to be able to learn that. Rap on its own wouldn't be hard for Xia Fan, but when it came to the technical aspects of fast rap, especially as fast as Chun Jiyu's, and with such clear articulation, Xia Fan couldn't do it. And it wasn't just Xia Fan. Jiang Kuei and the others couldn't do it either. Even if Chun Jiyu handed out densely packed lyrics saying, just sing it. Sing your sister. Xia Fan simply closed her eyes. I concede. The competition went on. Everyone pulled out their unique skills. Like Jiang Kuei, who went straight to ornamental opera singing against Zhao Yinggu. If you hadn't studied this, you really couldn't compete. Then there was Wei Haoyun. She used a blue star classical opera style. Sun Yaohua also unveiled his secret weapon, beatboxing. As the name suggests, this involves using the mouth to mimic various instrument sounds, like drums. By comparison, Zhao Yinggu bringing out a whistle register wasn't even considered special. The most hilarious was Jianyi. In order to get a ride later on, he threw his image out the window. He shockingly discarded his idle baggage and started burping while singing. The whole competition process was punctuated by continuous exclamations from the tourists. The showcase from the Yu Dynasty singers was mind-blowing. Fast rap, operatic singing, beatboxing, whistle register. Too awesome. Is this the power of a singer? Uffed. Jianyi is going to kill me with laughter. How is this even possible? Belching while singing. Ha ha ha. Even the king and queen of singing have to bow down. Up next is Xianyu. Can Xianyu handle it? In the live broadcast room, the barrage was a chaotic mess. Everyone from the Yu Dynasty is a freak. Oh my god, that's horrifying. I thought Chen Zhiyu's fast talking was amazing, but I didn't expect Wei Haoyun's operatic singing to be so moving. Zhao Yingji's whistle register is fierce too, totally crushing other top-tier singers. Jiang Kuei's coloratura is explosive, truly deserving the title of Queen of Singing. Sun Yaohua's beatboxing is sick. He just imitated at least a dozen different instruments. It's Fish Papa's turn soon. Fish Papa has his signature tricks too, imitating different vocal tones, men, women, old and young, all possible. After all, one person is like a whole orchestra. Everyone knew Xianyu's skills. He had once sung Dalabangba, not only seamlessly switching between male and female voices, but he could also play multiple roles with different voices, so no one was worried about Xianyu's round in the competition. Way too cool. Tong Shuwen and Zhu Lei were also blown away. They knew this round would be spectacular, but they didn't expect the Yu Dynasty to shine so brightly. Each performance outlandishly amazing. The effect? It was evident from the audience's reaction. Suddenly, Zhu Lei said, I've just received news. There's a host broadcasting live here. That's great news. Tong Shuwen didn't mind at all. Being filmed just a tiny bit could lead to huge publicity. Next up is Xianyu. The two of them watched as Xianyu's turn arrived. The production team had no worries about Xianyu bombing his performance. Just wait for his male-to-female voice switch. It seemed that everyone expected Lin Yuan to show off this skill. A skill more monstrous than a voice actor's. Every time Xianyu used this skill, it would blow the audience away. At this moment, Lin Yuan stepped forward. The camera captured his handsome face from all angles without a single blind spot. The barrage went wild. Fans were excited and thrilled. Fish Papa's about to start showing off. This round, Lin Yuan's opponent was Jiang Kuei. Jiang Kuei bit her lip. Aside, Chen Zhiyu, Sun Yaohua, and the others gazed steadfastly at Lin Yuan. Feels like it's going to be explosive. Zhao Yinggu whispered to Wei Haoyun. Wei Haoyun nodded solemnly. At this moment, whether it was the bored viewers in the live broadcast room, the tourists beside them, or the Yu Dynasty and the production team, all were expectantly watching Lin Yuan. Ahem. Lin Yuan cleared his throat. He'd promised not to be modest on the show. It was time to display his real skills. He made a few strange vocal noises from his throat. Lin Yuan adjusted his state, took a slight breath, and then started singing directly. Oh, Awasida, Awasida geta, Awasida gedu. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Jiang Kuei was dumbstruck. Tong Shuwen's mouth hung open. Zhu Lei looked on in disbelief. Tourists, the Yu Dynasty, the directors, the whole place was stunned. Some nearly fell over. The live broadcast room viewers almost choked. And then, everyone was bent over laughing. What the fuck? What the hell is he singing? Can we please stop messing around? Xianyu, you need to take your meds. Chapter 1039, 957 Tearing off the name tag. Lin Yuan was still singing. He seemed to have really gotten into it. His expressions became more animated. Assist dead to lie, dead to lie, dead to lie. dead to lie dead dee do dead to lie dead to lie, dee to lie dead dee to lie dead dee to lie dead, dee to lie dead dee to lie dee, dead dee to lie dead to lie. Yo. Ah. Yo. Lin Yuan was different from Jianyi. He had no idle baggage to worry about. The onlooking tourists were falling over themselves in laughter. The entire place burst into laughter. Calm down. Will taking your meds help? Xianyu, are you trying to soar up to the sun and stand shoulder to shoulder with it? Jiang Kuei was laughing so hard, she doubled over. Clutching her stomach, she cried out in collapse. How am I supposed to learn this? There weren't even proper lyrics. It was all unclear and indistinct words. With Lin Yuan's increasingly expressive face, Jiang Kuei didn't know whether to say the song was too strange or that Xianyu was being too ridiculous. In the live stream, the barrage was also laughing madly. When fish starts to joke around, no one else can compete. Look at those expressions, although I still think he's damn handsome. Rolling on the bed with laughter. He's really giving it his all. To sing a song that others can't learn, he actually created such a bizarre thing. Jiang Kuei has lost it. Ha 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 ha. No matter how awesome Jiang Kuei is, how could she possibly learn this song in a short time? This is a song. I actually think it's not bad. The tune has a mysteriously addictive quality. This damn thing is what playing music is all about. Reminds me of Fish Papa and Madame Haoyan performing on our song. The whole performance was just shouting stay. You guys shouldn't forget Fish Papa's status in the square dance world. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Lin Yuan finished singing, and the entertainment value was maxed out. Everyone thought that Xianyu was crazy to win this round of the game. Image thrown out the window. Baggage thrown out the window. Just as long as the opponent couldn't sing it. This reminded many people of when Xianyu was recording our song, and he had written so many songs that drove the audience crazy. Like most dazzling ethnic style. Everyone was flipped upside down with laughter at that time. Who could have thought that Maestro Jr., with his highbrow image, could turn out to be so wild when he made a scene? The Yu dynasty roared with laughter. Jiang Kuei, go for it. You can do it. Sing it once through, and you have to mimic the expressions. The expressions are the essence. Brave diva fearless of hardship. These people were just egging on. Jiang Kuei might be able to learn it, but certainly not in a short while. Even if Xianyu gave her the lyrics directly, it's useless, too unconventional, and out of the norm. Oh. Forcing a line, Jiang Kuei laughed herself off. All right, I concede this round. Everyone teased. You can't handle it. Jiang Kuei replied grumpily. If any of you can learn it, I'll concede on the spot, give up a spot, and willingly climb the mountain. The crowd was unconvinced. Some even wanted to try to learn. Unfortunately, no one could learn the song on the spot, adding even more humor and entertaining both the live stream audience and the on-site tourists. The Yu dynasty crew. Each one had a unique skill, especially Xianyu, so tricky and playful. He could have won this round just by using his voice-switching talent. After all, no one else could do it to Lin Yuan's extent. But Xianyu chose to beat his opponents with the most underhanded method. I could win by switching voices. But I won't. Just for kicks. Tong Shuwen was so excited he almost wanted to join in and shout. This part is too brilliant. Zhu Lei reminded him. It's all been filmed. Tong Shuwen waved his hand. First, it's not filmed clearly, and second, there's no post-editing, and besides, with just this short clip, we certainly can't let tourists continue to film afterward. As for this part right now, we'll use it as a preview for the second episode. Absolutely perfect effect. There's a saying that goes, when a man starts being cheeky, no woman can compete. When a maestro like Xianyu, who is both serious and highly prestigious, starts being cheeky, no comedic entertainer can compete. We've all had similar experiences in life. A friend who's normally very serious and even honest suddenly acts silly, and they can effortlessly amuse everyone. Because the contrast is so great. Picking up the microphone, Tong Shuwen interacted with the tourists again. Everyone, you filmed quite enough. Let's leave some mystery for the program. Shall we watch the second episode when it airs? I assure you all, the content of our second episode will be absolutely fantastic. No less thrilling than the first. Good. The tourists cooperated. Amazingly. Mainly because normal variety shows wouldn't allow for such filming. Tong Shuwen had generously allowed this filming, and the tourists were already very satisfied. In the live streaming, Qingqing felt a little regret. My fellow water friends, family, and bros, we can only film up to here. Let's look forward to the official broadcast. This round was worth it. Just this short clip is already so exciting. I'm now hugely anticipating the second episode. Fish Papa is too showy. The first episode was so showy, and the second episode can still be showy. Uft, you call this being showy? I feel like Fish Papa just let loose. Ha 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 ha. But it really is funny. I want to learn this song. Learn it and sing it at a KTV. You'll definitely stun the whole room. The audience was very enthusiastic. Someone had already recorded this part of the live stream and posted it online. After all, not everyone happened to catch the live stream. At the recording site, although the tourists agreed not to film anymore, they all stayed without leaving. Chapter 1040, 957 Tearing off name tags _2. No way around it. Tong Shuwen could only let the staff pull up a screen for privacy. The round hadn't ended yet. Next, everyone went through another 2 rounds. The ones with more wins could ride in a car. The ones with the fewest wins had to climb the mountain. The funniest part of this was, Jian Yi actually won. Can you believe it? Even. He hadn't expected it. Because by the second round, he was out of tricks. Facing Xiaofan, he just sang Big Fish like normal. Yep, completely normal. And he sang it damn seriously too. But then, this guy sang so off-key. And according to the rules of the game, the opponent had to copy him. Imagine Xiaofan singing Big Fish properly. He'd crush Jian Yi. But you ask Xiaofan to imitate Jian Yi's off-key version of Big Fish? Xiaofan couldn't do it. Without him saying so, who could tell he was singing Big Fish? Even professional singers got confused by him and couldn't sing. I might as well have lost. Amidst everyone's laughter, Jian Yi collapsed. He had never imagined he would win the round this way. People winked and elbowed each other. Turns out the most terrifying this round isn't the representative. It's Jian Yi who is invincible. So invincible. Whatever he sang, others couldn't follow because a normal person can't sing as outrageously off-key as him. And the thing is, he wasn't doing it on purpose. The more seriously he sang, the more everyone couldn't stop laughing. The whole game ended amidst laughter and joy. The second game had finished. According to the results of the competition, Lin Yuan, Jian Yi, Sun Yaohua, and Jiang Kuei got to ride in a car. Zhao Yinggu, Wei Haoyun, Chun Jiu, and Xia Fan had to climb the mountain. Finally, everyone arrived at the destination. This was the largest Taoist temple on Mount Wudong. Because the place was spacious and safe, it was ideal for everyone to play the final game. Tear off the name tag. It was one of the highlights of this episode. A plethora of games had appeared in reality shows, but tearing off name tags had never been seen before. It was a session that could create countless highlights. The director had only finished explaining the rules, and everyone was already excited, rubbing their hands together. This game sounds fun, more reliable than the heartbeat game. Isn't the scariest game the one where we have to imitate singing? That game is a disaster when you meet the representative. With Jian Yi, it's straight to hell level. Will you guys ever stop? Is my singing that unpleasant? In any case, you're invincible in that game. Amidst the laughter and teasing, teams began to form. Lin Yuan, Chun Jiu, Wei Haoyun, and Jiang Kuei made up the red team. Jian Yi, Sun Yaohua, Zhao Yinggu, and Xia Fan made up the blue team. For people on each team, 2 men and 2 women per team. The classic red versus blue confrontation. The composition of the teams in terms of strength and stamina was quite reasonable. Red team will win. Blue team is invincible. Instantly, the teams were clearly divided, each united within itself. Just then, Director Tong Shuwen suddenly said with a smiling face, "Inside each of your teams, there is a mole. The secret mission for these 2 people is to tear off all of your name tags. So you need to watch out for anyone behaving strangely in your own teams. Also, a friendly reminder. These 2 moles are a couple. If a mole gets eliminated, we will give you a hint. No hint means the other person isn't a mole." Uft. Instantly, both teams started to quarrel internally. One moment they were united and encouraging each other. The next moment they were wary of each other. Red team, Lin Yuan, Chun Jiu, Wei Haoyun, and Jiang Kuei began to suspect each other. Jiang Kuei said earnestly, I am a good person, Chun Jiu shouted. You good people have to believe me, Wei Haoyun said. The directors would definitely not choose me to be the mole. I'm not good at lying. Lin Yuan said seriously. I think instead of looking for the mole, we should first ensure the victory of our red team by taking out the blue team. During this process, the mole will have to betray their own to ensure their partner's victory. It will be easy to spot. He was very serious about playing games. His desire to win was extremely strong. Agree. Clear thinking. Let's unite first. Everyone hesitated for a moment, then put their hands together and shouted for victory. Nevertheless, the production team still captured everyone's expressions, which clearly revealed their own calculations. Blue team, Sun Yaohua, Zhao Yinggu, Jian Yi, and Xia Fan were also suspecting each other. Sun Yaohua spoke up. The director just said to watch out for anyone acting strangely in our team. Who do you guys think is the odd one out? Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Jian Yi. Jian Yi was confused. What do you mean by this, Sun Yaohua? To target me like this right from the start makes me seriously doubt your intentions. Sun Yaohua said mockingly. Why are you so nervous? We're just reasoning. Everyone is a suspect, including me. If we're talking about reasoning, Xia Fan said, I feel like it might be Zhao Yinggu who's the spy. Zhao Yinggu exclaimed, What do you mean by that, Xia Fan? Xia Fan transformed into Poirot, because during the heart rate challenge, you had no resistance to the representative. So I suspect that the representative could be the spy from the red team, and you're their accomplice in our blue team. Everybody knows you're lusting after Teacher Admirable Fish's body. That's baseless. By that logic, as everyone knows, you've been the representative's childhood friend. Zhao Yinggu shot back immediately. The unity of the blue team was on the verge of collapsing. Soon, everyone had their eyes blindfolded and were taken to different locations. This spy setting is too interesting. Zhu Lei couldn't help but laugh after observing the internal dynamics of both teams. Tong Shuwen was cheerful. That's the fun part of this game. Based on tearing off name tags, you can add many bizarre elements, like this spy thing, which is actually like Cupid in the werewolf game. I wonder if the spy will be able to win in the end. That will depend on how well the two teams discern within themselves, as well as the spy's own maneuvers. In short, it's a battle of wits and bravery. In fact, everyone had already started their own performances. Lin Yuan removed his blindfold and began searching for his teammates and opponents. All of a sudden, he saw Jian Yi and Jiang Kuei face to face. A 1 versus 2 situation, which was a bit of pressure. Lin Yuan retreated to a position against the wall, with his back pressed tightly against it. You're pretty skilled, huh? Jian Yi looked ready for a fight. Jiang Kuei was excitedly rubbing her hands together. Representative, don't blame me for being ruthless. Wait, Lin Yuan said. Do you trust me? The two were suspicious. Lin Yuan continued. Actually, in this game, the most terrifying thing isn't the opponents, but our own teammates. The people closest to us are the hardest to guard against because the opponents are out in the open, but the spy is hidden. We should help each other to identify the spy in our respective teams first. That's the safest approach. I'm not the spy, and if you two aren't either, you should cooperate with me. The two were taken aback. Suddenly, Lin Yuan shouted, Jiang Kuei, watch out. Jiang Kuei was startled. Then she remembered that Jian Yi had been standing behind her the whole time. She quickly turned around, on her guard, and staring at Jian Yi. You believe that? He's trying to drive a wedge. Jian Yi was about to explain to Jiang Kuei when his pupils suddenly contracted, and the next moment, he lunged forward, shouting identically, Jiang Kuei, watch out. Jiang Kuei was taken aback, about to turn around when she suddenly felt a force from behind her. Rip! Jiang Kuei's name tag was torn off. Lin Yuan was holding the name tag, smiling triumphantly. Ah, so naive. Jiang Kuei, you fell for his trick. Jian Yi watched Lin Yuan with annoyance. This guy is too cunning. Jiang Kuei was also extremely frustrated. Ah, representative, you bad person. I didn't lie to you, Lin Yuan said with a smile. Jian Yi was indeed always behind you. If I hadn't torn it, he might have as well. Too green. Indeed, Jiang Kuei was the breakthrough point. Jiang Kuei stomped her foot in pain. She was worried about being torn by Jian Yi, so she instinctively turned around to defend herself, but she had neglected Lin Yuan behind her. The loudspeaker announced a warning. Blue team, Jiang Kuei, eliminated. Being eliminated meant she could no longer speak, regardless of what she'd gone through. She couldn't explain to her teammates. I'm going to fight you. Jian Yi glared at Lin Yuan, his eyes blazing with fire. But Lin Yuan boldly puffed out his chest. Who says I can't play games? This time, I'll prove to everyone. In games, I'm invincible. Chapter 1041, 958 average 25 per person. Blue team, Jiang Kuei, eliminated. As the announcement blared through the director's megaphone, everyone on the blue team tensed up. Sun Yaohua, speechless, said, eliminated so soon? Zhao Yinggu sighed. I knew Jiang Kuei was the weakest. Now it's going to be tough for our blue team. Damn you. Jiang Kuei's face fell as the director's team led her away. Jian Yi gradually calmed down, glaring at Lin Yuan. Now there are only 3 of us left on the blue team, and one of them is a mole. No mole alert. That meant Jiang Kuei was innocent. Yet Lin Yuan stared at Jian Yi. I suspect you're acting. Maybe you are the mole on the blue team. How about this? If you tell me who the mole on the red team is, I'll let you go. It sounds like you could tear me up. Jian Yi chuckled, ready to put up a final fight. Today, you'll see just how agile Spider-Man really is. Lin Yuan shook his head. Have you forgotten? Jian Yi paused. What? Lin Yuan said coolly. I'm the creator of Spider-Man. Jian Yi. Lin Yuan was the screenwriter for the Spider-Man movie. Damn, he had tricked him. Jian Yi became even more serious. Come on. Lin Yuan spoke sternly, and the battle was about to erupt. The next moment, Lin Yuan turned and ran away. Conserving energy was crucial before tearing off name tags. The battle had just begun. The real fight was still to come. Huh. Jian Yi stood there with a deadpan expression, almost hearing crows cawing in the sky. After running away, Lin Yuan looked for opportunities everywhere. Suddenly, he saw Sun Yaohua and Zhao Yinggu from the blue team trying to gang up on Chen Jiyu. Help! Chen Jiyu almost cried out in excitement when he saw Lin Yuan. Save me. Ganging up isn't fair. Lin Yuan and Chen Jiyu stood shoulder to shoulder. Zhao Yinggu hesitated, looking at Sun Yaohua. Should we regroup with Jian Yi first? Sun Yaohua, staring at Lin Yuan and Chen Jiyu, asked, how did Jiang Kuei die? Everyone burst out laughing at that remark. Good grief, how did Jiang Kuei die? Lin Yuan sighed. You definitely won't believe what I say. Sun Yaohua took the game seriously, fully playing his opposing role because he knew that Lin Yuan would only enjoy the game if he took it seriously. Let's hear it. Everyone wasn't there. They only knew that Jiang Kuei was eliminated, not the specifics. Jian Yi tore her. Lin Yuan's statement shocked the 3 present. Zhao Yinggu blurted out. Jian Yi must be the mole on our side. Sun Yaohua shook his head. Be careful, let's not be divided by the representative. Remember Xiaofan's situation during the first season? The representative can also deceive. I knew you wouldn't believe it. Lin Yuan sighed. I encountered them both, and the situation was tense. Then suddenly Jian Yi tore Jiang Kuei. He didn't fear me discovering his mole identity because he also believed, no matter what, you would think I'm trying to create a rift. That makes sense. Zhao Yinggu nodded seriously. However, Sun Yaohua laughed. Then, let's hypothetically follow the representative's logic. Assuming Jian Yi is our mole, then the mole in the red team must be either Madame Haoyun or Xiaofan, since moles are 1 male and 1 female from each team. Does this mean we completely trust Chen Jiyu and could leave our backs to him? Chen Jiyu was startled. Lin Yuan was also taken aback. Zhao Yinggu laughed. Okay, representative. If you dare leave your back to Chen Jiyu with no conditions, then we'll consider the possibility you mentioned. Sun Yaohua was clearly playing Zhao Yinggu. It was Lin Yuan's words initially, but Sun Yaohua used them to counter Lin Yuan brilliantly. However, what Sun Yaohua and Zhao Yinggu did not expect was that Lin Yuan boldly left his back to Chen Jiyu. Jiyu, in front of them, place your hand on my name tag. Representative, I know you're not the mole. Chen Jiyu placed his hand on Lin Yuan's back. He could reveal Lin Yuan's name tag with just a light touch. Ha 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 ha. Chen Jiyu suddenly burst into laughter, feigning a name tag tear. Sun Yaohua and Zhao Yinggu widened their eyes, but then saw Chen Jiyu stop. Just kidding. I'm a good guy. Are you making a show here? Okay. It was quite effective. Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat. Zhao Yingge started pondering the truth of Lin Yuan's words. Could the mole really be Jian Yi? Don't make blind accusations. Sun Yaohua suddenly stared at Chun Jiyu again. The representative dares to leave his back to you. Do you dare to leave your back to the representative? Chun Jiyu was taken aback. Lin Yuan also looked at Chun Jiyu. Chun Jiyu shook his head. I don't want to. Zhao Yingge excitedly exclaimed. You have something to hide. Chun Jiyu looked at her exasperatedly. Other than exceptional cases, who do you think would dare to fully trust a teammate? Who? The mole. Chun Jiyu was dumbfounded by her. Only the mole knows that teammates are definitely good people who won't tear off their name tag. The representative dares to leave his back to me because he is convinced that Jian Yi is the mole, which is an exceptional case. Although I'm a good person, I can't guarantee 100% that the representative is good, so it's better to be cautious. Why is this so complicated? Zhao Yingge pouted. I'm not a mole, and I dare to leave my back to my teammates. Yaohua, tear it off if you want. She stood there boldly. Sun Yaohua shook his head with a smile. Chapter 1042, 958 average 25 per person _2. At that time, there was someone running over in the distance, shouting loudly, Help! Everyone looked and rushed forward to assist. It turned out that Jian Yi was chasing after Xiaofan. Now each side had 3 people. Only Wei Haoyun was missing, probably off playing somewhere. Xiaofan looked around and wondered, where did Madame Haoyun go? She might be the mole. Zhao Yingge said. She's probably waiting for us to turn on each other, and then she'll reap the benefits. Xiaofan was annoyed. Can't you find a better comparison? You're the dog. Well. As soon as Zhao Yingge spoke, everyone became dogs. Get ready to tear into each other. Sun Yaohua spoke. He didn't want to wait for Wei Haoyun to show up. Now it was 3 against 3, not too bad a situation. We're going to fight. Lin Yuan also spoke. All of a sudden, everyone charged out. Jian Yi went straight for Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Sun Yaohua decisively went for Chun Jiyu. Everyone was in sync, leaving Xiaofan and Zhao Yingge, the 2 girls, to tear at each other. The cameras captured it enthusiastically. Everyone ran around, pulling at each other. The show's staff on the side watched with amusement. Internal strife within the Yu dynasty. What a scene. This segment would be awesome when broadcast. Jian Yi and Lin Yuan were in a standoff. You're in pretty good shape now. Previously, Lin Yuan's health was poor. He couldn't play these physically demanding games. But now Jian Yi could clearly feel that Lin Yuan was agile and very strong. Had it not been for the fact that he worked out daily as an actor and didn't skimp on shooting action scenes, he probably would have been overwhelmed by now. Not bad. Lin Yuan and Jian Yi wrestled, each grasping the other's arms and shoving. Suddenly, Xiaofan screamed. She had her tag ripped off by Zhao Yingge. Red team, Xiaofan, eliminated. No mole notification. Xiaofan was a good person on the red team. She was taken away without even getting to say a last word. This is dangerous. Sun Yaohua immediately shouted. Everyone, stop a moment. Everyone looked towards Sun Yaohua. Sun Yaohua was frantic. The situation looks bad. Now we are down to 6 people, which means red team, blue team, the mole, all sides are even. With this setup, the mole's advantage is too great. They are in the shadows. We good people are exposed. Continuing like this, chances are the mole will win the game. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped. Anyone who didn't stop was suspected of being the mole, because Sun Yaohua's analysis made a lot of sense. This wasn't just a physical game, but also a mental game, using reasoning based on the rules. Lin Yuan spoke. Between Zhao Yingge and Wei Haoyun, one must be the mole, because there are only these 2 girls left on both teams. How about we tear off Zhao Yingge's tag first? If she's a good person, then Madame Haoyun must be the mole. Okay. Zhao Yingge nodded solemnly, sweeping her gaze over the 3 people of the red team, and stopping momentarily on Lin Yuan, solemnly said, Then tear me off. As a good person, I'll exchange lives with Madame Haoyun, the mole. It's a fair trade. Close-up shot. A profound gaze. Valiant sacrifice. They should add somber, noble background music in post-production. No way. Sun Yaohua and Jian Yi shook their heads at the same time. If we are to tear someone off, it should be Wei Haoyun first. Why start with our team's member? The situation stalemated again. Just then, Wei Haoyun appeared. Madam Haoyun, where have you been? Everyone looked at her, half amused, half exasperated. Wei Haoyun said, I went to the restroom, but I've caught up on the situation. Everyone, going to the ladies' room, huh? No wonder she was out of sight for so long. Jenny laughed. This simplifies things. Each of our teams will tear off Wei Haoyun and Zhao Yinggu respectively. One of them must be the mole. Don't. Wei Haoyun spoke. Zhao Yinggu is the mole, because I'm a good person. This also means that among our teams Zhiyu and the representative, one is a mole. If I get torn off, our team will be left with only one person, making it very hard to win the game. Everyone claims to be a good person. Lin Yuan sighed. Since the situation is at a standstill, let's change our approach. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan spread his hands. Zhao Yinggu, let's publicly reveal our couple status and ally with the red team. Zhao Yinggu was taken aback. Lin Yuan said, don't worry. Chun Zhiyu and Wei Haoyun will help us. Because now the blue team is the strongest. They are two men. Unlike us, each team a man and a woman. The best plan is for Chun Zhiyu and Wei Haoyun to join forces with our mole to tear off Sun Yaohua and Jenny first. All right then. Zhao Yinggu suddenly changed her expression, smiling. Let's lay it all out. No more pretending. We are a couple. So the representative was actually the mole. Wei Haoyun and Chun Zhiyu exchanged looks and then laughed. Then let's tear off Jian Yi and Sun Yaohua first. Zhao Yinggu. Jian Yi and Sun Yaohua's eyes widened. They never expected the mole to willingly reveal their identity and even form an alliance with the red team, especially Sun Yaohua. He almost believed Lin Yuan, thinking Jian Yi was the mole. Well now, the two of them were up against 4 people. Leave Jian Yi to me. Without another word, Lin Yuan charged at Jian Yi. Sun Yaohua tried to intervene, but he was blocked by Zhao Yinggu, Wei Haoyun, and Chun Zhiyu, 3 against 1. Lin Yuan ignored the other 3. He chased and wrestled Jian Yi to a deserted corner. All right. Lin Yuan released his grip. The mole has been found. Chapter 1043, 958 average of 25 per person _3. Jian Yi's eyes widened. You're not the mole. Lin Yuan said, I pretended to be the mole, but whether I am or not, if I'm not mistaken, the real moles should be Chun Zhiyu and Zhao Yinggu. Otherwise Zhao Yinggu wouldn't have cooperated with me so seamlessly. She's using a strategy within a strategy. Are you trying to deceive us again? Whether it's a deception or not, we'll soon find out. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Let's just wait here for the results. Jian Yi was restless. At this moment, the loudspeaker broadcasted. Blue team, Sun Yaohua. Eliminated. Jian Yi sighed. So the mole in our blue team really is Zhao Yinggu. Then, between you and Chun Zhiyu, one of you must be a mole. It's Chun Zhiyu. I don't believe you. Then I'll team up with you to eliminate Chun Zhiyu in a bit. Really? Trust me. You schemer. Once we take out Chun Zhiyu, Xia Fan can only ally with me. And then you and Wei Haoyun are the real teammates. The situation at the end is completely in your favor. Jian Yi was now looking at Lin Yuan oddly. The whole game was completely under Lin Yuan's control, and it had him totally confused. The question was whether Lin Yuan was going to mess it up. Soon, Chun Zhiyu, Zhao Yinggu, and Wei Haoyun stood shoulder to shoulder. Zhao Yinggu kept her distance from them. We'll help you. The 3 offered, seemingly wanting to team up to deal with Jian Yi. Come on, Lin Yuan called out. The 3 then suddenly attacked Jian Yi, trying to turn the match into an internal battle of the red team. Suddenly, Lin Yuan and Jian Yi stopped at once, and together, they tore off Chun Zhiyu's tag. Chun Zhiyu was taken aback. Save me. But it was too late. Lin Yuan had Chun Zhiyu pinned down, while Jian Yi tore off his name tag. Mole. Chun Zhiyu eliminated. The first mole had finally been found. Xia Fan was stunned, then jumped up. Chun Zhiyu, you knew there was something fishy about the representations. How could you still fall for it? Chun Zhiyu. He was the mole, a bit. Overwhelmed by Lin Yuan's game. Who pretends to be a mole? He just hadn't thought it through and had let Lin Yuan and Jian Yi team up again. Jian Yi, let's form an alliance. Sure enough, Xia Fan abandoned his useless teammate Chun Zhiyu and actually wanted to cooperate with Jian Yi. Jian Yi laughed heartily. So in the end, it's still red team versus blue team, huh? Lin Yuan. This was the outcome he had orchestrated. It wasn't much of an issue. Madame Haoyun, you take on Xia Fan. Wei Haoyun could only give a wry smile. What's happening? She was confused. She had been confused by everyone. She thought Lin Yuan really was the mole, but he was merely trying to break the deadlock and disrupt the alliance between Jian Yi and Sun Yaohua. She had not anticipated. Lin Yuan had just formed an alliance with Jian Yi, and right after Qin Jiyu was eliminated, Jian Yi formed another alliance with Xia Fan. So fickle. Everyone was so fickle, like two-faced turncoats. But now the situation was clear. Xia Fan was the mole. Jian Yi was a good member of the blue team. Lin Yuan and Wei Haoyun were good members of the red team. The mole and blue team good member allied against the two good members of the red team. The advantage was on the red team's side. And indeed, this was the case. Zhao Yinggu was cunning, pretending and acting foolish from the start, but in reality, she had already seen through the essence of the game. She successfully eliminated Wei Haoyun. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan also successfully eliminated Jian Yi. In the end, Lin Yuan confronted Zhao Yinggu. Zhao Yinggu just lay down on the ground. Lin Yuan wasn't fooled. He picked up Zhao Yinggu in a princess carry and seamlessly tore off her name tag. Lin Yuan won. Red team was victorious. A blush spread across Zhao Yingji's cheeks, swept up in the moment by Lin Yuan's embrace, feeling delighted as if she had won too. Chapter 1044, 959th, Tai Chi Chuan. Reviewing the entire name tag ripping battle from a god's eye view, Tong Shuwen couldn't stop laughing. This game was even more fun than the earlier ones. Teacher Admirable Fish's solo performance. Zhu Lei was also laughing. He falsely accused Jian Yi of being a spy, which caused Sun Yaohua to never fully trust Jian Yi. As a result, the blue team was internally unstable. And in front of Sun Yaohua, he purposefully exposed his back to Qin Jiyu, gambling that Qin Jiyu wouldn't dare reveal his identity so early. Because once he did, Zhao Yinggu would be exposed too, and then the spies would have no chance of winning. The most brilliant part was him pretending to be a spy. The real spy, Zhao Yinggu, was very cooperative, trying to use their strategy against them. Sun Yaohua and Jian Yi were the strongest duo. After resolving them, the rest of the problems were easier to solve. In the end, Jian Yi knew it was Xian Yu's strategy, but still cooperated with Xian Yu to rip off Chen Jiyu's name tag. Because he could still cooperate with the remaining spy, Zhao Yinggu, there was still a chance for victory. Whether in terms of competitiveness or playability, this game did not disappoint the directors. Apart from Jiang Kuei being eliminated right at the beginning, everyone else performed very well. And with this experience, Jiang Kuei should understand the essence of this game in the future. Madame Haoyun is still the same Madame Haoyun. From beginning to end, she was kept in the dark and bizarrely ended up winning by lying low. This segment, when aired, will definitely be a hit. What about the next segment? This segment will push the show to a climax. We can't let it taper off with a whimper. It all depends on whether Teacher Admirable Fish's idea will work out in the end. Yesterday evening, Tong Shuwen and Zhu Lei talked for a long time in the hotel room, discussing many show designs. Of course, like the name tag ripping game, Lin Yuan also didn't know beforehand who the spy would be. Tong Shuwen wanted to design a script, but Lin Yuan rejected it. The Yu dynasty was here to play. Designing a script would go against their original intentions. And as it turned out, without a script, the Yu dynasty had great fun. The show effect was more enjoyable than anything they could have meticulously designed. Perhaps it wasn't because they had such great talent for variety shows. It was purely that this group of people, when brought together, easily let loose. After the game ended, everyone took a short break. The Yu dynasty was heatedly deconstructing the game, each person declaring that next time they would play, they would definitely go God mode. At this moment, the production team appeared. Tong Shuwen spoke up. Congratulations to our red team for winning the name tag ripping game. Of course, our blue team also did well. You have successfully attracted the attention of the Wudong sect. The Grandmaster of Martial Arts, Zhang Sanfeng, has decided to take you on as closed-door disciples. From now on, you are the Wudong 7 heroes. Uft. The crowd couldn't help but laugh. The Wudong 7 heroes? Really? Those who had read Heaven Reliant Dragon Slayer, of course, knew that the theme of this episode was related to Chu Kuang's martial arts novel. And in the novel, the martial arts grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng, with his Tai Chi Chuan, was a legend in the martial world. Additionally, he had 7 disciples including Zhang Zuishan. They were the Wudong's 7 heroes. The Yu dynasty just happened to consist of 7 people, fitting perfectly. Jian Yi, however, was not happy. So, they are the Wudong's 7 heroes. What about me? You're the 8th hero, Spider-Man. The group burst into laughter again. The 8th hero? And he's Spider-Man on top of that? Chun Jiu said seriously. Everyone shouldn't laugh. Isn't it common knowledge that the Wudong's 7 heroes actually have 8 people? Jian Yi, your logic makes so much sense. I'm at a loss for words. Sun Yaohua looked around curiously. Where's the Tai Chi Chuan? The director spoke seriously. Grandmaster Zhang Sanfeng has already imparted the martial skill to teacher Admirable Fish, who performed best in this episode. He will stand in for Mr. Zhang to teach you. Come on, come on. Show us one. Jian Yi immediately started egging him on. Xiaofan was also making a racket. The group turned their attention to Lin Yuan. Everyone took it as a joke from the production team. That so-called Tai Chi Chuan was definitely just going to be a formality. It was simply a talking point. After all, this episode had a bit of role-playing to it. No one had forgotten that they were arranged to go up the mountain to learn martial skills before heading out on a mission to rescue the beauty captured by the Black Wind Guild, with the initial murder mystery setting the stage. Heroes saving the beauty. As clicked as it gets. But that's variety shows for you. Supposed to be lighthearted fun. If you set too profound a theme, it actually loses the joy of entertainment shows. Lin Yuan didn't say a word. He was practicing Tai Chi Chuan in his mind. He had spent a fortune upgrading his skills. Only the system could integrate the Tai Chi Chuan across versions. Indeed, a cheat only the system could manage. There are many versions of Tai Chi Chuan. Common styles of Tai Chi Chuan in Celestial Dynasty include Chun style, Yang style, Wu style, Wu Hao style, Sun style, and He style, among others. Each style has its inheritance relationship and mutual references, as well as their unique characteristics, presenting a diverse and flourishing scene. As Tai Chi Chuan is a martial art that has formed in modern times, with numerous styles and a wide support base, it is a very vigorous branch within Chinese martial arts, being listed in UNESCO's representative list of the intangible cultural heritage of humanity. According to the system, this is a Tai Chi Chuan that the system has studied the human body to perfect, primarily for strengthening the body and secondary for combat, while taking performance into account. In other words, this is the version of Tai Chi Chuan that is most suited to modern Blue Star. Since the Yu dynasty was recording a show on Mount Wudong, the official management of Mount Wudong was of course fully cooperative. They couldn't wish for more because this variety show was really popular. It could give the scenic spot a huge promotional boost following the vivid portrayal in the Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer novel. Chapter 1045, 959 Tai Chi Chuan _2. There was a Taoist temple on the mountain. It was called Wudong View. At this time, in the Wudong View, quite a few Taoist monks had heard a piece of news. It said that teacher Admirable Fish has created a real-life version of Tai Chi Chuan and is planning to shoot it at our Wudong View. Zhang Sanfeng's Tai Chi, isn't that just some fanciful invention from the novels? He really wants to create such a martial skill. That's totally absurd. To be honest, though, the novel is quite a good read. It portrays Mount Wudong in such a positive light. It's just a shame that Zhang Sanfeng is a fictional character. It would be great if our Taoism actually had such a powerhouse. Novels should be just novels, and reality should remain reality. Teacher Admirable Fish wants to use the variety show's influence to popularize Tai Chi Chuan? That's just laughable. Our Wudong's Taoist heritage is ancient and profound, and we've passed down our practices. Why would we need to make something up based on a novel's description? Check your phones. The priest has spoken. Oh wow. Our Mount Wudong's many monks are to go and watch teacher Admirable Fish perform Tai Chi Chuan. These days, Taoist monks played with smartphones and read novels, just like everybody else. The high priests often used mobile chat groups to summon the monks because it was convenient enough. Before long, a large number of monks, dressed in Taoist robes, had gathered at the martial arts ground outside the temple. Blue Star Taoist Temple not only had a martial arts ground, but also people dedicated to practicing martial arts, who provided martial arts performances for tourists during festivals and holidays. In the modern context, the practical combat effectiveness of martial arts was secondary. The primary aspects were its ornamental value and the benefits of the practice itself for physical fitness. This matter was no joke. If the movements were not reasonable, practicing them would not only fail to enhance health or provide some combat effectiveness, but could also cause bodily harm. This was why some monks frowned immediately upon hearing that teacher Admirable Fish wanted to promote some self-created Tai Chi Chuan. Martial arts promotion had to be undertaken with caution. You can't mislead the youth. Even Taoist priest Songbai, the manager of Wudong View, set ground rules with director Tong Shuwen. Our Wudong View can cooperate with the filming crew, but as for the transmission of martial skills, we cannot be careless. If this so-called Tai Chi Chuan by layman Admirable Fish is not reasonable, we will oppose it. It is not allowed to be propagated in our Taoism. Okay, Tong Shuwen knew better than to take such matters lightly. Not just you guys are watching. We've also invited many experts, and they will be in charge of scrutinizing everything. If there's an issue, we'll drop it. Teacher Admirable Fish also agrees. In fact, when he first heard that Lin Yuan was going to promote the Tai Chi Chuan mentioned in Heaven Reliant Dragon Slayer in this variety show, he was completely baffled. But there was no other choice. Lin Yuan was adamant, so he could only make an agreement with Lin Yuan and then seek cooperation with Mount Wudong, leading to these terms being discussed. Not only that, Tong Shuwen had even specifically invited some professionals to come and observe. Only with these individuals' approval would he dare go public with Tai Chi Chuan. These professionals, mostly from Blue Star's martial arts research institutes, had undeniable authority. Moreover, some sports scientists were also present. Among them were even the creators of Blue Star's third set of broadcast calisthenics. After half a lifetime studying calisthenics, they were very clear about which movements were effective and which posed risks. Although martial arts differed from calisthenics, some concepts were similar. This group of experts, now gathered at the grounds outside the temple, all wore serious expressions. The big shots in the industry have arrived, huh? It seems Teacher Admirable Fish has quite the clout. It's not about the clout of Teacher Admirable Fish, but rather the gravity of the matter. Tong Shuwen reported it, and apparently the Literature and Art Association has also taken interest. Because Teacher Admirable Fish has such a huge influence, if he were to promote something misleading to youth, even if truly harmful, many would still follow. That's still clout, isn't it? It's funny that we're even here, watching a bunch of celebrities play house. Does Teacher Admirable Fish have a background in this? I actually have a rather favorable impression of him. If you're really going to say Teacher Admirable Fish has any foundation, it's that he created a dance called Moonwalk, which set off a frenzy among countless youths, and people still frequently post videos of themselves doing the dance. The experts didn't believe in any Tai Chi Chuan. What a joke. The concept that Chu Kuang presented in martial arts novels, and Teacher Admirable Fish wanted to bring it to life? Martial arts novels are a dime a dozen. If one day someone tells you they're going to show you the 18 dragons subduing palms, what would your expression be? Most likely, you'd suggest they go back to the mental hospital for further study. In such a scenario, it was natural for the experts to think that Teacher Admirable Fish was being ridiculous. The Yu Dynasty folks had arrived. All cameras were now pointed at them. Lin Yuan had already changed into a white outfit. He had designed this Tai Chi outfit himself. This Tai Chi outfit was very much in line with the traditional civilian clothing style. A lotus leaf collar, cross-collared with knot buttons, influenced by the yin and yang philosophy of Tai Chi, mainly in white or black. Lin Yuan's was a striking white one, more classic, with a great look and embroidered with yin and yang patterns of Tai Chi. That's not right. This is quite the spectacle. Is it a bit too much? He's not really going to do it, is he? Does he really intend to perform Tai Chi Chuan? Could it be that Zhang Sanfeng really passed down? Tai Chi. Cut it out. Jian Yi watched Lin Yuan closely. I just asked the director. This is something Lin Yuan came up with himself, including the games for today, which he also personally designed. At this moment, across the entire martial arts ground, hundreds were watching. A sizable group of Taoist monks in temple attire stood orderly around, creating an almost imposing atmosphere. Additionally, many well-dressed figures were also present, including some rather distinguished-looking elderly figures wearing glasses. Those look like experts. Xia Fan vaguely recognized some of them, her gaze filled with astonishment. She had practiced a lot for Resident Evil, which gave her some insight into these things. What was Lin Yuan up to? Was he really going to demonstrate the Tai Chi Chuan from the novel? In front of all these experts, and on such a grand scale? Chapter 1046, 960 Fun Travelogue. Lin Yuan had not expected such a grand setup. He wasn't even a martial artist, just wanted to promote Tai Chi Chuan through the show to get more people interested in exercising. However, faced with this grand setup, Lin Yuan was not nervous. Tai Chi had been passed down through generations in the Celestial Dynasty, not just by some false movements. Nearby, the photographer had already set up his camera and looked at Lin Yuan somewhat strangely. "Teacher Admirable Fish, when shall we start?" "Now," Lin Yuan uttered. Nearby, the Taoist priests squinted their eyes. The experts remained silent. The people of the Yu dynasty looked worriedly at Lin Yuan. Under the camera, Lin Yuan stood with his feet together, all joints and muscles relaxed, breathing naturally. This was an extremely peaceful state. Suddenly, Lin Yuan moved. His feet stepped half a step to the left, shoulder-width apart, and his arms slowly raised forward to shoulder level. The elbows were slightly bent, giving the impression of being neither fully bent nor straight. Palms facing down, legs slightly crouched in a horse stance, upper body straight, eyes forward. The beginning of Tai Chi. The people of the Yu dynasty exchanged glances. They didn't understand, merely thought the movement looked good and rather intimidating. They were, after all, laymen just watching for fun. Those in the know observed the technique. Taoist priest Songbai and a few Taoist priests around him exchanged looks, their expressions seemingly surprised. The nearby experts were also momentarily stunned. The first movement was very professional. It aligned perfectly with the principles of biomechanics. However, it was just the beginning, so no one spoke. Lin Yuan was completely focused. When he truly began to perform Tai Chi, he felt as if all the movements were deeply ingrained in his mind. Second form, third form, fourth form. Lin Yuan's every movement, its essence and purpose, were crystal clear in his mind. Although he continued to move, his mind stayed calm, and his breathing was naturally steady and comfortable. Ward off, roll back, press, push, pluck, split, elbow, lean, gentle and slow, seamless and coordinated. Clear distinction between void and solidity. Integration of hardness and softness. The requirements of Tai Chi movements were to neither float nor be stiff, externally soft and internally hard, with complete emission of power, elastic, not using brute force but rather leveraging energy, emphasizing the clever use of skill. Unconsciously, Lin Yuan had performed many moves in succession. Sometimes his palms moved forward, parting to draw circles before sitting back. Sometimes shifting his weight forward to his right foot in a bow stance, palms thrusting forward, elbows close to the ribs. Then in a blink, he shifted his weight to the left leg in a left bow stance, right palm turning upward. Between breaths, he again shifted his weight to the right leg, bending his knees to squat. Like white crane spreads its wings. Like part the wild horse's mane. Twin peaks through the ears, like sealing and closing. All of Lin Yuan's movements were so smooth and harmonious, pleasing to the eye. People of the Yu dynasty. Everyone was dumbfounded. Chun Jiu murmured, "Why does it look so good?" Sun Yaohua's eyes gleamed. "Do you remember the descriptions of Tai Chi in Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer? I feel like the junior's movements completely matched the Tai Chi described in the novel. Could it be that Tai Chi, this martial skill, wasn't just fabricated by the author Chu Kuang?" Jianni was shocked. "How is that possible?" Xia Fan whispered, "Why not?" Jiang Kuei seemed thoughtful. "It represents true Tai Chi." Wei Haoyun muttered, "Although the movements aren't fast, they have a leisurely feel, yet there is an inexplicable beauty to them. Could this really be the Tai Chi Chuan described in the novels? It looks so cool." Zhao Ji's eyes turned heart-shaped, completely love-struck, unable to resist the charm of Tai Chi. Laypeople still didn't understand. However, even laypeople watching Tai Chi could feel a sense of unexplainable awesomeness, because the movements were indeed visually appealing. These movements fit perfectly with everyone's concept of the beauty of martial arts. Wudong view. The Taoist priests widened their eyes. Taoist priest Songbai's eyes suddenly sparkled. A Taoist priest next to Taoist priest Songbai said, "Senior brother, why do I feel goosebumps? This martial skill seems very close to some of the martial concepts in Taoism, yet it's unlike any martial arts passed down in our Taoism." Of course, Taoist priest Songbai's voice trembled slightly. Tai Chi was originally a concept proposed by Taoism. The Tai Chi diagram has been passed down for so many years, yet no one had thought that a martial art could be created around the concept of Tai Chi. Taoism has existed since the spring and autumn periods. In the world's known classics, the Book of Changes includes the concept of Tai Chi. Additionally, works like Zhuangzi also introduced Tai Chi. This is a philosophy that has been passed down from ancient times. Now it had been turned into a martial art by Chu Kuang. Today, Admirable Fish personally demonstrated it at Mount Wudong. Most of the elders at Wudong View had practiced martial arts from a young age. They weren't the reclusive experts described in novels, nor did they mythologize traditional martial arts. But this didn't prevent them from recognizing the powerful aspects of Tai Chi. Neutralizing force, borrowing force, emitting force. This was a very health-enhancing practice. Its practical effectiveness wasn't clear, but it was definitely professional. Since it had health benefits and conformed to real combat principles, it wasn't just Admirable Fish trying to attract attention with fabrications. Suddenly, Taoist priest Songbai suddenly felt as if he had found a treasure. Expert group. The experts were shocked. If the people of Wudong View included practiced martial artists, then the expert group was almost entirely made up of people who had studied martial arts, and even movement, for half a lifetime. They could even appreciate the subtleties of Tai Chi better than the Taoist priests of Wudong View. Chapter 1047, 960 Journey of Mirth _2. This is clearly a very superior martial art. How did he research and create this? That move just now, it was clearly about using the opponent's force against them. His movements are elusive and unpredictable, making it hard to guess his next move. This is using softness to overcome hardness. The martial arts skill of using 4 ounces to move 1,000 pounds has been utilized to the extreme. This martial art likely has significant practical combat effectiveness. Its mechanics of converting and releasing force are too well designed. Converting force relies on body movement. Releasing force happens in the shaking motions. What seems like a slight sway actually hides a force of 1,000 pounds. Although his movements are slow, this is only for demonstration and teaching purposes. One can see that the techniques contain many characteristics of martial arts. Did you see? The move just now incorporated grappling techniques, and the method of generating force for throws and leans is also very distinctive. It's an approach based on supporting yourself with your legs and generating power with your waist. Especially the straight punch movements. They are based on the same principles as Chinese boxing punches. This set of martial arts is not simple. In modern times, no matter what martial art people practice, it's not for the purpose of fighting but for physical fitness. Fighting is illegal, and in this peaceful era, there is no need for lethal techniques. People who study martial arts never mythologize it, but they don't deny its value either. Many martial arts that have been passed down for hundreds of years even have their practice arranged by the military in Blue Star. This in itself proves that martial arts truly exist, just not as mystical as depicted in martial arts novels. Before, everyone thought Lin Yuan was just showboating. However, at this moment, everyone was stunned. Director Tong Shuwen was also stunned. Teacher Admirable Fish's martial arts seemed really powerful. Many people were whispering in awe. It seemed very shocking. He quickly found an expert in gymnastics research among the expert group. "Mr. Hu, what do you think of Teacher Admirable Fish's martial art? Are you asking about combat capability or health benefits?" Mr. Hu, with his slightly gray hair, being a retiree of advanced age, replied, "If it's about combat, then I can only say that this set of martial arts should be usable. But without 10 years of dedicated study, An ordinary person shouldn't expect to become highly skilled in combat. However, if it's about physical fitness, then the practical value of this martial art is very high, especially suitable for old people like me who can't even do gymnastics. I plan to learn and consult with this young man later. That impressive. Tong Shuwen hadn't yet spoken when, next to him, the script editor Zhu Lei exclaimed in surprise, but no one paid attention to her. Although everyone was talking to each other and the conversation was full of astonishment, their eyes never left Lin Yuan. It was as if they couldn't bear to take their eyes off him. Mr. Hu was the same. He watched Lin Yuan at the training ground. So far, I haven't found anything improper with this set of martial arts. Many of the body's key areas can be exercised, and it can even enhance one's mental state, because only with a calm enough mind can one perform this. People with a hot temper and impatience simply cannot learn this type of martial arts. Could it cause any injuries? An expert who was relatively younger interjected uncertainly. Mr. Hu sighed. Even if you insist on running, which is a healthy aerobic exercise, you can injure your knees. Discussing toxicity without regard to dosage is nonsense. To evaluate this martial art without considering the amount of exercise is equally so. His methods are very scientific, fitting within the range that the human body can bear. If you do the moves correctly, practicing for an hour won't cause any issues. Normally, who would practice so tirelessly? And it's not like we're using this to fight others. That makes sense. The younger expert looked again, taking a sharp breath. At first glance, this martial art appears to have beautiful and disciplined movements, but upon closer thought, it's found to contain much philosophy about the human body, a bit like using leverage to lift a heavy cauldron. And there's more. Another expert joined the discussion. It's like a ball in the water. If you slap it with force, the ball plunges suddenly into the water, while the buoyancy it displays is also astonishing. This is using the opponent's force against them. The force you use to strike ends up bouncing back at you many times over. It's more accurate to describe it as a roly-poly toy. An expert of similar advanced age squinted his eyes. The application of clever force in Tai Chi is terrifying. If deeply studied, someone fighting against him might feel as if their force can't be exerted, like all their power is hitting cotton. However, to achieve that level is very difficult. Tai Chi is not a martial art you can master quickly. Unlike Taekwondo or boxing, where after some time of learning you gain a certain fighting ability, the benefits of Tai Chi are very clear. Practicing it means no harm. Instead, one's body will be exercised. Tong Shuwen was completely dumbfounded by now, not understanding those professional aspects. But he knew that the experts had rated Tai Chi very highly. In other words, this Tai Chi performance could be promoted through the program. And from an aesthetic viewpoint, this martial art has a lot of style and could possibly become quite popular to a certain extent. Yes, laymen watching Tai Chi will have a feeling of inexplicable impressiveness. Xian Yu, in a white robe, seemed to transform into yin and yang, with his movements flowing and graceful. Unlike many martial arts that carry a sense of aggression, his performance had an indescribable sense of harmony, leaving a very good impression on the audience. Phew. The Tai Chi provided by the system, a total of 42 moves. Lin Yuan completed them all, making the final closing gesture. No sweat, no gasping for breath. It was a bit like having finished a set of gymnastics, his entire being radiant and seemingly bursting with a youthful vigor. Good, someone shouted out first. A group of Taoist priests actually began applauding. Among them were some young priests who had previously been disdainful, not believing at all that Xian Yu could create any remarkable martial art. At the same time, many experts also nodded slightly, their eyes showing waves of appreciation. And so it continued. People approached Lin Yuan. After witnessing his Tai Chi, their views and attitudes toward him had undergone an earth-shattering change. Meanwhile, the recording of this episode was also coming to an end. All that was left was to shoot an additional scene where the Yu dynasty ventures down the mountain to save the kidnapped youth, punishing the wicked and promoting virtue and chivalry. The final additional footage was simple. Once everything was wrapped up, Tong Shuwen revealed a smile. And at that moment, the internet was already ablaze with excitement from the live stream of Yu Dynasty's variety show recording. Among these, The clip of Xian Yu singing "Nervous" had been shared by countless netizens, sparking a myriad of joys and heightening anticipation for the second episode of the program. Tong Shuwen didn't drag his feet. He immediately started the editing process with his team. This task was quite arduous, due to the limited duration of the program. For the sake of the variety show's rhythm and coherence, many wonderful scenes Tong Shuwen wanted to keep had to be painfully cut. Through this process of cutting, Tong Shuwen's final edited content was the essence of the entire episode, mainly the footage of several games. And Xian Yu's Tai Chi performance was the highlight of the show. This was the climax of this variety episode. No flashy tricks were needed. Xian Yu performing Tai Chi alone was more than enough. Of course, the Tai Chi segment was confidential. After completing the editing, Tong Shuwen made a promotional video, mentioning the concept of Tai Chi, but not letting the audience realize that the production team might actually plan a Tai Chi segment. After all, in many people's minds, Tai Chi and moves like 18 dragons subduing palms were just Chu Kuang's fabrications in martial arts novels. They couldn't possibly exist in reality. After watching the promo, netizens were excitedly discussing. This episode seems just as good as the first one. You could tell from the live broadcast that it was fun. Ha ha ha. The production team is playing off the old rascal again. The first episode was about Chu Kuang's fairy tales, and this episode the team has gone directly for Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer. It's got Journey to the West elements too. Xian Yu mentioned writing a song about monsters, but the trailer didn't reveal how it's sung. I'm really looking forward to the full version of Fish Papa's bizarre song. Based on the pace of the first episode, the second one is definitely going to have these songs in their full version. Amidst various discussions, time moved into late July. The second episode of Fish Walking With You was finally released. The title of this episode was Hi Journey, a cheerful name, a play on words with Journey to the West, as this episode featured elements from Journey to the West. The use of the word journey was quite fitting. The only thing not carefully considered was the airing time. Normally, variety shows air weekly, but Fish Walking With You updates had a sense of following fate. That's the advantage of online broadcasting. The timing is very flexible. The release is entirely based on the recording situation, without the need to rush and sacrifice quality for deadlines. That evening, after the time arrived, numerous viewers were stationed in front of internet TVs or computers. Chapter 1048, 961 with the help of an expert. The second episode is here. This one's called Journey to the Laughs. Does it have anything to do with the journey to the West? Weren't they filming at Mount Wudong? Shouldn't it be called Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer? Who cares? It's definitely going to be good. That part in the live broadcast got everyone excited. Online, a multitude of netizens were discussing. Who knows how many times some people watched that part of the live broadcast, finding it very interesting. The variety show circle. Equally numerous eyes were watching. Does the second episode still want to win by relying on the performance of the guests? Tong Shuwen is getting off cheap. A program that's not creative can be so popular. It's all thanks to the performance of the Yu dynasty. It has nothing to do with him being the director. A director who's winning just by lying down. Look at our Chi Continent's variety shows, how well those games are designed. The scripts are also well crafted. Looking at Tong Shuwen's performance and direction in this variety show, I even doubt he used a script. Indeed, there was no script. The variety show circle has a sharp eye. A scripted show can be spotted, but the plot development of Fish Walking With You is too much down to fate. Amidst countless discussions, the first episode finally aired. From the initial murder mystery plot to the appearance of Little Spider G&E, the atmosphere remained funny and relaxed, also revealing the theme of this episode. Then, the games segment unfolded. First came the heart racing game, then the singing contest. Lastly, the name tag tearing. The three games took up 80% of the show's time, including various casual conversations and jokes. There really are songs about monsters. The song's called The Great King Asks Me to Patrol the Mountain. The Great King asks me to patrol the mountain. I'll take a turn around the human world, bang my drum, strike my gong. Life's full of rhythm. Oh. This song is called Nervous. The Yu dynasty, of course, would perform songs for the recording of the show, and the full version of Nervous, sung solo by Admirable Fish, met with the audience during the show and even topped various music platforms. Besides, the Yu Dynasty also sang together in The Great King Asks Me to Patrol the Mountain, inserted during the segment when Admirable Fish and others climbed Mount Wudong as background music. Starlight Entertainment. It's their own company's variety show, so the staff at Starlight won't miss fish-walking with you. This heart-racing game is so much fun. The rumors in the company about Zhao and Ge secretly having a crush on Admirable Fish are probably true. What you're saying? How many of our company's female stars don't have a soft spot for Admirable Fish? Even someone like Jiang Kuei, don't you think she has some feelings for Mr. Lin? I feel that Sun Yao's love for Teacher Admirable Fish is the real deal. Jiang Kuei is too mean, actually using Teacher Admirable Fish to distract Sun Yao, and he really fell for it. Should we try playing it? 2. Lin Yuan's home. His sisters and mother also watched the second episode, with Lin Yuan sitting by as a companion. This episode's guest is actually Jian Yi. Jian Yi has really made it big. I still remember when this guy sneaked off to the internet cafe with a runny nose as a kid, and now he's become a big star. The live feed is full of his fans cheering him on. PFF, this guy takes his idol image seriously. No wonder this episode is called Journey to the Laughs. The 4 climbing the mountain is as tough as the journey to the West, and the music is fun too, directly getting us into the Journey to the West TV style. This song is so fun. The Great King Asks Me to Patrol the Mountain. Lin Yuan, you're in cahoots with your buddy Chu Kwang again. Shadow Studio. Everyone at Shadow Studio knows that Teacher Shadow is Admirable Fish, and they support their teacher's program with great enthusiasm, discussing it animatedly in their chat groups while watching. That part from the live broadcast is out, so that's the song called Nervous. Teacher Shadow is so playful, not even controlling his facial expressions. Normally, I think Teacher Shadow is quite serious, but I didn't expect him to be so mischievous. This song seems to have the same comic aim as The Great King Asks Me to Patrol the Mountain. The others are impressive too. Those dolphin sounds and ventriloquism, along with rapid-fire talking and even opera singing, the stars of the Yu Dynasty, are really impressive. Later on, I want to ask Teacher Shadow to get me a few autographs. My favorite is Xia Fan. Who doesn't like Xia Fan? You all LSP. It's not Xia Fan you really like, but the image of Alice that Xia Fan portrayed in Resident Evil. That kind of sexiness is to die for. Tribe. This place is teeming with countless netizens, and they are also watching and discussing, although the people from the Yu Dynasty had deactivated their tribe accounts. The third game is out. Name tag tearing? What's that? Oh, so that's the rule. Sounds pretty interesting. The first 2 games were also very interesting. It seems that this episode's director knows how to play. The designs for the games are quite ingenious and are unprecedented in other variety shows. They have a strong sense of innovation. Blog. This is the stronghold of the Yu Dynasty, and the blog is even helping to promote fish walking with you. So the discussion is loudest here. Most people have seen the name tag tearing part by now. This game is genius. I suspect that Admirable Fish and Zhao Yinggu are spies. Ha ha ha. Sure enough, Fish Papa admitted it. He's the spy. There's a twist. Chapter 1049, 961 with the help of an expert _2. Good grief. The real traitor turned out to be Chun Jiyu. This round, Teacher Admirable Fish was incredibly slick, controlling the game's pace from beginning to end. I hope we can play these games again. Especially the name tag tearing part. It's one of the ultimate classic variety games. Music composition industry. You've got to understand, many composers are watching this show since Xian Yu is the youngest maestro at Blue Star. The music circle is paying close attention to him. This Xian Yu has really turned music on its head. The composition of The King Asked Me to Patrol the Mountain uses very common chords, but paired with the lyrics and Journey to the West material, it suddenly becomes intriguing. The following Nervous is just chaos. The previous episode had a bunch of children's songs, and now there are 2 comedic songs this episode. It seems like Xian Yu isn't planning on composing seriously anymore, traveling further and further down the path of a jester. After 12 consecutive wins, does he no longer desire anything? Does it sound a bit like a master's loneliness, as if proper composition no longer excites him? So now he's delving into bizarre experimental music, even composing children's songs? Testing heart rates, singing competition, tearing name tags. These 3 games this episode directly captured countless viewers. And the entire hiking process was filled with endless laughs, particularly thanks to those 2 utterly absurd songs from CNU. At this moment, suddenly, a maestro stated online, many people in the comments think Nervous is experimental music purely for comedic creation, but if you listen carefully, you'll find the song includes elements like violins, dulcimers, and folk music, among others. If you're reveling in this song, then that's exactly right. That's the composer's intention. It contains great depth and vitality. Some agreed. Some disagreed. Those who agreed genuinely thought the song was interesting. Those who disagreed thought that some maestros were just hyping up CNU, since a composer of his caliber can easily be overinterpreted. However, whether they agreed or not, the fact that this episode was brimming with fun is undeniable. The show was not yet over. The whole net was already buzzing. Who designed the segments of this episode? The first episode relied purely on the guests, but not so for the second one. The games themselves were super fun. Whoever designed these games is definitely a master. Didn't someone say fish walking with you lacked creativity before? How about the heartbeat game for creativity? And the name tag tearing? Even the singing competition segment was so creative. Who would have thought they weren't going to sing seriously, but chose all kinds of flashy gimmicks? I was worried this show would start strong and taper off. I never expected the second episode to be just as good as the first. I'm already looking forward to the third episode. The recording and broadcast schedule of this show is so follow fate. Who knows when the third episode will be? Entertainment industry. Everyone was shocked, especially in Chi Continent, since they mainly criticized Fish Walking With You for lacking creativity before. Damn, right after saying their first episode had no creativity, they pulled out all these new tricks in the second one. Who did they hire to mastermind this? These games are not simply designed. Testing heartbeats and singing competition are nothing special. The former is just novel but not grand. The latter is quite unique and tough to play for non-professional singers. But tearing name tags is truly fearsome. This single idea could carry a whole reality show. Definitely had some expert help. Could it be Tong Shu-wen poached our Chi Continent's talent? Wait. Watch the program. Along with a shout of surprise, many people turned their attention to the show. 80% of the episode was already aired. The director arranged a one-on-one interview segment for the Yu Dynasty guests, a common scene in Variety, where the guests sat in a small room and talked with the show's crew. Do you know who designed the heartbeat game? Who? Teacher Admirable Fish. And who came up with the singing competition? Could it be? It was a suggestion from Teacher Admirable Fish. And the name tag tearing game. Still Teacher Admirable Fish? Yes. The program selected a few guest clips to announce this way. Nearly all the games in the second episode of Fish Walking With You were designed by CNU. The entertainment circle was stunned. They all guessed that some expert must have been involved in designing the games for the second episode, even suspecting Tong Shu-wen enlisted Chi Continent's Variety talent. But they absolutely didn't expect the supposed expert to be CNU. Surprising? Of course, it was surprising. But then again, it actually makes perfect sense. Ever since the launch of Werewolf Kill, and later taking the kids to play his original Drop the Handkerchief game, Teacher Admirable Fish showed his talent as a game designer in the first episode. So it was only natural that he took charge of the game design for the second episode. But nobody expected. Even they didn't think along these lines. After all this, isn't Tong Shu-wen still relying on the guests, not just relying on their performance, but even on their designing games for the show? So sour. The variety show sphere is just too sour. Where else is there a guest like Admirable Fish? Could you arrange one for us too? Someone who could both be responsible for the show's ratings and effects, and also handle the game design. And heck, even handle the music. Where can we find such a guest? With a guest like Admirable Fish leading the Yu Dynasty, any variety show collaboration would be a hit. Online, netizens were also shocked. So all these games were designed by Fish Papa, who once again proved his game design talent. If he wasn't Maestro, maybe he would now be Blue Star's top game designer. It's proven that what Fish Papa never lacks is creativity. Is the thought process for game design the same? Computer games and real-life games aren't the same thing at all. Can only say, this is mastery. There are still 20 minutes left in the show. Could there be more games? Netizens and the audience were curious. They aren't professional variety show people and don't know what designing those fun games implies. As long as the audience has fun, that's what matters. Just like reading a novel. Many readers don't care how the author thinks or how much thought goes into a plot segment, as long as it's enjoyable. If it's not enjoyable, no matter how clever, it's all for naught. During the show, the interview was still continuing. That voice asked another question, targeting every guest. After this episode, which part are you most curious about the effect of? Tai Chi. Tai Chi, I guess. Doing Tai Chi Chuan. The final Tai Chi. Of course, the Tai Chi Chuan. The creative aspect of Tai Chi. Sun Yaohua, Xia Fan, Jian Yi, Zhaoing Gu, Chun Jiu, Wei Haoyun, Jiang Kuei. Almost everyone invariably gave a similar answer, while the audience thought tearing the name tags was the climax of the second episode. Then the camera shifted. Admirable Fish was actually going to do Tai Chi Chuan. At Lin Yuan's home, his older sister, younger sister, and mother were all stunned. Starlight Entertainment. The employees were also baffled. What the heck? In the variety show circle, variety show folks were all wearing confused expressions. What's this about? Similarly, netizens were completely perplexed. Everyone was clueless about what the production team was trying to do, even less why the guests were so looking forward to the last part. Tai Chi. Isn't that the fictional martial art from novels? Admirable Fish really wants to showcase Tai Chi. Why doesn't he show Yang Guo's deep blue palm? Because this is Mount Wudong? In Chu Kuang's novel, it even says Zhang Sanfeng knows the 9 Yang divine skill. This event seems quite extraordinary. The scene changed. Lin Yuan, dressed in white Tai Chi clothes, stood at the martial arts field, and he was surrounded by crowds from all directions. The Yu Dynasty, a team of experts, Wudong Taoists, hundreds of extraordinary audience members. At this moment, everyone's curiosity was piqued to the extreme. Does Tai Chi truly exist in this world? Chapter 1050, 962 Lin Tai Chi. This scene is terrifying. So many people watching. Many in the audience, who initially thought this segment might just be a comedic act, began to feel nervous. Do you have to be so serious? Of course. Most people didn't believe it. There must be a twist coming up. It's probably just for laughs, right? The production costs for this segment seem pretty high, right? They can't possibly be doing a whole Tai Chi Chuan routine. In fantasy novels, there are dragons too. If this episode is going for a fantasy theme, are they going to make Xianyu play a dragon rider? Old rascal should die. Old rascal. I didn't expect to be dragged into this. Chatting continued, and so did the nonsense. The expression on the audience's faces was, I'll quietly watch your performance. Yes. Even though the scene was very serious and felt real, the majority of the audience still thought this part was just part of a variety show script. Definitely, there would be some bizarre twist. Maybe Xianyu suddenly acts cute or goofy. Or perhaps the production crew had Xianyu rehearse a sequence of moves, add some special effects, and even possibly include a wire-hanging stunt, presenting it as a martial arts film. While everyone was casually chatting, on the martial arts stage, Xianyu, with a serious expression, faced the camera and made a gesture of clasping his fists. The Tai Chi salute. Instantly, the audience was dazzled. At the same time, a drumbeat sounded. Boom, boom, boom. The rhythm of the drum was slow, each beat hammering down as if striking everyone's hearts. Is there background music too? Could it be a new song? This seems very serious. It doesn't seem like a goofy song. While the comments flew rapidly, an arpeggio interrupted. Then followed a melodious, winding flute melody that echoed back and forth. It stirred something in the audience's hearts. It sounded beautiful. The intro was too beautiful. It felt inexplicably exhilarating. It was indeed a very normal reaction, as the intro they were hearing came from the song Mr. Strong Man, crafted by Lin Yuan. Tracing back its origins, it was the melody of the ancient tune, The General's Order. The song was adapted by Huang Zhan. The original tune was the famously renowned The General's Order from Earth. Huang Zhan's talent was unquestionable. Under his adaptation, Mr. Strong Man was considered a classic by countless people. You should know, the year this song was released on Earth, it skyrocketed to extreme popularity. Therefore, just with an intro, the audience's attention was already captured. Suddenly, Lin Yuan moved. At the same time, a bold singing voice arose. Pride, demeanor, facing 1,000 heavy waves. It was Xian Yu's voice, easily recognizable by everyone, followed by the others from the Yu dynasty in chorus, repeating the same lyrics. Pride facing 1,000 heavy waves. Passion like the glow of the red sun. Courage as firm as iron. Bones as strong as steel. Heart as vast as 100,000 zhang. Vision as long as 10,000 li. I strive to be a strong man. Amidst the singing, Lin Yuan's movements were fluid like a landscape painting, each motion seemingly carefree, yet full of intention, especially when his hand formed a fist and suddenly struck the air with the force of 1,000 June, fiercely landing in the empty space. Solid stances as if immovable by any force. Slow movements as if shedding all heavy forces. Focused gazes as if the entire world aside from himself had vanished. Motion, stillness, open, close. Whether a straight shot, a downward shot, or an upward shot, the camera kept switching angles in its shots. Blue Star's eyes were piercing, his body like a soaring dragon or a startled swan. The unique aesthetic of Tai Chi almost broke through the screen, with each segment of music perfectly matching the movements. Under perfect synchronization, there was an indescribable sense of awe. Blue Starian people had never seen a Tai Chi-themed TV series. Had they seen such series, they would have recognized Lin Yuan's movements as bearing the unique charm found in Wu Jing's and even Jet Li's Tai Chi TV series, and might even mentally substitute the aesthetics of Tai Chi performed by Jet Li and Wu Jing. Be a good man. Strive every day. Hot-blooded men, shining brighter than the sun. The song continued, still exquisitely synchronizing with the movements. Indeed, Tai Chi could adapt to many types of classical music. This song, Mr. Strong Man, didn't have classical lyrics, but the lyrics matched the feel of martial arts and the melody was extremely classical, fitting without any issue. This was also why many Tai Chi performances like using this song as their background music. Lin Yuan had hesitated over choosing a different song, but after much consideration, this one was the most popular and most likely to catch fire. He wanted the greatest impact. He succeeded. The audience's eyes widened. Their adrenal glands secreted wildly. The barrage became dense in an instant, exploding, as nobody knew how the Blue Starian people would react upon seeing such Tai Chi for the first time. Lin Yuan's movements seemed to captivate their souls. Ah, is this Tai Chi? Is this Tai Chi Chuan? Insanely cool. So they're really practicing Tai Chi. No special effects. They're actually fighting. This is Tai Chi Chuan. People who had seen Heaven-Reliant Dragon Slayer certainly understood what Tai Chi Chuan entailed. In Chu Kuang's martial arts novels, all impressive martial skills were detailed, giving readers infinite room for imagination about what these skills felt like and the artistic concepts they conveyed. Everyone, of course, had imagined what Tai Chi was like. If before this, readers had thousands of imaginations about Tai Chi Chuan, now, all imaginations were unified. Tai Chi had finally established its true form in their hearts. What Xian Yu practiced was Tai Chi Chuan. The true Tai Chi. Everyone's scalp tingled, hearts raced, and even their complexions turned flush. The singing suddenly soared, piercing eardrums and hearts, reaching the heavenly spirit cover. Let the ocean and sky pool energy for me, to tear apart heaven and earth, to forge my ideals. See the mighty blue waves and vast sky expanding with soaring spirit. I am the man who must be strong. Stride forward, chest out. Let us all be the pillars of society. The climax of the song arrived. Lin Yuan was in his element. Every move like the white crane spreads wings, or the parting wild horse's mane. Golden rooster stands on one leg, or turning to display the lotus. There were also step up, 7 stars to bend bow, shoot tiger. The strong Tai Chi style captivating everyone. With each punch and kick, the natural artistic conception resonated with the music, the song resounding to the skies. Be a strong man. Be a strong man. With my full fervor. Shine out 1,000 points of light. Be a good man. Brighter than the sun. The background music included shouts from the Yu dynasty, which are commonly used exclamations in martial arts, placed in the song not only without awkwardness, but also pushing the atmosphere to a burning climax. Hey, huh, hey, whoa. The shouts brought a rhythmic feel. The scene suddenly changed again. This time they employed martial arts filming techniques, showing everyone from the Yu dynasty practicing Tai Chi Chuan, storming into Black Wind Guild. Each person showcased different Tai Chi movements. With their dazzling moves, they saved the girl who was in trouble at the start, leaving hundreds from Black Wind Guild on the ground, and the guild leader's voice trembled in agony. What kind of bizarre boxing is this? Rootless, with boundless natural techniques. People from the Yu dynasty spoke in unison, the camera switching from one side to another, a classic montage transition, one side showing Lin Yuan finishing his performance at Wudong View, the other side showing Xian Yu standing in Black Wind Guild like a master in profound serenity, accompanied by two forceful and endless phrases. Tai Chi. When this shot ended, a close-up was given to the black and white Tai Chi pattern behind Lin Yuan. The space transformed. In the space of Tai Chi, Lin Yuan's legs split front to back, one hand forward, the other back, suddenly flipping into a fist. At this moment, all the audience went mad. This was no longer just a variety show. Tai Chi was embodied by Lin Yuan. They were witnessing real Tai Chi. Tai Chi truly exists in the world. Chapter 1051, 963 Expert. In the show, the viewers' comments had become a dark cloud. When everyone thought that Tai Chi Chuan was just a martial skill made up by Chu Kuang in martial arts novels, Xian Yu actually performed it. This martial skill is so cool. I thought the highlight of the second episode was the name tag tearing, but the real climax is here. Xian Yu actually performed Tai Chi Chuan, and it totally matches the description in the books. The movements are so smooth. The music makes my blood boil. Awesome. Tribe. The topic of Tai Chi exploded instantly. Countless netizens who watched the show participated in the discussion right away. So shocking. I'm watching this episode on my knees. Nothing else to say. I want to learn Tai Chi from Fish Papa. I've seen a lot of martial arts performances, but Fish Papa's performance this time touched me the most. It looks pretty impressive, but how is this martial skill? As a semi-professional, I can tell you that this martial arts set seems to have a scientific basis, and some movements are not simple. Blog. The topic of Tai Chi has already surged on the hot search. Not just in the topic section, Chu Kuang's account's comment section is swamped by netizens. Old rascal, did you watch Xian Yu's variety show? Xian Yu performed Tai Chi, just like you described in your novel. The old rascal definitely watched it. I even suspect that Xian Yu's martial arts came first, and then Chu Kuang wrote it into his book with great detail. Holy crap, it really seems possible. Did they arrange in advance to do a martial arts collaboration? Lin Yuan's home. His sisters, mother, and Antarctica were all stunned as they looked at Lin Yuan. Everyone was surprised that Lin Yuan knew martial arts. Did you make this up yourself? This comment is right on point. Yes, firm yet gentle, gentle yet firm. Woof. Awesome, bro. Your career profile has expanded again. Besides being a composer, game designer, and dancer, should we also call you a martial artist now? Variety. Circle. Insiders were completely baffled. They had completely lost track of this variety show. What the heck? Can someone tell me what this is? Designing games is one thing, but he can design martial arts too? Designing martial arts isn't everything. What's more shocking is that he designed the Tai Chi so well described in Chu Kuang's novel. Isn't the most shocking part that he actually managed to design it? Even someone like me who knows nothing about martial arts is mesmerized. I can imagine how other viewers must feel. Shadow Studio. Everyone was blown away. Cries of amazement rose one after another. Teacher. So cool. This is the best martial arts performance I've ever seen. Rootless and extreme Tai Chi fist. I didn't expect Teacher Shadow to be a martial arts master. Now if Teacher Shadow actually performed 18 dragon subduing palms, I wouldn't be surprised. Shoo. Be careful. Walls have ears. You must call him Teacher Admirable Fish. Can't let people know Teacher Shadow's secret. The charm of Tai Chi is undeniable. Under the extremely beautiful movements, whether as light as Lu Su fluttering or as heavy as Mount Tai weighing down, the coordination between the punches and kicks was just right. In the show, every move Xian Yu made seemed to carry an endless charm. Coordinated with the music, it made everyone's scalp tingle and heart shiver. At this moment, everyone didn't even discuss other elements shown in the program much. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the Tai Chi Chuan that Xian Yu performed at the end. Just then, the program team released 2 video segments as supplements to Tai Chi Chuan. Fans clicked in and saw that they were Xian Yu's own Tai Chi Chuan tutorials. These were standalone versions of Tai Chi performances. The 2 videos weren't essentially different in Maestro's sense, both focusing on movement explanation, but the music had changed. One had the music stealing skills. The other had the music follow fate. Lin Yuan chose the melody of Mr. Strong Man for the music to facilitate dissemination because this song was most popular and easily accepted by the public. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 2 videos, countless shares. The program team did not restrict downloads and the like because Lin Yuan's purpose was to spread Tai Chi to the public. As for whether the public wanted to practice, Lin Yuan didn't insist. He simply offered an additional option for ordinary people who liked this kind of exercise. After all, he wasn't a real martial artist, nor did he plan on founding a school to teach Tai Chi. Just doing this much was enough. At this time, the 2nd episode of the show had ended. Under various topics fermenting, the spread of the Tai Chi video was incredibly fast. Tribe blogs and even major forums quickly went crazy, especially in different continents with time differences. Some places were in daylight. Some places were at night. Han continent. On the subway, someone stumbled upon the Tai Chi video and their eyes widened. What is this? Is this guy Xian Yu? What kind of martial art is he performing? The title says, is this Tai Chi? Inside a company, an employee also came across the Tai Chi video and shared it in a private group immediately. Look at this. Xian Yu performing Tai Chi Chuan. Holy crap, so cool. Our company has an anniversary celebration at the end of the month. Why don't we learn this and perform it on stage? In schools, students were discussing Tai Chi. Chapter 1052, 963 Expert_2. Awesome. Is it truly a martial art designed by Xian Yu? Why do all the moves designed by Xian Yu look so cool? The moonwalk from before as well. It made all the boys in our school imitate it. This time, the Tai Chi is quick too. Xian Yu had once created the moonwalk at a concert, sparking a frenzy of imitation among countless youngsters. Now, the moonwalk had deeply ingrained itself in people's hearts. Performances featuring the moonwalk were common on entertainment stages of all sizes. Performers even imitated Xian Yu's outfits from that time. And now, people who saw the Tai Chi were once again struck with the desire to learn and imitate. To be precise, some had already started taking action. Song Li was a retired man. Before retirement, Song Li worked in the public sector, so his pension was quite substantial, and he didn't have to worry about his quality of life. However, 2 years into retirement, Song Li always felt life was boring. Accustomed to his previous work rhythm, Song Li found it difficult to adjust to retirement. During these 2 years, he couldn't really find anything to do, and was thus relegated to sitting at home watching TV and browsing videos. He was a bit envious of his wife. She seemed fulfilled every day, calling friends in the evening and joining the ladies in the community square dance. OL Song even thought about joining the square dance to pass the time in his dull retired life. However, after joining the dance twice, OL Song gave up. After all, the square dance was mainly an entertainment pastime for the elderly ladies. It was rare to see men participate. OL Song always felt out of place dancing along with them. And because some of the elderly women flirted with OL Song, causing his wife to get jealous, he was no longer allowed to join in. At this time, Song Li suddenly saw a video on TV. In the video, a young man was practicing Tai Chi. The background music was Follow Fate, which harmonized well with the martial arts themselves. However, OL Song's interest wasn't in the music, but in the young man's martial art. What kind of martial art is this? OL Song's eyes lit up, his mind became lively, and he immediately asked his grandson, who was doing homework in the house. Can you help me check if this video can be found online? Grandpa, you watch fish. Walking with you too? The grandson laughed. Could it be his grandfather also watched this youth variety show? Song Li shook his head. I'm asking about this martial skills. The Tai Chi Chuan of Xianyu. Song Li's grandson, who was in high school, was a loyal viewer of Fish Walking with You and immediately recognized it. Let me download it for you. Soon his grandson had downloaded the Tai Chi Chuan video for Song Li, then continued to his room to do homework. Song Li, however, lay on the couch as if he had found a treasure and opened the video. The result? He liked it more and more. He felt an inexplicable urge in his body. Suddenly, Song Li stood up. He actually began practicing the movements in the room alone, following the video's instruction. Commencing form. Before he realized it, Song had already completed several sequences. It seems I've still got it. Song Li was excited. He had become captivated by this set of martial arts. He liked this Tai Chi Chuan the moment he saw it, which is why he asked his grandson to download it. However, he was worried. Could his aged body practice this set of martial arts? This was the helplessness of the elderly. Because of their physical condition, often they have the will, but not the power, let alone practicing martial arts. Even for him, certain movements in square dancing could feel burdensome. Little did he know, this Tai Chi Chuan, even for an old man like him, turned out to be quite doable and wasn't a big strain on his body. Following Xian Yu's explained movements in the video, after practicing the initial sequences of Tai Chi, Song Li felt no back pain or other burdens. Instead, it was as if his muscles and bones were gradually becoming more agile. After practicing for a while, Song Li started to find the room too small, restricting his movements. Practice in the square? No, the square was full of aunties. He could go practice in the park. Song Li had made up his mind, and suddenly pulled out his phone and made a few calls. OL Zhang. OL Wang. OL Li. OL Qian. Shall we go out for some exercise? I just learned a set of boxing techniques to teach you all. Don't worry, this set of techniques can be practiced by us seniors as well. Quickly, Song Li's old buddies arrived. He took out his phone, played Tai Chi. Let's practice this. Not bad. This is awesome. Shall we give it a try? To everyone's surprise, several old fellows immediately hit it off and took an interest in Tai Chi. The second episode of the variety show Fish Walking with You continued the characteristics of the first episode. Its influence seemed to extend not only to the entertainment industry, but also in various fields. Likewise, following the broadcast, major media outlets from Blue Star began reporting on this episode. The most fun variety game show, Fish Walking with You Episode 2, game designer Xian Yu goes online. Again, more fun than game series. Goat calls me to patrol the mountain. Xian Yu's new and wacky composition for Journey to the West. Goat calls me to patrol the mountain wacky? No, this nervous song is truly wacky. Nervous wacky? Maestro, you underestimate the excellence of this song. Well, the major media enjoyed taking digs at one another. However, at least one thing was unanimous among all media, which was the Tai Chi Chuan demonstrated by Xian Yu in the show. Martial artist Xian Yu's first online appearance. Xian Yu's Tai Chi Chuan shocks the whole net. Real Tai Chi exists in the world. Expert interviews. Xian Yu's Tai Chi is extraordinary. Experts say, Tai Chi Chuan deserves to be promoted extensively. In the show, quite a few experts made appearances. After seeing the Tai Chi Chuan performance, they all praised Tai Chi. However, not everyone had such a good impression of Tai Chi. In a chat group of a few hundred martial arts enthusiasts, some people mocked. What the hell is Tai Chi? I've seen a lot of discussions online, saying it's a new martial skill created by Xian Yu. It seems to be from Chu Kuang's martial arts novel Heaven Reliant Dragon Slayer, right? Creating martial skills from a martial arts novel? You're not joking, right? Which traditional martial art from Blue Star doesn't have a history of hundreds of years? A celebrity like Xian Yu can create martial skills too, and even gets a bunch of experts to speak for him. What experts? They're more like brick experts. It's all commercial hype. Xian Yu probably wants to make money off of it. I wonder which fools will pay the stupidity tax and get fooled by that group of brick experts. Suddenly, a group member posted a video. Here, this is your brick expert. The video was behind-the-scenes footage. Xianyu was performing Tai Chi Chuan, and the expert group kept applauding. The group owner was so shocked they spoke up. Ick. Several big shots from the Blue Star Martial Arts Association, including my idol Mr. Hu, and also from the Gymnastics Association, the Sports Association. Cough. These so-called brick experts really hang. If they are brick experts, then does Blue Star have anyone who understands martial arts? Just enjoy the variety show and stop making false assumptions. Many in the group had seen the show and knew Tai Chi was impressive, not just a gimmick. And those martial arts enthusiasts who had previously criticized Tai Chi and Xianyu, upon seeing this scene, went into hiding, their faces turning beet red, wishing they could just burrow into a hole. Wow, damn. This endorsement lineup is earth-shattering. All of them are highly respected big names in the industry. Any single one of them could shake the industry. Who dares to call them brick experts? At this point, there were still some people in the group who were unconvinced, weakly saying, if Tai Chi is really that amazing, why didn't the Literature and Art Association endorse it too? Half an hour later, someone posted a picture. Bro, did your mouth get enlightened? Which temple blessed it? Mind sharing. The person who saw it almost spat blood. The Literature and Art Association had really freaking endorsed Tai Chi. The picture showed the latest update from the Literature and Art Association. The official account retweeted the Tai Chi video, strengthens the body, extends life, thumbs up. Although it was just an 8-word comment along with a thumbs up emoji, the significance behind it was official recognition. Daddy cool, why bother? Left the group chat. The person did it cleanly, directly leaving the group. A social death in action. Staying here to celebrate New Year? And when the next day came, some people noticed. In the park in the morning, there were a few more old men practicing Tai Chi. Chapter 1053, 964 Poetry Conference. Chapter 1053. Chapter 964, Poetry Conference. Chapter 1053-964, Poetry Conference. At first, no one paid much attention, thinking it was just a temporary influence of Tai Chi Chuan. A few days later, people discovered that the number of old men practicing Tai Chi in the park in the morning was increasing, and it wasn't just the old men. Some old ladies had actually betrayed square dancing and had taken to the embrace of Tai Chi. Then, school entertainment performances, company culture and art performances, various martial arts competition events, all had Tai Chi elements appearing. Wham! The influence of Tai Chi exploded. It involved different age groups. On the internet, netizens were frantically discussing. My grandpa has become obsessed with practicing Tai Chi. My grandfather too. Whenever he's free, he heads out to practice and even spars with some old men in the community. Wow, that's nothing. Our gym teacher actually started teaching us Tai Chi in PE classes instead of just running laps around the track. Does this count as Fish Papa being a friend to the elderly? First it was square dancing. Now it's Tai Chi. Both old men and old ladies have been swept up by him. These are all very popular activities. Can I tell you that yesterday there was a group of old men practicing Tai Chi and square dancing ladies in our neighborhood who started arguing? Apparently, it was over territory. Variety shows lead the trend. Experts affirm. Official endorsements. Combined with Tai Chi's own aesthetic and quality, this healthy martial art quickly spread. And as the influence of Tai Chi spread, Tong Shuwen was pulling his hair out. This variety show was too hot. After a huge success in the first episode, the second episode exploded again. How to make the third episode match the effects of the first two was a big pressure for Tong Shuwen. The bar set by this variety show was too high. So high that Tong Shuwen had to rack his brains for content for the third episode. The content he had originally designed for episode 3, he now found unimpressive, always feeling it lacked sufficient explosive points. Lin Yuan was unaware of Tong Shuwen's struggles. Having finished recording the second episode of the variety show, Lin Yuan went to the company. Although he wasn't competing in season's rankings this year, he still had scriptwriting work to do. Since Resident Evil was released, Lin Yuan hadn't written a movie script in quite some time. But today, Lin Yuan finally took out a new script. It was a movie script titled Kung Fu Hustle, with the current revival of martial arts films, and Lin Yuan recently promoting Tai Chi. In these times when the martial arts craze was in full swing, Kung Fu Hustle was perfect to release. The company naturally gave the green light to any script from Xianyu. Once this script was out, the related preparations were promptly arranged by Ol Zhou. At this time, Assistant Gudong suddenly spoke up. Representative, Mount Lu has invited you as a guest to attend the poetry conference. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned. The poetry conference? Gudong nodded. Your poem, inscribed on the West Forest Wall, has boosted the tourism industry of Mount Lu. So they want to strike while the iron is hot and hold a poetry conference directly at Mount Lu's West Forest Temple. They're also planning to invite many renowned figures from the poetry community, such as those from the 6 states of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, and Zhao. When will it be held? Knowing that this was an opportunity to gain recognition, Lin Yuan was somewhat interested. End of the month. Gudong smiled and said, I don't know if it will conflict with the variety show's filming schedule. I'll ask. Clearly, Fish Walking with You was not a conventional program, as the timing for filming and updating was very follow fate. Lin Yuan needed to communicate with Tong Shuwen in advance. The 3rd episode's filming schedule hasn't been set yet. Tong Shuwen said frustratedly. I'm worried the 3rd episode won't have the impact of the first 2, so I've been considering how to design it. Why are you suddenly asking me about this? Mount Lu is preparing to hold a poetry conference. Lin Yuan stated truthfully. They invited me to visit. I'm interested, but I'm worried it might clash with the filming schedule. A poetry conference? Tong Shuwen's expression suddenly changed. Is there something wrong with the poetry conference? Not at all. Tong Shuwen thought for a moment and then said, I suddenly have a bold idea. What is it? Let Teacher Admirable Fish attend if he wishes, and we'll broadcast the poetry conference live for the 3rd episode of Fish Walking with You. How about that? Broadcast the poetry conference live? Yes, we'll notify you of the specifics during filming. Tong Shuwen actually wanted to make the poetry conference the highlight, as Blue Star had always had a high enthusiasm for poetry. Tong Shuwen was very clear about that. If the Mount Lu Poetry Conference could indeed invite some cultural celebrities, then turning it into a live broadcast would definitely attract a lot of interest. Of course, this posed a high demand on the production team. Live broadcasting's disadvantage was its low margin for error, lacking the convenience of post-filming editing and the inability to freely adjust the timing. Tong Shuwen had to carefully design each segment. I have no problem with it. Then I'll arrange it. Tong Shuwen planned to invite cultural poetry giants to participate in collaboration with Mount Lu. The stronger the lineup of poets participating in the program, the higher the attention the program would receive at the time. As for whether Mount Lu would agree, Tong Shuwen was not worried at all. After the end of the 2nd episode, Mount Hua's tourism had completely exploded, not just because of heaven-reliant Dragon Slayer, but also because of the variety show's advantage. Don't forget, Admirable Fish had performed a set of Tai Chi Chuan on Mount Wudong. Therefore, numerous scenic spots were inviting Tong Shuwen, offering various conditions, with hopes that Fish Walking with You could record an episode at their location, including Mount Lu. Thinking of this, Tong Shuwen immediately made a call to Mount Lu. That same night, Mount Lu and the Fish Walking with You production team jointly announced Blue Star's first poetry conference will be held at Mount Lu, where teachers from the poetry circles of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, and Zhao will be invited to attend. The Fish Walking with You production team will also lead Teacher Admirable Fish and several other guests to interact live with the audience as the 3rd feature episode of the variety show. This was a collaboration between the entertainment industry and the cultural sector. However, it wouldn't seem abrupt or forced. Because of the presence of Teacher Admirable Fish, the star guest of Fish Walking with You. It is well known. Admirable Fish was not only an entertainment figure, but also had an extensive involvement in poetry culture, and even professional poets had often praised his works. Moreover, don't forget, Mount Lu decided to organize this event partly because Admirable Fish had written for them, inscribed on the West Forest Wall, with verses that were engraved at Mount Lu as an exhibition spot. Suddenly, everyone was paying attention. This variety show was no longer purely for entertainment. It covered too many fields, from gaming to literature to martial arts. However, unexpectedly, even the Literature and Art Association was casting its eye toward this poetry conference, looking forward to the masterpieces from the renowned poets. The official account shared this message, adding such a statement. Suddenly, many in the poetry circle became restless. Chapter 1054. 965. Sword discussion on Mount Lu. If it were just Mount Lu initiating the event, the true heavyweights of the poetry world wouldn't be tempted. What status do the poetry masters possess? You think they'll attend a poetry convention just because Mount Lu organized one? At most, they might invite some minor characters from the cultural community. The real big shots don't have much interest, because the level of such an event isn't worthy of their status. But if the Fish Walking With You program team participates, that's a different story. Even the poetry world's big shots would inevitably have their minds wander and start thinking about it. Literati love fame. Who doesn't know how popular the variety show Fish Walking With You is? If the poetry convention could tie in with this variety show, the prestige would certainly rise a notch, changing the nature of Mount Lu's poetry convention entirely. Let's not talk about the distant prospects. Just for the popularity of the Fish Walking With You show alone, there would undoubtedly be countless viewers. This is an opportunity to get noticed. However, some people still had concerns. Some in the cultural community hold themselves in high regard, so they worry quietly. The program is just a variety show, not a serious poetry convention. They're afraid the event would be conducted too frivolously. If that were the case, they would rather not participate at all. But then, the decisive reposts and likes from the Literature and Art Association completely convinced the cultural community because it hinted at something. The Literature and Art Association is paying attention to the Mount Lu Poetry Convention. In other words, if a poetry master performs well enough at the convention, it could attract the attention of the Literature and Art Association. Even the most aloof literati will bow to the Literature and Art Association, unless they truly desire nothing. Swish, swish, swish. The cultural community was stirring. Even the Mount Lu officials and Tong Xuan-led program team hadn't anticipated this. The poetry convention had, unexpectedly, attracted the attention of the Literature and Art Association, stirring up quite a buzz in the process. Qing Continent. To Mount Lu's poetry convention. The Literature and Art Association is watching this grand event. If the association favors my work, it's sure to get even better promotion. Qi Continent. At this poetry convention, our Qi Continent must stand out. There will be countless people watching. This Fish Walking With You variety show is currently the hottest phenomenon, with a terrifying number of viewers. Even to get the public to pay more attention and fall in love with our poetry culture, we must participate. Chu Continent. I've heard a lot of commotion. All the continents are contemplating participating in the poetry convention. It seems this poetry convention will not only be a contest between masters, but also between continents. Let's join. Yin Continent. With the Literature and Art Association watching and a live broadcast to boot, it's time for a few big shots from our poetry circle to step up. I wonder if Xianyu will take action. His poetry skills are not low, and he deserves close attention. Then you're gravely mistaken. The heavyweights attending the poetry convention will surely bring their myriad works. Everyone has several proud pieces. The competition isn't just about skill, but also a battle of heritage. Han Continent. The most critical opponent to guard against in this poetry convention is Zhao Continent. Zhao people love ancient culture, often boasting that their poetry, songs, essays, chess, calligraphy, and painting are unbeatable. This time, we need to put an end to their self-praise. Still, we need to be cautious. Every continent is formidable, especially Zhao Continent. Zhao Continent. Ha 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 ha. With all 6 continents coming to Mount Lu for the poetry convention, our Zhao Continent is destined to make a sensational impact. Who in Blue Star doesn't know how high the level of our Zhao Continent's poetry is? This poetry contest seems like it was tailor-made for us Zhao people. The poetry contest became a hot topic in the cultural circles of every continent, especially the famous poets. They were all itching to move. One by one, influential cultural giants from every continent announced their participation in the poetry contest. On Blue Star, the fame of top figures in the cultural circle wasn't any less than that of entertainment stars. Because the Literature and Art Association paid a lot of attention to promoting the cultural sphere, even someone like Chu Kuang, who wrote fairy tales, could get official promotion from the Literature and Art Association. In such circumstances, how could the famous people in the cultural circle be strangers to anyone? Hence, when countless cultural bigwigs expressed their intention to attend the Mount Lu poetry contest, netizens were utterly shocked. So many bigwigs. The scale of this poetry contest is insane. Even Teacher Yao, the leading figure in Qin Continent's poetry circle, is coming. Xu Ziwen, the #1 young talent of Zhao Continent, is also here. All 3 great poets from Qi Continent, and 2 are coming at once. Blue Star had many organizations and even governments from different continents organize poetry contests in the past, but none of them were on the scale of this one. The reason is simple. Because the continents weren't united before, but this time they have merged, and with the popularity of Fish Walking With You, poets from all continents have arrived on the same battlefield. Is this like the Battle of the Gods in the cultural circle? Definitely, in terms of scale. Fish Papa's poetry is amazing too. The most famous couplet at Mount Lu was written by Fish Papa, so he's probably going to participate, right? At the same time, the media started reporting too. Mount Lu poetry contest triggers a craze. The most star-studded poetry contest in Blue Star's history. A battle of the gods in the poetry circle? Seeing you to join the poetry contest, competing with poets from all continents. The 3rd episode of Fish Walking With You to be live-streamed across the entire network. Literature and Art Association takes note. What signal is the Mount Lu poetry contest sending? Great literary figures from 6 continents gather at Mount Lu. A battle of the gods of the cultural circle. This description is very apt. In the music field, the term Battle of the Gods incites countless maestros to compete. And in the cultural circle, these tycoons attending the Mount Lu poetry contest. Their status in the cultural field is no less than that of the maestros in the music field. Isn't this a battle of the gods? Lin Yuan was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected the Mount Lu poetry contest to make such a splash. Before this, he thought it was just a medium-scale poetry festival. But the reaction from netizens also made Lin Yuan see more clearly the Blue Starian's passion for poetry. It seems, this year, he shouldn't just stick to Chu Kuang's novels. This poetry contest could also be a great opportunity to massively boost his fame. Mount Lu. The officials responsible for the scenic area and Tong Shuwen looked at each other in dismay. It's completely blown up. I just got contacted by the Literature and Art Association. They want to intervene in the poetry contest. The higher-ups plan to use this opportunity to turn the Mount Lu poetry contest into a fixed annual literary event. And our Mount Lu is going to be the first official Blue Star poetry contest. So the themes for this year's contest will also be handled by the Literature and Art Association. Tong Shuwen suddenly laughed. Then let it blow up, the bigger the better. He was previously worried that the guests of the Yu dynasty wouldn't have much room to showcase themselves and might dissatisfy the viewers. But now, looking at it, the focus is no longer on the Yu dynasty, but on the poetry contest itself. This is a grand literary event. If it were in a martial arts novel, it would be the martial arts competition that the entire martial world would be watching. Maybe the stakes are even higher? He spoke up. This can be totally termed as duel atop Mount Hua. Hearing this, the official in charge of the Mount Lu scenic area wasn't happy. It should be duel atop Mount Lu. Chapter 1055, 966 You Be the Judge. Lin Yuan had already made his preparations. He planned to go all out for this grand event. That was the plan. However, plans can never keep up with changes. Just when Lin Yuan thought he was going to participate wholeheartedly in the Mount Lu Poetry Conference, Li Songhua suddenly called him. Come to the office. What's up? Someone is looking for you. Lin Yuan didn't know who was looking for him, but he still went to Li Songhua's office. 3 minutes later, Lin Yuan, inside Li Songhua's office, saw a middle-aged woman sitting on the sofa, drinking tea. Teacher Admirable Fish. The middle-aged woman's eyes lit up when she saw Lin Yuan, and she smiled as she stood up and extended her hand. Hello, I am a director from the Literature and Art Association's Qin Continent branch. You can call me Ms. Huang. Hello. Lin Yuan shook hands with her. The chairman laughed and said, I've brought the person, so I'll leave you two to chat. Thank you. Ms. Huang smiled and nodded. Li Songhua patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, then leaned in close to his ear and whispered, Agree to her. After that, Li Songhua left. Lin Yuan was puzzled, unsure of what was going on. Ms. Huang smiled and said, I am very sorry to disturb you. I believe Teacher Admirable Fish must be quite puzzled right now, so I won't beat around the bush. You are preparing to participate in the Mount Lu Poetry Conference, right? Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. So, the visitor was here for the Mount Lu Poetry Conference. It seemed that the Literature and Art Association placed great importance on it. Ms. Huang asked, as a competitor? Lin Yuan nodded. Did she think he was just attending as a guest on a variety show? Evidently, Lin Yuan was mistaken because what Ms. Huang said next took him by surprise. Our Literature and Art Association's Qin Continent branch hopes that Teacher Admirable Fish can serve as one of the judges for the poetry conference. Lin Yuan was stunned. He had never imagined that the Literature and Art Association would want him to be a judge at the poetry conference. Had they gone mad? If this were the music industry, it would be like a bunch of maestros competing, and the Literature and Art Association wanted Lin Yuan to judge these maestros. Which maestro would accept that? Everyone was a maestro, so why should Admirable Fish be the judge? Even someone of Yang Zhongming's stature. If he were to judge other maestros, there would inevitably be grumblings of dissatisfaction, let alone how young Admirable Fish was. And in the cultural circles, such resentment would surely be even more exaggerated. Since ancient times, men of letters have been known to belittle each other. How could those luminaries from the literary world possibly accept Admirable Fish as a judge at the poetry conference? You have to understand, Lin Yuan may be the youngest maestro in the music industry, but in the cultural circles, his foundation wasn't considered deep, and when it came to qualifications, he was far from comparable to those luminaries. What was the Literature and Art Association thinking? Casting him as a sacrifice? Isn't this tantamount to grilling oneself on the fire? The Lin Yuan of the past might not have thought of these convoluted circumstances. But now, Lin Yuan had experienced quite a bit and had grown so much more compared to when he first debuted that he almost instantly associated with the underlying implications of the matter. He almost instinctively wanted to refuse. Because Lin Yuan didn't want to become the target of public criticism. Going public had to be done with measure. Directly serving as a judge for a group of famous poets? A tall tree catches the wind, and the wind will surely topple it. However, Lin Yuan eventually suppressed the urge, recalling the chairman's recent reminder to accept the other party's proposition. There must be a reason for it. So he fell silent. Seeing Lin Yuan's silence, Ms. Huang said with a smile, strictly speaking, we're not asking you to be an official judge. Your role would be that of a reference judge, providing opinions and suggestions only, not participating in the official selection. This time, the poetry contest will have one judge from each Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong continent, a total of 8 judges. You would be the special 9th person. All right then, Lin Yuan ultimately agreed. Although the role as the 9th judge still seemed rather high profile, it appeared he had no voting power and could only offer suggestions and references, which would allow him a relatively easier time. That settled then. Ms. Huang saw Lin Yuan's agreement, her smile brightening even more. I'll take my leave now. As she stepped out of the room, Ms. Huang suddenly paused, saying with meaningful depth, the Literature and Art Association places great value in Teacher Lin Yuan. It wasn't long after Ms. Huang left. Li Songhua returned to the office, eagerly asking, Did you agree? Lin Yuan nodded. Li Songhua breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you didn't refuse. Although this could make you the target of public criticism, if you handle this poetry contest well, it will greatly benefit your future. Lin Yuan was puzzled. Benefit? Li Songhua nodded. The Literature and Art Association must have some grand plan, although I currently don't know the specifics of this plan. I suspect it will involve multiple fields. Right now, Blue Star hasn't completely unified, so the plan isn't fully unfolded. I estimate once Zhong continent is integrated, there will be significant developments. The deeper and more established your position is in the cultural sphere, the more attention you will receive in the future. Serving as a judge for the poetry contest is a good way to bolster your qualifications. There must be influential figures in the Literature and Art Association wanting to propel you to prominence, offering you a good opportunity, though it comes with a whiff of risk. Lin Yuan. The unification process of Blue Star was ongoing, with Zhao continent already integrated, drawing ever closer to the complete unification of Blue Star. Indeed, many variables might arise across various fields. Get ready, Li Songhua said. The future unification of Blue Star will touch upon many aspects of interest distribution. You're already ahead of many people. Even if you weren't serving as a judge for the poetry contest, countless individuals already see you as a thorn in their side. Lin Yuan surprised. Who have I offended? He seldom had conflicts with others, and currently, the only person he didn't see eye to eye with seemed to be Ling Kong of the tribe. It's not really about offending anyone, Li Songhua explained. Have you forgotten about Zhong Continent's music circle trying to thwart your 12 consecutive titles? I haven't. Did you offend any composers from Zhong Continent? I don't even know them. So, do you understand? Li Songhua sighed. For some people, your mere existence is enough to make them feel threatened. Lin Yuan frowned. Li Songhua hinted. In a few months, Wei Continent will join the unification, and after Wei, it will be Zhong Continent, marking the true unification of Blue Star. With your three identities spanning many fields, certain things are inevitable. Moreover, there's something you might need to prepare yourself for in advance. What's that? There's no such thing as an impenetrable wall. Once Zhong Continent is integrated, your three alter egos might no longer be a secret, unless you decide to let the other two identities fade into obscurity, but we both know that's not going to happen. Lin Yuan rubbed his forehead. Once Zhong Continent joined the unification, it seemed a lot of unexpected things were bound to happen. Chapter 1056, 967, The First Scholar of Zhao Continent. Lin Yuan had originally planned to participate in the poetry conference and greatly boost his reputation, but unexpectedly, he became a judge for the conference. Once a judge, he could no longer compete. Lin Yuan was disappointed, but he could only accept this outcome. According to the chairman's analysis, choosing to be a judge was presumably more rewarding than competing directly. Meanwhile, in the outside world, as the date of the Mount Lu Poetry Conference approached, the participating poets became increasingly active. Many conducted high-profile media interviews. The media reactions from various continents were interesting. They obviously favored the literati from their own continents. It can only be said, no matter how much Blue Star is integrated, regional biases across continents cannot be completely eliminated in just a few years. Perhaps the higher-ups wanted to see such a scenario as well. After all, progress only comes with competition. The slightly competitive spirit across the continents was quite appropriate. Online, netizens tirelessly began discussing who would be the ultimate winner of this edition of the poetry conference. Some enthusiasts even made various popularity rankings. Many of the most famous literati were among them, deemed by everyone to be the seed players expected to win the poetry conference. Among them, Xian Yu's name, although not highly ranked, also appeared in many rankings. Mount Lu and the program Fish Walking With You had already announced that Xian Yu would participate in this poetry conference. Though Xian Yu wasn't considered part of the cultural circle, he had written quite a few poems. Among them, Song of Water was still being talked about with relish to this day. Therefore, some people believed Xian Yu had a chance of ranking well. Apart from Xian Yu, another individual also gained widespread attention, quickly becoming famous across continents. This person's name was Xu Ziwen, a renowned poet from Zhao Continent's Blue Star. In the literary circle of Zhao Continent, Xu Ziwen carried the title Number 1 Talent. He came from a distinguished literary family in Zhao Continent, his father being a renowned poet of the region. It was said that this child was intelligent from a young age, perfectly inheriting his father's literary talent, capable of composing poems at the age of 7, a child prodigy, and upon growing up, he had continuously published numerous splendid literary works. There were even rumors. A young literary talent from Zhong Continent had once approached Xu Ziwen in private for a literary duel, only to be thoroughly defeated. And that was not all. Besides his proficiency in poetry, Xu Ziwen also possessed many other skills. For example, he was very skilled at various classical instruments, having performed the guqin at large-scale performances. Then there was his calligraphy, also exceptional, standing out even in Zhao Continent, where calligraphy education was highly valued. And there was more. He simply excelled in many aspects. In one word, a high-quality male of humanity. Not to mention, aside from his own excellence, Xu Ziwen also had a face comparable to that of a movie star. There are many handsome men, but few are as talented, handsome, and distinguished as Xu Ziwen. Therefore, Xu Ziwen became popular. Videos of Xu Ziwen himself accepting interviews spread widely across continental forums, gaining countless fans. Because Xu Ziwen was interviewed in his own study, the background wall of his study was filled with amazing honors, certificates, and trophies that were too numerous to count. The interview also revealed a lot of personal information about Xu Ziwen. For example, he had been pursued by all the girls in his middle school. He ranked third in his college entrance examination in Zhao continent. His father once couldn't complete a magazine contribution due to illness, and Xu Ziwen ghostwrote for his father, with no one discovering any discrepancies. Of course, Xu Ziwen eventually confessed to the magazine. Not only did the magazine understand, but they also used this opportunity to promote it widely, turning the story into a delightful narrative. Currently, riding on the influence of the poetry conference, Xu Ziwen became famous across continents. The entire internet praised him. Xu Ziwen is simply a born protagonist. Only a place like Zhao continent, which focuses on nurturing arts such as music, chess, calligraphy, and painting from a young age, could produce a male god like Xu Ziwen. Such experiences are simply legendary. The perfect male lead in period dramas is always talented in both letters and martial arts. Who would have thought such a person truly exists in reality? Where's the martial arts? Didn't you see the trophy for fencing on Xu Ziwen's wall? It's from a youth fencing championship. I also practice this sport. I can't be mistaken. Are the paintings and calligraphy on the wall also Xu Ziwen's works? I heard one of his paintings once sold for $1 million. His calligraphy is also good, with one piece being purchased by a wealthy person for $800,000. Suddenly, someone came to a realization. Why do I feel like Xu Ziwen is a bit like Fish Papa's template? Now that you mention it, it does seem quite similar. If you talk about proficiency in instruments, Fish Papa, as a maestro, is well known for his piano skills. If you consider calligraphy skill, Fish Papa's calligraphic achievements are also widely recognized, having been acknowledged by professional calligraphers. As for being well-versed in both letters and martial arts, Fish Papa's literature is unquestionable, and Tai Chi is martial. Enough. As for Xu Ziwen's good looks, to be fair, in terms of looks alone, Xu Ziwen is at a star level, whereas Fish Papa is beyond star level. Wow. If we're talking about the protagonist template, Fish Papa definitely deserves it more. But Fish Papa hasn't written any novels, right? Xu Ziwen's novels are also quite popular in Zhao continent. Is there a fundamental difference between writing a screenplay and writing a novel? Besides, can Xu Ziwen compose music? Is he maestro? All right, no more arguing. Fish Papa is indeed excellent, but we can't just dismiss Xu Ziwen either. Calling him Little Xian Yu isn't too much, right? Little Xian Yu? Lu Sheng. No way. Are they competing for this too? Xu Ziwen had suddenly become famous. Speaking of influence, he definitely couldn't compare with Xian Yu. Zhao continent. Xu Ziwen lay back in his calligraphy chair, flipping through various comments about him online, his lips gradually curving into a smile. He knew he had become popular, though he was also quite surprised. But it felt pretty nice. Suddenly, he saw a comment. This Xu Ziwen got famous too abruptly. It must be a marketing trick. Xu Ziwen curled his lips. Firstly, he hadn't done any marketing, and secondly, his achievements weren't fake. They were genuinely earned. Moreover, his rise wasn't abrupt. It had just been limited to Zhao continent before. But now, thanks to the Poetry Congress, his influence had spread to other continents. So, for such comments, Xu Ziwen didn't even get angry. He just found them amusing. Frogs in a well love their wild imaginations. Continuing to scroll through comments, another message popped up in Xu Ziwen's view. I declare Xu Ziwen is officially my number 2 male god, as of today. This message had 3 replies. Let me guess, your number 1 male god must be Fish, right? Ha ha ha. Everyone really likes Xu Ziwen. Little Xian Yu rocks. For the first time, Xu Ziwen's brow furrowed. Little Xian Yu? Second male god. He felt slightly uncomfortable. Of course, he knew about Xian Yu, but he didn't think he was inferior to Xian Yu. Being called Little Xianyu annoyed him. He was a favored son of the heavens. That pride wouldn't allow him to concede to any of his peers. Yes, he and Xianyu were peers. Xianyu was 25. Xu Ziwen was 28. They weren't much different in age. Good. Xu Ziwen suddenly raised an eyebrow. Meeting at the Poetry Congress should be interesting. Unexpectedly, aside from that monstrous talent from Zhong continent, there were also other young talents who could be compared with him. Ziwen. His father's voice came from the side. The Poetry Congress has finalized some of the rules. Each continent will have 10 literati participate, totaling 80 contestants. I hope you can bring a good ranking home for our family. Top 3. Xu Ziwen held up 3 fingers. His father chuckled. You've really surpassed me now. He also felt proud of his son. There's someone at this Poetry Congress you should watch out for. Xianyu, right? It looks like you've been paying attention. He's indeed talented, but I will beat him. By the way, have the judges been confirmed? They said they're going to officially announce it soon, but it's obvious without guessing. They'll definitely be those old men from the Literature and Art Association. Right? Need to research the judges in advance. Xu Ziwen said with a smile, then searched up the official account of the Literature and Art Association on his phone. Sure enough, the judges had been decided. Anlong, Yuchong, Qin Xiaodian. The first 8 were literary elders from various continents, all holding positions in the Literature and Art Association, so their credibility was solid. Then there was the 9th. Xu Ziwen smiled as he looked on. Then his smile suddenly froze, his eyes widening. Xianyu? Xu Ziwen was instantly dumbfounded. The opponent he was preparing to defeat was a judge? Chapter 1057, 968. Xu Ziwen's eyes widened, and his face turned incredibly unsightly. What does being a judge signify? A judge stands on a higher plane, responsible for commenting on the contestants' performances, and those chosen to be judges are considered by the officials to be qualified to instruct and critique other contestants. In other words, in the eyes of the official Literature and Art Association, he and Xianyu weren't even on the same level. Therefore, was he supposed to compete below while Xianyu sat above in the judges' seats, giving comments? Just the thought of that scenario made Xu Ziwen feel uncomfortable all over because, in his heart, he didn't consider himself any less talented than Xianyu. Heh. A few seconds later, Xu Ziwen suddenly laughed, but that smile seemed quite amiss. What's wrong? The father seldom saw his son react this way. Was there something wrong with the list of judges? He quickly leaned in to take a look. The next moment, Xu Ziwen's father exploded with anger. Has the Literature and Art Association gone mad? How is Xianyu a judge? At the same time, people in the cultural sectors of all the continents saw the list of judges. Instantly, almost everyone's reaction was similar to that of the Xu family. Could there be some mistake? How could Xianyu be one of the judges? Ridiculous. How could a young man younger than my son sit in judgment over my work? What right does he have? Is he even qualified? What's the Literature and Art Association thinking, so eager to elevate Xianyu? But did they even consider if he can handle it? Sitting below are all seniors. The other 8 judges are fine, but Xianyu as a choice is likely to be contentious. He's only just qualified to compete. Why make him a judge? Unacceptable. Nearly the whole cultural sector couldn't accept it. Even some literati who had previously praised Xianyu and looked favorably on him were jumping up and down, unable to accept him sitting in the judges' seats and commenting on their performances. Not just the cultural sphere. All circles were shocked by this news. Although the Literature and Art Association's actions are in support of Xianyu, it seems too forceful and now has made him the target of collective criticism. The entire cultural circle will be unhappy. I actually think this decision is quite reasonable. Do you think any of those literati could produce a work at the level of Song of Water? That's true, but Xianyu is too young. Put yourself in their shoes for a moment. If you were one of them, would you, a middle-aged person in your 40s or 50s, with a well-known reputation in the cultural circle, calmly accept criticism from a younger person, no matter how outstanding they might be? Ultimately, age is very important. Blue Star has a great reverence for seniority. Moreover, even though Song of Water is impressive in many people's hearts, it's seen as a one-off brilliant performance by Xianyu. He hasn't produced many works. not like other poets who have immersed themselves in poetry for years, with a basket of works and more than one collection published. Online, netizens also learned of the news. Holy moly, Fish Papa is actually a judge at the Mount Lu Poetry Conference. Well, you don't say. Just before, we were all busy making predictions, discussing what place Xian Yu might take in the competition, and now out of nowhere, he's a judge. Does Xian Yu even qualify? If you're talking about the quality of his representative work Song of Water, I think he qualifies, but those in the cultural circle don't see it that way. Go look at the interviews with the other competitors. Most of them are expressing dissatisfaction. The Literature and Art Association has sparked quite a controversy with their choice of judges this time. Quick, look at the latest news from the Literature and Art Association. Some people noticed that after the Literature and Art Association announced the panel of judges, they made an additional public notice. It was about Xian Yu. The notice stated that Xian Yu was different from the other 8 judges. He was only responsible for providing opinions and suggestions and would not participate in the direct voting. This statement calmed the literati a bit. However, the feeling of unease still persisted in everyone's hearts. Shadow Studio. Jin Mu looked at Lin Yuan. You've become the public enemy of the cultural world. Becoming a judge at the poetry competition means you're destined to offend countless poetry masters. Lin Yuan asked, so what do you think? Should I take on this role as a judge? You should. Jin Mu didn't hesitate, sharing the same view as the chairman. If there's something to fight for, you fight. If there's something to contest, you contest. You're different from the others. You've made a name for yourself at such a young age, which is out of the ordinary. So naturally, you cannot follow the common path. Why? Because waiting for seniority to progress is just too slow. Normally, you'd need more than 10 years to qualify to be a judge at this level. By that time, Blue Star will have already merged, and you'll miss out on many opportunities. Jin Mu's views were similar to those of Li Songhua. He also believed that after the great merger of Blue Star, there would be many risks and opportunities in various fields. At that time, the higher Lin Yuan's status and identity, the more he would be able to gain the initiative. Moreover, Jin Mu smiled and said, with your extraordinary performance, becoming a target is just a matter of time. Have you ever thought about what would happen if your 2 online personas were exposed? How many eyes would be watching you? Do you think after the merge of Zhong Continent, I won't be able to hide my personas? It's inevitable because there are many things that require the presence of Chu Kuang and Shadow in person. Not to mention some activities where you have to register your identity. That alone would be enough to blow your cover unless you reject some huge benefits. Let's take the simplest example. What if the Literature and Art Association wants to collaborate with Chu Kuang? Do you still want to keep your face hidden, not even showing your ID, and yet finalize the cooperation? Lin Yuan. It seemed that blowing his cover was a matter of time. Jin Mu spoke seriously. Of course, at least for the next year or so, you're not at risk of being exposed. But I must remind you, the upcoming poetry competition will not be peaceful. There will certainly be those who take this opportunity to trouble you, trying to humiliate you as a judge. When the time comes, you must be careful. After all, it's broadcast live across the 6 states of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, and Zhao. It won't be easy to handle. MHM. And another thing, Jin Mu, concerned, the other 8 judges may also harbor dissatisfaction, and there's a good chance they'll stir up trouble. Were only the literati competing in the poetry competition dissatisfied with Xian Yu becoming a judge? Of course not. It's likely that the judges also harbored dissatisfaction. How many years had they climbed before they qualified to sit on that judge's panel? Why should Xian Yu, this young man, serve as a judge alongside them? Forget about Xian Yu not having voting rights. Even without voting rights, he was still a judge. Moreover, it was clear to everyone that the Literature and Art Association was propping up Xian Yu. If they really let Xian Yu rise to the top, wouldn't it mean that the Literature and Art Association's resources would also start to lean towards Xian Yu? The authority of an official is too significant, and the implications are too profound. Nobody with an interest wanted to easily let Xian Yu rise to power. And at this time, the end of August was drawing near. The Mount Lu poetry competition was about to begin. Chapter 1058, 969 I Quit. The poetry conference on Mount Lu was scheduled for the 31st of August. Of course, No one would wait until the day arrived to set out. In fact, on the evening of the 30th, the hotels near Mount Lu were filled with literati from all continents. This included the Journey with You program team, as well as representatives sent by the Literature and Art Association who had also arrived here. The representative of the Literature and Art Association was none other than Ms. Huang, who had gone to Starlight to invite Lin Yuan to be a judge. Ms. Huang pulled aside staff unrelated to the competition and held a relatively brief meeting. At the meeting, Lin Yuan met the other 8 judges. These 8 judges came from Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, Zhao, Wei, and Zhong continent respectively. They did not show any strangeness toward Lin Yuan, who was a special judge, and greeted him quite naturally one by one. Anlong, Yuchang, Qin Xiaodian, and so on. The 8 judges were all big names in the literary world with considerable renown. Lin Yuan had read the works of some and was not too unfamiliar with them. Not just Lin Yuan. Audiences who were about to watch the live broadcast of this poetry event would not be too unfamiliar with these distinguished literati either. After the meeting ended, everyone prepared to return to their hotel rooms. But Ms. Huang suddenly spoke up. "Teacher Admirable Fish, please stay for a moment." "MHM." Lin Yuan nodded his head. Several judges looked deeply at Lin Yuan before passing by him and leaving, with only one named He Qinghuan who bid farewell upon departure. "Admirable Fish, young friend, see you tomorrow." This He Qinghuan was a judge from Qin continent. Lin Yuan smiled and nodded in response, and although the 8 judges all acted very normally, Lin Yuan could feel that only He Qinghuan was genuinely friendly. This was probably because Lin Yuan was also a person from Qin. The conference room quickly emptied until only Lin Yuan and Ms. Huang remained. "I kept you here to talk about tomorrow's matters." Ms. Huang began. "As one of the judges, you definitely need to participate in the critique tomorrow, and I hope you can keep a low profile. We just need to get our credentials by blending in. There's no need to do or say anything that offends others." "Blend in?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. He thought he had heard wrong. Was this suggesting that he should slack off tomorrow? Ms. Huang sighed and replied with a wry smile. "The term indeed isn't very pleasant to the ear. We underestimated the cultural circle's acceptance. Since your identity as a judge was officially announced, there has been a lot of opposition. Influential figures from the various continents made phone calls expressing their dissatisfaction. We managed to suppress it, but if your critiques are too sharp, many would likely feel uncomfortable." Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Sudden recollections of some unpleasant past events came to him. He had once participated as the Prince of Lanling in The Masked Singer while wearing a mask. During the competition, he would give his genuine and heartfelt opinions on the other singers' performances, which resulted in offending too many people and being attacked by countless fans of those singers. Back then, many online urged him, "Speak less during the competition. It's better for you, me, and everyone." Ultimately, it boiled down to people who were not convinced and felt that he, as the Prince of Lanling, had no right to judge other singers. But when his identity as Admirable Fish was revealed, the dissatisfaction disappeared. It seemed he had encountered a similar situation this time. The difference was, this time he did not have a similar backing to his identity. Therefore, this time even Ms. Huang, the representative of the Literature and Art Association, advised Lin Yuan to speak less. Ms. Huang seemed to guess Lin Yuan's thoughts. "Our Literature and Art Association has always paid close attention to you and understand your character. You like being outspoken, but if you were to criticize freely, those literati would make a huge fuss. Tomorrow's event is a live broadcast being watched by countless viewers. You just need to follow the tone of the other 8 judges when making critiques. If you can praise, then praise, but refrain from criticism. If it's not possible, just stay quiet. Can you do that?" Lin Yuan was silent. Ms. Huang watched him intently. After quite some time, Lin Yuan finally said, "Okay." He was not someone who couldn't compromise. The other party had made their stance clear. There was no need for him to insist. In Jean Mu's words, this was the Literature and Art Association esteeming him. Being a judge at the poetry conference could count as a credential for his future. Besides, Ms. Huang was not asking him to engage in any wrongdoing. Just coasting along wouldn't be too difficult. Phew. Ms. Huang breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm glad you understand." This is a credential handed to us. Let's accept it discreetly. Lin Yuan nodded. Back in his room, Lin Yuan took a bath and prepared to sleep. However, for some unknown reason, as he tossed and turned in bed, he just couldn't fall asleep. He felt an inexplicable irritation. Insomnia? Lin Yuan simply took out his phone and started playing with it. But that unpleasant feeling still lingered, making him feel suffocated. The next day, at 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Yuan arrived at the event location. The event was held at the foot of Mount Lu. What was originally a vast open space had now been constructed into 10 buildings arranged in a circle. These buildings resembled pavilions, but were larger, with tables, chairs, teacups, and pastries provided inside. The judges' seats were set up in the center corresponding to the 10 pavilions. In front of each seat was a nameplate with the judge's name. Lin Yuan's nameplate was on the far right. At the entrance to the arena, a large banner was unfurled, bearing the words, Blue Star's First Poetry Conference. The poetry conference would start at 6 o'clock, but literati from various continents had begun to enter one by one at 5, each choosing a pavilion. Lin Yuan and the 8 judges also took their respective seats. The scene was noisy. A group of literati chatted among themselves, with glances occasionally sweeping across the pavilions and toward the judges' seating area, ultimately focusing on Lin Yuan's face. Chapter 1059, 969 I quit _2. Teacher Admirable Fish is quite popular, chuckled Yu Chong, seated to the left of Lin Yuan. The other judges each raised their eyebrows upon hearing this. They all knew very well that it wasn't because of Xian Yu's popularity. It was purely because many people in the audience found it uncomfortable to see Xian Yu sitting among the judges. There were even some who discussed it without any attempt to lower their voices, their dissatisfaction barely contained, evidently directed towards Lin Yuan at the judges' table. In front of the judges' table, Tong Shuwen, the director of the live broadcast, appeared on the scene, holding a microphone. Are all the teachers ready? We will start the live broadcast after a 10-second countdown, and countless viewers will be watching. Let's start. Someone responded with a shout. Tong Shuwen glanced at Ms. Huang in the distance, and, with her slight nod, began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. The expressions of the literati in each pavilion grew serious. They were about to appear on television, so everyone was very conscious of their facial expressions. During this process, some were whispering to each other, occasionally glancing at Lin Yuan with unusual looks. Online, countless netizens opened up video websites. The live broadcast of the poetry competition had been well promoted, and Blue Star's largest video sites all featured the live stream. It's starting. This is the first live broadcast of Blue Star's poetry competition, and everyone attending is a literary standout from every continent. I'm excited to see Xu Ziwen. Get real. This is a competition of literary flair, not some idle show. If you really want to see a male god, you'd be better off watching Admirable Fish rather than Xu Ziwen. But Admirable Fish is a judge. It's different from being a contestant. Am I the only one who thinks it's inappropriate for Admirable Fish to be a judge? No, you're not alone. It really doesn't sit well with many people. Some of the competing literary heavyweights have grumbled, saying Admirable Fish shouldn't be on the judges' panel. What's the big deal, just because Admirable Fish is young? Let's just take Song of Water and ask all the attendees here, who dares to battle? Stop dredging up the past. Everybody eats dumplings for the new year, after all. These people are literary giants. Their talent is beyond your imagination. Just wait and watch. At Lin Yuan's home, his mother and sisters were also watching the live broadcast, feeling very excited. Lin Yuan was one of the judges of the poetry competition. Woof, hasn't it started yet? It's already 6 o'clock. It's begun. Following his sister's voice, the live broadcast appeared on screen. The first person to appear on camera was actually Jiang Kuei. Dear viewers, welcome to the live broadcast of the first poetry competition of Blue Star. I'm your live guest, Jiang Kuei. We are now at the foot of Mount Lu, and you can enjoy the scenery of Mount Lu along with me. Many viewers instantly smiled knowingly. This wasn't just the Mount Lu poetry competition. It was also the third episode of Fish Walking with You, which is why the Yu Dynasty crew were guests. Now let me introduce today's 9 judges. Sun Yaohua then appeared on camera, introducing the judges' names. These segments were all rehearsed in advance to acquaint the audience with the situation on site. Xia Fan, Chen Jiyu, Wei Haoyan. Every member of the Yu dynasty had their moment on camera, each introducing a part of the live broadcast. Zhao Yingge was responsible for explaining the rules. The number of participants is 80 in total. We are divided into 10 groups, with 8 contestants in each group. They will compete against one another, and from each group, 2 contestants can advance every round. Those who feel their work is inferior can voluntarily withdraw, and if the results are inconclusive, it will be up to the judges to decide. For those not advancing, we will arrange a chance for a wildcard round. The grouping had been arranged in advance. The identity of each group member was quite interesting. Literati from each continent were thoroughly mixed, ensuring each group included someone from every state of Blue Star. 8 people per group, perfectly representing the 8 states. The camera panned across the 10 pavilions, showing each literato taking their seats. Some of the favorites for the championship were given close-ups, and other popular literati like Xu Zuan also featured prominently. On site, Ms. Huang approached the camera with a smile. If there's nothing else to say, please be ready, as we are about to start the drawing of topics. Not so fast. Suddenly, someone spoke up from one of the pavilions. Ms. Huang was stunned and turned to the speaker. Does Mr. Hua have something to say? This Mr. Hua, named Hua Weiming, was one of the representative figures of the Zhao continent's literary circle, a hot favorite for the championship of the poetry competition, with a very high public profile, almost on par with several of the judges. His poems were even included in Zhao continent's textbooks. It is with some embarrassment. Hua Weiming began. I was selected by everyone to represent them. They came to me last night, hoping I could discuss with the Literature and Art Association the possibility of revoking Teacher Admirable Fish's role as a judge. It's not a personal issue with Teacher Admirable Fish, but many of us really wish to contest with Teacher Admirable Fish on an equal footing as contestants. An uproar ensued. The judges at the judges' table all turned to look at Lin Yuan, with differing expressions. Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He had tossed and turned sleeplessly the night before, drifting off amidst frustration. And at this moment, in his heart, it felt as if a fierce tiger was itching to leap out of its cage. Chapter 1060, 969 I quit _3. In the center of the venue, Ms. Huang's pupils suddenly shrank, and yet, in her heart, she cursed furiously. Hua Weiming has no respect for the rules. Has he gone mad? To say this during a live broadcast? Why didn't you raise your objections before the broadcast? She instantly sensed an unusual smell. It seemed someone was seizing this opportunity to humiliate Teacher Admirable Fish, to ruin his achievements. Otherwise, Hua Weiming, no matter how foolish, wouldn't have chosen to cause trouble during the live broadcast. Such a malicious tactic. Are some people not afraid of offending the Literature and Art Association? Or is it that someone from within the Literature and Art Association itself is instigating this, wanting to suppress our most representative talent from the Qin continent? However, Ms. Huang had seen her share of storms. She maintained her smile and said, I want to know, when you say everyone here, do you mean everyone? Hua Weiming said, everyone can raise their hands to show. Those who agree, please raise your hands. As soon as Hua Weiming finished speaking, swish, 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 throughout the major pavilions, numerous literati raised their hands. Clearly, this was premeditated. Someone wanted to depose Teacher Admirable Fish from his current status during the live broadcast. If successful, it would be a severe blow to Teacher Admirable Fish. Ms. Huang's brow twitched. Director Tong Xuan's face instantly turned extremely ugly. The poetry competition hadn't even officially started yet, and a live broadcast accident had already occurred, affecting him as the director. Indeed, the occurrence of this unexpected situation could already be deemed a broadcast accident. And this situation was particularly troublesome because it involved a collective action. It wasn't just Hua Weiming demanding the removal of Teacher Admirable Fish's status as a judge. In fact, it wasn't just Hua Weiming. Nearly all the literati present had participated in the vote. They all didn't want Teacher Admirable Fish comfortably sitting in the judge's seat. What should we do? The assistant director was somewhat panicked. Should we have Ms. Huang discuss with the audience? insert a commercial break, and come up with a solution? Don't panic. Tong Shuwen took a deep breath. Let's see how Ms. Huang handles it, and also see what Teacher Admirable Fish's reaction is. He looked towards Ms. Huang. Ms. Huang appeared contemplative. She could already imagine the reaction of the viewers watching the live broadcast. It must be in complete disarray. Ms. Huang wasn't wrong. The live chat had exploded. All the viewers were stunned. The poetry competition hadn't even officially started, and there was already a scene of countless literati jointly demanding the revocation of Teacher Admirable Fish's judge qualifications. Damn it, what's going on? Do we really need such a sensational development? So many literati have teamed up. There are about 80 people on site, and around 70 have raised their hands, targeting Teacher Admirable Fish like this. What's going to happen? Cancel Teacher Admirable Fish's judge qualifications? The thing is, Teacher Admirable Fish hasn't done anything wrong. Although I also think Teacher Admirable Fish being a judge is somewhat controversial. If his qualifications are revoked in front of countless people, and he's forced into it, won't his dignity be completely destroyed? I'm sick of watching this. Starting with this maneuver? When will Blue Star finally abandon the bad practice of ranking by seniority? Fish Papa's poetry is of such high level. Why can't he be a judge? Don't these literati fear controversy? I think someone wants to destroy Fish Papa, forcing him to resign as a judge. How can he hold his head up in the literary world after that? At Lin Yuan's home, his mother's face suddenly changed, her eyes burning with rage. What are they trying to do? This is too much. Lin Xian's face turned red with anger. Lin Yao clenched his fists even tighter. Even Antarctica seemed to understand the significance of the scene, barking loudly. The whole family's hearts were clenched. At the live broadcast site, the smiles of the people from Yu Dynasty disappeared. Each person made no effort to hide their anger. What right did these literati have? The evaluation hadn't even begun, and yet they wanted to kick someone off the stage. Was this a direct face-off? A bunch of idiots. Sun Yaohua cursed angrily. The others also started cursing. The entire Yu Dynasty was enraged to the point of cursing wildly. Luckily, the staff reacted quickly enough to mute the people from the Yu Dynasty. But even so, the word idiot was still broadcasted. Some literati glared in response. In the center of the venue, Ms. Huang finally spoke again, looking at Lin Yuan with a somewhat forced smile. What does Teacher Admirable Fish think? She did not stop the broadcast, because even if the broadcast were stopped now, it wouldn't undo the accident that had happened. Rather than that, she might as well offer an explanation in front of the audience. Although the current scene was in complete disarray and she expected a fierce accountability later. At this time, she had to respect Xian Yu's opinion. Because the literati's challenge had damaged Xian Yu's reputation, as long as Xian Yu insisted, she planned not to deal with these literati. Qin Continent had finally produced a rare talent, and the whole Literature and Art Association's Qin branch would do everything to protect him. The camera focused on Lin Yuan. All the literati looked at Lin Yuan. A few who had not raised their hands earlier were frowning deeply. It was an ugly scene, a group of literary forefathers pressing a young man in front of countless viewers during a live broadcast. Was there any pride in that? At that moment, whether on-site or in front of screens, everyone was watching Lin Yuan, eager to know how he would respond. Suddenly, Lin Yuan began to speak. He was sitting at the judge's table, with a microphone right in front of him. This ensured his voice was loud enough for every literati on site and every viewer to hear. A rock soars with the wind in one day, affirming its ascent to 90,000 miles. Lin Yuan's expression was calm, but his voice was strong and resolute. Nobody knew that the tiger within his heart had broken free. On site, the literati were stunned. So were the viewers watching the broadcast. Poetry? The right time for it. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with electricity. It was a poetry competition, and the competition was about poetry, so today he would speak in poems. As people gradually recovered their senses, the adrenaline of the audience began to surge, and goosebumps appeared. This sentence was too bold, Xian Yu daring to compare himself to the giant rock, intending to soar beyond the heavens. Such a response shook their hearts. If the winds cease, I would descend but still have the power to stir the ocean. Lin Yuan's recitation had just begun, His gaze swept over all the literati. People always see me as different. Hearing my bold words, they all sneer. The camera panned over the faces of the literati. Indeed, some were sneering to themselves. But this sneer, ever since Lin Yuan began to speak, had gradually stiffened on their faces. Lin Yuan bent down, his gaze sharper than ever, and as his mouth moved closer to the microphone, his voice carried an electric current. Even announcer fears the younger generation. No man should underestimate the young. Upon finishing this line, Lin Yuan covered his own nameplate with a hand, and with a crisp snap, his movements were quick and decisive. A judge? I quit. If Confucius himself said the young were to be feared, and since you don't want me to be a judge, today I'll step down and play with you. This poem is titled To Li Yong, because Li Bai was very dissatisfied with Li Yong's attitude of looking down on young people. He wrote this poem. I am the rock, to soar beyond the heavens. This is one of Li Bai's boldest works. Today, Lin Yuan too would be wildly bold. Ms. Huang instructed me, being a judge shouldn't be high profile, let alone criticize you. Then I'll be a contestant. As a contestant, I don't need to worry about these things, right? As a contestant, I can run wild, right? Today, I'm not battling as Xian Yu, not as Chu Kuang, and not as Lin Yuan. Today, with endless words and inexhaustible ink, I'm battling as Li Bai, as Su Dongpa, and even as the eternal elegance of the celestial dynasty. At this moment, the venue fell silent. Even the live chat paused for a moment. The power of this poem combined with the current situation was overwhelming. And in the chairman's office of Starlight Entertainment, Li Songhua, who originally had a solemn expression, burst into laughter upon hearing Lin Yuan's recited verses. A rock soars with the wind in one day, affirming its ascent to 90,000 miles. Only Xian Yu, only Chu Kuang, only he could write such verses. Laughable how these literati used all their schemes to pull Xian Yu from the judge's bench, not realizing the most fearsome Xian Yu is the one not restrained by a judge's role. Isn't it good to be alive? You actually pulled him down, like letting a flood dragon into the sea. Rock into the sky. What's the point of this poetry contest now? You're all doomed. Chapter 1061, 970 The Master Speaks. Mount Lu. At this moment, the scene was eerily silent. However, it was He Qinghuan from the panel of judges who first broke the silence. His face suddenly flushed with a wave of excitement as he burst into laughter and exclaimed, "What a poem! With such talent, why shouldn't he serve as a judge? A rock rises with the wind in a single day, soaring to the 90,000-mile-high sky. What youthful spirit, what unbridled arrogance!" He Qinghuan was no fool. He had indeed tasted the true essence of the poem. Hua Weiming's sudden aggression surely stemmed from deeper causes. Today's literary grand event had already been tainted with controversy before it even began. He Qinghuan was one of the Qin people, hence unwilling to remain silent. He wanted to speak up for Xian Yu, and moreover, he sincerely felt that this poem was exquisitely conceived, fitting the current situation perfectly and expressing Xian Yu's feelings. After that, across various pavilions, an uproar ensued. Writers whispered and argued among themselves, some shocked, some embarrassed, some indifferent, some sneering. A variety of human emotions were on full display, and in front of countless screens across the continents. The audience watching the broadcast gradually came to their senses. Damn, this poem is incredible. Xian Yu actually composed a poem on the spot. In response to criticism, in such a short time, to create such an excellent work, what right do these people have to question Xian Yu? Dominant. To compose poetry in response on the spot, and with a work of this caliber, who dares to doubt that Fish Papa is not worthy? Holy shit, this is lit. Who knows if it wasn't written beforehand? Among the flurry of comments, not all were without other voices, but overall, the audience had been won over by Xian Yu's poem. At Lin Yuan's home, Antarctica was happily bouncing around. Big Yao Yao clenched her fist tightly. Go for it, brother. Sister Lin Xian stared intently at the screen. Let's see what else they want to try. Mom didn't speak. She still had countless worries. One poem probably couldn't stop the determination of these literati. Mom's concerns were not unfounded. Mount Lu. At the live broadcast scene, Hua Weiming finally spoke. It seems that teacher Admirable Fish came well prepared. So he should step down even more and truly compete with us so-called contestants. Unbelievable. This old jerk. Shameless. The faces of the Yu Dynasty attendees changed. Even a fool could hear the sarcasm in Hua Weiming's words. He was actually insinuating that Xian Yu had anticipated the questioning, so he prepared this poem in advance to shut the mouths of countless literati. I thought as much. So it was prepared beforehand. No matter how talented, it's impossible to compose such good poetry. On the spot. Good. He's just a braggart. I also think it's quite mediocre, comparing oneself to a rock and audaciously speaking of soaring to the heavens. It's nothing but self-promotion. Some writers murmured among themselves. They were all in the same boat now, showing their true colors, and would not tolerate a young man of a similar age to their younger relatives sitting as a judge to appraise and criticize them. He Qingwan's brow furrowed. The other judges, however, appeared surprised, with no one speaking a word, maintaining an attitude of indifference, even revealing a hint of delight in the unfolding drama. Humph. Lin Yuan smiled. This time, he did not recite another poem but looked directly at Hua Weiming. I have heard of the flourishing literary circles of the Zhao continent, and that they surpass those on other continents. Yet I didn't expect one of the representative figures of the Zhao continent's literary world to not understand that in learning, age does not matter. The wise shall lead. Audacious youth. Before Hua Weiming could speak, the literati were already enraged. Respect for age and learning? The wise as teachers? Xian Yu had the audacity to call himself wise in front of a literary master like Hua Weiming, claiming he was qualified to be a judge and teacher to Hua Weiming and those present. What audacious words! Hua Weiming's face also shifted, but he quickly burst into laughter and soothed the writers. Everyone calm down. Children will say the darndest things. This man was a sly one indeed, using such a tactic to retaliate, intimating Xian Yu was but a mere child. This was the battle of wits amongst the learned, each statement belittling the other, yet without a single swear word. The writers immediately broke into laughter. But amidst this laughter, Hua Weiming curled the corners of his mouth and fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan. Does this judge-teacher understand what master means? What does master mean? Lin Yuan smiled. 2. Master is one who disseminates knowledge, imparts professions, and resolves doubts. Hua Weiming was dumbfounded. The other writers exchanged looks of confusion. Lin Yuan's voice paused before he continued. Men are not born with knowledge. Who can live without questions? He stared at Hua Weiming and shook his head regretfully. If one has doubts but does not learn from a master, then one's doubts will never be resolved. You like classical Chinese, do you? You like showing off ancient sayings with me, do you? Then let the great Han Yu communicate with you first. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across the writers behind Hua Weiming. Those who existed before me and understood the Tao are my teachers because they understood it before me. Those who come after me and understand the Tao are also my teachers because they too understood it before me. The scene fell silent once again, but Lin Yuan's voice grew even louder, echoing throughout the venue. I learn from them. How would I know whether they're younger or older? What does master mean? Am I too young? Not fit to be a teacher? Lin Yuan's last statement resounded firmly, as if hammered out word by word. Therefore, there is no distinction of noble or lowly, old or young. Where the Tao resides, there resides the master. Stunned. Hua Weiming was stunned. The writers were stunned. The other judges were stunned. Those who made it to the poetry conference, regardless of their reputations, were surely talented, so everyone could feel the power of Xian Yu's words. No, the power of his essay. Chapter 1062, 907 Teachers Explanation _2. Impossible. This is an example of articulate eloquence. These words themselves form an article. Moreover, an article of both exceptional quality and profound connotations. Typical classical Chinese compositional techniques, combined with the current scene, perfectly addressed Hua Weiming's question and even placed him in an extremely awkward position. No nobility, no lowliness, no seniority, no youth. The one with superior knowledge becomes the teacher. Fit to be a judge, you should humbly seek guidance. Don't be so narrow-minded. Before the screen, the viewers were stunned too. Xian Yu's firepower was terrifying. Not only did he compare himself to a rock in a poem to shake the literati on the spot, but now he's directly thrown out a piece of writing in classical Chinese form, silencing the literati once again, with his literary flair while brilliantly arguing their case. Ah, isn't this more exciting than the poetry conference? Why even hold a poetry conference? Fish Papa dominates them all. That speech just now, it could be directly published as an article, spoke so brilliantly. No nobility, no lowliness, no seniority, no youth. The wise becomes the teacher wherever the Tao exists. This is exactly what Confucius meant by, among any three people walking, I will find something to learn. How will they rebut this? To rebut Xian Yu is to rebut Confucius. The poem Xian Yu recited earlier expressed a similar sentiment. Confucius was aware of the dread of the younger generation. How dare you belittle the young? Announcer is an honorary title given to Confucius by an ancient emperor of Blue Star, and Zhao Continent seems to be a follower of Confucianism. Now he's being schooled directly by his own ancestor. Debating against a group of scholars. Is he possessed by Chu Kuang? The phrase debating against a group of scholars fits too well. Isn't that exactly what's happening? The recent attack on Xian Yu about his qualifications to be a judge on the panel, it was led by Zhao Continent and Hua Weiming. Blue Star has no three kingdoms. Blue Star has no Sima old thief. And even more so, there's no Zhuge Liang. Blue Star didn't have the phrase debating against a group of scholars before. But at this moment on this day, debating against a group of scholars now has a corresponding scene and a clear definition. The audience was ecstatic. Everyone had even forgotten this was a poetry conference. Just watching Xian Yu and these literati spar was exciting enough. This time, even the barrage didn't include any discordant voices. Even those who also thought Xian Yu was unqualified to be a judge couldn't help but feel chastened. Today's Xian Yu was too fierce. Previously, in everyone's impression, Xian Yu was a refined and genteel gentleman. But today's Xian Yu showed a bit of inexplicable tyranny and wildness. As fans would say, Xian Yu seemed to be possessed by Chu Kuang at the moment. Because, in everyone's memory, Xian Yu's good buddy Chu Kuang was the embodiment of arrogance and tyranny, even to the point of being outrageous. Still at this scene, Tong Xuan's body was trembling. Beside him, the associate director's voice changed. Director, our viewership has doubled. Audiences from all states are watching the poetry conference now. Not everyone is interested in the poetry conference. Even though it's a rare literary event that hadn't been seen in years, many people were indifferent to it, and some even fell asleep at the mention of poetry. However, with Hua Weiming making trouble, a shocking development occurred at the poetry conference, attracting even those previously uninterested. Within just a few minutes, the news of Xian Yu and the literati's sharp confrontation had spread wildly online, with many people even summing it up succinctly saying that Xian Yu was engaging in a battle of wits with a group of scholars at the poetry conference. Tong Xuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't tell whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. Was this poetry conference turning into a drama show? Hua Weiming's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. Lin Yuan said, I wonder if this article on teachers satisfies everyone. Well played. Even the name was catchy. The literati could almost foresee that if this article entitled On Teachers gained popularity, they would be nailed to the pillar of shame. This was something the literati could not accept. Their personal reputation was of the utmost importance. Even the silent Xu Ziwen, the leading young scholar of Zhao Continent, couldn't hold back anymore. He stepped forward, staring at Xian Yu. A brilliant debate, but first you must be a contender. Sharp words are no real skill. Don't cover up your disrespect for your elders with sophistry. Step down from the judges' panel, and let's have a proper contest. He was clever. He directly classified the matter as a debate. If it was just a debate, then winning or losing wouldn't mean much. After pondering for a short while, Lin Yuan looked curiously at Xu Ziwen. Who are you? Heaven could bear witness. Lin Yuan truly didn't recognize Xu Ziwen. He found it amazing, with so many literati on the scene, most of whom looked advanced in age, even having Hua Weiming with graying hair, and yet there was someone nearly his own age. Had this person wandered onto the wrong set? However, words like these, to Xu Ziwen's ears, were a stinging rebuke, directly breaking Xu Ziwen's composure. a shame he had never experienced before. Who am I? You don't know who I am. Xu Ziwen was convinced that Lin Yuan was doing it on purpose. He almost wanted to cough up blood, angrily shouting, "Zhao Continent, Xu Ziwen." Before the screen, the audience was rolling with laughter. So many people raved about Xu Ziwen before, saying he's the little Xianyu. Turns out Fish Papa didn't seem to care about this person at all. Ha ha ha. Who are you? Absolute takedown. Fish Papa's too ruthless today, but with this comparison, suddenly Xu Ziwen doesn't seem so impressive. What's he proud of that Fish Papa doesn't have? Chapter 1063, 970. The Master says _3. Little Xianyu. That's giving him too much credit. All-around dominance, including in looks. Fish Papa's verbal battle with the learned critics wasn't evidence enough. Hua Weiming couldn't even hold a candle to him, and this guy still rushes in for a beating, even craftily defining it as a debate. Is this really just a debate? Pure domination. The 3 words from Xianyu, "Who are you?" had a destructive force that even the audience felt, yet no one could accuse Xianyu of putting on airs. After all, he genuinely had the right to ask that. Lin Yuan didn't even dignify Xu Ziwen with a direct look, but the words he spoke hit Xu even harder. "I don't want to bully you." Xu Ziwen's eyes went red immediately. Illiterates gritted his teeth, afraid to step down from the judge's seat and face us head-on. Under the rules of the poetry competition, we shall see who is truly superior. Childish, isn't it? Resorting to provocation? Lin Yuan shook his head. Actually, I'm not as eager for the position of judge as you might think. I originally did indeed want to be a regular contestant, honestly participating in this poetry competition. But just now, I've suddenly changed my mind. I can give up being a judge, but I equally don't wish to be a contestant. Everybody has made enough fuss. Go ahead with the competition. I hereby officially announce my withdrawal from this poetry competition. Not a judge, not a contestant. Lin Yuan drops out. Nobody expected Xianyu to make such a decision. Everyone thought that Lin Yuan would participate in the poetry competition as a contestant, then strive to defeat others with his work, thereby proving his strength. He's not competing? All the literati were frantic. This guy is putting on an act and now wants to run away. Instead of the joy of pulling Xianyu down from the judge's seat, everyone became even more enraged. Many people were rubbing their hands together, ready to make Xianyu suffer a crushing defeat in the upcoming competition, but he's not playing anymore. Coward. He's chickened out. Didn't he compare himself to a mighty rock? He's afraid that as a contestant his capabilities would fall short, isn't he? The poetry contest tests both literary flair and spontaneity, because no one is sure what topics they might face. He's afraid of encountering a topic he can't handle and being humiliated by other contestants. Stepping down from a judge to compete as a contestant and ending up with a lower ranking than the contestants would indeed be quite embarrassing. The smart move is to pretend to storm off in a huff, thus perfectly masking his insecurity. So much for Xianyu. The literati spoke with a sarcastic tone, not even bothering to hide their voices. Even on a live broadcast, they wanted the audience to understand why Xianyu chose to withdraw. Live stream. The audience was just as surprised that things had taken such a turn with Xianyu pulling out. What kind of script is this? Why isn't teacher Admirable Fish competing? With his skills, he shouldn't be afraid of these literati at all. He must be angry. He disdains to be on the same stage as these people. A judge turned contestant. I wouldn't be happy either. Just withdraw from the competition. Fish Papa's strength doesn't need any proof from a poetry competition. There were many supporters of Lin Yuan. However, those discordant voices re-emerged. He really knows how to glorify himself. What disdain to compete? Clearly he's scared of flipping his car. As teacher Mingzhi explained earlier, this competition really tests one's ability to perform on the spot. No matter how talented, if you encounter a baffling topic, you can't shine. Xianyu doesn't know what topics he'll face, and if it's something he's unsure of, how embarrassing it would be to lose. Right? Afraid of losing face. The judge's abilities are extremely fearsome, otherwise, they wouldn't be fit to judge. If Xianyu were to compete and lose, it would invalidate his past debates, since the literati would be proven right. He's unqualified to judge. Xianyu has boasted too much, but try telling these fans, they won't listen. There were too many literati present. Many of them also had a substantial following. This wasn't an entertainment show, and CNU's fans were not yet dominant in the literary realm. CNU had already offended these literati's fans with his confrontation. On the scene, Ms. Huang sighed. She looked at Lin Yuan with a hint of guilt in her eyes, but knew that today's opinion was hard to defy and could only express her helplessness. I apologize to all viewers watching the live broadcast. Teacher Admirable Fish is resigning from his position as a judge, so our panel of judges will now be down to 8. Much time has been wasted. Let the competition begin. After speaking, Ms. Huang waved her hand. Following procedure, it was now time for the literati to draw lots. The poetry competition finally started after half a day's commotion. The literati drawing lots glanced at Lin Yuan, blatantly smirking at the camera. The rest of the literati engaged in various discussions, their faces full of disdain and mocking comments echoed back and forth. Lin Yuan had already met up with the people of the Yu dynasty. Each member of the Yu dynasty looked at him with eyes filled with worry and concern. We don't have to compete. It's humiliating to be associated with that group. Don't take it too much to heart. We're just a few years behind in age. With your level of skill, in a few years you'll be able to settle the score with them. That comeback was so satisfying. That poem and that essay on the master said were so powerful. Everyone comforted Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I'm fine. Chapter 1064, 970 Master says _4. Ms. Huang's voice rang out. The Literature and Art Association will definitely compensate Teacher Admirable Fish. Today, a mistake occurred in my work. I didn't detect the problem in advance. Ms. Huang had arrived. Lin Yuan turned around. Then let's have some compensation now. Ms. Huang was stunned for a moment, then asked, What compensation do you want? Lin Yuan said, Give me all the topics of this poetry competition. Ms. Huang was astonished. The people of the Yu dynasty were also baffled. All the topics. Suddenly, Ms. Huang regained her composure and vaguely guessed Lin Yuan's intention. Do you want to find a suitable topic to write poetry and prove yourself? Good idea. The people of the Yu dynasty brightened at the prospect. Lin Yuan didn't explain much and said vaguely, You could say that. The tiger had already run out of the cage. It couldn't be easily called back. Did those people really think that withdrawing from the poetry competition was the end of it? Withdrawing from the poetry competition. Lin Yuan made this decision to give those people a deeper memory of this incident. Okay. Ms. Huang smiled and said, I agree. Before long, Ms. Huang had brought out the list of topics, and then she claimed to have another matter to attend to and left. Lin Yuan glanced briefly and found that the poetry competition's topics were very diverse, ranging from seasons to landscapes, from melancholia to life reflections and attitudes towards life, and much more. Pen, ink, paper, inkstone, Lin Yuan stated, looking at these topics. The people of the Yu dynasty immediately went to work. Before long, a sheet of paper was spread out in front of Lin Yuan. Not enough. 2 sheets. Not enough. 3 sheets. Not enough. The people were dumbfounded. There's not enough space on the table. Lin Yuan nodded. Then let's take our time. Sun Yaohua spoke up. Are there topics that interest you? Or do you want to try writing several poems? I feel like this. Sun Yaohua's voice suddenly halted. The eyes of the other people of the Yu dynasty widened in shock. They saw Lin Yuan wielding his brush, his wrist flying continuously, almost without thinking, and he had already written the first poem. Then, without a moment's pause, he immediately started to ink on another sheet of paper, writing the second poem. The 10th Pavilion. The literati received their respective topics. Judge Qin Xiaoyan's voice echoed throughout the venue. Each group has 20 minutes to compose, and after 20 minutes, each group will face off. The literati pondered the topics in deep thought. Spring and summer as topics? Seasonal poetry isn't hard to write. Your remark just illustrates how difficult it is because everyone can write this type of poetry. Standing out becomes quite challenging. I'm prepared, though. Many people must be prepared. Although it's an impromptu contest, seasonal poetry is too conventional. Many people have these stocks on hand. That's true. Wait, look. Admirable Fish seems to be writing poetry too. Amidst the exclamation of one literatis, everyone looked in the direction of Admirable Fish. The people of the Yu dynasty gathered around Admirable Fish, who was sitting at the table, writing in a soaring dragon and phoenix dance. How ridiculous! A literates who was already prepared scoffed. We agreed on withdrawing, and yet he is still writing poetry. His mindset isn't hard to guess. Another equally confident literates said beside him. He got all the topics from Ms. Huang and then chose the theme he was most confident in. Naturally, the poetry he writes from the most suitable topic will be better. He sure knows how to take advantage. I'm really curious about what he can produce. Let's not worry about him for now. There's limited time. Everyone should finish their own work. People who withdraw from the competition won't affect us. I don't know what he's plotting, scared of losing, yet still wants to participate. Participating in the poetry conference in this sort of way. The discussion didn't last long. Everyone still had topics to break through. The literati didn't pay much attention to Xian Yu's side. However, the camera had already quietly targeted Xian Yu. Ms. Huang temporarily took on the role of host and addressed the audience. Teacher Admirable Fish is also writing poetry. He has just received all the topics of our competition. Although he withdrew from the competition, I personally look forward to which topic he will choose to work on. Nonetheless, our competition is very fair, and whatever the result of Teacher Admirable Fish's work, it won't affect the outcomes of others. But since this is a live broadcast openly initiated by the program Fish Walking with You, we will also showcase Teacher Admirable Fish's work to the audience. Inside the live broadcast room, the barrage suddenly became very lively. Teacher Admirable Fish competing off the field? Go Fish Papa, write a great poem, and crush these contestants. I felt like that recent giant pung poem from Teacher Admirable Fish was really good. He wouldn't have used that, would he? Maybe. That poem is super awesome. Poetry conference, maybe Teacher Admirable Fish wrote a lyric, since Song of Water is a lyric, showing he excels in that. Why are you all excited? He's taken too much advantage. Others draw topics randomly. Xian Yu picks his own. Isn't Fish Papa withdrawn? Withdrawn yet checking the topics. Is there a problem? Looking at the topics is no problem. The problem is, he wants to select a topic, write a great poem, to slap those literati in the face. This method really does give him an advantage. Fish Papa is praised so highly now. He must feel the pressure. I think he is indeed a bit afraid of losing. Honestly, I, as a fan, am a bit disappointed. Pretentious fan. Huh. I checked your homepage, and it's all comments bashing Fish Papa. Although there was a 20-minute wait, the live broadcast room was far from dull. The barrage was arguing. Fans of the literati were clashing online with fans of Xian Yu. In addition, several judges were also in front of the cameras. They were analyzing the topics assigned to each group and discussing the capabilities of the literati, which was also a major highlight of the live broadcast. The leader of the 7th Pavilion must be Hua Weiming. Hua Weiming's Pavilion X. The topic is melancholy, which is his forte. He has written Like a Dream, acclaimed by many. This time it might also be like a dreamed. The 7th Pavilion, I'm most optimistic about Xu Ziwen. The 7th Pavilion's topic is landscapes. Seems like it's Mount Tai's theme. Hee. If it's mountains, it ought to be poetry, not lyric. By the way, what topic do you think Xian Yu will choose? That's hard to say. There are too many topics. He will probably choose what he's most confident in. I'll check. He Qinghuan suddenly stood up and announced. The remaining 7 judges just smiled without speaking. He Qinghuan walked towards Xian Yu. But when he saw the papers full of poetry in front of Xian Yu, his steps abruptly halted. The camera followed He Qinghuan. His expression got a close-up. And then all the viewers clearly saw a miraculous expression. Miraculous because it seemed difficult to accurately describe what He Qinghuan's expression meant at that moment. Shock, awe, admiration, madness, or perhaps fear. His eyes were wide open. His nostrils flared. His laugh lines were continuously trembling. His lips twitched unnaturally. What's going on? Countless barges were puzzled. He Qinghuan's expression looked as if he had seen a ghost. Could it be that the poem Xian Yu wrote is mind-blowingly good? Chapter 1065, 971 Counting the Heroes of Style, and at that moment, the 20-minute composition time had just ended. Inside the 10 pavilions, the literary figures showed a variety of expressions, some confident, some tense, some sighing, some resigned, their individual efforts seemingly written across their faces. Among them, The seventh pavilion. Xu Ziwen had already regained his composure, a faint smile hanging from the corner of his mouth, his handsome and carefree demeanor prevailing as if he had forgotten the earlier disdain from Xianyu. The 10th pavilion. Hua Weiming, clad in a long gown, stood with his hands behind his back, his demeanor self-assured, an air of a literary giant made manifest. Judges' seating area. And Long opened up solemnly. Please all esteemed figures from each pavilion pass around your compositions for mutual perusal, and those who feel outmatched may voluntarily withdraw. Instantly, the 10 pavilions noisily exchanged their works with one another. During the exchange, as everyone looked at the poetry and verses composed by others in the pavilions, some clenched their fists in lament, some wore expressions of surprise, some looked doubtful, some voiced their praises. Excellent poem. Exquisite verse. How embarrassing. I concede. Inferior indeed. Brother, what fine prose. You don't understand my poem. There are allusions in this one. People in the pavilions either exchanged compliments on their work or became flushed in heated debate with others, seemingly convinced of their own superiority. In the end, not many opted out of their own accord. The vast majority chose to let the judges arbitrate. Some harbored a sliver of hope. After all, to some extent, the appreciation of poetry carries a subjective element, each to their own understanding, and unless there's an utter domination in skill, it's rarely clear-cut who's better or worse. This very reason is why the poetry conference sought the presence of so many judges. Of course, there were undisputed winners, too. For example, inside the 7th pavilion, everyone praised Xu Ziwen's work lavishly. Likewise, in the 10th pavilion, everyone bowed to Hua Weiming, showing a sense of inferiority and willingly taking a back seat. And then there was the 3rd pavilion. There were the outstanding, and the mediocre as well. Once the list of those voluntarily withdrawing was confirmed, the organizers finally arranged for staff to collect all the poets' works, inviting 8 judges to evaluate the poetry from each pavilion. At this point, some had noticed that Judge He Qinghuan hadn't returned to his seat. He was still standing by Xianyu, looking for all the world like a statue. Judge Yu Chang couldn't help but speak up to remind him. Judge He Qinghuan, it's time to assess the poetry. He Qinghuan didn't budge, as if he hadn't heard it all. Judge Qin Xiaotian furrowed his brow, feeling a touch of strangeness stir within as he also called out, Judge He Qinghuan? Still, He Qinghuan didn't move. He fixated on Xianyu's poem. Everyone on the scene couldn't help but look at each other and then voice their discussions aloud, wondering why He Qinghuan was behaving so oddly. Judge He Qinghuan. A staff member simply ran up to him and called out to him, finally snapping He Qinghuan. Awake? Indeed, awake. He seemed bewitched, and it was only now, after the staff member's reminder, that he barely returned to his senses, looking back at the judge's area and the literary figures with a slightly bewildered expression. He opened his mouth. He Qinghuan seemed about to speak, but then, as though remembering something, he walked towards the judge's seating area with a smile. Ha 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 ha. His laughter grew louder, and by the time he reached the judge's area, his laughter had taken on a hint of crazed fervor. Had he lost his mind? A few judges looked at He Qinghuan in astonishment. The gaze of the literati was thick with puzzlement. What had Xianyu done to cause such an abnormal reaction in He Qinghuan? Clearly, He Qinghuan's peculiarity was related to Xianyu. He had looked at the poetry Xianyu had just composed, and then became like this. The live broadcast cameras loved suspense. From beginning to end, the camera never directly showed any poem. At this moment, not to speak of the live audience, even the online viewers felt utterly baffled. What's wrong with Judge He Qinghuan? What exactly did Xianyu write? It feels like after he read what Xianyu wrote, he just wasn't the same. Never mind that. The judging has started. Just now in the 10th pavilion, everyone was extolling Hua Weiming's work, which made me very curious. Xu Ziwen seems to have written quite a remarkable poem, too. We're about to read it. Why isn't He Qinghuan sitting down? Here it comes. The first 2 winners from the 1st pavilion are out. As the discussions among several judges unfolded, the winning compositions from the 1st pavilion were soon selected. The literati were excited. The audience thrilled. Everyone was no longer concerned with He Qinghuan's oddity. All that remained was boundless anticipation. The The topic for the first pavilion was love. Love, a topic that everyone, past and present, cannot evade. Such a prompt is by no means obscure or difficult to write about, and it's easy for it to yield brilliant works. At this moment, brilliant works had indeed emerged. Judge and Long's gaze sparkled with awe. The winners are Bien Huan and Chun Jung. Now, let us have one of our reciters present Bien Huan's magnificent piece. This was the poetry conference. The production team specially invited several highly skilled reciters to perform the outstanding works that emerged from the poetry conference. As the voice of the judge fell, one of the reciters took the poem and began the recitation, full of emotion, perfectly conveying the poet's feelings. Spring mountains rain about to cease. The sky grows pale, with distant stars scarce. The waning moon shines faintly bright, as tears by dawn greet parting's plight. Though words are few, sentiments yet persist. Turning back, I heavy tread insist. Still remember the green skirts sway. Everywhere the fragrant grasses beg to stay. Chapter 1066, 971 Counting Famous Personalities _2. Momentarily, the literati erupted in applause like a tidal wave. The live broadcast reached peak excitement. Excellent. This poem is incredible. The first pavilion truly deserves its leader. This is the top literary event on Blue Star, and it certainly did not disappoint. The first poem was explosive. Bien Huan YYDS. I once had the pleasure of reading a major work by teacher Bien Huan. He and his wife are very loving. He has written many love poems for her. This poem isn't even his best. I suggest you look up The Wanderer, which I personally think surpasses this one. Very touching. There's more to come. The second poem is out. With an exclamation, the reciter began the second poem from the first pavilion, another exquisite work. Then, the third pavilion, the fourth pavilion, the fifth pavilion. Inside the 10 pavilions constructed on Mount Lu, each pavilion chose 2 of the best poems, a display of literary brilliance. It was a carnival for the literati, and for the audience too. Countless poetry enthusiasts were beyond excited, especially during the 7th pavilion, when Xu Ziwen's poem won thunderous applause, and the judge, Lin Long, even stood up to read the poem himself. Xu Ziwen is so cool, truly worthy of being my idol. No wonder the 7th pavilion held Xu Ziwen in such high esteem. Seems he's bound to become famous today, and his status in the literary world is set to soar. I thought they were just mutually praising each other for publicity. Turns out they're legit awesome. Xianyu, do you now see who Xu Ziwen is? A battle of titans. With them around, the literary scene on Blue Star will thrive eternally. Almost at the 10th pavilion. The 10th pavilion, Hua Weiming's verses? Oh, what a good fellow, it's a lyric poem. Hua Weiming wrote it. It's like a dream. Teacher Hua Weiming had composed more than one like a dream in his early days and is very skilled in this form. Wonder how this one fares. Amidst the discussion, the result for the 10th pavilion was announced. Hua Weiming effortlessly claimed the leadership of the 10th pavilion with a like a dream, pushing the poetry contest to its climax. This lyric was praised unanimously by 7 judges. Why 7? Because He Qinghuan seemed a bit out of sorts. With various celebrations ongoing and applause like waves crashing one after another like a tsunami, he was indifferent and even seemed amused. The audience paid him no heed, nor did the literati pay attention to He Qinghuan's peculiar behavior. Regarding He Qinghuan's odd behavior, everyone had their suspicions. They thought He Qinghuan might be in a bad mood, because Xianyu is from Qin continent, and so is He Qinghuan. But now, as Xianyu had withdrawn, Qin continent had lost a major talent, turning almost all the spotlight of the poetry contest to Zhao continent. Zhao continent's poetry truly flourished. The literati and live audience were thoroughly captivated by Hua Weiming's like a dream. Indeed, the top bigwigs always come last. If there were a battle among the 10 pavilions, teacher Hua Weiming in this round would rank first and Xu Ziwen second. But the others aren't bad either. Basically, every pavilion had stunning masterpieces. So, Xianyu, what are you pretending for? He really isn't fit to be a judge. Now that you mention it, I just remembered Xianyu is still around. Ha ha ha. He must be feeling quite embarrassed now. The literary world doesn't care if you call yourself maestro. It speaks through poetry. Now does he dare to compare himself to a rock, or claim he can be a teacher? The literati's fans were counterattacking. Many people disliked Xian Yu. As for the neutrals, they were very content with the quality of the poetry contest and didn't bring up Xian Yu's matter anymore. For a time, those supporting Xian Yu felt stifled and angry. They had to admit that the group of literati at the poetry contest indeed had true skill. Even the harsh and critical judges showed strong recognition for these poems. However, they couldn't bring themselves to admit that Xian Yu had lost. Some fans of Xian Yu angrily said, "Which of these poems surpasses the one Xian Yu read against the literati earlier? Seems like you have a problem with comprehension." A fan of the literati laughed. "This is themed poetry, where literati are constrained creatively. It's like dancing gracefully while shackled. How can you compare that to spontaneous creation? If you talk about on-the-spot performance, I trust the literati's judgment more." Xian Yu had prepared that poem beforehand, obviously knowing that the literati would challenge him. Reaching his current status, I don't think he's a fool. Although he manages to bring grandiose with his comparison to a rock, does he really have the ability to soar in the literary world? If he can't, isn't that poem just pure self-praise and self-promotion, making him even more embarrassing? Damn, Xian Yu's fans were furious. Someone argued, "Don't you know literary creation involves artistic craftsmanship?" A fan of the literati sardonically replied, "Ah, so it's not really awesome, just artistically crafted, huh? Isn't that admitting the truth?" The literati's fans were also upset before. Xian Yu had challenged countless literati, often leaving the whole venue speechless. Back then, the literati's fans felt distressed, and now they were venting fiercely. For a time, both the venue and the live broadcast were boiling. Whether the literati won or lost in the first round, at this moment, they all had smiles on their faces, proud even in defeat, for the opponents were indeed formidable. Chapter 1067, 971 Counting the Famous Figures _3. Moreover, the first round doesn't represent the final outcome. Before, everyone was hit hard by Teacher Admirable Fish, but now the literati have brought out their true skills without disappointing the crowd's expectations, so they naturally deserve to be happy. Xu Ziwen held his head high and puffed out his chest. Hua Weiming still stood with his hands behind his back. And just as the applause at the scene began to subside and the noise stilled, the judges were preparing to start the second round when Hua Weiming suddenly spoke up. "Wait!" The crowd immediately laughed. Before the poetry contest, Hua Weiming's weight was directed at Xian Yu, dominating public opinion and stripping him of his judge position. And now, he shouted "wait" again, and many had already guessed his intention, leading to countless schadenfreude glances in a certain direction. Towards Xian Yu. In front of Xian Yu, there were a lot of drafts, and you could vaguely see the characters written on them, and Xian Yu was still writing. This made many literati laugh out loud. Good grief. He's written quite a lot. He's probably unsatisfied with his own work, so he's trying again and again, his mindset already imbalanced. A pile of scrap drafts, quite the spectacle. Wonder if he even managed to write one decent piece. Seeing he's still writing, probably not satisfied with his work yet. Given his strength, it wouldn't be surprising if he did produce something, but we're tasked with composing on a set theme, and he's choosing his topic freely to show off, but little does he know that doing so is even more damaging to his dignity. Not to mention he's still writing, clearly not having produced any satisfactory work. Heh, as if everyone's a fool, not realizing he's trying to gain an advantage in this way. But sadly, the clever ruse backfires. Amid the various discussions, Ms. Huang, with a headache, looked at Hua Weiming. "What else do you have to say?" Hua Weiming smiled and said, "I see our friend Xian Yu has withdrawn from the competition, but seems to be trying unwillingly to create. Since he can choose his own topic, he should be able to write a fairly good piece of poetry. Why don't we read it out for everyone to appreciate? We have 80 literati here on site who, along with the teachers on stage, could judge him. Should be qualified enough, right?" Ms. Huang gritted her teeth. Now, even if Xian Yu did write a good poem, it wouldn't matter because all the pavilions had good poetry. Besides, the pavilion's creations were based on given themes, whereas Xian Yu was choosing his own topic with unlimited room for expression. Under such circumstances, no matter how good Xian Yu's poetry, the literati would not utter a word of praise. She just wanted to get this over with quickly. But who would have thought that Hua Weiming would be relentless? It seemed that Hua Weiming and this group of literati, along with certain backers, truly wanted to ruin Xianyu completely. And she couldn't pretend to be deaf and dumb any longer. With all eyes on her, and countless viewers in the live stream, she had no choice but to toughen up and turn around. After all, Ms. Huang had said before that Xianyu's poem would be read out loud. Teacher Admirable Fish? As Ms. Huang spoke, her eyelids twitched slightly, seeing that Xianyu was still writing. It seemed his mindset was indeed unbalanced, because he had been writing for almost half an hour. After all, he was young, and under such an attack, getting lost in confusion was inevitable. Ms. Huang sighed inwardly. Xu Ziwen, seeing the camera seemed to sweep in his direction, calmly said, "It seems a lot of time has already passed." He was reminding the audience. Not only did Xianyu choose his own topic, but he also took too much time creating. TSDSDS. The audience who disliked Xianyu immediately understood, with a barrage of comments flying by. Did you see all those scrap drafts on the floor? Half an hour, and still nothing? Choosing your own topic, and still no inspiration? The people from the 10 great pavilions had to create within 20 minutes. Why are Xianyu's fans silent now? Keep shouting. Seeing Xianyu still writing, everyone assumed he had not produced a satisfactory work, and the pile of manuscripts on the floor was the best proof. Likely all the drafts that Xianyu had discarded. Ms. Huang was calling him. Lin Yuan heard her and put down his pen, looking at the pile of poem drafts on the ground. He wasn't sure how many pieces he had actually written. All in all, should be enough, right? With that thought, Lin Yuan stopped writing. The members of the Yu dynasty saw Lin Yuan putting away his pen. They looked at each other and suddenly became downcast, their expressions filled with boundless regret. What a pity. If only there had been more time. Look at those celebrities. Illiterates laughed, and then all the literati laughed. The reaction of the Yu dynasty's people further confirmed that Xianyu was running out of talent. Ms. Huang bit her lip. Teacher Admirable Fish, do you have any suitable drafts? You can choose your preferred reciter. The poem still had to be read. Lin Yuan looked at the group of reciters, shaking his head. Didn't write anything? Ms. Huang sounded disappointed. It was indeed so. Lin Yuan shook his head again and did not answer further. Seemingly a bit tired, he rubbed his wrist and then looked at the people from the Yu dynasty. Is there an order already? The people replied with a sense of grievance. There's too much. We couldn't sort it all, just organized a small part. Oh, Lin Yuan didn't mind. Then just read randomly. I'll go first, no one else grab it. Sun Yaohua directly picked up a small stack of what everyone construed as discarded drafts, and, in silence, walked towards the first pavilion. This action left the whole place astonished. What did it mean? Did you actually write anything, or not? Why did Sun Yaohua take a pile of discarded drafts over there? Chapter 1068, 971 Counting Romantic Figures _4. The first pavilion had claimed the top spot. Bian Huan observed Sun Yaohua approach with an expression full of teasing. Quality not enough, so you compensate with quantity? The literati burst into laughter, and so did the live stream audience. Sun Yaohua ignored everyone and simply seated himself at the edge of the pavilion. The camera focused on him. Everyone stared at him. Adjusting the microphone by his mouth, Sun Yaohua's voice suddenly rang out. The splendid zither has unjustly 50 strings. Each string, each bridge, recalling youthful years. Zhuang Zhou dreams at dawn, confused with butterflies. The emperor's spring heart entrusted to the cuckoo. The sea's moon shines bright, pearls hold tears, Lantian's day warms, and jade emits smoke. Such feelings await memorial. Yet in that moment, AI, lost, Li Shangyin takes the stage. Without any preparation, lacking the embellishment of a recitalist, Sun Yaohua's voice was only filled with anger and hoarseness. Especially the last 3 words. Sun Yaohua almost seemed to be biting his teeth, pausing at each word. However, this anger and hoarseness, this pausing at each word, immediately intimidated the literati of the first pavilion. Once he opened his mouth, his voice seemed to echo. Everyone felt the profound mood and brilliance of this poem, subconsciously savoring the words. In an instant, the literati at the first pavilion all widened their eyes, their pupils contracting. At the same time, the literati at the other pavilions were gaping. At the judges' table, 7 judges were stunned like wooden chickens, while the 8th judge, He Huan, showed no surprise, but his facial wrinkles twisted together crazily, resembling both a smile and an anger, clutching his hands fiercely. Back in the live stream, the audience was filled with astonishment and shock. It was a perfect poem that even ordinary people could instantly grasp the mood. At the center of the venue, Ms. Huang's expression was filled with surprise. Did he really write it? Xianyu really wrote it? A love topic, this is a perfect love poem, leagues beyond Bien Huan. Like the difference between candlelight and bright moon. The 7th pavilion, Shu Ziwen, in a trance, began to speak. It's just the advantage of choosing a free topic. His words did not finish. Sun Yaohua's voice rang out again. He had already set aside the first draft, and now he recited the second draft. Wordlessly I ascended the west tower, the moon like a hook. Lonely phoenix trees lock the deep courtyard in autumn. In cut, yet unsevered, sorted, yet in disarray, are the sorrows of separation. Other feelings differ in as many ways as possible, refined faction, joy of meeting. This time it was not a poem. Like Bien Huan, he wrote a lyric. Sun Yaohua's voice was calmer than before. Yet his voice was still powerful, even though this poem did not require loud recitation. The second one. Suddenly, goosebumps crawled over the literati. Shu Ziwen forcefully swallowed the rest of his words. Several judges started to feel restless, squirming in their seats as if the chairs were stinging them. He Huan stood there, watching the judges. He wanted to know how long they dared to sit. He won't sit. Because he dares not. Because he feels unworthy. This was why he never wanted to sit since returning from Xianyu. Back in the live stream, the barrage had quietly calmed down at some unknown time. Ms. Huang stopped looking at Sun Yaohua and suddenly turned her head, looking toward Lin Yuan, who was completely composed. Could it be? A terrible guess suddenly surged in Ms. Huang's heart. One cut plum. Sun Yaohua, almost without pausing, opened his mouth for the 3rd time. Red lotus fragrance fades on the autumn jade bed. Lightly untying her silk dress, alone she ascends the orchid boat. From the clouds, who sends the brocaded letter? When the goose letter returns, when the moon fills the west chamber. Flowers drift apart, waters flow freely. One kind of love, 2 places idle sorrow. This love, no strategy dispels, just below the eyebrows, yet above the heart. Are you not dead yet, you? In. His heart seemed to roar a fierce beast. Magpies stepping on branches. As the literati were already stunned, Sun Yaohua spoke for the 4th time. Sills bloom with sad smoke. The orchid weeps in dew. Like curtain cold, swallows fly paired away. The bright moon knows not of parting sorrow. Slanted light reaches dawn passing through a red door. Last night's west wind withered green trees. Alone atop the tall building, overlooking the ends of the world. Wishing to send colorful letters and a foot of silk. The mountains long, waters vast, who knows where. Shush! Some started to raise their hands, seemingly wanting to cover their heads. Sun Yaohua looked at the camera, this time didn't even announce the topic and directly spoke. Delicate clouds create cunning shapes, flying stars pass love, the silver river stretches dimly across. The golden wind and dew meet once, surpassing countless events in the human world. Tender feelings like water, good times like dreams, hard to look back to the bridge path. If the feelings last for long, how could they exist in morning and evening? Love poems, still love poems. East wind unfurls flowers across thousands of trees, more blowing down, stars like rain. Precious horses and carved carts filled with fragrance. Phoenix flute moves, jade pot turns into light. One night the dragon fish dance. Moths to snowy willows, golden threads, laughter full of hidden fragrances. Among a crowd, searching him thousands of times. Suddenly turning back, that person is there, in the dim light of the lamp. Not dead yet. Sun Yaohua looked towards Lin Yuan's direction. I wish to be known to you, to live forever without fading. If the mountains flatten, river waters dry up, winter thunder roars, summer snow falls, heaven and earth unite, only then dare I part with you. 6. Someone incredulously started speaking but couldn't complete their words, as if completely losing their voice. This was already Xian Yu's sixth love poem, each one capable of shattering the past and present. But does shouting six do any good? Sun Yaohua's gaze seemed to penetrate the camera, looking at all the live stream audience. Green willows fresh, river water calm. Hear the gentlemen's singing on the river. East sun rises, west rain descends. They say there's no sunshine, yet there is sunshine. The seventh one. Lu Yushi went on a campaign. Zhang Jiuling too, gazing at the moon, pining for the ancient. Chapter 1069, 971 counting the romantic figures _5. The moon is born over the sea. We share this moment, though worlds apart. Lovers resent the long night, for it kindles longing through the hours. Blowing out the candle to pity its full glow, donning clothes feeling the dews wet. I cannot bear to give this away, so I return to bed to dream of our time together. Silence, as if the entire world had gone silent. And this is only the eighth poem. Are you all already incapable? Sun Yaohua took in everyone's reactions at the first pavilion, but his rhythm of recitation seemed eternal. In this portal last year, human faces and peach blossoms reflected each other's red. The human faces have disappeared, but the peach blossoms still smile in the spring breeze. The peach blossoms smile in the spring breeze. I am laughing at you. Sun Yaohua had an unprecedented sense of pleasure. Parting is hard, as is parting again. The east wind is powerless against the flower's demise. The silkworm shall not cease spinning silk until death. The candle shall not weep tears until it turns to ash. Morning clouds alter the adorned hair. Singing at night, I feel the moonlight's chill. Not far to Penglai, persistently the bluebird seeks to see. The ninth poem is here. Can the 10th be far behind? You know I have a husband, and yet you gift me a pair of bright pearls. Touched by your lingering affection, I tie them to my crimson robe. My abode's high tower joins the gardens. My lord stands in glowing armor. I know your heart shines bright as the sun and moon, and vow to share life and death with you. To you I return these pearls, each a teardrop, lamenting we did not meet before I was wed. This is the 10th one. 10 people at the first pavilion. Xian Yu's overwhelming domination against 10. Yet today's 1 against 10 cannot satisfy Xian Yu. Once the sea turns calm and shallow, it cannot be compared to the waters. All clouds, but those of Mount Wu seem thin. Pass by the flower bushes, reluctant to look back, caring half for asceticism and half for you. Sun Yaohua laughed. If only there was wine. He thought this, yet continued to recite. The forest flowers have faded with spring's haste, so hasty it's unbearable, the cold rain at dawn and strong winds at dusk. Tears of rouge, drunken farewells, when to reprise? Since life eternally weeps like the endless flowing waters. The 11th poem. This is definitely not the end. The stairway to heaven is cool like water at night. I sit and watch the cowherd and the weaving maid stars. Red beans grow in the southern land, blooming several branches in spring. May you pick more. This thing evokes the deepest longing. I live at the head of the Yangtze, you at its tail. The wind rolls up the curtains, leaving a figure thinner than the yellow flower. Though the ends of heaven and earth may be reached, only love is boundless. If only life were as it had first seemed, why should the autumn wind lament a painted fan? A mountain's journey, a river's journey, a lifetime, an era, a pair of souls. How can they bear being torn asunder? 10 years of life and death beyond recall. Thought ceases, memory fades. Love since ancient times has caused grief at departure. Even more unbearable is the desolate spirit of clear autumn. Where shall I awaken this evening? The riverbank lined with willows, the waning moon in the dawn. The years to come, supposed to be good times with beautiful scenes, alas, are but empty promises. Even with 1,000 kinds of affection, to whom shall they be told? Searching, searching, cold and clear, miserable and dreary, with all this regret. How can the word sorrow be enough to describe it? 22. A total of 22 love poems. Sun Yaohua finally stopped reciting. At the scene, it's as silent as death. Xian Yu is quoted in a poem. Cold and clear, miserable and dreary. How would the first pavilion's 10 describe sorrow? In the live stream, the barrage, besides exclamations, is more exclamations. It's madness. The viewers have no time to say much. No one can express their feelings in words. Everyone is shocked to the core. Suddenly, a muffled sound rises from heaven and earth. It's thunder, striking everyone's hearts. The judges can sit no longer. They rise up, in panic, as if their backsides were on fire. In the next moment, raindrops begin to fall upon the world. Straight down, straight down. Now, they're even falling sideways. Strand by strand, thick and dense. There's a fire that the rain cannot extinguish. Brilliant, fiery. At some point, all eyes turned to Xianyu. Ms. Huang, unknown Wen, had already stood beside Lin Yuan, this influential woman of the Literature and Art Association, holding an umbrella over him. Xianyu's expression is calm. Someone noticed he was still rubbing his wrist. The manuscript had been collected at the first opportunity. Suddenly, Jiang Kuei, with a smile, said, "It's my turn." Under everyone's gaze, Jiang Kuei walked up to the second pavilion. "Are you ready?" Unlike Sun Yaohua's rage, Jiang Kuei offered a charming smile, her words shocking those at the second pavilion to lose their composure. Unfortunately, this did not stop Xianyu, any more than they could stop the sudden downpour. "Don't you see?" Jiang Kuei, standing in the pavilion, pointing to the sky. From the heavens, the yellow river's waters descend, rushing to the sea, never to return. Nature will find use for my talents, scatter a fortune, and it will return. Fine horses and fur coats for 1,000 pieces of gold. Call over my sons to exchange them for fine wine, drowning the eternal sorrows of all time. Li Taibai, the ultimate in poetry and verse. Some references in poems were edited by Lin Yuan to fit the history of Blue Star, but the essence of the content was preserved, and thus Su Dongpa also made his entrance. The waves wash away the heroes of ages past. Struggle to cross over, startling up a shore full of startled gulls and herons. The road to Shu is hard, harder than climbing to the heavens. 1 man guards the pass, 10,000 cannot break through. 3,000 feet of white hair, a burden of worries seems so long. The setting sun and the solitary duck fly together. Autumn water shares a single hue with the sky. Do not speak to me of ambitions of nobility. 1 act of valor leaves 1,000 bones dried. Hey, room full of drunken guests, a sword that chills the 8 continents. The topic no longer matters. The order is utterly disrupted. Yet correspondences to the poem topics can still be found at every pavilion. Yet puzzle after puzzle is solved. Still solving puzzles. Perfectly accurate solutions to the puzzles. Poetry that shocks the world. If this is the battle of the gods of the literary world, today marks their twilight. It's my turn. It's my turn. The next one is me. The third pavilion. 10 steps to kill 1 man. 1,000 miles leaving no trace. Finish the deed. Brush off your clothes, deeply hiding one's name and face. The ones who abandoned me, the daylight of yesterday cannot be stayed. The ones who disordered my heart, this day's troubles are plentiful. Wishing to ascend to the blue heavens to embrace the bright moon. Chapter 1070, 971 Counting Romantic Figures _6. The Yangtze River's waves surge behind the ones before. The fourth pavilion. The flower path has never been swept by a guest's broom. Today the gate is opened for you alone. The setting sun is infinitely good, yet it's near dusk. Timely rain knows its season. When spring arrives, it brings forth life. The seventh pavilion. If only I could have a vast mansion with thousands of rooms, to shelter all the scholars from the cold with warm smiles, the wind and rain immovable as a mountain. Alas! When will this house suddenly appear before my eyes? My humble abode is ruined. I'd rather die in the cold. Timely rain knows its season. When spring arrives, it brings forth life. The sunlight on the incense burner produces a purple mist. From afar you can see waterfalls hanging on the river ahead, falling straight down 3,000 feet, as if the Milky Way is pouring down from the sky. The 10th pavilion. Your bodies and fame will all vanish, but the rivers and mountains shall remain forever flowing. 800 leagues partitioned as a roasting spit under my command. 50 strings overturn the sound beyond the border. All are gone, the myriad dashing figures of old. Yet look who stands tall today. Every member of the Yu dynasty emerged. They each approached one of the 10 pavilions. Inside the pavilions, they recited their poems. The camera crazily switched between them. Xian Yu participated in the poetry competition in his own way, not knowing that at this moment, he had already suppressed the literary world of Blue Star. It was almost an illusion. Lin Yuan saw countless shadows dancing between the 10 pavilions. Some danced elegantly among the music. Some raged in their drunkenness. Some indulged in lavish feasts bearing their chests. Some deciphered classics by candlelight. Some strolled freely and spiritedly on the main road. Some practiced their swordplay in courtyards, and even some nestled in the warmth of a brothel. Thousands of prominent figures from the history of the Celestial Dynasty had come to this day. Thunder pierced the long sky, and the rain fell gently, leaving everyone stunned. This scene would forever be etched in the hearts of the world. Pale white, pale green, pale red. These were the complexions of the literati. The judges, with their hands braced against the table, lips trembling, yet none dared to speak a word. At this moment, at the 10th pavilion, Xia Fan recited the last poem, the 199th of the day, as if addressing the judges, the poets, or the audience. When spring arrives, I do not speak first. Which insect dares to chirp? Lin Yuan stood up. He approached the poets. Even though the poets were on the pavilion stage, some retreated unnaturally and ended up soaked by the rain outside. In terms of age, I am no match for you. But in poetry, you are no match for me. With a splash, someone faltered, staggered and fell. Xu Ziwen trembled, Hua Weiming trembled, the judges trembled, the audience trembled. Everyone was shaking. Shock. They were already numb. The poetry competition wasn't over yet, but it was already over. The production team, Tong Shuwen, inexplicably thought of the name for this episode. It shouldn't be called the Mount Lu Poetry Competition, but instead, Fish Walking with You. Strolling by the abyss. Lin Yuan waved his hand. My hand is a bit sore. Keep the music playing, keep on dancing. He was leaving, not to be a judge, nor a contestant, nor did he want any championship titles. But it was precisely because of this. No matter who the champion of this poetry competition was, it would be a joke. Why not compete on the same stage with everyone? At this moment, everyone had their own answer. Suddenly, Ms. Huang asked, "Don't you have anything you'd like to say?" Lin Yuan smiled, and as he walked away, he recited a poem that he hadn't had the chance to finish, his 200th for the day. Mount Tai, how imposing do you stand? The green of Qi and Lu remains to be seen. Nature has carved its splendid craft. Yin and Yang cleave dawn from dusk. Breasting surging clouds, my heart ascends. Eyes wide open, I join the homing birds. I shall climb to the highest peak, and in one glance. All mountains are small. With those last 3 words spoken, Lin Yuan had already gone far away, followed by the people of the Yu dynasty, leaving nothing but their silhouettes for the poets. Chapter 1071, 972. The talent stands out in the forest. Mount Lu. The scene. The air was terrifyingly silent, as if the drop of a needle could be heard. The literati were as if mourning their ancestors, spiritless and disconcerted, all captured unreservedly by the camera. They were not simply slapped by Xian Yu. They were struck by the weight of a thunderbolt, each doubting their own existence. In a daze, someone's voice stuttered intermittently. So he didn't want to compete with us because he wasn't afraid, but because he truly felt we weren't worthy. 200 poems. Picked at random, one after another, each a classic. How could such a peerless talent deign to compare with the common folk? What of, I do not sing of spring first, which insect dares to chirp? What of you may all perish, names and bodies alike, but the rivers flow eternal? This was the wrath of Thunderbolt Xian Yu, with poems that almost seemed to scold the literati to their faces, and yet that unparalleled talent left no room for rebuttal. The cleverest insult carries no profanity? The cleverest insult is when someone scolds you to your face, and you can only applaud their eloquence. Been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, haven't you? Not all the literati at the scene were dismissive of Xian Yu. A very few had also chosen silence when asked to raise their hands earlier. Now, these few were filled with various emotions, but their gazes were clearly directed at the leader, Hua Weiming. At this moment, inside the 10th pavilion, Hua Weiming was beside himself, his eyes unfocused as though they had lost their fixed point. For words suddenly flashed through his mind: utter disgrace and collapse. His heels weakened slightly. Hua Weiming felt darkness creeping before his eyes, with a tendency to faint creeping upon him. Fortunately, someone by his side was quick to catch him. I should faint, Hua Weiming thought bitterly, then closed his eyes, ignoring the exclamations around him. He was mortified. Feigning to faint was the best strategy, because Hua Weiming didn't know how to face what was coming next. He had never before felt such an urge to bury himself deep underground and hide away. Remaining there, he became the joke. Whether he fainted or not, he had already become the joke. A medical team, always present at such large literary events, came running from a distance, and Hua Weiming was quickly carried away under the watchful eyes of all present for treatment. The 7th Pavilion. Also, one of the literati who hadn't raised his hand earlier spoke up, his voice soft but dripping with irony. Little Xianyu. Someone once mockingly called Xu Ziwen Little Xianyu. Xu Ziwen found it a great insult and could not accept the moniker. Yet, at that moment, people realized just how much the title Little Xianyu would have flattered Xu Ziwen. The Celestial Dynasty had Li Bai and Du Fu. And then there was the term Little Li Du. Actually, Little Li Du was a term of praise. Now Little Xianyu also became a term of praise. But Xu Ziwen was utterly unfit and unworthy for the title. If he had possessed even an iota of Little Xianyu's demeanor, he wouldn't have faced such a disgraceful downfall today. At this moment, Xu Ziwen actually thought, if only he could faint like Hua Weiming and be done with it. Age brings wisdom, and Xu Ziwen was still too young to realize that Hua Weiming had actually feigned fainting. Now, every gaze directed at Xu Ziwen made him extremely uncomfortable. It was as though he had plunged into an ice cellar, feeling as if even his thoughts had become rigid. His very mindset had collapsed. At this point, don't even mention asking Xu Ziwen to compose poetry. He couldn't muster a single word if asked to speak in public. The rain had gradually stopped. The 8 judges at the panel were still standing there. At the moment, they were somewhat reminiscent of He Qinghuan, who had returned from Xianyu's earlier. Shock was there. Reverence was there. Fear was there. Admiration was there. Bewilderment was there. They finally understood why He Qinghuan had acted so strangely today. He must have seen Xianyu's poem in advance, and thus foreseen that scene. No wonder he wouldn't sit down. When Xianyu was present, what right did they have to sit? They couldn't. They were judges. Yet, as judges, not one of them dared to casually comment on Xianyu's poems. Xianyu had given up his role as a judge. Remembering this made the remaining judges uncomfortable. If Xianyu was not qualified to judge, what about them? The rock rises on a gust, directly reaching heaven in an ascent of 90,000 li. That day seemed to have arrived, right here and now. The scene fell awkwardly silent, not a word spoken at the foot of Mount Lu, with all the judges standing. Only the post-rain breeze blew by, offering a chilling coolness that nonetheless sent shivers down everyone's spine. The awkward silence wouldn't last forever. Ms. Huang had not forgotten her duty, although the shock she felt inside at that moment was unprecedentedly strong. Ladies and gentlemen, she finally spoke up. Although Teacher Admirable Fish has withdrawn from the competition, our poetry conference must go on. Teacher Hua Weiming has left due to health reasons, so let's have the rest continue. She did not mention Xianyu's poems. It was not that Ms. Huang didn't want to, but there was simply no way to discuss them. Where to begin with those 200 poems? If they really started talking, perhaps several days would not suffice. Better to carry on with what now seemed a poetry conference only in name. Indeed, in name only. With Xianyu's contributions, whatever happened next at the poetry conference was meaningless. Who won or lost didn't matter. The audience would not remember them. They would only remember Xianyu's soaring rise and his view that all mountains are small. Chapter 1072, 972 The Splendid Tree in the Forest _2. As for Teacher Admirable Fish, Ms. Huang suddenly laughed, a somewhat abrupt laugh. It seemed to contain a myriad of unusual emotions, yet ultimately all that surfaced was, he's already not of this world. Consider him an exiled immortal from the heavens, conducting a clandestine visit to our mortal realm. The so-called poetry contest had become child's play. Admirable Fish withdrew from the poetry contest, and it likely held this significance. It wasn't just because the literati were unworthy to compete with him, but also because he intended to conquer this literary event in his own way. Once he stopped competing, did the contest hold any meaning for the others? They were merely completing a task, after all. Ms. Huang saw through this clearly, and so did the other literati, yet they could only go on with it stubbornly, even though their minds had long since drifted far away. Live streaming room. The stunned audience gradually came to their senses, and the barrage of comments exploded, even denser than the raindrops beneath the pavilions at the foot of Mount Lu. On the internet, audiences from all continents were going insane. A frenzy emerged across the 6 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yan, Han, and Zhao. I kneel. It's a slaughter. Trolls, let's kneel together. Does Fish Papa now have the credentials to be a judge? Fish Papa is killing it. I'm losing my mind. How can such a demonic talent exist in the world? On Blue Star's path of poetry, Admirable Fish has already ascended in broad daylight. Who cares about the poetry contest anymore? I'm going to review those poems now. 200 poems, 2 full 100, each one a classic. Definitely not improvised. This is an outburst of Fish Papa's accumulated knowledge. Whether improvised is not even the point anymore. This accumulation has already crossed through the 10 platforms, and its radiance will illuminate eternity. Unprecedented in history, and unmatched by posterity. Admirable Fish is a poem immortal and a saint of verse. Beyond these, I can think of no other words to describe him. For some, this is the darkest day of Blue Star's literary world, but for the vast majority, it's the most dazzling day. I shall ascend to the utmost height and overlook all the mountains below. When Admirable Fish left, it was as if a nuclear bomb baptism had occurred. At the foot of Mount Lu, around the 10 pavilions, not a blade of grass survived. It was a complete overturn. Blogs, tribes, forums, moments. The entire internet was shocked. Chills ran down their spines, a myriad of goosebumps. No one paid attention to what happened after the poetry contest. Everyone, as if by some unspoken agreement, chose to replay the segment where he recited his poems and then frantically began to excerpt and interpret. All the poems, all the verses, even those long and short compositions. You have to know, the audience wasn't just comprised of ordinary netizens from all continents, but also included literati who hadn't participated in the poetry contest. There were quite a few big shots in the audience. However, even the biggest of the big shots felt ashamed when faced with these poems and verses. In poetry, Admirable Fish has reached the end. He's left his back to the literati, but for the literary world, he's left a swiftly receding light that can never be caught. From now on, the literary world can compete in anything, but comparing ancient poetry is meaningless. These guys are going to compete with us for modern poetry's bread and butter. If he can write ancient poetry this well, who dares say Admirable Fish can't write modern poetry? Lucky we're into modern poetry and prose. The saying of poetry, song, and prose is what Zhao continent prides itself on, and today Admirable Fish has completely shattered it. At such a moment, I feel like composing a poem. Who can be the peak of poetry? Upon seeing Admirable Fish, all roads to verse are void. I see your level of poetry is quite good as well, suited for writing fantasy novels. Seriously, these poems are destined to shock the literary world. Even the Literature and Art Association will have to pay attention. Admirable Fish's collection of poems is going to sell like crazy. I am truly worried for my child. What's it got to do with your child? You think these poems won't be promoted by the Literature and Art Association? So many can be considered unique masterpieces. The authorities will surely require children to memorize them and then write appreciations. Damn, that actually sounds right. At this moment, the expressions of all the literati suddenly became strange. Admirable Fish intended to surpass the ancients and become the most disliked author among modern children. God knows how many people will be tormented by his frenzy and rage today. That being said, in the end, the Blue Star students will hate Admirable Fish or those literati at the foot of Mount Lu who compelled him today. Keep in mind, if Admirable Fish hadn't shocked the audience in such a way today, being pulled down from the judge's seat would have become a joke. He was retaliating. Although the method of retaliation was overly shocking, and maybe even a bit too much. In the end, he upheld his dignity, even though it meant the dignity of those literati present today was ground into dust. At Lin Yuan's home, the whole family was shocked. It took quite a while for everyone to come back to their senses. Mom suddenly said, "Go buy a chicken and a fish as well. Make some soup for our son to drink." "Look at that, taking advantage of the situation." Sis chuckled. "Make soup for your son to drink, not our son. To nourish his brain?" Big Yaya was quite understanding. Antarctica wagged its tail loudly, interested in the prospect of having bones to chew on. But Sis eventually muttered with a weird expression, "If his brain gets any more nourished, I'm afraid the Blue Star literary world will be forced to say GG amidst peals of laughter and joy." All right then. Their little brother's brain had probably become the treasure of the Blue Star Literature and Art Association and indeed needed proper nourishment. Chapter 1073, 972 Outstanding in the Forest _3. Starlight Entertainment. Chairman's Office. Li Songhua, who had been watching the live broadcast, fell silent for a long time. Of course, he knew that those literati would not fare well after pulling Xian Yu off the stage, but the ultimate direction of events had still shocked him. Shock. An unprecedented shock. This shock was no less intense than when Li Songhua had learned that Chu Kuang, Shadow, and Xian Yu were all actually the same person. Lin Yuan. Has he ascended to heaven? Or descended to earth? Li Songhua snapped back to reality after a long daze and immediately contacted the public relations department, barking, "What are you standing around for? Take action." What action? Of course, it was to create momentum. It was an unprecedented force. The company had to make an effort to help Xian Yu onto the pedestal of godhood, although Xian Yu had already ascended the shrine of Blue Star's poetry without any help from the company. Because it wasn't just Starlight that would create momentum. The media's reaction was even swifter. The fact that Xian Yu had dominated all pavilions with silence during the Mount Lu Poetry Congress had already made the front-page headlines of major news outlets, accompanied by the shock of netizens and the audience. It didn't matter what type of media it was. Entertainment circles, cultural circles, all were reporting it. At the same time, the glint in Li Songhua's eyes flickered. We must investigate who's playing tricks behind the scenes. Could it be Zhong Continent? Making a move again? Lin Yuan felt like he had gone mad. Copying 200 poems had really muddled his brain. He had previously adhered to the concept of the bigger they are, the harder they fall. But then he turned around and wreaked havoc at the Poetry Congress. This was far more than the bigger they are, the harder they fall. It was clearly nature's nurturing of outstanding talent. The coffin boards of venerated figures from the annals of Celestial Dynasty history could barely contain themselves. Because this time, Lin Yuan not only plucked Li Bai and Du Fu among both the renowned and lesser-known poets, but also invited more literary goats to the fore. Centuries of time caressed, while the light of literature shone. Which among those that had been sung and passed down by generations of people was not a work of a model? His phone unsurprisingly blew up. Family members called, the company called, the studio called, and all acquaintances were concerned. Everyone had forgotten. The ones who truly deserved concern at this moment were those literati still stubbornly completing the Poetry Congress. Among them, Silver Blue Books had even contacted Starlight, wanting to request a collection of Xian Yu's poems to be published by them. Silver Blue Books did not know that Xian Yu was Chu Kuang. Their idea was rather clever. They wanted to take advantage of the relationship between Xian Yu and Chu Kuang, thinking to gain the advantage of proximity, because not just Silver Blue Books, but almost innumerable publishers from all continents big and small had reached out to Starlight, wanting to help Xian Yu publish his poetry collection, with each offer being more lucrative than the last. This was an inevitable development of the event. The value of those poems was clear to everyone. Once published, they would certainly spread throughout Blue Star. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's eyes cleared. He felt it was time to change his mindset. Considering the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Since someone wanted to trouble him, why should he keep playing low-key? The groundwork had been laid. Xian Yu had long been wrapped up as a genius, so being a bit more genius than a genius didn't matter. Who cares what old winds blow? Who destroys whom is not yet certain. When autumn comes on September 8th, I shall ensure that my flowers bloom after 100 others have perished. fragrant clouds will pierce through Chang'an, and the entire city will don golden armor. With the impending unification of Blue Star, the future 8 continents would have countless eyes watching him, with scrutiny coming from different areas. The kind of trouble he encountered today might well reoccur in the future, because the established stage was only so big. It couldn't accommodate everyone dancing gracefully upon it. If someone wanted Lin Yuan out as a judge, to force him off the stage, then there was only one way to hit back with force. Let the woods be outstanding then. Chapter 1074, 973 The enemy of millions of students. The next day, September arrived. This was the first day after the conclusion of the poetry competition. The literary world, since teacher Admirable Fish and the poetry competition began, had stirred up a hurricane. The account of Admirable Fish on blogs gained a massive following, attracting innumerable poetry enthusiasts. Each continent, media were summarizing and categorizing the poems Admirable Fish presented at the poetry competition. Countless literati were discussing these poems of Admirable Fish on various occasions. Online, there were numerous netizens savoring these fine works with great interest. Discussion, endless discussions. And on the 5th day after the poetry competition concluded, Silver Blue Books published the collected works of Admirable Fish. Although many publishers wanted to print these poems, Lin Yuan was after all a shareholder of Silver Blue Books, and it's impossible to choose another publisher during such times. To outsiders, it might seem that Silver Blue Books secured this poetry collection destined to trigger a publishing frenzy, solely based on Chu Kuang and Admirable Fish's relationship. Indeed, that was the case. The work, titled The Collected Works of Admirable Fish, once published, set off a buying frenzy across the continents. Never before had Blue Star seen any poetry collection published by an individual showcase such wild purchasing power from the public. There was no help for it. The online discussions about these poems were too fanatical. So fanatical that many who hadn't even seen the live broadcast became curious and sought out the recorded broadcast of the poetry competition. The video was easy to find, because the director Tong Shuwen had already edited it into a complete production, uncut, simply adding subtitles and such in post-production. This was the 3rd episode of Fish Walking With You, and the title was the pre-planned A Tour of Lin Yuan. The result: those who watched this 3rd episode of Fish Walking With You, which was the special edition for the poetry competition, were stunned, as shocked as the viewers in the live broadcast rooms had been at that time. Even if they had formed some expectations from the online discussions and had a rough idea of what would happen, their shock was not diminished in the least. This was why the collected works of Admirable Fish sold like crazy as soon as it was published. Later, when Blue Star rated the top 5 epic awkward moments in history, the 3rd episode of the variety show Fish Walking With You, which featured the poetry competition scene, was astonishingly included. But more noteworthy than these anecdotes was the response of the Literature and Art Association after the official publication of the collected works of Admirable Fish. From today onwards, the collected works of Admirable Fish by Teacher Admirable Fish is officially included in the extracurricular reading lists for elementary, middle, and high schools, with some content to be memorized verbatim. For specific teaching plans, please follow the guidance provided by the schools and teachers accordingly. Promotion. Official promotion. The Literature and Art Association had actually made the collected works of Admirable Fish a required read for students' extracurricular lists. It must be known, the content of the collected works of Admirable Fish isn't just limited to the poems Lin Yuan showcased at the poetry competition. This collection also encompasses poems and literary pieces that Admirable Fish had published before, like Peach Blossom poems, like Song of Water, and like A Butterfly's Love for a Flower, and so on. Even the teacher's words, recited by Admirable Fish at the poetry competition, was included. This was the reason why Silver Blue Books named it The Collected Works of Admirable Fish instead of just a poetry collection. Responses from universities across Blue Star were swift. Almost immediately after the Education Department under the Literature and Art Association set the goals, numerous school groups were flooded with related messages. Within countless student-parent groups, teachers, excited at all the parents, please rush to the bookstore to purchase the collected works of admirable fish, and urge your children to study and understand it seriously, as it involves content for important school exams. If the bookstore runs out of stock, the school can contact the bookstore to order wholesale, giving everyone the lowest price to ensure that every student in the class has a copy. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Within various university students' parent groups, parents were responding enthusiastically. Received, going to buy it now. I've already bought it, and I'm about to arrange for my child to read it. These works are excellent, perfect for nurturing the literary levels of the children. Haha, my family also bought it. With the endorsement of the Literature and Art Association, it implies that this could be relevant for exams like the middle school and high school entrance exams as well as college entrance exams, so it is necessary for children to study seriously. These poems and essays are written very well. Even if the Literature and Art Association hadn't endorsed it, I'd still have my children read it. It's highly beneficial for their learning. Agree. I'm reading it myself. The works inside are so wonderful. I just don't like it when my child grips those extracurricular books by the old rascal Chu Kuang for no reason. His fairy tales are okay. After all, they carry strong educational significance. But those fantasy novels like Zhu Xian, I fear reading too much of them will affect their studies. If they do like extracurricular books, they should read these poems and literary essays written by admirable fish. The parents didn't resist at all. They had a very high level of appreciation for the collected works of admirable fish. They felt that reading the collected works of admirable fish was beneficial for their children. As for Chu Kuang's fantasy novels, their children were too young and might not grasp them well. It was better for the parents to take charge. Really like Chu Kuang? Then try reading Fairy Tale Town. There are not many extracurricular books that receive such recognition from parents. Fairy Tale Town has no issues, and neither do Admirable Fish's poems and literary essays. Compared to the enthusiastic support and endorsement from parents, the students found it a bit more challenging. Chapter 1075, 973 Enemy of Millions of Students _2. In fact, the Literature and Art Association had just released the news. Countless students from the Blue Stars continents couldn't help but feel a sense of dread. It's over. They knew it was over. Especially after they found out just how much content Xian Yu's collection contained. Their mentality utterly collapsed. At a certain elementary school, how am I supposed to memorize this? So many poems, so many lyrics, and even classical Chinese. I'm still a child. My mom said, memorize 5 poems a day, or I won't be allowed to go out and play on weekends. My dad said, memorize 1 and get $1 for pocket money, but I still have no motivation. There's just too much content. At a certain middle school, I'm going crazy. How could Xian Yu do this to me? And to think I really liked his music. Now he's forcing me to memorize poems and lyrics, and even test on them. I've been memorizing all morning, my head's spinning. All I can think of is on the t-shirt. It's all Xian Yu's fault. At a certain high school, oh my god, this isn't Xian Yu's fault. It's those literatis' fault. I watched the poetry contest live. If they hadn't pressured him, how would Xian Yu have written so many works in one go? I despise them. Can I say Xian Yu and Chu Kuang truly deserve each other? Back in elementary school, we were forced to read Fairy Tale Town. Finally, no more fairy tales in middle school. And then Xian Yu shows up. Because of these poems, I don't even have time to read Shadow's comics anymore. Swish, swish, swish. Throughout the internet, elementary, middle, and high school students were all wailing. At this moment, college students felt immense happiness. Official documents had stated that Xian Yu's poems and essays were targeted at elementary, middle, and high school students. College students were not included. Thank goodness I was born a few years earlier. Just glad I finished my entrance exams. I feel for this year's high school seniors. We really caught a break. Back when we were in high school, we had to memorize poems by Chu Kuang and Xian Yu too, but not nearly as many as today. Wait, look at the group chat. A college student suddenly exclaimed, and then saw an assignment posted by the school. Write an essay on your favorite piece from the Xian Yu collection, including your own insights and reflections after reading. Although the Literature and Art Association doesn't mandate colleges to study these works, if you don't read them, you might end up with less poetic knowledge than a grade schooler. College students. Aren't college students students too? Is this the rhythm Xian Yu becomes the enemy of all students on Blue Star? Meanwhile, in the Blue Star literary world, literati did not wail, but it was as good as wailing. Countless were purple with envy. Official promotion. Xian Yu's poems and lyrics had actually received official promotion. What this implied was crystal clear to any literati. Never mind the students' current chorus of complaints, who hadn't been dominated by the works of great masters during their school days. When they actually grew up, they would not complain. Admiration for Xian Yu would be more genuine. This was going to influence a generation. Just as Chu Kuang's fairy tale town had been officially promoted, the next generation was beginning to be influenced by Xian Yu and Chu Kuang. Xian Yu's poetry is thoroughly enshrined now. Not just extracurricular reading. Some outstanding works from the Xian Yu collection will probably be included in Blue Star textbooks in the future. But I must admit, these works are indeed good. It's embarrassing to say, but I am also insisting that my child studies the Xian Yu collection properly. The next generation hates Xian Yu now, but they'll worship him when they grow up. This influence will deepen over time. Just like how we got headaches from seeing Lu Sun, Li Bai, Du Fu, and the like when we were in school, but worship them as adults. This is the influence of official promotion. Hua Weiming and the literati's collective difficulty with Xian Yu was to vie for these benefits, wasn't it? However, in the end, they pushed the situation to the complete opposite direction. Xian Yu was stripped from the jury's seat, but this ascended him to the divine altar of poetry and lyrics on Blue Star. In contrast, Hua Weiming and the others faced their reckoning. It wasn't that the official had punished them, the officials had no reason to. This reckoning came from within the literary community. Many participants of the poetry contest, like Hua Weiming, felt overtly ostracized after the event ended. Your bodies and names, both shall perish, and not wither the rivers and mountains through the ages. Xian Yu's words had become prophetic, their reputations ruined. And there were even literati who used Xian Yu's poetry to mock their foolishness. Even some past friends in the literary community avoided them like the plague, unwilling to associate, leaving only a few renowned poets who hadn't joined the attack on. Xian Yu unscathed. Coincidentally, the eventual winner of the poetry contest turned out to be a poet who had not participated in the attack. Perhaps it wasn't that their poetry was better. It was purely that Hua Weiming withdrew. Xu Ziwen and the others were heartbroken, so off-balance mentally that they could no longer compose with tranquility. But this ultimate winner didn't receive much fanfare. Xian Yu's brilliance too grand, overshadowing the poetry contest. A fine poetry contest, in the end, devolved into a joke, akin to a children's mud pie competition. The path of poetry in Zhao continent is in for a decline. Some lamented that the domain the Zhao people were most proud of had been sullied by Xian Yu. Chapter 1076, 973 Enemy of Millions of Students _3. September 6th. Lin Yuan arrived at the company and could distinctly feel that the employees' attitude towards him had become very respectful. It had been like that before, but this time, it was more pronounced. Chairman Li Songhua personally came to the 9th floor to see him, holding a packet of tea leaves in his hands and smiling warmly. September is the time for some jasmine tea. Lin Yuan expressed his thanks, accepted the tea, and then Li Songhua's smile paused. We've found out. What? Some people are targeting you. Hua Weiming is just a pawn. The ones who really want to pull you down from the judges' panel are from Middle State, not manipulated by someone specific, but rather a collective will of a group. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. This result was almost what Jin Mu had guessed. He had visited the studio yesterday, and Jin Mu had also analyzed and deduced with Lin Yuan. Li Songhua said helplessly, Middle State acts aggressively. Although some of them come from different places, some people have lost their sense of belonging to their homeland. They feel that Middle State is their real home. Having become registered citizens of Middle State, they proclaim themselves Middle State people. With Middle State joining the merger in just over a year, they are now acting frequently, wanting to raise the flag of the leading continent when Blue Star is fully merged. They think they are celestial dragons. Lin Yuan sneered, a sense of geographical superiority. Li Songhua chuckled. The company was producing a comic adaptation of One Piece, and he was aware of what celestial dragons meant. The regional rivalry in Blue Star has never ceased, nor will it. Li Songhua's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. It's just that some people are too fixated on this and have gone too far. You might not be aware, but even within the Literature and Art Association, unity is not solid. Is it still about regional conflict? That might be one way to put it, Li Songhua said. Because the Literature and Art Association is divided by geography, Ms. Huang is the director of the Literature and Art Association's Qin continent branch, so she supports us. Other continents. Associations inevitably favor their own people. Once Blue Star merges completely, there will be a noticeable division of factions within the association. Everywhere has its factions, from organizations and forces to ordinary small companies. If no one can suppress everyone else without doubt, people will naturally group together, forming their own interest groups. Even ancient emperors couldn't avoid such occurrences. How should we counterattack? A murderous look crossed Lin Yuan's face. Li Songhua said, once Middle State is incorporated into the merger, we'll start counterattacking. He had already foreseen the turbulent times that would follow the merger of Middle State, a war without smoke, where conflicts of interest would arise in all fields. By the way, Li Songhua suddenly said, your performance this time was too eye-catching, and the Yu dynasty also made a significant appearance. Thus, the director team of the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala has contacted our company, wanting to invite you to participate. Are you interested? The Spring Festival Gala? Lin Yuan pondered. Seeing Lin Yuan's hesitation, Li Songhua added with a smile, this year's gala will be hosted by Zhong Continent, so the situation is different from previous editions. I heard that there will also be some stars from Zhong Continent participating, clearly as Middle State eyes the upcoming major merger and wants to scout ahead. However, the rehearsals can happen in Qin Continent, so you don't need to worry about it being too troublesome. That works. Lin Yuan considered and said, I'll participate in this year's Spring Festival Gala. Li Songhua smiled. That's great. The Yu dynasty is currently really high in both fame and popularity. With the influence of the Spring Festival Gala, perhaps our company can even produce a couple more kings and queens of singing. You'll be writing songs for them, right? Lin Yuan nodded. The influence of the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala was immense. This was a great opportunity to gain fame, and Lin Yuan already had quite a few songs suitable for the Spring Festival Gala stage in his mind. His hesitation was purely because participating in the gala meant he couldn't spend New Year's with his family. Now, Lin Yuan was contemplating. Should he bring his family to the gala to watch it live? He'd have to discuss this with his family. It was only September, and there were still 3 months until the Spring Festival Gala, so there was no rush. For the Spring Festival Gala, which performances would be suitable? In Lin Yuan's mind, numerous iconic scenes from previous galas in his past life flashed through. Chapter 1077, 974, Celestial Dragon. Villa. When Lin Yuan's family heard the news that he was invited to the Spring Festival Gala, they immediately said, of course you must participate in the Spring Festival Gala. Why wouldn't you? With such a great stage. Don't worry about us regarding work. It's just one night, and you're not working away all year. If possible, we'll come to the venue and support you. Transportation between continents is so developed now. It only takes a few hours to get to Zhong Continent. Lin Yuan goes to the Spring Festival Gala. His family is very supportive. And when evening came, Lin Yuan made some preparations and went to Sun Yaohua's hot pot restaurant for dinner with the members of Yu Dynasty. Everyone in the Yu Dynasty had received news of the Spring Festival Gala invitation through their agency and manager, and they were all extremely excited. Chun Jiu spoke excitedly. I never thought we would receive an invitation to the Spring Festival Gala, Xia Fan said with a smile, getting on the stage of the Spring Festival Gala, a platform where even the king of singing and the top singers would fight tooth and nail for, is something frontline singers wouldn't normally stand a chance at getting. It's the merit of variety shows, and it represents achievement. Sun Yaohua chimed in, revealing the reason. The Yu Dynasty had participated in the show Fish Walking With You, which had already released 3 episodes, each hotter than the last. Especially the 3rd episode, where Xian Yu dazzled with eloquent debates, and members of the Yu Dynasty recited various poems he had written in major pavilions. At that time, the eyes of viewers from all continents were fixed on the major pavilions. Members of the Yu Dynasty were, aside from Xian Yu, the biggest winners. After all, that was the first time countless poetic works from Xian Yu's collection were introduced. People formed their first impressions of those classic masterpieces through the mouths of this group from Yu Dynasty. These were the reasons why the current Spring Festival Gala ultimately chose the Yu Dynasty. Right, Zhao Yinggu said. Speaking of which, representatives' works have been featured on the Spring Festival Gala several times already, right? Lin Yuan nodded. In fact, he had been invited to the gala in previous years, but had declined, though his works had made it onto the stage more than once. Jiang Kuei said, King of Singing Lan, Yin has performed Red Sun on the gala stage. She thought for a moment and then added, in one gala, the director team even invited a reciter to read Song of Water. At that moment, Wei Haoyun laughed. Have you all forgotten that I have also been on the Spring Festival Gala, singing representatives' song Good Fortune Arrives? Well now, everyone then realized that there was someone in the Yu Dynasty who had actually been on the gala stage. Madam Haoyun Sr., newbie asks for your care. Everyone immediately burst into laughter. Madam Haoyun was an exception, because the threshold for Spring Festival Gala is quite high. Under normal circumstances, frontline singers in the music industry couldn't get an invite. It's only possible for the top singers like the King and Queen of Singing to do so. But Madam Haoyun naturally fits the festive atmosphere of the gala, and representatives' Good Fortune Arrives really set the mood on the gala stage. Lin Yuan smiled. He could clearly feel everyone's enthusiasm. Their anticipation for the Spring Festival Gala was evident. He thought for a moment. Lin Yuan then said, the specific program for the gala hasn't been finalized yet, but I've prepared some performances for everyone. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Then their eyes brightened, filled with ecstasy. Representative is mighty. The group cheered in the private room. After the cheering stopped, Lin Yuan continued, I can't ensure that every song will be chosen, as the specific lineup isn't finalized yet, but these works all fit the festive atmosphere. What's my song? Zhao Yinggu couldn't wait to ask. Lin Yuan replied, you'll be singing a duet with Chun Jiyu. As he spoke, Lin Yuan took out a previously prepared score and handed it to her. Aside from Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua, the other members of Yu Dynasty were all frontline singers. Lin Yuan wanted to use the Spring Festival Gala as an opportunity to potentially promote one or two to become the King or Queen of Singing. So the quality of the song for Zhao Yinggu and Chun Jiyu was very high. Because of love, Zhao Yinggu took the score, and everyone immediately gathered around to see it. The song title was seen in an instant. Chun Jiyu even instinctively read it aloud. Meanwhile, Jiang Kuei tried singing the first few lines of the song based on the melody, giving you a CD from the past. After singing a few lines, everyone's expression changed. The worst among the Yu Dynasty members were all frontline singers. How could they not recognize the power of the song? You two are going to strike it big. Jiang Kuei's tone was slightly acidic, looking at Lin Yuan with a slight grievance. Representative has been biased lately, always writing songs for Zhao Yinggu and Chun Jiyu. That's right. Everyone quickly nodded in agreement. The recent martial arts dramas from Starlight mostly featured original soundtracks composed by Xian Yu, mostly sung by Zhao Yinggu and Chun Jiyu or duets between them. How dare you say that? Zhao Yinggu protectively put away the song sheets, grumbling. You weren't short on resources when you were aiming for the singing queen. That's right. Chun Jiyu chimed in beside her. He was another beneficiary, as he was going to duet with Zhao Yinggu because of love. Of course, everyone was just joking around. They did feel a bit bitter inside, but it wasn't quite jealousy. Lin Yuan had been writing songs for Zhao Yinggu and Chun Jiyu lately, and everyone understood his intention. He wanted to promote these two to become the King and Queen of Singing. Aside from Jiang Kuei and Sun Yaohua, others in Yu Dynasty were all frontline. However, being close to reaching the status of King and Queen of Singing, of course they had to focus resources on promoting them. This was beneficial for the entire Yu Dynasty. Chapter 1078, 974 Celestial Dragon _2. Imagine the spectacle if everyone in the Yu Dynasty became a King or Queen of Singing. The beneficiary would still be the whole of the Yu Dynasty. Moreover, do you mean to say you've only prepared this one song? No one believed that. Everyone said they had prepared some performances. Me, what about me? Jiang Kuei was already impatient. Lin Yuan took out a piece of music right away. The crowd looked at the sheet, and the first thing that caught their eye were 3 words. Sweet Honey. That's right, Teresa Tung's Sweet Honey. The Spring Festival Gala was a stage that appealed to both the refined and the vulgar, and the audience spanned all age groups. New age pop songs might not be the preference of the older generation. Lin Yuan targeted the song at those who were older and fond of such classic hits. Sweet Honey. Jiang Kuei tried singing a few lines and immediately felt like she'd struck gold. This song is mine. If it were a competition, it'd be hard to predict how a song like Sweet Honey would perform, but placed in the Spring Festival Gala, it would undoubtedly stand out. Unfortunately, Teresa Tung had never appeared on the Spring Festival Gala. Then, Lin Yuan turned his gaze to Sun Yaohua and Wei Haoyan. He had also prepared pieces for these two. For Sun Yaohua, the song prepared was Congratulations on Getting Rich. For Madame Haoyan, the song was An Unforgettable Night. After each received their songs and tried singing them, like Jiang Kuei had done, they couldn't help but smile. Great song. Singing these kinds of songs during the festive season, their appeal was completely predictable, even if they might not fare particularly well on the charts during the rest of the year. I don't have a song. Xia Fan looked wronged and coquettishly complained. I'm a singer too. She had been focusing more on acting lately. Especially after the success of Resident Evil, her acting offers had surged, and she was doing much better in the acting world than in the music industry. However, she still occasionally released songs to maintain her singer identity. Lin Yuan said, "It's time to go home." Xia Fan was stunned. "You guys will be performing on stage, and I should go home?" Lin Yuan couldn't help but laugh and took out the song, "It's Time to Go Home," and Xia Fan then understood what he meant. Before Xia Fan could assess the quality of the song, Lin Yuan already spoke up. Then there's also a big chorus by the Yu Dynasty. What song are we singing for the chorus? I'll tell you later. Lin Yuan was still considering which song to use for the chorus. There were indeed many songs suitable for the Yu Dynasty to sing together at the Spring Festival Gala, with plenty of choices to pick from. However, given the limited time and number of performances, the selection had to be made carefully. There was limited time for a limited number of acts. Surely the Yu Dynasty couldn't monopolize the Spring Festival Gala, right? Lin Yuan hadn't even prepared a solo for himself, taking these factors into account. At that moment, Chun Jiu said, "If we're going to participate in the Spring Festival Gala and coordinate rehearsals and the like, it's easy for there to be scheduling conflicts. We might not have time to shoot variety shows then." They still had to record Fish Walking with You. If that clashed with the Spring Festival Gala, things would be a bit troublesome. However, Lin Yuan had already planned for this contingency. It's all the same if we record the variety show later on. After all, this show is just for fun. Everyone laughed at this. This variety show really was just for fun, with an erratic update schedule unlike other more regular shows. Just let the director know. Sun Yaohua opened the group chat for Fish Walking with You, tagged Tong Shuwen, and mentioned how the Spring Festival Gala might delay the variety show's filming. They thought Tong Shuwen would be anxious. Unexpectedly, Tong Shuwen sent a gritted teeth smiley face. "I was actually worried about how to discuss this with you guys. Now it turns out to be perfect timing. You guys will be recording for the Spring Festival Gala, and I also need to take care of the recording for the Qin Continent event, since I am the chief director for this edition of the Qin Continent event. Since everyone is busy, let's just put the variety show recording on hold for a while." "That's fine, Director Tong." Everyone was surprised, not expecting Tong Shuwen to have become the chief director of the Qin Continent event, which was a significant official recognition. Yes, Blue Star has a Spring Festival Gala. At the same time, each continent on Blue Star also has its own local Spring Festival programs. The broadcast times for the local Spring Festival Galas and Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala are staggered. Local Spring Festival Galas are broadcasted on the 29th of the new year, while Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala is broadcasted on New Year's Eve. This is similar to the difference between the regional Spring Festival Galas of Celestial Dynasty's local stations and the Central Stations Gala. Of course, in terms of attracting audiences and the quality of the galas themselves, the quality of the continent festivals can't compare with Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala. However, on the 29th of the new year, The people of each continent are also very interested in their own local spring festival galas. After all, countless stars are invited to each continent's gala. Furthermore, since the merger of Blue Star, the cultural walls between continents have been broken down, and the importance placed on each continent's local spring festival gala is increasingly high. This is because they can compete not only for the viewership of their own continent, but also aim to attract viewers from other continents. Inside the group chat, Tong Shuwen suddenly expressed some regret. Since you guys are participating in Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala, you won't be able to take part in the local ones. Otherwise, I'd like to invite you to join our Qin Continent's Gala. You can participate, Xia Fan naively said. Aren't the times for the two galas staggered? Sun Yaohua smiled and said, this year, Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala is hosted by Zhong Continent, and Zhong Continent has a rule. Those who participate in Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala are not allowed to participate in local ones at the same time. First, they are afraid that audiences might get confused watching. Second, Zhong believes this will dissipate focus. Zhao Yingge pouted, that's really domineering. The Spring Festival Gala requires months of preparation, so there is more than enough time and energy to prepare multiple performances. Jiang Kuei shrugged. Zhong's dominance is not a new thing. You guys think the same, right? Xia Fan criticized. I've been to Zhong to shoot a movie before, and the people there are very exclusive. When mentioning other continents, they show a sense of superiority, calling everyone from outside their continent foreigners or outsiders, which is quite uncomfortable. It's as if they're the center of Blue Star. In terms of geographical location, they're not the center, but politically, Zhong indeed is the center. Chun Jiu sighed. Haven't you heard the joke? A dog from Zhong is valued higher than dogs from the other 7 continents. Indeed, this is a joke on Blue Star. Due to an early news story, a pet store was overcharging, selling a husky at a price far higher than the market rate. The buyer, initially unaware of the market price, went to claim their rights after finding out. The pet store owner's justification was, this dog is from Zhong. Could a Zhong husky transform into a werewolf on the night of a full moon? This absurd news actually happened, leading to the joke becoming widely popular, with countless netizens making fun of it with various memes. This is also related to the inherent impression Zhong gives to other continents. Because people from Zhong really have an inherent gene for looking down on the other 7 continents, with extreme xenophobia. And yet, countless people from the other 7 continents are desperate to become Zhong residents, trying to get a Zhong hukou. Many wealthy people also like to buy homes in Zhong, biting the bullet to do so, despite the sky-high real estate prices. This only further inflates Zhong people's arrogance. Zhong continental nation. This is how some people describe Zhong. Although Blue Star has no concept of separate nations, there came the term Zhong continental nation. And when Shadow's One Piece mentioned the world nobles of the Holy Land marry Geos, many fans felt that the so-called celestial dragons were a reflection of Zhong. Only Lin Yuan knew. This was definitely a coincidence. Even he felt that this coincidence intriguingly mirrored reality. Otherwise, he wouldn't have criticized in front of the chairman that some people in Zhong were just like celestial dragons. Same arrogance. Same disdain for everything. Same world nobility. At that moment in the group chat, Tong Shuwen said, I wish everyone a successful performance at the Blue Star Gala. I have to get busy with Qin's gala preparations. The chief director's job is not easy. Good luck. Everyone cheered him on. Yu Dynasty already had a close relationship with Tong Shuwen. No longer chatting in the group, everyone began to eat while eagerly taking out the sheet music, humming the performance pieces Lin Yuan had prepared for them. Chapter 1079, 975 Primary Election. After all, it was September. Blue Star's integration process had begun, and the Spring Festival was scheduled for January 1st. Now, the Spring Festival Gala was nearing, with just over 3 months left, a sense that the year's end was close at hand. Online, the media had gradually released news that some celebrities had been invited to participate in the Spring Festival Gala. Every year around this time, the topic of the Spring Festival Gala sparked widespread discussions, and this year was no exception. Among these discussions, the news that the Yu Dynasty had been invited to the Spring Festival Gala also spread. Among them, Xian Yu, the most watched, was also in the list of invitees. For those in the industry, this news was not a surprise because the Yu Dynasty, with its successful variety show Fish Walking with You, had become immensely popular across the 6 continents of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, and Zhao. Extremely popular. The hallmark of the Spring Festival Gala was that the more popular you were that year, the higher your chances of being invited. Of course, there was an essential prerequisite. The artists themselves must not have any negative records or existing controversies. The Yu Dynasty needed not worry about this. To date, the artists of the Yu Dynasty had not been involved in any scandals, maintaining a very positive image. Compared to the expectations of industry insiders, the fans online were endlessly thrilled. This year's Spring Festival Gala is worth looking forward to. Seems like it's the first time the Yu Dynasty will join together. The key is that Fish Papa is also in it. Since the poetry conference, Fish Papa has been a legend in my heart. The Yu Dynasty's segment of reciting poetry at the poetry conference truly fired me up. I still find it thrilling just thinking about it. How many shows will the Yu Dynasty do? Given the Yu Dynasty's performance this year, their act will definitely be a highlight. Looking forward. Can't wait for the Spring Festival Gala to start. Over the years, the Spring Festival Gala has increasingly favored a bland and pompous approach, becoming increasingly boring, not as interesting as before. I hope the Yu Dynasty can bring some surprise, though it might just be singing. It still can't redeem the gradually declining reputation of the Spring Festival Gala year by year. Various discussions continued. The topic mostly centered around Xianyu. After all, Xianyu was the soul of the Yu Dynasty. Heaven knows how many calls there were in previous years for the Spring Festival Gala to invite Xianyu. Past Festival Gala directing teams did indeed invite Xianyu, but unfortunately, he never participated. Perhaps his willingness to participate this time was because, in addition to inviting him, they also invited the entire Yu Dynasty? At this point, someone threw cold water on the discussion. Although invited, the invitees need to prepare their performances. Who can guarantee that the Yu Dynasty will definitely be selected? Well, that's true. An invitation is just an invitation. If the quality of the performance isn't up to standard, it still won't make the show. Every year, the Spring Festival Gala discards a heap of acts. Even the perennial favorites like Teacher Hua, whose acts have been discarded for the last 2 years, forcing him to perform at local spring festivals instead, right? But I think Teacher Hua's performances are very exciting. The reason for the rejection seems not to be a lack of excitement, but because the theme wasn't grand enough. Grand? I detest that the most. Is the Spring Festival Gala going to teach me how to be a good person? It shouldn't be a problem for the Yu Dynasty. After all, with Fish Papa writing the songs, he's written a lot of positive songs. The discussion online mirrored reality. Being invited to the Spring Festival Gala didn't guarantee a spot. Performers still needed to present their acts for selection by the gala's directing team and leadership. Not good enough. Then, it must be redone. If it couldn't be perfected after repeated attempts, the directing team would definitively discard the act, resulting in the invited ultimately missing the Spring Festival Gala. Of course, there were occasional exceptions. Some people didn't need to prepare their own acts. They would be directly placed into prearranged surefire acts and just had to perform as required. Lin Yuan might have this privilege, but other members of the Yu Dynasty did not. However, the Yu Dynasty did not need this special treatment, because Lin Yuan had already prepared the act for everyone. When the members of the Yu Dynasty arrived at the selection venue for the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, everyone had a smile on their face, full of confidence in their act. The Spring Festival program team had set up a temporary selection center in Zhong Continent. Invited celebrities from Qin Continent would all come here to perform their prepared acts. Similar selection centers were arranged and set up in all continents. After selection in each continent, the qualifying acts would be reported to Zhong Continent, where the Zhong Continent directing team would conduct the final review. Because this year's Spring Festival Gala was hosted by Zhong Continent controlled the final selection of acts for this Spring Festival Gala. As the Yu Dynasty members arrived, the director responsible for Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala personally welcomed them. Welcome Teacher Admirable Fish and members of the Yu Dynasty. I am Lian Li, the director in charge of selecting acts for the Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. It was evident. Director Lin Li's personal welcome was not simply for the face of the members of the Yu dynasty, but primarily for Xian Yu himself. Director Lin Yuan smiled and shook hands with him. Members of the Yu dynasty also greeted him. After the greetings, everyone exchanged pleasantries, and then Lin Li asked, "What act has the Yu dynasty prepared?" Lin Yuan said, "Singing." Lin Li laughed. "Then there's definitely no problem for the Yu dynasty." The Yu dynasty was composed of musicians, and naturally, their best at the Spring Festival Gala was singing. This was also the answer Zhong continent wanted. They invited the Yu dynasty for them to perform singing. As long as the quality of the song was not too poor, Zhong continent would surely approve the act of the Yu dynasty. Chapter 1080, 975 Primary Election _2. Keep in mind, the Spring Festival Gala, as Blue Star's top-notch stage, has a limited number of programs it can accommodate, so the competition between continents is fierce. Who wouldn't want their continent to have more programs? As a Qin continent resident, Lin Li, of course, also hoped Qin continent could produce more great programs and outperform the other continents in the Spring Festival Gala's performance. And for the Yu dynasty's programs, as long as it was singing, the result was almost guaranteed. So Lin Li was very happy to hear that the Yu dynasty was going to sing. The Yu dynasty would definitely secure a program spot for Qin continent. After some thought, Lin Li asked, "How many programs has the Yu dynasty prepared?" Generally, invitees to the Spring Festival Gala need to prepare more than one program. Usually, having only one program is risky. Having two, one as a main choice and the other as an alternative, gives the Spring Festival Gala directors and Zhong continent leaders room to choose and maneuver. 6. Lin Yuan spoke up. Lin Li subconsciously thought she had heard wrong. How many? 6. 6 programs. Lin Li finally realized she hadn't misheard and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You guys are really playing it safe. Generally, 2 would be enough. With the Yu dynasty's competitiveness, even preparing just one program wouldn't be an issue. Preparing a second is, just in case of any unexpected events. Not really. Lin Yuan knew Lin Li had misunderstood. These programs are to be performed separately. Only one song is a Yu dynasty chorus. Here's the program list. Lin Yuan was well prepared in advance. Taking a deep breath, Lin Li took the list and started to read. Jiang Kuei, singing performance, Sweet Honey. Xia Fan, singing performance, Often Come Back to Visit. Sun Yaohua, singing performance, Congratulations on Your Wealth. Wei Haoyun, singing performance, An Unforgettable Night. Zhao Yinggu, Chen Jiyu, singing performance, Because of Love. Yu Dynasty, singing performance, chorus Love Each Other. Damn, Lin Li was dumbfounded. Really 6 programs? The Yu Dynasty actually had nearly every member prepared a program. What's this strategy? Are they planning to monopolize all the singing performances at this year's Spring Festival Gala? Monopolizing the singing programs is, of course, said in jest. The Spring Festival Gala on Blue Star is completely different in terms of timing compared to Celestial Dynasties. The Spring Festival Gala of Celestial Dynasty typically runs from 8 o'clock to 12 o'clock, a neat 4 hours, with occasional overruns going past 12 o'clock, up to 4.5 hours, but rarely beyond 5 hours. But Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala lasts a full 6 hours, starting at 7 o'clock and broadcasting until 1 o'clock in the morning. Since all 8 continents of Blue Star watch the Spring Festival Gala, true global viewership, 4 hours is definitely not enough, and even 6 hours leave many feeling it's not enough. If it weren't for considering the audience's energy and patience, the duration might be even more exaggerated. And during these 6 hours, singing performances are very important. They're an art form enjoyed by both the refined and the vulgar. Therefore, the songs sung on stage naturally far exceed the mere 6. However, if there are 6 songs from the Yu Dynasty at the Spring Festival Gala, that would be rather exaggerated. Zhong continent would never expect the Yu Dynasty to be so ambitious, preparing so many programs, looking to have everyone appear on stage. Can they do that? Of course, they can. Every member of the Yu Dynasty was invited, so each has the opportunity and the qualification to participate in the selection of Spring Festival Gala programs. This is in accordance with the rules. Keep in mind that the Yu Dynasty isn't just a group. Even if they left the Yu dynasty, each of them standing alone is still a first-tier singer in Qin continent. Haha. After a moment of shock, Lin suddenly burst into laughter. You have really taken me by surprise, but there are thresholds for the Spring Festival Gala program selection. Let's be straightforward. The collective chorus song by Yu dynasty, as long as the quality is basically acceptable, Zhong continent will surely approve it since. The Spring Festival Gala also needs the Yu dynasty to boost audience interest. However, duet singing programs or even solo performances may not be guaranteed. Zhong continent will be very picky. Lin is from Qin continent. Her heart is also with Qin continent. The Yu dynasty prepared a whopping 6 programs, and Lin was happy about it. She even wished all 6 programs would be favored by the Spring Festival Gala program group, because that would be good for the entire Qin continent. But Zhong continent invited the Yu dynasty, expecting them to unite on the Spring Festival Gala stage. Solo performances were definitely beyond Zhong continent's expectations. At that time, the Zhong continent directorial team would be incredibly picky, not easily giving approval. We have confidence in our works. Sun Yaohua smiled, saying everyone could guess what Zhong continent's reaction might be. But what if the quality of the program was good enough? Unrejectably good? The songs Lin Yuan prepared for everyone were all classics. Any of them could match the standard of the Spring Festival Gala. Shall we do a trial singing? Li's mind was stirred. She didn't need to ask to know that these songs were all originals and were certainly written by Xianyu. With Xianyu's touch, these songs should be worth anticipating. Everyone agreed. A moment later, Lin, accompanied by the Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala directorial team, began to review the programs by the Yu dynasty. The first program was a Sweet Honey. Lin sat below the stage watching. The expressions of several directorial team members beside her were odd. They had been informed of the Yu dynasty's major move. Did they really prepare 6 programs? Is this a solo song by Jiang Kuei? Although Jiang Kuei is a diva, she hasn't been one for long, and in terms of status, it seems a bit lacking for the Spring Festival Gala stage, doesn't it? Chapter 1081, 975 primary_3. Jiang Kuei isn't even the most exaggerated, she's at least a diva. The most exaggerated are Wei Haoyun and Xia Fan and the others, all A-list singers, yet they all prepared to perform. That can't be allowed, right? Zhong continent wants the Yu dynasty as a whole to take the stage. Only that choral song by the Yu dynasty, Love Each Other, has a chance of passing the Zhong continent's review standards, and the song quality must also be up to par. Listen. The discussion paused abruptly midway. On the stage, Jiang Kuei smiled, approachable, her voice sweet but not cloying, with an indescribable sense of freshness. Sweet honey, your smile so sweet, as if flowers bloom in the spring breeze. In an instant, everyone was captivated, as if a real sense of sweetness emerged in their hearts. Comfortable, like basking in the spring breeze. Even though the melody of the song was not fancy, and Jiang Kuei's performance had no intention of showing off, she simply sang in a straightforward way, yet it immediately touched everyone's heart. It's beautiful. A simple song, yet exceptionally beautiful. It had a sense of mastery without effort, a sword without edge. As the group responsible for the Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala, these people all had good ears, and they almost instantly understood the effect this song would have if it appeared on the Spring Festival Gala stage. Next to Lin, the deputy director, who had just said definitely not possible, now softly muttered, "This song seems to actually work." The other members nodded in agreement, each convinced of its merits. Lin did not offer any specific review, but after Jiang Kuei's performance ended, he repressed the excitement in his heart and said, "Next, it was Sun Yaohua's turn to sing." Sun Yaohua performed "Congratulations on Your Fortune," lively and full of festivity, making everyone's eyebrows raise in excitement. What a great song. And then, Wei Haoyun sang "An Unforgettable Night." Xia Fan sang "Visit Home Often." Chun Jiyu and Zhao in "Good Duet Because of Love." The final decision ended with the Yu dynasty's choral "Love Each Other." At the moment the performance ended, the whole rehearsal room was silent. All eyes were on the members of the Yu dynasty, their minds filled with incredible thoughts. These songs fit the Spring Festival Gala theme perfectly. These songs could definitely hold their ground on the Spring Festival Gala stage. These songs wouldn't be outright rejected by Zhong Continent. It will work. Definitely. Is this Xian Yu's strength? Xian Yu writes songs that are just too good. Clear themes, extreme quality, almost better than the songs performed at previous Spring Festival galas. And the Yu Dynasty's performances are flawless, full of emotion, perfect in skill. After all, none of these songs are particularly difficult to sing. What do you say? The director group from Qin Continent changed their expressions, then began discussing, their voices rising and falling, seemingly quite agitated. Half an hour later, Li suddenly stood up, his face serious as he looked at Lin Yuan. We will send all these songs to Zhong Continent. In other words, all these songs had passed Qin Continent's selection and were to be sent to Zhong Continent for the final evaluation and decision. Good. Lin Yuan showed a smile. After all, these were songs he handpicked, and they had all been on the Celestial Dynasty's Spring Festival Gala stage and were highly acclaimed. How could they not even pass the initial review of Qin Continent? The members of the Yu Dynasty also showed joy on their faces. This result was actually expected by everyone because the quality of these songs speaks for itself, and it was only a matter of what response would come from Zhong Continent. There was no such thing as a sure win. No one could guarantee that these songs would be able to outshine the other continents. But overall, everyone was still very confident because these songs composed by the representative were to Spring Festival Gala. Li was confident as well. He was incredibly excited at the moment, almost convinced that this year's Spring Festival Gala would see the Yu Dynasty shine on behalf of Qin Continent. In recent years, the external dissatisfaction with the Spring Festival Gala has been growing. Suddenly encountering so many songs suitable for the Spring Festival Gala stage. Even a group of fools in the Zhong Continent director group should know how to choose, right? Xian Yu is too impressive, coming up with 6 songs in one breath, each one so classic. No wonder he was asked to compose for Olympics by the major continents. Xian Yu seems to be very good at writing songs that are filled with positive and uplifting messages from the lyrics to the melody, and even the ambience, while still catering to the quality of the performance. Chapter 1082, 976, Slightly Aware of 12. The initial selection had finished, and everyone had left for their own matters. All that was left was to wait for the results from the middle state. Lin Yuan was preparing to go home for dinner when his cell phone suddenly rang. Director Tong Shuwen from Fish Walking With You was calling. Director Tong? Is Teacher Admirable Fish available? How about having dinner together? Sure. I'll send you the address. Tong Shuwen didn't specify the reason for the call, but Lin Yuan had a good relationship with him, so he immediately agreed to the dinner invitation. 20 minutes later, Lin Yuan entered a private restaurant. Inside the restaurant, Tong Shuwen had ordered a table full of dishes and said with a smile to Lin Yuan, "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Admirable Fish. Please, sit down and let's eat." Sure. Lin Yuan was indeed a bit hungry. Looking at the delicious food on the table made his mouth water. After eating for a while, Tong Shuwen finally spoke up. "I invited Teacher Admirable Fish mainly because I need help with something. You know I've been busy with our Qin Continent Spring Festival, right?" Lin Yuan nodded. Tong Shuwen smiled. "For the program finale, we have a big music chorus, but we haven't found a suitable song yet. So, I was hoping you could help write one." The finale chorus? The program indeed needed preparation by the Spring Festival organizers. He thought for a moment and said, "I can." Lin Yuan had also prepared a chorus for the Blue Star Spring Festival, but it was a Yu Dynasty chorus, and the song was Love Each Other. He definitely couldn't give that song to Tong Shuwen. However, besides that, Lin Yuan had other suitable choices for a large chorus, like Love Each Other. As a family, doesn't that sound interesting? Blue Star Spring Festival would feature Love Each Other. Qin Continent Spring Festival would feature Love Each Other like a family. Lin Yuan thought this idea was quite meaningful and contained a certain allegory. Upon hearing this, Tong Shuwen was overjoyed. Having recorded with Lin Yuan for so long, he trusted the level of his lyric and music composition. The song Admirable Fish agreed upon would definitely not be subpar. "Then let me thank you in advance." Tong Shuwen expressed his gratitude and then switched to complaint mode. It's my first time handling a spring festival gala. I didn't know how troubling it could be. There's always something vexing about each program that needs my attention, constant revisions and adjustments. Whether it's a little skit with high hopes that always lacks a certain flair, or a stand-up comedy act, or even dance performances, they're all headaches. Tong Shuwen and Lin Yuan were friends. Friends didn't mince words with each other. During the meal, Tong Shuwen confided many of his work-related troubles to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan listened quietly, occasionally chiming in with a few words. 10 minutes later, Tong Shuwen suddenly burst into laughter. Look at me being a director and complaining to you for so long. How about you guys? How's the preparation for the Blue Star Spring Festival? We passed the initial selection. I knew you guys would have no problems. Now we just wait for the results from Middle State. It usually takes about a week to hear back, but for the Yu Dynasty, it's just a formality. A week for the results. That was Tong Shuwen's experience and judgment. However, the outcome surprised everyone. As a week passed, there was no news from Middle State. Even on the 10th day after the Yu Dynasty had submitted their program for review, Middle State remained eerily silent. The people of the Yu Dynasty were getting anxious. Should the program evaluation for the Spring Festival take this long? Not just the Yu Dynasty, but Lian Li, the director responsible for the Qin Continent program evaluation, was anxious too. The efficiency of Middle State's program selection was very unreasonable. Normally, programs submitted from various states would receive an evaluation result within a week, as the performers still needed time to rehearse. What's the holdup? Unable to restrain himself, Lian Li contacted Middle State to inquire about the situation, only to receive a dismissive reply. The Spring Festival program selection is a major affair. Please be patient. Results will be provided in due time. All right then. By the 14th day after the program submission, Middle State had finally released their evaluation results. Accompanying the results of the Yu Dynasty's program evaluation was the arrival of an assistant director from Middle State's Spring Festival directorial team. Invite the Yu Dynasty. I need to talk to them. As soon as this assistant director from Middle State arrived in the Qin continent, he spoke to Lian Li. Is there a problem? Lian Li's heart skipped a beat. He didn't understand why the Spring Festival's assistant director had come all this way. From the auditing period, something seemed amiss. If you say our program wasn't selected, Middle State shouldn't send someone so formally, especially not someone of an assistant director level. If our program was selected, then there's even less reason for Middle State to send someone, since the Yu Dynasty would be going to Middle State anyway. The situation is rather complicated. The Spring Festival assistant director patted Lian Li's shoulder. That's why I personally made the trip to talk with them. All right then. Not wanting to reveal the result to himself, Lian Li felt quite displeased but didn't dare show it. This Spring Festival assistant director wasn't an ordinary individual, someone he couldn't afford to provoke, especially since Middle State would likely incorporate and dominate various sectors in the future, and Lian Li, being a native of Qin continent, didn't want to offend such individuals. He could only comply with the other party's request and contact the Yu Dynasty. On the evening they received the contact, Lin Yuan and the others from the Yu Dynasty went out for dinner and then proceeded to the Qin Continent Spring Festival evaluation branch, discussing various matters along the way. What's going on? Did someone come from Middle State? Is it the Spring Festival's assistant director? Was our program selected or not? Chapter 1083, 976, A Smattering of Knowledge _2. This isn't right. Logically, Zhong Continent wouldn't need to send anyone over here, let alone the deputy director personally. Lin Yuan kept silent. Of course, he also sensed that something was amiss, but the outcome still depended on the explanation Zhong Continent was about to give. After they got out of the car, as soon as Lin Yuan and the others from the Yu Dynasty entered the lobby, they were greeted by a tall man who approached them with a warm smile. Let me introduce myself. I'm Chang'an, the deputy director of this year's Spring Festival Gala from Zhong Continent. Have you all had dinner? We've eaten. Then shall we go in and talk? This deputy director named Chang and was very polite, personally coming down to welcome the people from the Yu Dynasty, which only confused them further. Was their act selected? The enthusiasm from the other party seemed to carry a lot of implications. Once they were in the meeting room, someone had prepared tea for everyone. Chang'an invited everyone to sit down, and said with a slightly protruding belly, "The 6 acts prepared by the Yu dynasty are spectacular. Everyone on our Zhong continent directing team is full of praise. I want to express the gratitude of our Spring Festival Gala directing team for your fantastic performances. I believe these acts will definitely shine on our stage this season." All selected. Xia Fan voiced her surprise. Chang'an nodded with a smile. "This must be Teacher Xia. Fan, you are even more beautiful than in the videos. That song, Always Visit Your Parents, truly touched us. It's an invaluable act." As Teacher Xia Fan said, all of the Yu Dynasty's acts have passed the review by our Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala directing team. "That's great." Everyone was suddenly overjoyed. However, while everyone else was ecstatic, Sun Yaohua's expression remained the same, and his brows even furrowed slightly. If things were that simple, why would the other party come all the way to Qin Continent to announce the news? Could it really be just to praise the Yu Dynasty's performances face-to-face? There certainly was something going on. Lin Yuan didn't smile either, just watching Chang'an, waiting for what was to come. After taking a sip of tea, Chang'an slowly began. "But, everyone felt a jolt in their hearts, their smiles stiffening slightly." Sun Yaohua slightly raised his eyebrow, knowing that the next part was crucial, now to see what was hidden inside Chang'an's gourd. But Lin Yuan seemed to be simply repeating the other person's words, but he also seemed curious about what was to follow. Chang'an sighed. "I wish I didn't have to say this, but Zhong Continent has its own difficulties, which is why I came here in person on behalf of the directing team to discuss our predicament with you all." Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Chang'an's expression was conflicted as he spoke. "The slots for the Spring Festival Gala are limited, and we need to allocate performance opportunities to each continent. Singing acts are just one of the countless types of performances at the gala. If all of the Yu Dynasty's acts were to be scheduled, it would leave insufficient time for other performances from Zhong Continent." "What do you mean?" This time it was Sun Yaohua who spoke up. Chang'an looked at Sun Yaohua. "After discussing it in our directing team, we can only allocate 2 slots to the Yu Dynasty. 6 acts are simply too many, as it's difficult to schedule them, and it could cause dissatisfaction among the other continents. We hope you can consider the bigger picture and voluntarily give up some slots. Of course, I can guarantee that everyone from the Yu Dynasty will get to perform. The Yu Dynasty's rendition of Love Each Other will be one of the key performances for our singing category. As for which of the other acts should be selected, that's up for you to discuss." "But," Jiang Kuei spoke up, "weren't all of our acts selected?" Chang'an nodded. "Indeed they were, but we are considering giving 4 of those songs to equally talented singers from other continents. That's also why I've come to Qin Continent. I need to seek your consent, as these are your acts." No wonder the deputy director himself had come. Zhong Continent did fancy these acts, but they were looking to adjust the performers while finding the Yu Dynasty's allocation of performance opportunities excessive. The review had been delayed for half a month, probably because they were discussing a solution. For a moment, everyone fell silent. The Yu Dynasty only had the chance to perform 2 acts. One of them was the collective rendition of Love Each Other by the Yu Dynasty. Which act should be the other choice? Jiang Kuei's single? Wei Haoyin's single? Or maybe the singles from Xia Fan or Sun Yaohua? Or, giving priority to the number of performers, have Zhao Yinggu and Chun Jiu perform because of love? Not right. Suddenly, Sun Yaohua's gaze flashed, and he looked at Chang'an with a mix of surprise and suspicion. A conspiracy theory formed in his mind. Was this deliberate or not? Could this be someone calculating with care? Was someone trying to create internal conflict within the Yu Dynasty over whose act would go on stage? Or was he just overthinking it? Was Zhong Continent truly just trying to balance performance times between the continents? If this was a ploy, they were set to be disappointed, for the Yu Dynasty wouldn't fall into disarray over such a matter. Sun Yaohua remained silent amidst the shifting glances. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yuan. At times like this, they all chose to listen to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stared at Chang'an. If I remember correctly, in previous year's Spring Festival Gala, the performance times between continents weren't uniform, were they? Of course, they can't be 100% uniform. Chang'an said candidly, but there's a general balance that all continents must adhere to, especially now that Blue Star is moving towards unification and our Zhong continent is about to be included. The higher-ups value this balance even more. They have explicitly instructed our directing team to coordinate the acts from all continents, to ensure that each continent gets a fair share of performance opportunities. Chapter 1084, 976, slightly no, a little _3. Lin Yuan frowned. Chang'an continued, I know everyone feels aggrieved, and I deeply regret it, so I don't want to cut everyone's performance. Instead, I want to preserve it in another form. Here, I earnestly ask everyone to put aside personal interest for the greater good. We really need to balance the programming for each region, and besides your song performances, Zhong Continent has other spectacular acts that we also like. He did not coerce anyone with his power. Instead, he chose to persuade with a sense of righteousness. Lin Yuan could not flatly refuse the other party and, after a moment of silence, said, Well, think about it. Teacher Admirable Fish understands the greater good. Chang'an raised his thumbs up in admiration and then added, Yu Dynasty is doing really well this year, and honestly, it doesn't lack this opportunity. But it's different for our siblings from other regions. Many artists have been preparing for this spring festival gala for months and have put in countless efforts. Qin Continent's selected shows are numerous. Enough, if we step aside a little, consider it helping our brothers and sisters from other regions. Besides, we're not cutting Teacher Admirable Fish's performance. That brilliance will still shine at the Spring Festival Gala. For Admirable Fish, it didn't make much of a difference. Whether Yu Dynasty or someone else performed those songs, it wouldn't change the fact that they were the works of Admirable Fish. At this point, the people from Yu Dynasty found it difficult to speak up. If they still tried to fight for a performance spot, it would seem a bit ignorant. Chang'an stood up. Well, you discuss amongst yourselves first. I'll go ahead and thank you on behalf of the brothers and sisters from the other regions. Anyway, I can assure everyone that the time allocated to each region's performances at this Spring Festival Gala is very balanced, and I hope everyone will maintain that balance. With a wave of his hand, Chang'an left. The meeting room fell silent. Everyone was quiet for a while. Suddenly, Jiang Kuei spoke up. If we can only have 2 acts, then let Chen Jiu and Zhao Yinggu perform. They have a duo act, at least that allows one more person on stage. Besides, I've already become the queen of songs. I really don't lack this opportunity. I have no objections. A smile appeared on Wei Haoyun's face. After all, I've been on the Spring Festival Gala before, and you haven't. How about this? Chen Jiu said, let Yao Hor replace me. He and Zhao Yinggu have good vocal chemistry. Xia Fan said, you guys decide, I'm bowing out. Pity me? Pushing one after another toward me. Zhao Yinggu snorted with pride. Do you really think I'm that desperate for a stage? If I can't perform at Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala, I might as well find Director Tong and perform at our Qin Continent's Gala. You can't. Lin Yuan glanced at Zhao Yinggu. Unless you drop out of Yu Dynasty's big chorus. Zhao Yinggu paused upon hearing this. Sun Yaohua suddenly tapped the table. Are you all so eager to be modest? Everyone was taken aback. Sun Yaohua looked towards the door. Didn't you realize that the director just now was employing moral coercion? But I think it makes sense. Jiang Kuei murmured softly. The higher-ups do want a balance between the regions. I don't trust him. Sun Yaohua turned to Lin Yuan. Junior, don't agree just yet. Let me make a phone call. Okay. Lin Yuan also felt there was something amiss about the situation. Sun Yaohua stood up and went outside, dialing a phone number. Once the call connected, Sun Yaohua spoke cheerfully. Brother Mu, how are you? Sun. The voice on the other end hesitated. How come you thought to call me? I need to inquire about something. Sun Yaohua said with a laugh. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Mu, you were one of the sponsors of last year's Blue Star Spring Festival Gala, right? Are you still a sponsor this year? I wish. The man on the other end said irritably. Sponsoring Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala is extremely competitive with many big shots in the race. Not to mention that this year's gala is managed by Zhong Continent, with local businesses from there as sponsors. I don't even get a look in. Then this year's sponsors are. Why are you asking about this? I might be appearing in this year's gala, just trying to get some info. Almost forgot you're a singer. With your wealth, why be a star at all? After a moment of reflection, the man continued. There are several sponsors this year, and one of them you know. We've had dinner together back in Qin Continent, that director Zhang. He's got a significant background, a big tycoon from Zhong continent. All right, thanks, Brother Mu. Don't just thank me. Keep a room reserved for me at the hotel. I'm coming over next month, and I want that spring trees and autumn frost painting. Understood, understood. Sun Yaohua made several more calls, finally getting hold of someone. Is that Director Zhang? It's Sun Yaohua, little son, from our last dinner together. Oh, it's you. I was wondering who had such reach to contact me. What do you need? I'd like to know the approximate list of performers for this year's Spring Festival Gala. I have no idea. I'm just one of the sponsors. I heard Director Zhang might be interested in Teacher Shadow's paintings. You have a connection? The tone of the other party became suddenly serious. Sun Yaohua laughed. Teacher Shadow won't usually make a move, but I can try. I'll give you the list, but it's just an approximate list. The other party spoke in a lowered voice. Whatever you're planning to do, it has nothing to do with me. Of course. Soon after, Sun Yaohua received a list. He took a look, his eyes narrowing slightly. The people from Zhong continent are a bit too numerous. Isn't the Zhong continent directorial team afraid of being called out by the public? Chapter 1085, 976, slightly known 12_4. Hee, you didn't know this, did you? The other party teased. Although there are many people from the Middle State, half of them are not only from the Middle State. Sun Yaohua squinted his eyes. Dual citizenship? Yes, they are Middle State people, but they can also be Qin people, Qi people, Zhao people, anyone really, with dual citizenship in place. How could you deny their hometown? I see. About that painting by Shadow. Director Zhang, wait for my news. Sun Yaohua hung up the phone, his gaze turning cold. Chang'an always talked about the bigger picture, full of righteousness, moral kidnapping everywhere. Doesn't he have morals himself? That's right. How can someone without morals be morally kidnapped? In this list, the number of stars from each continent is indeed balanced, but that's because many of them have dual citizenship. This move is extremely clever. Clever enough that Chang'an isn't even afraid of his lies being exposed. He was telling the truth, though only a partial truth, omitting the dual citizenship. These stars with dual citizenship participate in the Spring Festival Gala as representatives of their hometowns, but in reality, they are still people from the Middle State. New Middle State people. Remembering this, Sun Yaohua returned to his room. I've got something good to show everyone. What? The people were taken aback. Then they looked at Sun Yaohua's phone. This is the Spring Festival Gala list. Why are there so many Middle State people? Didn't the Middle State Spring Festival Gala organizing team say they wanted balance? That's not right. Like this Peng Quan, he has dual citizenship of Middle State and the Han continent. He can also be considered a person of the Han continent. And this one, with dual citizenship of Zhao continent and Middle State. You say Middle State people, but he can also be said to be Zhao people. Seriously, Middle State doesn't even care about their image anymore. All about righteousness, but more selfish than anyone. Is this list real? People became anxious, looking towards Sun Yaohua. Sun Yaohua nodded. The authenticity of the list should be no problem. I'll find a few more people to confirm later. They can't be colluding to deceive me, and there's no reason for that. But this needs help from the juniors. Saying this, Sun Yaohua whispered something into Lin Yuan's ear. Lin Yuan raised his eyebrow, nodding. No problem. You continue to verify. Okay, then I'll make a few more calls. Saying this, Sun Yaohua left the room, taking out his phone again. His network was extensive. 10 minutes later, Sun Yaohua returned to the room solemnly, looked at everyone, and finally fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan's face. I've confirmed it. Even though this was a highly secretive matter, he was able to gather a lot of information, the results of his extensive inquiries fueling his anger. I know. Lin Yuan's face showed little emotional change. And moments later, Chang'an returned to the conference room. Have you all thought it through? We have. Lin Yuan said. We don't agree. Chang'an was stunned. He had seemingly believed he could surely persuade this group. What did you say? I said the Yu dynasty does not agree. Lin Yuan stared at him, unafraid of offending others. So what about Middle State? It's not the first time confronting them. Teacher Admirable Fish. The color of Chang'an's face began to darken. Do you know the consequences of such disregard for the bigger picture? People can't be too selfish. The Yu dynasty has too many stages. It's unfair to people from other continents. You said it yourself. Our program has no problems. Lin Yuan spoke indifferently. Since there is no problem with the program, why should we give up our slot? Is it to give it to you middle state people? I am curious about which middle state celebrity you want to have sing my song. What do you mean? Chang'an's temples throbbed violently. His voice carried an edge. What's going on? Could they have found out something? Impossible. That list was confidential. Lin Yuan didn't directly mention anything about the list. His stance was very firm. My point is simple. Not a single one of our programs can be missed. He. Chang'an was so angry he laughed. Do you think you have the final say in this spring festival gala? Lin Yuan knew that he had revealed his true intentions. He stood up and declared, who chooses the programs may be up to you. But as for who performs, I have the final say. I'm withdrawing from this spring festival gala, and the Yu dynasty will collectively pull out. How does everyone feel? Lin Yuan looked at Sun Yaohua and others. The group stood up in unison. The representative has the final say. Lin Yuan opened the door. Let them play by themselves then. Having said his piece, Lin Yuan led the group out. Chang'an watched the backs of Lin Yuan and his group, collapsing onto a chair, clueless about where the error had occurred. I'm reminded of the poetry conference incident. Stepping out of the hall, Sun Yaohua suddenly smiled and spoke. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's mind stirred. How about we play another round of the poetry conference? The group puzzled. How do we play? Lin Yuan spoke. Start from scratch. He just didn't believe it. Middle State wants to monopolize everything. Taking out his phone, Lin Yuan directly called Tong Shuwen. Director Tong, didn't you say last time that you were quite unsatisfied with many programs? Yes. Tong Shuwen laughed. But now I've come to terms with it. Our local Spring Festival Gala can't compare to Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala. From sponsors to the array of performers, we can't match everything Blue Star's Gala does. Is that enough for you, Director Tong? Lin Yuan said. Do you want to do something big? Whether it's sketches, crosstalk, dance, or all kinds of stage performances, I know a thing or two about them. Chapter 1086, 977 Three Brothers Reunite. Zhong Continent. Spring Festival Gala Director Team. A group of leaders were having a meeting. Suddenly, a secretary entered, approached Director Zhuang Xian, and whispered, Mr. Chang is on the line. Director Zhuang Xian felt a stir in his mind, stood up, and said to everyone, Excuse me, I need to take a call. Please continue the meeting. Everyone nodded. He stepped out of the meeting room. Director Zhuang Xian took the mobile phone handed over by the secretary and said with a smile, Mr. Chang, how is your trip to Qin Continent going? Our team is meeting about this, and everyone is waiting for your good news. Something went wrong, Director Zhuang. The voice on the phone was both angry and urgent. Director Zhuang Xian's smile froze instantly, and he said sternly, Speak. Chang'an, sensing the change in Director Zhuang Xian's tone, seemed a bit guilty. The Yu dynasty had initially wavered, but ultimately rejected our proposal. I suspect they might have learned about our real list through some channel. That's impossible. Not everyone can access that list. Director Zhuang Xian was getting annoyed. Besides, didn't I agree to give them 2 programs? Originally, Zhong Continent had planned to leave the Yu dynasty only 1 chorus, but Director Zhuang Xian felt this was unwise since it might cause resistance from the Yu dynasty. He needed those songs to create more highlights for this gala. So he had specifically reserved an additional program as a gesture of hope, but also as a seed of disaster. A seed that could break the internal unity of the Yu dynasty. This was the only solo stage apart from the big chorus of the Yu dynasty. Performing solo at the Spring Festival Gala is a rare opportunity for stars in the entertainment industry, and not everyone could secure such a spot. Most of the time, a group of stars would sing together. In Director Zhuang Xian's mind, the Yu dynasty would surely harbor grudges over this single remaining solo opportunity, thus preventing them from uniting against Zhong Continent. This was the play Director Zhuang Xian designed. He didn't believe in true sentiments in the entertainment industry. The friendly relations shown by the Yu dynasty were merely due to tied interests. Faced with substantial benefits, brothers or best friends could turn against each other. Director Zhuang Xian had seen too much of it, and he even taught Chang'an to coerce the Yu dynasty with righteousness and moral abduction. However, it seemed that things didn't go according to Director Zhuang Xian's script. Such a clever plan didn't work, and the Yu dynasty actually rejected Zhong continent's arrangement? The root of the problem lies in Xian Yu. Chang'an's tone darkened. This man is arrogant, stubborn, and looks down on everyone. Not only did he reject us, but he also claimed he would withdraw from this gala and expressed disdain for it, even mocking you, saying it was you begging him, not the other way around. Chang'an was exaggerating Xian Yu's words. Thinking back to Xian Yu's attitude made Chang'an furious. He had been involved with several spring festivals, holding significant power in selecting participants, and everyone in the entertainment circle was always polite and respectful towards him. When had he ever been treated like this? A big shot indeed. Director Zhuang Xian's hand tightened on the phone. Being a big shot has even reached our Zhong continent. This truly is a first. Does he think without the Yu dynasty, the gala can't go on? His career is soaring now. Chang'an sneered, then suddenly lowered his voice. I also heard some news that Xian Yu is going to meet with Tong Shuwen. You must know about Tong Shuwen hosting this year's Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Such a meeting at this time makes me suspect Xian Yu might be taking his programs to Tong Shuwen. Let him go. This sentence completely ignited Director Zhuang Xian. Just a few songs, how good can they be? It seems some in Zhong continent are right. This man is too sharp and needs to be subdued. He hung up the phone. Director Zhuang Xian turned back into the meeting room, his face filled with anger. Inside the meeting room, the meeting attendees paused and looked towards Director Zhuang Xian, not knowing who had angered the director. Is there a problem? Someone couldn't help but ask. Director Zhuang Xian took a deep breath. Mr. Chang has reported that Xian Yu has withdrawn from our Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala, intending to participate in the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Instantly, the meeting room erupted. What is this about? Choosing a local minor stage over our Zhong Continent. Weren't his programs approved? Originally, the Yu dynasty had only one program planned, but we gave them 2 slots. Other programs were also approved, just not the ones featuring Yu dynasty members. But what difference does it make to Xian Yu? Whether it's Yu dynasty members singing his songs or our Zhong continent king of singing, isn't it the same for him? Isn't it good for our king and queen of singing to promote his songs? Everyone truly didn't understand. In the eyes of the Zhong continent director team, with all 6 programs selected, Xian Yu should be happy. He would become one of the brightest stars in this gala. 6 songs, 6 programs. Only those from the Yu dynasty might be discontent, but as the leader of the Yu dynasty, Xian Yu's interests were secured and even enhanced. After all, the influence of Zhong continent's king and queen of singing far exceeds that of the Yu dynasty people. Those singing Xian Yu's songs would only improve the performance, not worsen it. So, while others in the Yu dynasty might not accept this result, it was incomprehensible why Xian Yu wouldn't accept it. Chapter 1087, 977 The 3 brothers reunite _2. Because of sentiment? Is the relationship within the Yu dynasty really that good? The expressions on everyone's faces started to look rather unpleasant. The outside world was eagerly anticipating the Yu dynasty's performance at the Spring Festival Gala, and now, with news of the Yu dynasty pulling out of the gala, it was certain to cause considerable negative impact. Should we try to get in touch again? The news hadn't been announced yet, and some people wanted to make another attempt. Director Zhuang Xian slammed the table. Does Zhong Continent's program come and go as it pleases? Upon hearing this, those who wanted to persuade were immediately silenced, clearly sensing Director Zhuang Xian's anger. Beside them, someone spoke indifferently. "Oh, Lu, you're really overestimating this Yu dynasty. If they want to withdraw, let them. Doesn't Zhong Continent have any backbone? Is a local spring festival gala on the same level as ours? In my view, not only this year, but for future galas that Zhong Continent is in charge of, not a single person from the Yu dynasty should think about getting on stage." James has a point. Another person said with a cold gaze. Many still haven't figured out, after the merger of Blue Star, who really leads each industry. Everyone nodded in agreement. There were plenty of people who wanted to be on the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala. With the Yu dynasty's slot now vacant, countless top-tier celebrities were eager to fill the gap. At that moment, someone suddenly spoke with a sardonic grin. Isn't there an intention to adjust and separate the broadcasting times for the Spring Festival galas across the various continents? Who knows, Maybe Qin continent will broadcast simultaneously with us. TSDSDS. It would be quite a show if we clashed. Right now, all the major regions are trembling with fear, paranoid about being scheduled to broadcast on the same day as us. That's only natural. This year, the home ground is Zhong continent. The spring festival galas of other continents, from the lineup of stars to the grandeur of the stage, will all be crushed. I'm not sure about the specific arrangements. Don't worry, we're very likely to encounter Qin continent. If it really happens, tough luck for them. Qin continent. A certain restaurant. Tong Shuwen looked at Lin Yuan with astonishment. Are you saying the Yu dynasty is pulling out of the Zhong continent spring festival gala? This was no small matter. Tong Shuwen was startled when Lin Yuan called him, and the two quickly agreed to meet. Lin Yuan briefly explained the situation. With a wry smile, Tong Shuwen immediately guessed the strategy behind it. Actually, this situation was not disadvantageous for Lin Yuan. He never intended to perform himself, but to write songs for the Yu dynasty members. To put it bluntly, these songs, even if not given to the Yu dynasty to sing, but to the so-called king and queen of singing from Zhong continent, would not affect Maestro Jr. at all. There might even be benefits. After all, that was Zhong continent. No wonder the Yu dynasty's cohesion was so terrifying. With someone to protect them like that, they would certainly be willing to go through hell and high water for each other. If I were to take a neutral stance, I'd actually be inclined to encourage you to reconcile with Zhong continent. But clearly, you've already had your own considerations and plans. Not to mention this involves the Yu dynasty's collective interests. Moreover, I cannot remain neutral because you're coming to Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala, which makes me a beneficiary. I can only say welcome. After all, many of our programs are still undecided. You have enough room to play. To think that a program valued by Zhong continent is now falling into our lap. Tong Shuwen did not hide his elation. Pretending to sympathize at this point would be just too pretentious. If it had not been for Zhong continent, he had already planned to invite the Yu dynasty to the Qin continent Spring Festival Gala. He paused for a moment. Then Tong Shuwen added, "So what did you mean on the phone when you said you also knew a thing or two about other types of programs beyond songs?" "It's not just me." Lin Yuan sensed that Xianyu had been making too many public appearances lately, so he wanted to pull Chu Kuang in to share the load. A friend of mine who writes novels can also get involved in this year's Qin continent Spring Festival Gala. Chu Kuang, the old rascal. Tong Shuwen almost blurted out. Xianyu's novelist friend. That's Chu Kuang, the old rascal, isn't it? After speaking, Tong Shuwen realized he shouldn't have called someone the old rascal in front of Xianyu. He coughed awkwardly. "What do you mean?" His eyes lit up with excitement. Was Xianyu planning to bring Chu Kuang to the Qin continent Spring Festival Gala? That would be insane. Chu Kuang had never shown his face publicly. If word got out that Chu Kuang was going to perform at the Qin continent Spring Festival Gala, countless people would go crazy. Lin Yuan said, "What I mean is, Chu Kuang doesn't just write novels. He also writes scripts. Besides, many people don't know this, but he can also contribute to creating sketches and crosstalk scripts." Huh. Tong Shuwen was dumbfounded. It wasn't about Chu Kuang making an appearance, but having him write sketches and crosstalk scripts for the Spring Festival Gala? Is something wrong with you, or is it me? Tong Shuwen sensed a profound dissonance. Chu Kuang writing crosstalk or sketches. He simply couldn't imagine it. Crosstalk. Sketches. They're supposed to be funny, right? These are quintessential comedic acts. Chu Kuang doing comedy seemed severely off track. The man was a merciless demon in his writing, going as dark as it gets. Now, over the festive period, could we perhaps not go for something so thrilling and tragic? Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was of course aware that the style was somewhat off, but he had no choice. No matter which identity he assumed for comedy, it would seem a bit strange. If there were any connection to be made, it could be through Xianyu. After all, Xianyu had previously created nervous and dance square songs, known for their quirkiness. But Xianyu had been in the spotlight too much lately. Lin Yuan really wanted to bring Chu Kuang forward for a bit of contrast cuteness. Chapter 1088, 977 Three Brothers Reunite _3. Having the notorious old rascal alias create a comedy could certainly arouse the audience's curiosity, couldn't it? The greater the contrast, the better. No fear if the contrast completely breaks the convention. After all, it's bound to come crashing down in the future. Tong Shuwen clearly didn't grasp Lin Yuan's thoughts as he cautiously phrased his words, that creating skits and crosstalk is different from writing novels and scripts. It's not that I doubt Chu Kuang's ability, old teacher. Main concern is, each profession has its own expertise. Lin Yuan borrowed a quote from On Teachers to explain. Chu Kuang isn't a professional comedy creator, so your concern is normal. I can have Chu Kuang start writing, and in the end, let our professional comedians judge it. If they shake their heads, we'll drop it. That's good. Tong Shuwen breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Lin Yuan would insist on supporting his friend. Deep down, he didn't believe that Chu Kuang could write any good crosstalk or skit scripts. Perhaps the other party thought skits and crosstalk were just funny bits? Real comedy is not that simple. Lin Yuan continued. As for the dance part, I also have some ideas. I know a little bit about dance too. Tong Shuwen nodded. I know, you know a little billion about dance. This time Tong Shuwen didn't express any objections. He was actually looking forward to seeing what kind of interesting dance Xian Yu could come up with. The moonwalk created by Xian Yu was still being imitated by countless young people today. The two of them had an in-depth conversation. Suddenly, Tong Shuwen laughed. Actually, having you participate in the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala is also a benefit for us. It means we can attract bigger sponsors. The more generous the sponsors, the better the stage effects we can ultimately present. Not to mention, won't Sun Yahua arrange for Flame Hot Pot to sponsor something? Stage effects. Lin Yuan's mind raced. Can it compare to Zhong Continent? Uft. You sure dare to say? Tong Shuwen couldn't help laughing and crying. You think too highly of me. Let's be real. Our show is a local spring festival gala. How can it compare to Zhong Continent in terms of stage grandeur? Their sponsors are top brands, and with the support of the Literature and Art Association and special funding, we definitely can't attract truly top-tier sponsors. Even if we did, the sponsorship they would offer couldn't compare to the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala. After all, Zhong Continent has their status, and compared to them, we are just playing around. The Blue Star Spring Festival Gala rotates among the continents, and the one held in Zhong Continent is always the best on Blue Star. Even though the reputation of the Spring Festival Gala had declined over the years, this year it was Zhong Continent's turn, which increased outside expectations a lot. After all, the effect Zhong Continent's efforts compared to those of Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei was beyond comparison. So to put it simply, it's about not having enough money. Of course, stage effects are all about money. Like last year was the year of the rabbit, and the virtual projection of the rabbit on the Spring Festival Gala was stunning, created by top illustrators, made real entirely with special effects. Each frame costs money, so every second of Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala sponsorship is sky high. The coming year is the Year of the Dragon, and the theme of the stage will definitely be dragons, but that's definitely out of our league. I understand. Lin Yuan squinted his eyes. This time, I'll pull in the sponsorship. Tong Shuwen was taken aback, then smiled. Actually, you pulling in sponsors might not be better than me doing it. This is something I have a lot of experience with. After all, I've put together so many programs. Let's give it a try. Lin Yuan planned to ask Senior Yaohua for advice. Senior Yaohua was very good at raising money, and Lin Yuan figured he could just assist. Using virtual effects to materialize zodiac paintings on the Spring Festival Gala stage could indeed elevate the impact. Perhaps, the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala would need all three aliases to participate. Tong Shuwen shrugged, not really expecting Lin Yuan to pull in any impressive sponsors. When will the news of your withdrawal from the Spring Festival Gala be announced? I'll talk to the company. It was a bit shameful to admit, but withdrawing from the Spring Festival Gala was something Lin Yuan should have notified the company about. It was quite inconsiderate to decide on his own. He took out his phone. Lin Yuan called Li Songhua. Li Songhua on the other end had already learned about the situation, and after a few seconds of silence upon receiving the call, he said, "You don't need to worry about the rest. I'll handle it. I've caused trouble for the company." Lin Yuan felt a rare pang of guilt. He knew how much the company valued Xian Yu's participation in the Yu Dynasty's Spring Festival Gala. The chairman fell silent again for 2 seconds, then uttered 3 words. Used to it. Lin Yuan. The chairman suddenly laughed. It seems that Zhong continent is really taking us seriously. It sounded like he knew something. Li Songhua didn't elaborate further, simply reassuring. It's not your fault. I would have made the same choice. Go ahead and do what you need to do. The company supports you. But let's not fall out with them. After all, this involves face for all parties involved. Li Songhua was completely composed. He was even laid back. How did Starlight Entertainment grow so strong? It was because Xianyu kept causing troubles for the company, which then went out of its way to cover for Xianyu, carving out an impressive niche in various entertainment industry sectors. The same went for this time. It's a bit strange to say. Li Songhua even hoped that Lin Yuan would stir up more trouble, because every time trouble arose, Lin Yuan managed to drop everyone's jaw. Chapter 1089, 978 Shadows Painted Soul Series. Evening. Lin Yuan's home. Sun Yaohua suddenly visited, his hands full of gifts, even including Antarctica's favorite canned flavors. Lin Yuan's whole family was delighted. Antarctica itself was extremely welcoming to Sun Yaohua. 5 minutes later, Lin Yuan discussed the sponsorship needed for the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala with Sun Yaohua in the study. Sponsorship? Sun Yaohua said. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble. I can sponsor this year's Spring Festival Gala alone. Our Flame Hot Pot has exclusively sponsored Fish Walking with You, right? Even though the program has only aired 3 episodes, the business at the Hot Pot restaurant has improved so much more than before. The power of this sponsorship was unexpectedly terrifying, subtly influencing many people. Indeed, with the popularity of Fish Walking with You, Flame Hot Pot's recent business has been booming, and Sun Yaohua's net worth also skyrocketed. The latest financial report showed Flame Hot Pot's business had more than doubled since before sponsoring Fish Walking with You. It seems so. Lin Yuan often joined his family for meals at Flame Hot Pot, and lately, he truly felt the business at Sun Yaohua's restaurant was booming. During peak hours, people even had to queue. Fortunately, Lin Yuan didn't have to queue. Flame Hot Pot always reserved a spot for him. Sun Yaohua laughed. To be precise, our Flame Hot Pot is now one of the top 7 hot pot brands on Blue Star. I've already started expansion plans in the other major continents, and I expect dozens of new Flame Hot Pot restaurants will open early next year. Already 7th. Senior Yaohua's business empires seem to have expanded again. Lin Yuan remembered that before the sponsorship of Fish Walking with You, Flame Hot Pot was only just squeezing into the top 10 hot pot brands on Blue Star. The so-called top 10, meaning around 10th place. At that time, Sun Yaohua had set a minor goal for himself, to make Flame Hot Pot one of the top 3 hot pot brands on Blue Star. Now, in the blink of an eye, Flame Hot Pot had become the 7th hot pot brand on Blue Star. Was Sun Yaohua's goal of making Flame Hot Pot one of the top 3 hot pot brands on Blue Star getting closer? In fact, Sun Yaohua himself hadn't anticipated that this advertising sponsorship could bring such a tremendous, almost revolutionary impact to Flame Hot Pot. He was actually quite simple-minded. This was a Yu Dynasty program, and as someone from the Yu Dynasty, supporting it with some funds was only proper, right? Moreover, this was the first time he had joined his junior in a variety show. It's safe to say that at the start, Sun Yaohua hadn't expected the sponsorship to bring in much profit, but Fish Walking with You ended up being a hit. Flame Hot Pot became the biggest beneficiary, with its fame on Blue Star skyrocketing. All of this was completely beyond Sun Yaohua's own expectations. Regarding this, Sun Yaohua exclaimed, I can only say that compared to singing, doing business is indeed simpler. Is that so? Lin Yuan was getting the urge to venture into business. But then he thought better of it. After all, he had always been investing with Senior Yaohua. Being a shareholder was much easier than being a boss. After a pause, Lin Yuan said, the investment this time might be quite substantial. You don't have to bear it alone. It's best to find several brands to co-sponsor the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala because my goal is to create a stage that rivals that of the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala. Lin Yuan had asked Tong Shuwen if Qin Continent wanted to produce a stage effect like that of the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala. The amount of funding needed would be incredibly high. It could be in the tens of billions. Lin Yuan was astounded when he heard it. The sponsorship fee for the Celestial Dynasty Spring Festival Gala was only around 20 or 30 billion. So how did it become so extravagant on Blue Star? If he didn't trust Tang Shuwen, he would almost think she was bluffing him. Upon reflection, he understood. He had made an experiential error, taken things for granted, and subconsciously equated the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala with the Celestial Dynasty Spring Festival Gala. The real fact was, the Celestial Dynasty Spring Festival Gala was for the people of the Celestial Dynasty. The Blue Star Spring Festival Gala, however, was for the whole world to watch. On Blue Star, the world was unified in the form of 8 continents. The Blue Star Spring Festival Gala, when compared to the one in his previous world Celestial Dynasty, stepped up several levels in terms of audience numbers and other aspects. A truly international flavor. Facing such huge sponsorship funds in the tens of billions, even the continent's tycoons couldn't just pull out the cash easily. Sun Yaohua had just mentioned that he was planning to start branches in other continents as well, which is another significant expenditure, making it even harder to invest tens of billions in cash for the sponsorship, or else the company's cash flow could break. The same scale as Zhong continent. Sun Yaohua's heart accelerated. He hadn't expected his junior to be so wildly ambitious. Was this so-called starting anew too big of a leap? If he were to pursue this goal, then he truly couldn't handle an exclusive sponsorship. Finding others to share the burden was the only way. Do you think it's feasible? Lin Yuan asked. Sun Yaohua pondered and then said, of course there's a chance, but I need one of the paintings from the Shadows Painted Soul series to attract the tycoons to sponsor. Painting Soul series? What's that? This was the first time Lin Yuan had heard of this. Sun Yaohua laughed. Junior probably doesn't know yet, but the 5 paintings in our Yu Dynasty Hotel have now made a splash in the circles of the wealthy. Almost all top tycoons on Blue Star have come to our hotel to admire them. My network was built with the help of these paintings. The so-called Painting Soul level works refer to those 5 paintings at our hotel, and the one in the hands of our chairman Li Songhua. There are only 6 such paintings in the world, collectively known in the circles as Shadows Painted Soul series. Chapter 1090, 978 Shadows Painted Soul series _2. Shadows Painted Soul series. This series had become the divine artwork that the entire circle of the wealthy could not stop praising, with everyone longing to possess it. Sadly, there were only 6 paintings in the world. One was in the hands of Li Songhua. The other 5 were at the Yu Dynasty Hotel. Li Songhua would not sell, and the Yu Dynasty Hotel wouldn't sell either. It was not just because of the principle, what is rare is more valuable. The main reason was the exquisite charm of these 6 paintings, which was evident to anyone with eyes to see. This unique artistic conception had countless tycoons lost in admiration. This led to a deep-rooted desire for the Shadows Painted Soul series within the circle of the rich and powerful. Whoever managed to acquire a piece from Shadows Painted Soul series would definitely shake the entire circle of the wealthy. Lin Yuan was startled. What was this Shadows Painted Soul series, referring to those few paintings that had been created using the paintfection skill? What a mystical name. Even Lin Yuan, the original creator, didn't recognize it. But paintfection itself was indeed very mystical, and its ability to incite madness was quite normal, especially for those tycoons who loved art and were even more passionate about flaunting their status. You can't catch a wolf without putting a child in harm's way. Sun Yaohua gritted his teeth and said, our Yu Dynasty Hotel has 5 pieces from Shadows Painted Soul series. Let's use one as a bargaining chip. Obviously, he was reluctant. Shadows Painted Soul series. Only 6 in the entire world. To use one meant one less remained. If it weren't out of absolute necessity, Sun Yaohua really would not want to part with one. But considering the gravity of the situation, he was seriously considering sacrificing one from Shadows Painted Soul series to secure sponsorship. Suddenly, Lin Yuan smiled. He hadn't expected things to be so simple. Was it really possible to solve the sponsorship problem with just one piece created using paintfection? In the martial arts novels of Chu Kuang, the Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber caused a frenzy throughout the martial world. And it seemed that in reality, Shadow's so-called Painted Soul series had a similar effect. With that in mind, Lin Yuan spoke. The matter you mentioned about inquiring into the Spring Festival Gala's lineup. Did you promise 2 of Shadow's paintings for it? Sun Yaohua had informed Lin Yuan about this before. Sun Yaohua laughed and said, Indeed, I made such a promise, but those were Teacher Shadow's paintings, not the Painting Soul series. Okay, Lin Yuan said. I'll give those 2 paintings to you now. Go settle this favor. With that, Lin Yuan turned and opened a special safe in his study. He had commissioned this safe specifically to ensure the good preservation of his paintings, because Lin Yuan occasionally painted for fun, seeing it as a hobby. And some of his works, which Lin Yuan personally considered decent, he would store in this special safe. Among them, the vast majority of the paintings did not utilize the paint-fection skill. Only a few of them had Lin Yuan apply the paint-fection skill. Great! Sun Yaohua was somewhat delighted. Shadow's work was highly sought after in the circle of the rich. Even if it wasn't from the Painted Soul series, his paintings were still extremely popular. After all, the entire wealthy circle knew that there were only 6 pieces in the Painted Soul series, so even Shadow himself would find it difficult to create a 7th. Taking the 2 paintings handed over by Lin Yuan, Sun Yaohua unrolled them, and sure enough, they were not from the Painting Soul series. No expertise in art appraisal was needed. Even ordinary people could tell them apart, because the Painted Soul series pieces could be immediately felt for their overwhelming conception even by those with no painting appraisal skills. However, even though they weren't from the Painted Soul series, the quality of these 2 paintings was impeccable, enough for Sun Yaohua to repay the favor to the 2 rich patrons who provided the lists. Of course, these paintings were to be sold. Sun Yaohua's intention was not to give Shadow's paintings to the 2 tycoons for free, but rather to provide them with an opportunity to buy Shadow's artwork. Shadow's paintings were priceless. Without Sun Yaohua's brokerage, the tycoons wouldn't even have the chance to buy Shadow's ordinary paintings, let alone the Painted Soul series. Regarding the Painted Soul series you mentioned, Lin Yuan contemplated for a moment and then smiled. Take a look at this. With that, Lin Yuan took out another painting from the safe. Sun Yaohua's breath seemed to momentarily freeze, and then he trembled slightly as he opened the 3rd painting Lin Yuan had taken out. Swoosh! The picture unfolded. Sun Yaohua was dumbstruck. This was actually a piece from Shadow's Painted Soul series. That surging artistic conception as vast as the cosmos enveloped Sun Yaohua instantly, invoking an irresistible urge to prostrate before the painting. Gazing at Mount Tai? This was the name of the painting. It was a piece completed by Lin Yuan after returning from a family trip, utilizing the paint-fection skill. The painting's theme was the scenery of Mount Tai. The so-called Gazing at Mount Tai was the name of this painting. This is, Sun Yaohua swallowed hard, the 7th painting in the world from Shadow's Painted Soul series. The marks of the Painting Soul series were too distinct. That ambience that seemed to descend from the edge of the sky could not be matched by ordinary artworks. He hadn't expected that Teacher Shadow had actually created a 7th piece in the Painted Soul series. Sun Yaohua's breathing became erratic. Exactly what relationship did his junior have with Teacher Shadow? Why were the most precious paintings from the Painted Soul series always coming from his hands? Could it be that his previous guess? Sun Yaohua's gaze gradually turned into one of shock as he looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan felt that Sun Yaohua's gaze seemed a bit off. He hadn't guessed something, had he? Although it wouldn't matter if Sun Yaohua knew about Shadow's identity. Such things were always better kept secret the fewer people knew. Chapter 1091, 978 Shadow's Painted Soul Series _3. At that thought, Lin Yuan coughed and said, "This is the only painting I have left." The rarity of the Painting Soul series needed to be maintained. He had carefully calculated it. It had been quite some time since he last introduced a piece from the Painting Soul series. Now, releasing the 7th painting was quite timely. Considering the size of Blue Star, having 7 paintings from the Painting Soul series was not excessive. Understood. Sun Yaohua, after being shocked for a moment, nodded vigorously, then cautiously put away the painting. Even with his wealth, he had to regard this painting as a treasure. Leave the rest to me. That night, Sun Yaohua called several bodyguards to escort him home. Once home, Sun Yaohua made a phone call. Director Zhang. "Son." The voice on the other end immediately started complaining. "You've really put me in a tight spot." Sun Yaohua feigned ignorance and asked, "How so?" Director Zhang replied irritably. Still playing dumb, huh? You asked me for the list, probably to confirm if there was any tampering in the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala, and now, with Yu Dynasty withdrawing from the gala, it's obvious that I'll be blamed. I shouldn't have shown you that list. I'm sorry, Director Zhang. I'm a victim too. You're a victim. I'm a victim too. Now they suspect a leak in the list and want a thorough investigation. It might fall on me. Don't be angry, Director Zhang. My anger depends on you. Whether you can fulfill your previous promise, Teacher Shadow's painting. Don't worry, Director Zhang. Sun Yaohua said with a smile. A man's word is his bond. I can deliver what I promised. I can get the painting, but it won't be cheap. The other voice trembled. Is it from the Painting Soul series? Sun Yaohua gave a bitter laugh. You must be joking, Director Zhang. As I promised, I can get a painting by Teacher Shadow, but I can't get my hands on the Painting Soul series. Fine then. Director Zhang sighed. Even an ordinary painting will do. Teacher Shadow's works, though ordinary compared to the Painting Soul series, are still worth collecting compared to other so-called classic paintings. I'll transfer the money to your account. Do not send the painting. I'll come to pick it up myself. All right, son, give me the scoop. Brother, is there really no hope for Teacher Shadow's Painting Soul series? Director Zhang, don't make it difficult for me. I really can't do anything about the Painting Soul series. I believe that from anyone else, but not from you, Sun Yaohua. There are only 6 paintings in the world from the Painting Soul series, and 5 are hanging in the Yu Dynasty Hotel. Do you know how many people want to rob your hotel? Heh. Sun Yaohua played dumb. Director Zhang clenched his teeth. I've dreamt of owning a Painting Soul series. If you could help me with this, I'd owe you a big favor. I even leaked the Spring Festival list to you. Director Zhang, actually what? Forget it, it's nothing. Son brother, I'm calling you brother now. You must have some information. Then don't let it slip. Sun Yaohua seemed to struggle intensely before revealing. Actually, today, I did hear a bit of news. It said that after painstaking effort and nights of work, Teacher Shadow has finally created the 7th painting in the Painting Soul series. Fishing starts with baiting. That night, Sun Yaohua baited continuously, divulging this information to multiple tycoons. The news that Teacher Shadow had created the 7th Painting Soul series artwork spread rapidly among the circles of the wealthy. Chapter 1092, 979 The Farce Sponsorship Incident. The next day, at a certain clubhouse, 6 major tycoons gathered together. The collective appearance of these 6 wealthy individuals fortified the security of the entire clubhouse, with burly bodyguards patrolling almost every corridor. At this moment, inside a private room, the 6 tycoons were excitedly discussing. Did Teacher Shadow really create the 7th Painting Soul series? Sun Yaohua is the owner of the Yu Dynasty Hotel. His words should be credible. Otherwise, why would we have come all this way? When Sun Yaohua arrives later, we can ask him. Right now, the entire circle of tycoons has received the news, and wealthy individuals from all continents are eagerly moving, wanting to claim the 7th Painting Soul series for themselves. Not to mention others. Aren't we here for the same reason? For this, I even pushed back a contract worth hundreds of millions today. I hope young Sun doesn't disappoint me. Isn't that the truth? It's a pity there is only one such painting. Such paintings, every additional piece is hard to come by. I suspect even Shadow himself can't easily produce them. For the Painting Soul series, I've stayed at the Yu Dynasty Hotel for a whole week, reserving several suites, and those paintings are endlessly enjoyable no matter how many times you look at them. True masterpieces that are utterly captivating. Who knows how many people in the tycoon circle have long coveted the Painting Soul series. But this morning, the 6 of them suddenly received calls from Sun Yaohua, inviting them to this clubhouse. Without hesitation, those tycoons who received the call all kept the appointment. Everyone was guessing that perhaps today they would witness the legendary 7th piece of Shadow's Painted Soul series. Just then, Sun Yaohua arrived. The tycoons' eyes instantly became fervent as they all fixed their gaze on Sun Yaohua. Thank you for waiting. Sun Yaohua flashed a smile, his gaze sweeping over everyone. At this moment, if someone who followed the economic circle saw this group of people, they would be shocked. Wang Xian, Miao Bai, Qi Ba, Zhang Hai, Fang Moken, Deng Sicang. These 6 individuals were all richer than Sun Yaohua. There is a countless number of tycoons on Blue Star interested in the Painting Soul series. Sun Yaohua couldn't possibly invite everyone, so he only contacted these 6 tycoons. 6 tycoons qualified to compete for the Painting Soul series. And these 6 tycoons were also carefully selected by Sun Yaohua as the right candidates within the tycoon circle. This was a major favor. No matter who ultimately acquired the 7th Painting Soul series, these 6 people would owe Sun Yaohua a favor. You must know, how many people wanted to claim the 7th Painting Soul series but had no means of obtaining it? After all, the few pieces inside the Yu Dynasty Hotel and the piece held by Li Songhua were, in absolute terms, not for sale. Especially the 5 pieces in the Yu Dynasty Hotel, they act like a living advertisement for the Painting Soul series. As long as these paintings stay in the hotel, tycoons will continue to come to appreciate them, subsequently becoming followers of the Painting Soul series. Director Sunday. Fong Moken couldn't help but speak up. Let's get to the point. Do you have the 7th piece of Shadows Painted Soul series? Among the 6 tycoons present, Wang Xian, Miao Bai, and Fong Moken were the first batch of tycoons to appreciate Shadows Painted Soul series. It was initially Wang Xian who invited Miao Bai and Fong Moken to the Yu Dynasty Hotel to discuss business. The business deal succeeded, but the Painting Soul series has since rooted itself in these tycoons' hearts. Of course, it wasn't just the 3 of them. The remaining 3 in the room, and even more tycoons beyond these walls, longed for the Painting Soul series day and night. So when Fong Moken finished speaking, everyone's gaze suddenly turned even more intense. Everyone, please be patient. Sun Yaohua smiled, and then had someone fetch 2 paintings. These are the paintings I promised to Director Zhang and Director Qi. Although they are not the unparalleled Painting Soul series, they too come from Teacher Shadow's hand and are certainly incomparable to those common goods out there. Director Zhang is Zhang Hai. Director Qi is Qi Ba. These 2 had sponsored this year's Zhong Continent Spring Gala, each providing performance names for the gala to Sun Yaohua. And these paintings were to repay these 2 for the favor. Whoosh! The paintings were unveiled. The 6 tycoons immediately widened their eyes. Although these 2 paintings didn't carry the same profound artistic conception as the Painting Soul series, they revealed subtleties that connoisseurs could glimpse at a glance. Beautiful work. Miao Bai couldn't help but praise. Most tycoons dabble in the fine arts and may not truly understand art. For example, Wang Xian at the scene didn't have much of a reaction to these 2 paintings. But some tycoons grew up in an atmosphere steeped in art and have an eye nearly as good as professional calligraphy connoisseurs. And of course, they could feel the power of these 2 paintings. True to Teacher Shadow, Zhang Hai, excited. Even if it's not the Painting Soul series, Teacher Shadow's brushwork never disappoints. Next to him, Qi Ba was also thrilled. After seeing these 2 paintings, I'm even more looking forward to the Painting Soul series. That's the pinnacle of Teacher Shadow's work. Of course, these 2 paintings also deeply resonate with me. This favor was well worth it. Qi Ba and Zhang Hai were both exceptionally excited. The other tycoons didn't say much, as Sun Yaohua had made it clear that these 2 paintings were for Qi Ba and Zhang Hai. But these paintings also raised their expectations even more. Ordinary paintings are already so stunning. What would the quality of the Painting Soul series be? After handing the 2 paintings to Qi Ba and Zhang Hai, Sun Yaohua spoke. Now, without further ado, please behold the miracle that is a rarity in the world of painting, the 7th piece of Shadows Painted Soul series. Chapter 1093, 979, The Oolong Sponsorship Incident _2. He really had the Painted Soul series in his hands. At this revelation, several tycoons were left with dry mouths and panting tongues. And amid the expectant gazes of everyone, a few staff members carefully wheeled a painting easel through the door. Once the staff had left, Sun Yaohua carefully lifted the luxurious cloth draped over the easel. The 7th piece of Shadows Painted Soul series was thus unveiled before the eyes of the 6 wealthy collectors. Instantly, their breathing became rapid, as if their souls had left their bodies. They felt the environment around them shifting rapidly. An indescribable mood completely enveloped them. In a trance, they felt as if they were standing on the summit of Mount Tai, with the howling wind by their ears, clouds within reach overhead, a breathtaking interplay of reddish-purple light constantly transforming before their eyes. Some resembled thousands of horses galloping. Some looked like divine bulls locking horns. Some like phoenixes spreading wings. Some like peacocks displaying their tails. The sky awash with rosy clouds merged with the vast sea of clouds on the horizon, descending like a heavenly realm, knocking on the doors of people's hearts. Clouds and mists reflected each other. Halos and precious auras twinkled. Upon the flat, shimmering gold surface of the sea, the sun lifted the veil of clouds and raised the curtain of dawn, donning a robe of five-colored neon, like a floating palace lantern, rising gently in the sky. In the next moment, the wind suddenly subsided. The white clouds ceased their capricious transformations and instead stretched out simply for miles, resembling a vast jade plate suspended between heaven and earth. The distant mountains were all engulfed in mist. A few mountain peaks quietly protruded above the clouds. Nearby, tourists stepped on clouds and rode the fog, as if they had arrived beyond the heavens, experiencing a profound sense of detachment. As the breeze picked up again, the sea of clouds churned once more into infinite waves. The peaks appeared and disappeared like elusive fairy islands. And when the wind grew stronger, the white jade plate transformed into a giant dragon, tumbling and churning like the sea. To the east, golden sparkles leapt suddenly from amongst the clouds, illuminating the clouds and merging with the morning glow. Outlined clearly and shimmering with golden light, they dimmed all else, imbued with an eternal grandeur, igniting people's lofty ambitions and aspirations. That was Mount Tai. That was the summit of Mount Tai. It proudly ascended through the clouds, shoulder to shoulder with the sky, gracing autumn chrysanthemums and resplendent spring pines. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the ears of the six men. Sun Yaohua, taking advantage of their entranced state, recited a poem. The grand Mount Tai, what can compare? The green of Qilu never ends. Nature's creations divinely beautiful. Day and night separate the dark and dawn. Sweeping chests generate layered clouds. Squinting eyes follow the returning birds. Someday at the peak, I shall stand. All other mountains will appear so small. At the Blue Star Poetry Gala, teacher Admirable Fish wrote, looking at Mount Tai depicting the grandeur, and teacher Shadow's painting bears the same title. The connection surely doesn't require explanation, does it? Sun Yaohua was bluffing. He had no idea whether this painting had any relation to Lin Yuan's poem, Looking at Mount Tai. After all, these tycoons had no way to verify it, and given the shared history between Xian Yu and Shadow, even if he claimed there was no connection between the poem and the painting, it was likely no one would believe it. At the poetry gala, Xian Yu had written many poems. Among them, Looking at Mount Tai was notably popular. The famous line, someday at the peak, I shall stand, all other mountains will appear so small, inspired countless individuals, and now this. Painting gave the wealthy collectors the same experience, if not a more overwhelming one, because this was like a vision of reality. As Sun Yaohua's voice trailed off, the six tycoons came back to their senses, and then they went mad. Was this a Painted Soul series? Without a doubt, it was. The atmosphere that hit them was unlike any other painting. Only Shadow's Painted Soul series had such an effect, the kind of impactful and madness-inducing experience. I want this painting. Did I agree to let you have it? There's no point in fighting. This painting is destined to be mine. I never expected this painting to be so closely related to Xian Yu's widely praised poem, Looking at Mount Tai. My favorite poem and my favorite painting combined. I simply have no reason to concede it to you. Name your price. Are you talking about money in front of me? All six were tycoons. How could they possibly back down on a matter of money? Almost simultaneously, each of them felt an irresistible desire for the painting. One after another they made their bids. Then their gaze was fixed on Sun Yaohua. He was almost unnerved by their stares, feeling somewhat relieved that he hadn't invited more tycoons to compete. He took a deep breath. Let me start with Teacher Shadow's conditions. What conditions? The six asked almost in unison. Sun Yaohua said, Teacher Shadow, entrusted by Teacher Admirable Fish, seeks sponsorship for the Qin Continent Spring Gala. The highest. Bidder for the sponsorship will be able to purchase this looking at Mount Tai. I must remind you, there are only 7 paintings in Shadow's Painted Soul series in the world, and no one knows when Shadow might create the 8th, or if there will ever be an 8th. Thus, the sponsorship should be as high as possible. Of course, if this Qin Continent Spring Gala is a huge success, your sponsorships will certainly reap rich rewards. The starting bid for the sponsorship is 2 billion, and for the painting, Teacher Shadow says it doesn't need to be sold too expensively. Any boss willing to sponsor can have it for an additional 2 billion. Consider it as making a new friend. At these words, the 6 tycoons were flabbergasted. 2 billion? For sponsorship? Just for a local spring gala? This was clearly the sponsorship price for the Zhong Continent Spring Gala. And to secure the painting, they'd have to pay an additional 2 billion? So, we're expected to shell out 20 billion to sponsor the Qin Continent Spring Gala only to earn the privilege to purchase the 7th piece of Shadow's Painted Soul series. Chapter 1094, 979, The Oolong Sponsorship Incident _3. Of course, the value of the Painting Soul series was indeed priceless in Blue Star. 2 billion was enough to make everyone's head spin in the fight to secure it. But 2 billion wasn't the point. The point was to sponsor the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala with 20 billion first. That's where the true value of the Painting Soul series lay. Did they really think they could take the painting home with just 2 billion? For a moment, none of the 6 tycoons said a word. Being smart, they knew better than to engage in cutthroat competition at that moment. Once it began, it could spiral out of control. Everyone, Sun Yao was in no rush. Do you know why I chose the 6 of you? Because you 6 are my best friends in the business world of Blue Star. If I hadn't preferred to give my friends the first pick, I could have easily invited dozens of tycoons for the bidding today. Director Sun, Wang Xian rubbed his hands. There's no need to mention our friendship, of course, but 20 billion for sponsorship is really too extravagant. It's just a local spring festival gala, and there's no way to recoup the cost. President Wang is mistaken, Sun Yao said. The Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala has great potential, as Teacher Admirable Fish is planning something big. He has prepared a lot of great programs, including contributions from Teacher Shadow and Teacher Chu Kuang, Teacher Admirable Fish's good friends, who have also been invited to come over and contribute to the gala. The words sent a glimmer of interest through the eyes of the several tycoons. A person's reputation had the power of the shadow cast by a great tree. The 3 bros' name held substantial value. However, after much thought, the 6 of them exchanged glances and ultimately shook their heads. It's too risky. They all indicated their reluctance after looking at one another. We're not fools, Feng Moken said earnestly. No matter how much we love Shadow's Painted Soul series, it's impossible to invest tens of billions in the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala just for this painting. After all, a local spring festival gala cannot compete with the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala. The price you're asking is clearly what Zhong Continent would dare to ask for. That's a shame, Sun Yao sighed. I'll have to look for someone else then. Excuse us. With gritted teeth, the 6 of them took their leave one after another. 5 minutes after the 6 left, Sun Yao's female assistant appeared, looking worried. Boss, this doesn't seem to align with our plan. They don't want to agree. Did we ask for too much? No, Sun Yao said. Everything is going according to my plan. The assistant was stunned, and then she heard Sun Yao's phone suddenly ring. Without any surprise, Sun Yao casually answered, smilingly said, President Wang, why are you calling me right after leaving? 22 billion, I'll sponsor, and the painting is mine. On the other end of the line, President Wang spoke, his tone clearly firm and decisive, without a hint of difficulty. In stark contrast to the Wang Xian who had refused outright a moment ago in the clubhouse. Besides Sun Yao, the female assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. Standing right by Sun Yao's side, she could hear the phone call. She was astonished, unable to understand why such a dramatic reversal had occurred. Why did Wang Xian change his mind the moment he stepped outside? Was all this within the boss's expectations? More unexpectedly, Sun Yao put on an act and sighed. Did you guys plan this? Just now, each and every one of you said the price was too high, and now you're calling me one by one to secure it. Whom should I agree with? The assistant. You only received one call. It all suddenly made sense to her. The Wang Xian on the phone had clearly become anxious. Damn it. I knew they were all playing dead with their opponent. Director Sun, let's not talk about it. I'll raise my offer. How about 25 billion? I'll think about it. I've got another call. I need to hang up now. Sun Yaohua said and hung up the phone. Then his phone rang again. This time it was Miao Bai calling. Miao Bai said, Director Sun, I've given it some thought. A 20 billion sponsorship plus the 2 billion for the painting. I agree. Well. The female assistant was terrified. These capitalists were ruthlessly terrifying. Now she completely understood. Those capitalists had feigned inability to accept the deal, merely to lull their competition into thinking that agreeing to Sun Yaohua meant being a fool with more money than sense. In reality, they had all secretly decided to seize this opportunity. So, these people probably couldn't wait to call Sun Yaohua as soon as they stepped out of the building, as if they had planned it indeed. However, in this series of events, it was Sun Yaohua who was the most fearsome. President Wang just offered 25 billion. Mr. Miao, what do you think? Damn it. Miao Bai cursed savagely. I knew they were acting with me just now. I'll offer 26 billion. Such a modest increase. Not cutthroat enough. Sun Yaohua said with a cynical smile. Then I'll think about it some more. I've got another call. I'll hang up for now. With that, Sun Yaohua ended the call and then picked up Fong Moken's call. Fong Moken came straight to the point, his voice tense. Director Sun, who were you talking to just now? Sun Yaohua stammered. No one, just a few friends. Fong Moken understood right away. Is it Miao Bai, Wang Xian, or Chiba? Trying to play these tricks on me. Do you take me for a fool? No matter how much they offer, I'll add 1 billion on top. How about that? I've got to take a call from Director Zhang. Sun Yaohua hung up the phone, his smile brimming with satisfaction. Chapter 1095, 979, The Sponsorship Mix-Up Event _4. Roll. Completely rolled up. In the end, under the bizarre atmosphere where 5 tycoons returned to the club, glared at each other, and even nearly came to blows, Fong Moken successfully snagged the painting. He bid a total of 32 billion. 30 billion to sponsor Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala, and the remaining 2 billion to buy the painting. But everyone knew very well, spending 2 billion to buy the painting was just fooling oneself. The value of the painting had long exceeded 2 billion. Its added value was completely reflected in the astronomical sponsorship fee. In other words, if it wasn't for the Shadows Painted Soul series, they would never have agreed to this outrageous sponsorship fee. No choice. The Painting Soul series was too precious. It was said that even the richest man in Qi Continent wanted to buy it, but due to lack of connections, without going through Sun Yaohua, there seemed to be no way to buy it. That's why everyone could only owe Sun Yaohua this favor. Of course, these tycoons were all crafty folks. Although they bid high, they were also gambling that the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala could generate enough benefits for them. Could they at least get some of their investment back? Not just the Painting Soul series. It was also the attraction of the Three Bros label. These were the points that drew them in. Ignoring the flustered female assistant beside him and having dealt with the matter, Sun Yaohua immediately called Lin Yuan. 32 billion, 2 billion for the painting, 30 billion for sponsorship. 30 billion. Lin Yuan revealed a smile. Well done. Sun Yaohua laughed as well. I'll add another 20 billion on behalf of Flame Hot Pot. This stage will be completely funded. We can do whatever we want with it. Isn't that a bit short? Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. Director Tong said it would take 100 billion to be sufficient. Sun Yaohua was also taken aback. How could that be possible? Even Zhong Continent's stage wouldn't cost 100 billion. Did my junior brother get something wrong? Huh. Lin Yuan fell into thought. Sun Yaohua said with a laugh tinged with disbelief. Over 100 billion is outrageous. There must be some mistake. Check with Director Tong. Okay. Lin Yuan also started to feel that something wasn't quite right. Had he misunderstood something? After hanging up on Sun Yaohua, Lin Yuan turned to contact Tong Shuwen and immediately said, I've secured 30 billion in sponsorship. How much more do we need? At that moment, Tong Shuwen was eating while considering sponsorship matters. Suddenly getting a call from Lin Yuan, he spewed out the mouthful of rice grains in a very ungraceful manner. How much? 30 billion. Lin Yuan said. For the remaining 70 billion, I'll think of something else. Wait. Tong Xuan's voice even had a tinge of panic. How did you pull in so much? No. I mean, who told you I needed 100 billion for this stage? Wasn't it you who said it? Bro, don't scare me. Although Tong Xuan was 20 years older than Lin Yuan, at that moment, he called him bro. First of all, when I said 100 billion, it was an exaggerated expression. Secondly, the price I referred to included all costs from scratch, all equipment, max special effects, including fees for the stars, etc. But, in reality, it's far less than that. Our Qin continent may not match Zhong continent, but we still have the basic stage equipment. Much of it doesn't need to be purchased, the authorities will support, and the pricing is quite cheap. It's basically the cost price for internal packaging. Only the price for stars from other continents might be higher, but we don't need to invite stars from other continents, do we? Because our local New Year's Gala is still a New Year's Gala. Zhong continent can invite heavenly kings and queens to perform across the continents for a few thousand yuan. We can invite Qin continent stars of the appropriate level for tens of thousands, because our New Year's Gala has official backing. Tong Xuan rattled off a long string of words. He was genuinely flabbergasted. Xianyu was actually aiming to raise 100 billion in investment. Has he gone mad? It was also because Tong Xuan hadn't taken Lin Yuan's words seriously before. He really couldn't imagine that Xianyu managed to pull in so much investment, starting with 3 billion. If he didn't call to ask, could it really end up bringing in 100 billion in investment for the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala? Tong Xuan didn't believe it before. Now he had to wonder. Lin Yuan was speechless. Is that 3 billion enough? Tong Xuan said, excitedly. Enough. 3 billion is more than enough. He had just been agonizing over the investment, and now Lin Yuan had resolved it all. That won't do. Now it was Lin Yuan who became anxious. Although this whole thing turned into a huge misunderstanding, he couldn't let Senior Yaohua toil in vain. Add another sponsor, Flame Hot Pot. Lin Yuan had a lot of stock to take out. He felt the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala was sure to be a hit. Senior Yaohua missing out on this sponsorship would be a big loss. He faintly remembered a classic battle in the business world of the Celestial Dynasty in his previous life, the Great War between WeChat and Alipay. WeChat aired an advertisement during the Spring Festival Gala. Before advertising, Alipay occupied the largest share in the payment sector. After sponsoring a Spring Festival Gala, WeChat gradually began to surpass the Ali group in the payment field. At that time, WeChat's groups were flooded with red packet giveaways. This shows how explosive the effect of sponsoring the Spring Festival Gala can be. Those interested can look up the companies that took off after sponsoring the Spring Festival Gala. Not just WeChat, but many other well-known brands that soared thanks to sponsorship. Now, although a sponsorship of 3 billion was enough, Lin Yuan did not want Senior Yaohua to miss this advertising opportunity. Senior Yaohua's goal was to make Flame Hot Pot one of the top 3 hot pot brands in Blue Star. If this Spring Festival Gala was successful, not to mention breaking into the top 3, at least the top 5 should not be difficult. Such an opportunity was not to be missed by one of our own. And the person who sponsored the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala would later understand just how profitable this sponsorship was. Flame Hot Pot? How much is Sun Yaohua sponsoring? 2 billion. Is there a problem? No problem. I just had a bold idea. What idea? We have so much money to splurge, why not go big? How big? Before, we aimed too low. Our vision was too narrow. Only getting Qin Continent stars, too parochial. Let's pull all the top stars from every continent who aren't participating in the Zhong Continent's Gala, including the hosts, top ones from all over, and not just max out on special effects, but go beyond Zhong Continent. We're not just doing a Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala now. We're going to host a Blue Star Spring Festival Gala. Tong Xuan was going crazy, stimulated by money. This money was just too fucking much. Like it was blown in by a gust of wind. With so much money, why be timid and fearful? No continent has ever dared to challenge the production scale of the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala. Local Spring Festival Galas were usually just for the local audiences, and people from other continents wouldn't take much interest. They had their own local galas. Not anymore. This hilarious. Sponsorship mishap had inadvertently led to an unprecedented stage for this spring festival gala. He was going to create a big sensation. Okay, Lin Yuan said, my friend's script is also ready. Comic dialogues, sketches, and my dance routine. Let's meet tomorrow and test the effects. It's good to play big. What Lin Yuan feared was that this Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala wasn't aiming high enough. This time, he was going to challenge Zhong Continent. Chapter 1096, 980 Lin Yuan's program list. After Lin Yuan brought up the topic again, Tong Shuwen smiled helplessly with mixed feelings of happiness and concern. In Tong Shuwen's view, the song programs that Xianyu had prepared were very much worth looking forward to. He knew why the Yu dynasty withdrew from the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala. It was not because their programs were substandard, but simply because the gala did not want to give the Yu dynasty so many opportunities to perform. In other words, the song programs that Xianyu had prepared met the standards of the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala. And music programs that could meet the review standards of the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala must inevitably be of high quality. Furthermore, the dance programs that Xianyu had presented should not be too bad either. After all, Xianyu was the founder of the Moonwalk and had done much of his own research on dance. But Xianyu also wanted Chu Kuang to write scripts for sketches and comic dialogues, which Tong Shuwen could not understand. What happened to the specialization in professions? Chu Kuang, a writer who favored writing tragedies, how could he create sketches and comic dialogue programs? But he said nothing over the phone. After all, these programs would ultimately be rejected. With this in mind, Tong Shuwen said, "Then come to the Qin Continent TV station tomorrow. I'll first go and inform the leaders of the station. This afternoon, we'll have the first review of the Spring Festival Gala programs. For now, let's not do the internal review of the Yu Dynasty's programs. Come back for the second review. After all, it has already met the standards of Zhong Continent, including the choir song you helped us write before. It's also set for the performance of the second review, and the station hasn't even rehearsed it properly yet." Okay. After hanging up the phone, Tong Shuwen went to the TV station and entered the director's office. The director of the Qin Continent TV station was called Jiao Xiong, who smiled upon seeing Tong Shuwen. "You've come at the right time. We are about to officially commence the first round of reviews for this edition of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala this afternoon, right?" "Yes," Tong Shuwen said. "I have a situation I'd like to discuss with the director. It's about the duration of our Spring Festival Gala." "The duration?" Jiao Xiong frowned. "The existing programs don't fill 4 hours. The Blue Star Spring Festival Gala usually lasts about 6 hours because it targets audiences from all 8 continents of Blue Star. However, local Spring Festival Galas, due to their smaller scale and audience only within their own continent, typically last only about 4 hours. "Not really." Tong Shuwen smiled. "You misunderstand. I mean that we might have to increase the duration of the Spring Festival Gala to 6 hours. "What?" Jiao Xiong thought he had heard wrong. "Didn't you say before that the quality of our gala's programs this year is quite average, and filling 4 hours might not even be enough? Yet you still want to increase it to 6 hours? "Yes," Tong Shuwen earnestly said. "Not only does the duration need to increase, but the scale of the stage must also be larger. Let's use the best stage. I plan to lease some of the top equipment from Zhong Continent to get the best stage effects." "No," Jiao Xiong was startled. "It's just a local Spring Festival Gala. Why put on such a big show with our limited budget?" Tong Shuwen mysteriously said. "You know Fong Moken, right?" Jiao Xiong nodded. "Who in Qin Continent doesn't know the owner of Qin Continent Red Wine business? He is a tycoon here. He's sponsoring." Jiao Xiong suddenly sobered up. Tong Shuwen smiled and nodded his head. Jiao Xiong's eyes lit up. "How much is the sponsorship?" Tong Shuwen held up 3 fingers. Jiao Xiong's expression dimmed. 30 million? That's still not enough. Not that. 3 billion. Jiao Xiong was excited again. Tong Shuwen shook his head. "It's not 3 billion either. Guess boldly." "Bolder." Jiao Xiong was stunned and ventured cautiously. 30 billion. Tong Shuwen didn't want to keep him guessing anymore. "I have already contacted the red wine business, and we'll sign the contract tonight. The director must personally supervise it." Jiao Xiong was dumbstruck and jumped up. had Fong Moken gone mad? Zhao Xiong could completely understand why Fong Moken would sponsor the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Firstly, because he's a resident of Qin Continent, and secondly, the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala has a substantial audience in the continent, so sponsoring wouldn't be too disadvantageous. But in Zhao Xiong's mind, sponsoring 2 or 3 billion was the maximum. 30 billion? That's the price for sponsoring the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala. Tong Shuwen completely understood the director's shock, yet the surprises he brought hadn't ended yet. In addition, Flame Hot Pot is also willing to sponsor 20 billion for the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. The director instinctively grasped the edge of the table. The news was too stimulating. 30 billion sponsored by Red Wine Business. 20 billion from Flame Hot Pot. The Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala had astonishingly garnered 50 billion in sponsorship. Those unaware might think that this year's Blue Star Spring Festival Gala was being hosted by Zhong Continent. The director even doubted whether Zhong Continent could pull in such high sponsorship fees. Why? Because of Teacher Admirable Fish. Tong Shuwen began speaking, although he himself wasn't sure why. Flame Hot Pot sponsorship was still somewhat understandable, since it was Sun Yaohua's business. But what about Fong Moken? Are you suggesting? The director, suppressing the shock in his heart, said, all these sponsorships were brought in by Teacher Admirable Fish. The Yu Dynasty's clash with the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala and their subsequent switch to joining the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala was not publicly announced, but Zhao Xiong, of course, was aware. Yes, Tong Shuwen said, Teacher Admirable Fish intends to hold a Spring Festival Gala that rivals Zhong Continent. Do you have any objections? What objections can I have? The director couldn't help but laugh and cry, not even daring to object, in case the sponsors decided to withdraw their support. Chapter 1097, 980 Lin Yuan's program list _2. Let's do it. He too felt a surge of boldness within. The stimulation from the money was tremendous. You can do whatever you want. We'll follow the standards of Blue Star Spring Festival Gala and target viewers from all 8 continents as our potential audience. The scale of the stage, raise it. Special effects, bring them on. The duration of the programs, extend it. Inviting stars from other continents, do it. If it's a problem that money can solve, then we'll solve it with money. This budget is more than enough for extravagance. Not enough quality in the programs? With all this sponsorship money, we can even smash our way to a certain level of stage quality. I won't say how high we can go. After all, that still depends on the work, but the bottom line has been firmly set. That first audition in the afternoon will be brutal. Tong Shuwen spoke up. The standard for the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala had been raised, and the original programs seemed somewhat subpar. Afternoon. Qin Continent Television Station. The site of the first audition in the studio. Some audience members were seated below at this time. These audiences were, of course, not just pulled off the streets. Their identities were very special. They were all staff members of the directorial team and relevant leaders of the Qin Continent Television Station. Let's start. Director Tong Shuwen spoke. One by one, the programs that had been rehearsed performed on stage. This process lasted several hours, and by the time the first audition was completely over, it was already dark. This won't do. Zhao Xiong had spent the afternoon watching programs, and though he had moved on from the astronomical sponsorship fees, the influence of those added fees manifested in another form. The direct consequence was that Zhao Xiong was feeling inflated. Except for that magic design, Fei Yang's song, and the final dance barely passing, other programs don't meet the standards of the Zhong Continent stage. Well then, now even the station manager was benchmarking against Zhong Continent. At this moment, everyone had dispersed, and only station manager Zhao Xiong and director Tong Shuwen remained in the studio audience seats. It's really not good enough. The station manager was dissatisfied, and Tong Shuwen felt even more dissatisfied. If it weren't for all the sponsorship money, based on local Spring Festival Gala standards, these programs would have just barely been acceptable. But now the stage had been elevated countless levels. These programs just weren't enough. With so much money taken to produce a Spring Festival Gala of this level, then Tong Shuwen's, reputation would be completely ruined, and the Qin Continent Television Station wouldn't be able to hold its head high ever again. I'll leave it to you. The station manager patted Tong Shuwen on the shoulder. I'm not as professional as you are in this area. You take control of the quality. Do whatever needs to be done. Understood. Tong Shuwen nodded. After the first audit of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, different performers were backstage, taking off makeup, changing clothes, and the like. At the same time, everyone was nervously chatting. I wonder how the first audition went. Our skit should be fine, the quality is no. Less than last year. The dance by the cultural troupe is well choreographed and received a lot of applause, but the station manager and the director, they didn't seem to react much. I think that magic act is definitely getting through. Those two's crosstalk seemed to get a lukewarm reception. The quality was not as good as last year. I think it was fine though. Those two are the best crosstalk masters in Qin Continent. You can't benchmark against the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala. I feel it's a bit risky though. Today the station manager and the director had no expressions throughout, as if not a single program satisfied them. After some discussion, suddenly there was movement outside the door. Everyone looked up and greeted. Director. Great effort, everyone. Tong Shuwen smiled and then said, I'm here to announce the results of the first audition. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to Tong Shuwen. Tong Shuwen said, Fei Yang's song, pending. The cultural troupe's dance, pending. Huangshi's magic, pending. The crowd buzzed. These three acts were the best received performances of the evening, and they were only pending? Among the crowd, Fei Yang was also stunned. He didn't expect his song wouldn't pass the first audit directly. At this moment, Tong Shuwen continued. The rest of the programs, send them back. Some people's acts are directly eliminated. Then everyone exploded. The first audit resulted in a complete wipeout? No. What? Director, are you kidding? Our programs are definitely not bad for local spring festivals. Our cultural troupe's dance is definitely better than dances from other continents, except for Zhong Continent. We must be the highest rated this year. The elimination rate is too exaggerated. Is this year's station standard too exaggerated? I don't understand. Everyone really didn't understand. Even if these programs weren't the best, they had generally reached the standard of local spring festivals. So why a complete wipeout? Not a single one passed. The best programs were all pending. Tong Shuwen knew the performers would be upset. He could only reassure them. I will inform everyone of any arrangements later. We are raising the standards this year. Thank you all for your hard work. The next day, Lin Yuan came to the Qin Continent television station. Tong Shuwen was waiting at the station for Lin Yuan and hurriedly got up upon seeing him. Last night the sponsorship was settled. We signed contracts with daughter Hong Wine Industry and Flame Hot Pot. But our first audit result was somewhat unsatisfactory. There weren't many good programs. We may have to eliminate quite a few people, and the remaining people will have to prepare new acts. But what specific programs have not yet been decided? We need to find someone else to design them. Chapter 1098, 980 Lin Yuan's program schedule _3. I have some programs here. I've been waiting for them. Although crosstalk and comedy sketches were unreliable, Tong Shuwen placed great importance on the songs and dances prepared by Lin Yuan. Where's the program list? It's all in here. Lin Yuan took out a set of printed materials. Tong Shuwen was somewhat puzzled. This stack of materials seemed a bit thick. Could there really be so much material? He instinctively flipped open the first page only to be stunned. The cover page was actually a table of contents for a program list. Songs, dances, comedy sketches, crosstalk, acrobatics, magic, martial arts, traditional opera, special effects. Tong Shuwen counted. 50 programs in total. CNU had provided the lion's share of the programs for this spring festival gala. It was enough that there were songs, dances, comedy sketches, and crosstalk, which Lin Yuan had mentioned before, but acrobatics, magic, traditional opera, martial arts, and special effects. What the hell were these? This isn't right. What's not right? There are too many programs. Quality is the key. I know quality is the key, but the problem is, do your programs even have quality? Tong Shuwen held back from saying this aloud, opting instead for a more tactfully wry smile. How did you manage to arrange everything? Do you really know about all these programs? Lin Yuan, I know a little. Those 4 words again. Tong Shuwen didn't know how to reply, and after a moment of silence, he asked, "Is there a detailed plan for the programs?" "Take a look." Tong Shuwen rubbed his temples and continued flipping through the materials, but after a few minutes, his expression turned oddly strange. It actually seemed quite professional. The descriptive text couldn't fully capture the essence of the program. However, through the descriptions, and especially with the diagrams Lin Yuan included for precision, one could glimpse a facet of the programs. For instance, right now, Tong Shuwen was looking at a dance picture, a very magical dance, where one person stood in the front, surrounded by numerous arms. This figure was reminiscent of the thousand-armed Guanyin described in mythology. No, the name of this dance program was precisely Thousand-Armed Guanyin. If this dance could actually be performed, Tong Shuwen didn't dare to imagine further. The design of the dance was too brilliant. In terms of shock value, it likely wouldn't fall short of the moonwalk's debut. Then there's a close-up magic routine further on, named Magic Pot. This magic trick was too unbelievable. If it could actually be shown, it would surely astound everyone. But the question was, could this really be brought to life? Tong Shuwen couldn't help but voice his doubts. Lin Yuan smiled. This magic trick isn't as miraculous as you think. There's a mechanism inside the pot, but the principle isn't written here. I'll discuss it with the magician later, and he'll understand what I mean. This was designed by you as well. I just happen to know a bit about magic. Tong Shuwen didn't say much more and continued reading. He skipped over what he didn't understand, but he did understand crosstalk. Quarrel of the features? Crosstalk consisted of verbal text, which was understandable to the average person. Just by reading the lines of the feed and the funny man, one could imagine the performance effect of the crosstalk to a certain extent. But after reading a few lines, Tong Shuwen was completely dumbfounded. Written by Chu Kuang. He happens to know a bit, too. It took Tong Shuwen more than an hour to get a general overview of these programs. During this time, Lin Yuan occasionally answered his questions, and by the time Tong Shuwen closed the program list, he didn't know how to express the shock he felt inside. This moment, his look toward Lin Yuan was as if he were staring at a demon. If there was a legendary demon mirror, he would definitely have used it to inspect Lin Yuan. No. In this program, there were also works by Chu Kuang and Shadow. The crosstalk and skits by Chu Kuang. Needless to say, Tong Shuwen was stunned just by reading those lines, even without seeing the actual performance. For example, the program intended to present the special effect of a dragon. Designing the special effect image was too difficult. To fully depict the dragon's majestic and domineering presence was something that had always given Tong Shuwen a headache. However, right there on the program list, there was a dragon. The image of this dragon was absolutely earth-shattering, and the author's column clearly listed Shadow's name. Furthermore, other special effects and scenes were also designed by Shadow, with that kind of high-level aesthetic and lavish style, which made Tong Shuwen's hair stand on end. With the special effects presenting these images, won't the audience go crazy? Thus, the real demons were not just Lin Yuan, but also the two big shots, Chu Kuang and Shadow. Hiss. Taking a sharp breath, Tong Shuwen stood up, repeatedly calming himself down. Who do you plan to cast for those skits of ours? You mean this? Lin Yuan glanced at one of the skits named Eating Noodles, and smilingly said, Let's have Shi Yin and Teacher Chen Feng from Qi Continent do it. Lin Yuan had not only been preparing programs lately, but had also been doing a lot of homework. He had watched countless videos, skits, crosstalk, acrobatics, magic, and so on and so forth. Watching these videos, Lin Yuan already knew which programs matched which performers the best. In this program, we'll need to find someone from Zhao Continent. The presentation difficulty of this magic stage is a bit high, but I've inquired, and it is said that Wei Continent has a close-up magic master. Perhaps this person could give it a try. Additionally, Lin Yuan was listing off names as if he were reciting treasures from memory. Tong Shuwen stared at Lin Yuan for a long while, then suddenly said, Should I leave then? You're more suited to be the director of the Spring Festival Gala than I am. That's not necessary. How about you take up the role as the chief producer or chief planner for the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala? Anyway, a very important title, on equal footing with me as the director. Otherwise, I truly don't have the courage to continue as the director. There are some programs in here we must nail, and some I didn't quite understand. We'll have to see the actual performance. Right now, I'm struggling with the order of these programs. A normal gala would have a grand finale act, but with your program list here, I don't even know who will take that spot. It feels like so many could be the finale. Tong Shuwen panicked. He now felt completely invisible. Even a damn pig, with these programs, could present a spectacular spring festival feast to the audience. Comparing with Zhong Continent, even with so much money, Tong Shuwen only dared claim to match Zhong Continent in terms of stage specs. As for program quality, he really didn't have the nerve. Yet now he felt his heart frantically pounding, and courage seemed to be growing by his side. You can decide on whatever title you want. Lin Yuan truly didn't care. He just wanted results. How could the essence of Earth's myriad years of spring festival galas not produce results? If not, Lin Yuan might as well bash his head against a block of tofu, allowing the Shadow's Painted Soul series to be his ultimate work. Phew. Tong Shuwen once again adjusted his breathing, then continued. Some of the people you just mentioned aren't easy to invite. For instance, the two famous skit masters from Qi Continent haven't appeared on the Spring Festival Gala for 2 years, and even Zhong Continent reached out to them this year, but couldn't persuade them because they stick to the principle. Without a good program, they'd rather not attend. Lin Yuan honestly replied, "What if there is a good program?" Tong Shuwen, "Don't say anything more. Starting tomorrow, Tong Shuwen, will run all over Blue Star. There's nothing money can't fix. If there is, then it's just not enough money." What? Artists consider money to be dirt? I love that attitude. Don't rush. Let's take a look at this program. Do you like it? Want to perform? Chapter 1099, 981 Migrant Workers and the Deaf-Mute. Of course, this is the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Naturally, the stage wouldn't be without performances by the Qin people. Although during yesterday's first review, Tong Shuwen rejected almost all the acts, some of the performers themselves were still very talented. It wasn't that their abilities fell short. Rather, it was the quality of the acts that was lacking. Just give them a good act, and they will shine brightly on stage. Thinking this way, Tong Shuwen quickly found Fei Yang. As one of the most famous kings of singing in Qin Continent, Fei Yang was also participating in the Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala. However, during last night's first review, his act was put on hold, so when he saw Tong Shuwen approaching, he couldn't help feeling nervous. "Director, what do you need me for?" "Your song was rejected." Tong Shuwen's statement hit Fei Yang hard. Then Tong Shuwen added, "It's not that you didn't sing well. You sang very well. The main issue is that your song is too old. We want to introduce some new songs at this year's gala, so don't sing the old songs. Sing this new one instead." New song. Fei Yang was stunned, thinking that he had been eliminated from the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. To his surprise, Tong Shuwen simply wanted to change his song. What song? Take a look. Tong Shuwen pulled out a sheet music score. Fei Yang glanced at it, and the song's title boldly read, "A Fire in Winter." The Spring Festival in Blue Star just happens to be in winter, so singing this song at the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala would be quite fitting. However, the quality of the song is key. If it's not good, Fei Yang would rather not participate in this year's Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala than sing a song he doesn't respect. With this in mind, Fei Yang tried humming a few notes in tune. As he hummed, a sudden brilliance shone in Fei Yang's eyes, his voice filled with excitement. "I will master this song. May I ask, which composer teacher wrote this? He should be an old acquaintance of yours." Tong Shuwen knew the joke about perennial runner-up, so having Fei Yang sing this song would definitely elicit a knowing smile from the public. The lyricist Xian Yu, the composer Xian Yu. Fei Yang's expression paused, his feelings suddenly complicated, his voice tinged with an inexplicable anticipation. "Teacher Admirable Fish wants me to sing it?" "Not exactly." Tong Shuwen did not notice Fei Yang's complex look. "Teacher Admirable Fish said that this song isn't very picky about who sings it. Just find any king of singing in our Qin Continent. I have the highest hopes for you, so I've reserved this song especially for you." "I see." Fei Yang felt a hint of disappointment. "So it's not a song written especially for me." Tong Shuwen didn't notice Fei Yang's disappointment, as he was asking an assistant, "Where is the Qin Continent Martial Arts and Acrobatics Troupe?" Qin Continent Martial Arts and Acrobatics Troupe. Right now, the troupe members were not training, because their act for the first review had already been rejected, and that was the best act they could put forward. If even that was not accepted, then they might not be able to perform at this year's Spring Festival Gala. For the Qin people, the significance of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala was extraordinary. With their act rejected, everyone's face was filled with disappointment. Without a new act to propose today, they might face elimination. At this moment, Tong Shuwen arrived. How's the new act coming along? The leader of the martial arts and acrobatics troupe gave a wry smile. The act from yesterday was our best. If that wasn't to your liking, then any new act we come up with will surely not satisfy you either. Our abilities are limited. We have already prepared to withdraw from this year's gala. That's perfect, Tong Shuwen replied with a smile. The troupe members were taken aback and started to get angry. What did he mean by that's perfect? Was he just waiting to eliminate them? Don't misunderstand. Seeing that the troupe was getting emotional, Tong Shuwen quickly explained, what I meant was, since you don't have a new act, then use the new act that our director group has prepared for you. Just rehearse according to this act. If you perform well, tonight's opening dance at the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala will be yours. If not, we'll find someone else. The opening. Everyone was stunned. Their act was not inherently significant and couldn't possibly be the opening. The opening was the very first act of the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, and yet Tong Shuwen was offering them this incredible opportunity? What act is it? This act is called Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance? Never heard of it. What's that? I've got a tutorial here, and the Dragon Dance costumes are being custom-made. Start by practicing the movements according to the tutorial, and later someone will guide you. Naturally, that person was Lin Yuan. But the members of the martial arts and acrobatics troupe were hearing about this for the first time, and so they looked at each other in confusion, their faces full of bewilderment. There is no dragon dance or lion dance in Blue Star. This kind of folk cultural activity from the Celestial Dynasty started during the Han Dynasty. Blue Star didn't even have a Han Dynasty, so the traditional folk cultural activity of dragon and lion dances never existed. Lin Yuan wanted to use the Dragon Dance as the opening act for the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. He was not only bringing one of the most exciting folk cultural activities from his previous life to this world for everyone to experience a novel sensation. It was also because the new year was the Year of the Dragon. The Year of the Dragon with a Dragon Dance as the opening act had a natural fit. Bit by bit, Tong Shuwen found some more people. Acts that the Qin people could complete. He tried as much as possible to leave to them. As for the acts that the Qin people couldn't manage, he had no choice but to seek help from other continents. Because in Lin Yuan's program list, some acts were not selective about performers, and appropriate candidates could be found locally in Qin Continent. Chapter 1100-981 Migrant Workers and Deaf-Mute. Some shows have such strict requirements that it's very difficult to find actors. If we limit our search to just Qin Continent, we simply can't find the right candidates. We must expand the search to a global scale. Thankfully, Blue Star is big enough. Qin Chi Chu Yin Han Zhao Wei, even including Zhong Continent. After all, we can find the right people. Just as Tong Shuwen himself said, the very next day, he led his team onto planes bound for various continents. The first stop was Qi Continent. As soon as the plane touched down in Qi Continent, Tong Shuwen suddenly snapped back to reality. Well, I'll be damned. How did I, the prestigious director of Qin Continent's Spring Festival Gala, become a glorified errand boy? Forget it. Work comes first. There are quite a few people to find in Qi Continent. Inside an upscale residential area, Tong Shuwen met with a host from Qi Continent named Bei Ji. Mr. Bei, are you interested in being one of the hosts for our Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala? Bei Ji, the most accomplished host in all of Qi Continent. If Bei Ji were to host the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala, it would definitely attract a large audience from Qi Continent. I'm sorry, Director Tong. Bei Ji said, I still have to attend this year's Qi Continent Spring Festival Gala. Tong Shuwen said, as I understand, the Qi Continent Spring Festival Gala hasn't officially started preparations yet, so you haven't signed a contract. This year's Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala is unprecedented in scale, and preparations have already begun. Our goal is to invite the most representative hosts from every continent. You don't need to worry. Local spring festival galas from all continents will select some people to participate. After all, no one wants to just entertain themselves within their own continent. This sort of thing is not without precedent. Blue Star is about to unify, and all the continents are one big family. But Director Tong, I'm a person of Qi. As for the appearance fee, how about this number? Tong Shuwen opened a suitcase full of cash. Bei Ji swallowed hard. Director Tong, our Qi Continent Spring Festival Gala needs me. This number. Tong Shuwen opened another suitcase. Bei Ji looked a bit unsteady. It's really not about the money. Tong Shuwen opened a third suitcase. This is the greatest sincerity I can offer. I feel it. Bei Ji stared at the 3 suitcases full of cash. With such sincerity, I can't possibly decline. Still in Qi Continent. Inside a certain restaurant, Tong Shuwen looked at the 2 people in front of him. Please trust my sincerity and come to our Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Shi Yan, Chen Feng. These 2 were once regulars on Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala, revered figures akin to Mount Tai in the comedy world. However, in recent years, they have rarely appeared on the Spring Festival stage. Not because they weren't good enough, but because they set their own standards too high. Without a good script, they simply weren't willing to perform, preferring scarcity over mediocrity and valuing their reputation highly. No, thank you. Shi Yan shook his head. You've asked many friends to arrange this meeting and went to great lengths, but we made a promise to each other to not go on the Spring Festival stage unless we have a good enough new script, and we've also turned down offers from Zhong Continent. Of course I know that, Tong Shuwen said with a smile. Since I'm seeking you 2 out, naturally I have a suitable script. Why don't you take a look first? Oh, Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. Tong Shuwen promptly brought out a script titled Noodle Eating. Chen Feng and Shi Yan curiously looked at it, but as they read on, their expressions changed. After a long while, Chen Feng suddenly spoke. This script is quite challenging to perform. To act it out live on the Spring Festival stage without any props, any small mistake would cause the audience to gasp. Tong Shuwen nodded with a smile. Ordinary people can't pull it off. Shi Yan looked at Chen Feng. OL Chun will certainly have no problems. Chen Feng also looked at Shi Yan. If I'll be fine, then your role will be even less of a problem, as it's just a director role after all. Tong Shuwen, why do I feel like I've been subtly insulted? After a short while, the 3 suddenly burst into hearty laughter, and the collaboration was sealed amidst the laughter. Starting from Qin Continent, then moving on to Qi, Chuyan Han Zhao Wei, and finally even to Zhong Continent. Tong Shuwen continued to represent Qin Continent television in extending Spring Festival Gala invitations, and the process went incredibly smoothly. 70% of the people were persuaded by financial means. The remaining 30% were won over by the quality of the shows. 10 days. Tong Shuwen ran around for 10 days. After 10 days, mid-September arrived. Tong Shuwen returned with success. Lin Yuan was waiting for Tong Shuwen in the cafeteria of Qin Continent Television. While eating, Tong Shuwen looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. According to your requirements, and blending in my own ideas, I've invited everyone we need, not just performers, but also the most influential hosts from each continent. You've worked hard. This bit of hard work is nothing. What I'm curious about is, for several shows, who do you plan to find? Like that song Spring Inside. It's supposed to be a duet performed by 2 male singers, right? Tong Shuwen was responsible for finding people in other continents. There were also some programs that Lin Yuan had been in charge of recently. For example, for the song Spring Inside, Lin Yuan already had a plan. Find a pair of migrant worker brothers. Migrant worker brothers? Tong Shuwen almost spat out his food. Lin Yuan directly took out his list. Right here in our Qin Continent. Aren't there a pair of migrant worker brothers who recently covered many classic songs and became very popular online? I discreetly went to a live performance with the Fish Dynasty and listened to them sing. Although they may lack professional polish, not all songs require technical finesse. A song sung with heartfelt emotion can also be incredibly touching. Chapter 1101, 981 Migrant Workers and Deaf-Mute. Which site? The one at a construction site in the neighboring city. Tong Shuwen was flabbergasted. He'd gone out and invited countless top-tier stars to make the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala a gathering of luminaries. And now teacher Admirable Fish actually wanted to have peasant worker brothers perform with these celebrities at the gala? Is that possible? Tong Shuwen couldn't help but feel a bit worried. You'll know once you hear their song, said Lin Yuan. Then I'll take a listen later. Tong Shuwen now dared not doubt Lin Yuan's judgment, especially in Lin Yuan's area of expertise. If the youngest maestro from Blue Star said those farmer brothers could sing well, then they definitely could. There are a few more acts. Ask our deputy director. I'm going to check out the dragon dance performance. Lin Yuan left. Some performances required Lin Yuan's personal guidance, and thankfully the system was efficient, providing him with the acts while also informing him how they should be presented. All right. As Tong Shuwen watched Lin Yuan walk away, he turned to look at the deputy director. The deputy director said with a strange expression, "The act you're most concerned about is Thousand-Armed Guanyin, and you want to know which dance troupe will perform it, right?" "Yes." "The Qin Continent Dance Troupe. Then there should be no problem." "Which team from the dance troupe?" "If I remember correctly, the third and fifth teams are pretty strong." "The ninth team." "What did you say?" Tong Shuwen's eyes widened. If he remembered correctly, the ninth team of the Qin Continent Dance Troupe was a group of girls, specifically a group of deaf-mute women. They couldn't even hear the music. You should know. The Thousand-Armed Guanyin was the dance performance that Tong Shuwen valued most at this Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Could they really pull it off? He swore to heaven. Tong Shuwen really had no ill intentions, and certainly no discriminatory thoughts. He was just considering from a director's perspective whether the hearing impairment of the deaf-mutes might affect the performance of the dance. Tong Shuwen was astonished. What kind of selections had teacher Admirable Fish made while he was away? Tong Shuwen was sure. No spring festival gala had ever featured peasant workers performing on stage, nor had any invited deaf-mute people to perform. Tong Shuwen felt he could no longer keep up with teacher Admirable Fish's thought process. I understand your worries, but if you, like me, had seen their performance, you'd be stunned right there. When teacher Admirable Fish took us to see the ninth team's performance, everyone in the director team nodded in agreement to let them perform. It wasn't just teacher Admirable Fish's decision. It was also the decision of the entire director team in your absence. The deputy director spoke earnestly. Tong Shuwen joked, "I must be a fake director." After a few seconds of chuckling, the deputy director suddenly became serious again and said, "There's another matter I need to report to you." "What is it?" "Teacher Admirable Fish has been frequenting our Qin Continent TV station, and it's caught the attention of reporters. The news that he left the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala to join ours can no longer be concealed." "That's okay. This news couldn't be kept secret forever." The Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala also needed such a blockbuster announcement for promotion. The statement should be released soon, right? "Yes." "Let me check it out." Tong Shuwen took out his phone and logged onto his blog. Due to the influence of the Yu dynasty, Tong Shuwen was now a regular on the blog, although he had previously preferred to use the tribe platform. And online, there were indeed netizens discussing whether the Yu dynasty had withdrawn from the Zhong continent and joined the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. The noise was not small. Chapter 1102, 982 Protect the Third Contend for the Online. Looks like Xianyu has dropped out of the Zhong continent. Spring Festival Gala. I heard he's taking the Yu dynasty to the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala instead. Really? I find it hard to believe, too. Although Xianyu is from Qin people, can the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala really compare to that of Zhong continent? Why not? Reporters have been staking it out. For several days in a row, Xianyu has been spending a lot of time at the Qin Continent TV station. It's said that someone from the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala let it slip that there had been some disagreements between Xianyu and the Zhong side, and in the end, he decided to perform at the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Is that true? I was looking forward to seeing Fish Papa on the Spring Festival Gala stage this year. We can't just say that. After all, the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala is still a gala. There's no cultural wall stopping us, and everyone can watch the Qin Continent TV Spring Festival Gala when the time comes. I get that, but the prestige of a regional gala just doesn't compare. With Xianyu's caliber, do you think a stage could limit the quality of his performance? Plus, even if the Qin Continent TV stage is of lower prestige, it's still a spring festival gala. It may not be on par with Zhong Continent, but it's at least better than a regular stage. Let's wait and see. Nothing's been confirmed yet. Maybe Xian Yu just has some minor collaboration with the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Alright then, from the level of discussion, this news can no longer be considered a mere rumor. There's photo evidence to back it up. The rumors have been circulated in a detailed and structured manner. But still, many people don't believe it, mainly because it doesn't seem logical. The collaboration between Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala and the Yu Dynasty is clearly a win-win. The public is eager to see the Yu Dynasty's Spring Festival debut, and Zhong Continent would surely benefit from the huge popularity boost the Yu Dynasty could bring. Under such circumstances, why would Zhong Continent drop the Yu Dynasty? And why would the Yu Dynasty pull out of the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala? However, just as some were questioning whether all this was just hearsay, Starlight Entertainment and the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala production team suddenly released a joint statement. The content of the statement was very official. The gist of both statements was, there were some disagreements between the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala and Xian Yu regarding the performance lineup, so the collaboration had to be cancelled. Zhong Continent expressed regret about this, and Starlight Entertainment did so as well. It feels all too familiar. It's reminiscent of some celebrity couples' divorce announcements. No mudslinging, no frantic feuding. Both sides were calm, and each explanation appropriately protected the reputation of the other. It's nobody's fault. We just have our differences. Specifics about these differences were kept confidential. Zhong Continent didn't reveal them, nor did Starlight Entertainment. Obviously, the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala production team didn't want to feud over this, because the stakes were too high for the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala. A single piece of negative public sentiment could cause them severe losses. Starlight Entertainment had similar considerations. The interests linked to the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala were immense, and making a big fuss would do the company no good. Yet, no matter how peaceful the attitudes, how vague the language, how lightly handled the issues seemed, in the end, it still stirred up an expected uproar online, especially among the fans of the Yu Dynasty. Whether diehard fans or casual ones, all were quite disappointed. I'm dizzy. All this anticipation for nothing. I was hoping to spend this new year in the company of the Yu Dynasty. Looks like the Yu Dynasty really is going to the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Although I'm somewhat disappointed, at least we can still watch the Yu Dynasty perform on Qin Continent TV. What's good about a regional Spring Festival Gala? There's nothing for it but to turn on the TV when the Yu Dynasty is performing. Both sides are being too dismissive with their explanations. There's definitely more to this story. Why not specify the disagreements? Is it because the Yu Dynasty's performance was too risky, not aligning with the Spring Festival Gala's values? Surely it couldn't be that their performance quality wasn't up to standard and got cut. With the Yu Dynasty's track record, their performance quality can't be inadequate. Even any old hit from Fish Papa would be enough. The audience would love it. Clearly, the fans still hoped the Yu Dynasty could make it onto the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala. How many years has the Spring Festival Gala been going? In terms of viewership and reputation, hasn't Blue Star's Gala always been the one to beat? Even though Blue Star's Gala's reputation might have dwindled over the recent years, its place in people's hearts remains unchanged. People may criticize, they may complain, but in the end, they will watch. It's an emotional attachment. Yet a regional gala is still just that, regional. It could never be mentioned in the same breath as the Grand Blue Star Spring Festival Gala. It's like a lavish banquet. The Blue Star Spring Festival Gala is a Manchu Han imperial feast. The regional gala? Perhaps the appetizer before the main course. Or maybe the dessert and fruit to follow. If they could perform on the grand stage of Blue Star's Spring Festival Gala, who would want to do a regional one? Moreover, the public isn't foolish. There must be some issue behind this. Or why would the Yu Dynasty pull out of the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala? There must be something big going on. In conclusion, not only did the statement fail to convince the public, but it also led to even more rumors online. Some said it was the Yu Dynasty acting like divas, causing dissatisfaction in Zhong Continent. Others suggested that someone in Zhong continent disliked the Yu dynasty, deliberately suppressing them. Just as Lin Yuan's participation in the poetry contest had prompted a barrage of criticism from many cultural critics, with someone pulling the strings behind the scenes. All sorts of theories. All sorts of conspiracy theories. In the face of these online speculations, the Zhong continent production team did not respond. Starlight Entertainment did issue a supplementary announcement, but it also did not address the public's doubts, merely announcing the Yu dynasty's participation in the Qin Continent Spring Festival Gala. Chapter 1103, 982 Defend 3 Compete for 2_2. Zhong continent still had no reaction. However, the Spring Festival Gala programming teams from the other continents swiftly became anxious. Each continent was to host their local Spring Festival Gala. Of course, the local galas could never surpass the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala. The Blue Star Spring Festival Gala was automatically excluded from such comparisons, given the different standards of the stage and the significance it carried. But, aside from the continent responsible for the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala, the remaining continents still experienced a competitive tension in their local gala events. Why? Because the Spring Festival Gala was a competitive stage for the cultural soft power of each continent. Just like in the Blue Olympics, where continents competed over the number of gold medals. In fact, every year at the Spring Festival Gala, continents also secretly competed over viewership ratings. No one wanted to be outdone by others in terms of cultural soft power, especially since this year's Blue Star Spring Festival Gala was hosted by Zhong continent. Being outshone by Zhong continent was expected. After all, the Zhong continental nation was invincible in all fields. Thus, the remaining continents like Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei didn't want to be overshadowed in their Spring Festival Gala performances. Unfortunately, the Yu dynasty just joined the Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala. This suddenly elevated the attention to the Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala. Who didn't know about the popularity and influence of the Yu dynasty across the continents? They were originally intended as performers for the Zhong continent's Spring Festival Gala. For a moment, every continent was discussing. For example, the Qi continent's Spring Festival Gala team was urgently meeting. This year the pressure is kind of high. With the Yu dynasty joining the Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala, it may attract many viewers from other continents, including many of our own. I think we need to increase our budget for this year's gala. Qin continent is taking their gala very seriously this year, started preparing earlier than everyone else. There's also some bad news. What? Beiji won't be participating in our Spring Festival Gala this year. Apparently, he received an invitation from another gala team. Could it be Zhong continent? Beiji didn't specify, but I guess it must be Zhong continent inviting him. Otherwise, he wouldn't miss our Qi continent's gala. Zhong continent is hosting this year's Blue Star Spring Festival Gala. Our local gala really can't compete. But it's not a big deal. We just need to perform better than the other continents outside Zhong. Meanwhile, other continents were also holding meetings. The addition of the Yu dynasty to the Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala had put the gala teams of other regions under pressure. And just as every continent began to get nervous, a decision by the Literature and Art Association shifted everyone from mere anxiety into outright panic. The content of the decision was, over the years, the broadcast times of the local Spring Festival Galas on each continent have always been staggered from the Blue Star Grand Gala's broadcast time. However, as Blue Star's unification steps are accelerating, many rules are subject to adjustment, such as wanting the audience to have more flexibility in their choices, proposing that local Spring Festival Galas across all continents be broadcast on December 31st, since we are all one family, and we hope that the content of the Spring Festival Gala will be abundant. The combination of galas across the continents is what truly completes the Spring Festival Gala. Boom. All continents exploded. Not only Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, even the director team of the Zhong Continent Spring Festival Gala hadn't anticipated such a sudden decision to have all local Spring Festival Galas broadcast on the same day. Zhong Continent. Emergency meeting of the Spring Festival Gala director team. Chang'an, The deputy director, who had previously gone to Qin continent to discuss arrangements with the Yu dynasty, spoke in a panicked tone. Wasn't it said that there was an intention to stagger the start times of the local spring festival galas? How did it end up concentrating all their broadcasts on the same day? Zhong continent was very well informed. Some key members of the director team had heard some information beforehand that there was an intention to adjust the broadcast times of the Spring Festival Gala. People in Zhong continent had unconsciously assumed that the Literature and Art Association wanted the broadcast times of each continent to be staggered, maybe scheduling only 2 to 3 continents' galas per day, because of the addition of the Yu dynasty to Qin continent's gala. If that had been the actual arrangement, the team of the Zhong continent Spring Festival Gala was secretly hoping they would end up broadcasting on the same day as the Qin continent's gala. Now it seems, good heavens. Indeed, it collided with the Qin continent's broadcast timing. But the problem is, the Spring Festival Gala broadcast timings of these 6 other continents, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, Wei, had also collided with the Zhong continent's broadcast time. If it had only been the Qin continent's Spring Festival Gala, Zhong continent had confidence in crushing them directly. Even if there were 1 or 2 more continents concurrently, Zhong continent still had confidence in standing out. But with 7 continents together, even if Zhong continent could still stand out, they would inevitably lose a significant amount of viewership. That's why Zhong continent was now slightly panicking. Rather than this, they would have preferred, as in previous years, to receive official protection and exclusively secure the New Year's Eve broadcast opportunity. At least they wouldn't lose viewership. After all, no matter how inferior the local Spring Festival galas were, there were still bound to be some spectacular performances. Moreover, the audience of each continent had some inclination towards their local Spring Festival Gala programs. Suddenly, Chang An looked at Zhong continent's head director, Director Zhuang Xian, and whispered, "Could it be that we've upset the Literature and Art Association? Stop talking nonsense." Director Zhuang Xian immediately rebuked, though his face looked rather displeased, because he knew what Chang An said might be true. Zhong continent joined the unification late, and many big names hoped to use this year's Spring Festival Gala to showcase Zhong continent's dominant cultural soft power. Thus, the Spring Festival Gala under Director Zhuang Xian's charge had not chosen many participants from other continents. He had reserved most of the performance opportunities for Zhong continent. As for the Literature and Art Association's requirement that the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala must include a certain program length from each continent, Chapter 1104, 982 maintain third fight for second_3. It's simple. Just need a dual region registration. This is also why the Yu dynasty withdrew from the Zhong continent Spring Festival Gala. And now it seems, this little trick by Zhong continent really upset the Literature and Art Association. Had Director Zhuang Xian known this would happen, he might as well not have cut the Yu dynasty's programs. At least the Yu dynasty has quite a good audience base in all the continents. He took a deep breath. Director Zhuang Xian said, "This isn't necessarily bad for us. Although the viewer ratings will be divided up a lot, this is exactly our chance to demonstrate Zhong continent's dominance. If the response to the program is good enough, this year's Spring Festival Gala could become a classic through this reform. I know you're panicking, but if you go out and look, you'll see that other continents are even more panicked. They fear encountering the 7 continents more than we do." What Director Zhuang Xian said was true. Zhong continent doesn't want the Qi continent's Spring Festival Gala to air alongside theirs. Similarly, other continents don't want to air simultaneously with Zhong continents. Because everyone knows, this Blue Star Spring Festival Gala is Zhong continent's home turf. Zhong continent is already the strongest continent on Blue Star, and as the host of this year's Blue Star Spring Festival Gala, who could compete? When it's finally time to broadcast, the vast majority of viewers would still choose to watch the Zhong continent Spring Festival Gala. Darn it, this is. Viewers have more choices now, but it's going to be hard for us. Although competition was fierce in the past, we didn't have to compete on the same stage as the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala, who could beat them in viewer ratings. We're just a local Spring Festival Gala. It looks like we'll have to fight hard in this year's Spring Festival Gala. All continents' Spring Festival Galas are mixing together, If anyone gets low ratings, it would be really embarrassing. We from the Qi continent should aim for third and fight for second. Probably all continents are preparing to aim for third and fight for second. Why don't we have some ambition? Why can't we be first? Local Spring Festival galas trying to be first. You really think we're on an equal footing with the Blue Star Spring Festival Gala? The best actors, the most impressive singers, the strongest performance teams, all are invited by Zhong Continent. We simply can't compete. Who would want to go to some local Spring Festival Gala over the Blue Star one? First place is definitely Zhong Continent. Now let's see how much flesh other continents can tear off from Zhong Continent. This Spring Festival Gala has already become a huge brawl. The attention to their local Spring Festival galas will be elevated to the highest level by all continents. We are all stressed out now, but the viewers are the happiest. Indeed, the viewers are the happiest. Right after the Literature and Art Association made the announcement, all major forums and social platforms exploded, trending topics mushroomed. This wave is thrilling. Ha! Wei continent joining the integration this year means that the Qin, Qi, Chu, Yin, Han, Zhao, and Wei continents will all come alive. And since Zhong continent is in charge of this year's major Spring Festival Gala project, it's like the first direct confrontation between the continents. Although Zhong continent has a natural advantage being the host, definitely still watching Zhong continents. After all, Zhong continents is the real Spring Festival Gala. But the greatest benefit of having more choices is that, when I am not interested in a program from Zhong continent, I can temporarily switch channels and check out the other Spring Festival galas from the various continents, a total of 8 channels, completely spoiling us for choice. I'm just afraid I might get decision fatigue. Don't worry, with so many netizens watching the Spring Festival Gala, any good program will definitely be shared online right away. It's a bit odd thinking about it. This year's Spring Festival Gala, a lot of people might end up watching during the day. The continents have different time zones. It's inevitable. Each year follows the host continent's timing. So this year it's still based on Zhong continent's time, starting at 6 o'clock. This year's Spring Festival Gala is definitely going to be interesting. Judging by the competitive atmosphere of the Spring Festival Galas each year, this year all continents will pull out all the stops. The official scheduling clash will make low ratings embarrassing. On the other side, Qin Continent TV station, Tong Shuwen looked at the message sent out by the Literature and Art Association with an incredibly bizarre expression. Are all the continents' Spring Festival galas broadcasting together this year? Unlike the panic in other continents. Actually, Tong Shuwen wasn't that panicked, rather felt a bit surprised, as he had confidence in Qin Continent's programs. Money talks. The stage is great. The guest performers are formidable. Besides the lack of home ground advantage for Zhong Continent, Qin